Chapter 1. The deadly poison of destiny seizes the Star Soul. In the ancient city of Dao, at the back mountain of the Lord's mansion, within the training chamber. Jian, have you dealt with the matter of the Star Soul slave? Not yet, but the deadly poison has already been ingested and can be dealt with at any time. At that moment, her voice paused, tinged with shyness. At that moment, I shall belong to Brother Qingyun. The frivolous words that emanated from the training chamber made the young man, who had just arrived outside, halt abruptly. He felt as if struck by lightning, his gaze instantly becoming hollow. That voice belonged to Xia Jian, his childhood sweetheart and fiancée. In his eyes, the girl who had always seemed as pure as a celestial being could not possibly utter such lewd words. And who was that man? Just then, the sound from within the room resonated once more. Now, that's more like it. The young man nodded in satisfaction, lightly tilting the girl's chin and inhaling deeply from her form. This elicited heavier breath from the girl, who playfully protested, "Brother Qingyun, you're so naughty." "Is that so? Then tell Brother Qingyun, do you truly like it?" "Truly." The girl hesitated, then trembled as she confessed, "I like it." Her bashful yet alluring whispers pierced through the young man's mind like a steel needle, leaving him utterly stunned. If he had harbored doubts before, he was now completely convinced of his suspicions. His hollow eyes were filled with disbelief. He and Xia Yan had grown up together, activating their extraordinary talents, training side by side, and forging their star souls, nearly inseparable, both achieving the title of prodigies in the ancient city. Chu Ran, the most talented youth of the ancient city, had begun cultivating at 6, reached the 9th level of the mortal realm by 8, and successfully forged the 5-fold celestial sword soul at 10. He could master any martial arts technique with a mere glance. Xia Jian, the foremost girl of the ancient city, had also, with Chu Ran's guidance, successfully forged the 5-fold celestial ice lotus soul at the age of 11. In the eyes of others, and even in Chu Ran's own, they were a match made in heaven, a perfect pair admired by countless peers. Yet now, Xia Jian had committed such a despicable act of betrayal. Scoundrels! Unable to endure any longer, the young man kicked violently at the door of the training chamber. Bang! The wooden door shattered upon impact. The scene within the room was instantly revealed to Chu Ran. The sight of the lewd couple was unbearable. Even through the gauzy curtain, it was all too clear. Chu Ran felt a surge of rage, his eyes bloodshot. Adulterers! His roar reverberated, shaking the entire training chamber. The sudden noise startled the couple within, with Qingyun tumbling off the bed in shock, hastily dressing, only to see Chu Ran burst through the door. Chu Ran. On the bed, Xia Jian quickly pulled the covers to shield her body, her eyes reflecting a mix of panic and confusion as she gazed at Chu Ran. "Ah, it's just this worthless star soul slave." Upon realizing it was Chu Ran, Qingyun quickly regained his composure, a sneer creeping onto his lips. He leaned in to plant a gentle kiss on the girl's forehead, comforting her. "He's just a waste. Jian, with Brother Qingyun here, don't be afraid." The girl responded softly, "MHM, adulterers, I will kill you both." Unable to contain his fury any longer, Chu Ran roared as he drew his sword and lunged at Qingyun. However, just as he took a few steps, he suddenly felt his internal energy surging violently. The spiritual power within his dantian was thrown into chaos, violently crashing against it. A wave of excruciating pain enveloped Chu Ran, cold sweat instantly soaking his body, causing him to collapse to the ground. Hee, it seems the effects of the deadly poison have finally kicked in. Xia Jian's light laughter rang out as she donned a sheer veil and descended from the bed. She approached Qingyun, who wrapped his arms around her slender waist, inhaling her scent with delight. The agony that Chu Ran endured intensified, his body trembling uncontrollably. Xia Jian, like a blooming flower, sauntered to Chu Ran's side, looking down at him with disdain. "Chu Ran, struggling is futile. The Star Soul Slave is your ultimate fate accepted." "Star Soul Slave?" Hearing those 3 words, Chu Ran gritted his teeth against the pain and managed to lift his head. His bloodshot eyes bore into the woman before him. All these years, Have you plotted against me just for my fivefold celestial sword soul? He could not fathom why this once gentle woman had turned so vile and malicious. What else could it be? Xia Xian's haughty expression was devoid of warmth as she addressed Chu Ran. Without the sword soul, do you think you are worthy of me? The young man glared fiercely at Xia Xian. Do not forget who helped you forge your fivefold celestial ice lotus soul. Indeed, it was you, but so what? Compared to Brother Qingyan, you are nothing but a waste. With a derisive snort, she turned to the side, addressing the young man. Brother Qingyun, for his assistance in forging my star soul, spare him his life. Ha ha, very well. Yin Qingyun laughed heartily, drawing a dagger and pointing it at Chu Ran. Waste, as a star soul slave, you must have the awareness of a star soul slave. Just enjoy yourself. The weighty words fell, and the dagger plunged towards the young man's dantian. In the midst of Chu Ran's somewhat twisted gaze, it pierced into his dantian. Crack, crack. The sounds of the dagger tearing through flesh contorted the young man's face in agony, the unbearable pain nearly causing him to lose consciousness. Yet he endured, his eyes fixed on the two killers before him. His gaze, fierce as that of a prowling beast, sent a shiver down the spines of Xia Dian and Yin Qingyun. Thud! Seemingly uncomfortable under Chu Ran's gaze, Yin Qingyun suddenly lunged at the boy's dantian, ruthlessly tearing out his star soul. With that, the young man succumbed to darkness. Just before losing consciousness, a chilling voice, as if from the depths of the abyss, echoed, "If I do not die, I will slaughter you scoundrels and wash the Lord's mansion in blood." As the voice faded, his gaze dimmed. The two onlookers, for reasons unknown, breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, they could not shake the haunting echo of the boy's final roar, lingering in their minds like a nightmare. Summon someone, spread the word that Chu Ran plotted against the lady of the Lord's mansion and has been stripped of his star soul. With the command issued, the two departed. Unbeknownst to them, as they left, the young man lying unconscious on the ground was surrounded by flickering black glimmers. These dark lights flowed gently, gradually merging into the boy's dantian, disappearing without a trace. Boom, boom, boom. Time passed, and within the unconscious boy, a cacophony resounded deep within his soul. The sound seemed to possess a summoning force, drawing his spirit to a realm filled with nebulous and chaotic power. Suddenly, within this chaotic space, meteors streaked across the sky, plummeting to the ground. The terrifying sounds echoed like the fall of stars. The nine heavens' meteoric land. Upon witnessing this scene, the boy gasped in astonishment from the depths of his soul. He had been here before. Not just him, any martial artist who reached the pinnacle of the mortal realm would come here when forging their star soul, to observe the falling stars, to seek a corresponding star. Ultimately, in the dantian, to forge a star soul imbued with the power of the stars, becoming a star-forging martial artist. The meteoric land spanned 9 celestial realms, with countless stars shimmering, none identical. Lonely Wind Star, Distant Sea Star, Thundercliff Star, Pearl Python Star, Scale-Claw Star, and so forth. Each star possessed unique powers. The higher the count of the corresponding star, the stronger its power would be. Thus, the higher the talent and mastery upon successful forging. In the past, he had forged the fivefold celestial sword soul, which already marked him as a prodigy. Yet he never anticipated that it would ultimately be snatched away by the treacherous woman he once cherished. Had I not already forged a star soul? Why am I here again? The boy gazed at the vast starry sea with confusion. Isn't a martial artist granted only one chance to enter the 9 heavens' meteoric land? Could it be that because my star soul was taken, the heavens have granted me another chance to forge it anew? With this thought, a cold, ruthless glint flashed in the boy's eyes. If he could reforge his star soul, he would ensure that Xia Jian understood that her most grievous mistake in this life was betraying and harming him. He would make the scoundrels pay with their blood. Chapter 2. Forging the Dark Star Soul. The boy no longer hesitated and stepped directly into the 9 heavens' meteoric land within the chaotic space. Meteors blanketed the 9 heavens' meteoric land. In the first layer of the meteor region, he found no star soul with which he could resonate. He breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't a first layer star, he could accept it. After all, first layer star souls were utterly useless. He found nothing in the second and third layers either. Finally reaching the fifth layer without success, a smile appeared in Chu Ran's eyes. This signifies that the star soul he is about to forge this time may surpass the previous sword spirit star soul. Yet in the sixth heaven, there was still nothing. In the seventh heaven, it remained elusive. It was not until he arrived at the ninth heaven's meteorite domain that his heart raced fervently, his eyes shimmering with an unusual brilliance. In this world, those capable of forging a star soul of the ninth heaven are exceedingly rare, each one an unparalleled force, immortalized in the annals of history. If he could successfully forge a star soul of the ninth heaven, not only would he have a place among the likes of Xia Jian, but he would also secure his position within the entire Tianyue Empire. However, after searching extensively and scouring every meteorite, he still could not find a star that resonated with his being. Suddenly, a tremor stirred deep within Chu Ran's soul, a call emanating from the depths of the meteorite domain, gradually infiltrating his mind. Deeper still, beyond the nine heavens, could it be that there are more meteorites there? Yet, he had never heard of anyone forging a star soul beyond the confines of the nine heavens. Even the ancient texts bore no mention of such a phenomenon. Just as he stepped into the outer regions of the ninth heavens meteorite area, he was suddenly struck by the overwhelming sensation of 7 vast waves of energy surging forth from ahead, each one exponentially more potent than the forces within the ninth heaven's meteorites. Before these 7 forces, even the meteorites of the ninth heaven seemed no more significant than mere ants. Chu Ran's heart trembled intensely beyond the nine heavens. There truly existed even more powerful and terrifying celestial bodies. Moreover, there were 7 of them. Boom! Before he could react, his entire being was enveloped by an immense surge of energy, causing him to vanish from his original position and reappear before a meteorite as dark as ink, exuding an overwhelming, consuming force reminiscent of a black hole. Familiar energy waves coursed through him, intertwining perfectly with the power within. Resonance. Beyond the nine heavens, the dark celestial bodies. The dark star soul could devour all things in the world, feasting upon boundless spiritual energy. Xia Jian, Yin Qingyun, what you owe me, Chu Ran, I demand you repay me 10-fold, 100-fold. At the moment the dark star soul was successfully forged, the youth's low growl reverberated throughout the expanse beyond the nine heavens. The countless stars beyond trembled at the sound of his voice, causing the very heavens to change hue in that instant. The entire firmament was shrouded in rolling black mist, plunging the ancient Tao city into darkness. A chilling aura enveloped the hearts of all within the ancient Tao city. Countless people gazed skyward, bewildered by the unfolding events, cursing the heavens for unleashing such a torrential downpour of inky black rain. When the deluge finally receded, the skies gradually cleared. The youth, who had lain motionless on the ground, slowly rose to his feet, directing his gaze towards the city lord's mansion below. He clenched his fists tightly, looking towards the city lord's mansion, his eyes as tranquil as still water. Wait for me. I shall return. With that, he began to stride away into the distance. In the ancient Tao city, at the Chu residence. This disgraceful marriage contract was bestowed upon us by your Chu family today. I, Su Qiming, return it to you. Su Qiming's gaze swept over the members of the Chu family, as he threw the torn marriage contract at his wife, Chu Yuer. For the sake of his family's advancement, he had endured the indignity of being a son-in-law, swallowing his pride within the Chu family for 3 long years. Now, due to the incident involving Chu Ran, the city lord's mansion had severed ties with the Chu family and decided to support the Su family, allowing him to no longer endure in silence. The Su family no longer needed the Chu family. Qiming Chu trembled slightly, staring at the defiant Su Qiming before her. Was this truly the man she had married 3 years ago, who had suppressed even his own breath? Yuer, you should return home first. The eldest elder of the Chu family patted Chu Yuer on the shoulder, his brow slightly furrowed as he directed a cold gaze towards Su Qiming. Su Qiming, has my Chu family not treated you generously? Although Su Qiming was merely a son-in-law by name, the members of the Chu family had never looked down upon him. They provided him with various cultivation resources, even surpassing many of their own kin. Even the Su family's current standing was largely due to the support of the Chu family. Were it not for the Chu family, the Su family would still be a mere small clan. To think they had raised a traitor, an ungrateful wretch. You should be thankful that my Su Qiming and my Su family have never wronged you. Otherwise, today you would be facing not merely a divorce decree, but the full might of the Su family's cavalry. Su Qiming scoffed, his gaze skimming past the eldest elder to rest upon the head of the Chu family. Chu Chantian. Chu Chantian, I have entered the Chu residence for 3 years, and I shall not waste words. 100,000 spirit stones. 3 installments of 30,000. If you agree, we can consider this matter settled. If not, the iron cavalry of the Su family will soon march into your Chu residence. Arrogant, delusional. Su Qiming's words immediately incited fury amongst the members of the Chu family. How dare Mir's son-in-law demand 300,000 spirit stones? This amount represented the Chu family's income for 3 years. How dare the insignificant Su family threaten to send cavalry into the Chu residence? Utterly presumptuous. As Su Qiming's words fell, 2 icy dragons erupted from the body of an elder beside him. A frigid aura sweeping through the entire main courtyard and causing everyone present to shudder as though plunged into an icy abyss. Devouring Star Soul. This elder was none other than Elder Xia Longjia of the City Lord's Mansion. A peak 9th level star forging realm expert. The Su family had actually allied with the City Lord's Mansion. Was this sufficient? The elder uttered 5 words, yet they weighed heavily upon the assembly, especially on Chu Changtian, whose face darkened to an extreme. The Su family might be insufficient, but the City Lord's Mansion was not. If the City Lord's Mansion intervened, the Chu family would have no means of retaliation. The strongest member of the Chu family, head of the family Chu Changtian, was merely at the peak of the 9th level, equivalent to a mere elder of the City Lord's Mansion. Moreover, there was also the City Lord Xia Yunhao, a formidable figure. It was unreasonable to blame my Su family. Su Qiming smirked, disdainfully regarding the Chu family members. If you wish to blame someone, blame Chu Ran. He dared to offend Miss Ji Yen and provoke the City Lord's Mansion. Without that connection, your Chu family would amount to nothing. As he reached the end of his statement, Su Qiming abruptly changed his demeanor, his voice cold and commanding. So, will you comply, or will you not? You. The members of the Chu family gritted their teeth, yet they found themselves unable to retort. After all, the influence of the City Lord's Mansion was too great, with the City Lord's Mansion backing the Su family. They had no choice. Do you think you're worthy? At that moment, just as the senior members of the Chu family had nearly resolved to endure the humiliation and suffer financial loss to avoid disaster, a sharp voice suddenly resonated from outside the courtyard. Everyone turned to look, and a figure was seen approaching slowly. Chu Ran, the young master? Upon seeing this figure, all present were taken aback in astonishment. Chapter 3. Do you think you're worthy? No one had anticipated that Chu Ran, who had been missing for 3 whole days, would suddenly return to the Chu residence at this moment. The Chu family had searched tirelessly for Chu Ran for 3 days, even considering storming the City Lord's Mansion to retrieve him. However, their plans had been thwarted by the matter involving Su Qiming. Father, do not worry. I am unharmed. The head of the Chu family, Chu Changtian, instantly appeared before Chu Ran, his eyes filled with concern as he scrutinized his son. Noticing that Chu Ran appeared unscathed, the tension that had gripped him for 3 days finally began to ease. Young master is safe. Ha! It is wonderful that the young master is unharmed. The members of the Chu residence cheered in excitement upon seeing this. Chu Ran couldn't help but smile at his family. However, his expression faltered slightly as his gaze fell upon the pale and dispirited Chu Yuer. Chu Yuer was the daughter of his 3rd uncle, 3 years his senior. She had always treated him well since childhood. Though they were not blood siblings, their bond was closer than that of siblings. In his memory, Chu Yuer had always been gentle and generous, yet her current state ignited a flicker of anger within Chu Ran. How could anyone bully his sister? How could the esteemed Chu family allow such insolence? Chu Ran. Su Qiming was equally astonished, but the surprise quickly morphed into derision. You still have the gall to say, I am unworthy? If I were you, I would immediately crawl back to bed and remain a useless wretch. According to the city lord's mansion, Chu Ran had been rendered incapacitated. Even if he appeared unharmed now, he was merely a shell of his former self. A useless person would dare to act so arrogantly before him. Do you remember what I told you back then? Chu Ran disregarded Su Qiming's words and asked coldly. When Su Qiming had entered the Chu residence as a son-in-law, marrying Chu Yuer, he had warned him that if he ever dared to bully her, Chu Ran would be the first to oppose him. Ha ha! Back then, you indeed had some qualifications, but now, Su Qiming could not help but laugh maniacally. Once his laughter faded, a cold arrogance filled his gaze. Now you are nothing but a dying, useless person, still daring to be arrogant. Back then, when he had been recognized as the greatest talent in Gouda City, he had felt some trepidation. Now, however, he was but an ant. A dog raised by the Chu family dared to bite its master. With a cold snort, Chu Ran recalled how the Su family had desperately begged his father to allow Su Qiming to enter the Chu residence as a son dash and dashlaw. It was precisely because of this connection that the Chu family had supported the Su family over the years, elevating their status in Gouda City to become one of the three great clans. Now, at the first sign of trouble for the Chu family, the Su family was the first to leap forward. Utterly ungrateful. In the next instant, the young man's figure suddenly vanished from his spot. You dare insult me? Slap! Before Su Qiming could finish his sentence, a resounding slap struck his face with a forceful blow. Su Qiming was left dazed. Before he could collect himself, a sharp pain shot through his abdomen, and he was sent sprawling backward. A wretched wail reverberated throughout the Chu residence. Rendered incapacitated. So swift. It was all too fast. From the slap to his incapacitation, it happened in the blink of an eye. Many had yet to react before Su Qiming was already out of the fight. What? Everyone present was in shock. One blow had incapacitated Su Qiming, who was at the 4th level of the Star Forging realm. How could Chu Ran, who was rumored to have been rendered incapable by the city lord's mansion, suddenly appear unscathed? This matter had spread throughout Gouda City. There could be no mistake. But how? Even at his peak, Chu Ran was only at the 3rd level of the Star Forging realm, making it impossible for him to incapacitate Su Qiming with a single strike. Now, Su Qiming had become incapacitated instead. Not only the spectators, but even Xia Longjia, the elder from the city lord's mansion standing beside Su Qiming, was momentarily stunned. Then came the rage. Endless fury ignited within Xia Longjia. His icy dragons swirling around him, his cold gaze sharp as a blade. Su Qiming was brought here by him. To have him incapacitated before his very eyes was a slap in the face. Not only to him, but to the city lord's mansion itself. Kid, you seek death. Furious, Xia Longjia shouted coldly, the icy dragons coiling around his fist as he launched a powerful blow toward Chu Ran. The cold, menacing energy enveloping Chu Ran in an instant, sending a shiver down his spine. Chu Ran, be careful, young master, it's dangerous. The onlookers cried out in alarmed outranner. Chu Chantian called out urgently, rushing forward without a moment's hesitation. Xia Longjia was a peak 9th level Star Forging realm expert, one of the most formidable figures in Gouda City, second only to City Lord Xia Yunhao and the head of the Heavenly Martial Hall. To face such a powerhouse, even 100 Chu Rans would meet a fate of slaughter. This was the crushing weight of cultivation. Yet Xia Longjia was too close to Chu Ran. Even Chu Chantian could not hope to intercept him. Chu Ran was in grave peril. You dare to kill my Ranner, and I shall raise the city lord's mansion. Chu Chantian roared in desperation. He had only one son, and if anything were to happen to Chu Ran, he would stop at nothing to take vengeance, even unto death. Humph! But Xia Longjia paid him no mind. In an instant, the icy dragon's fist enveloped Chu Ran, transforming the area within several dozen meters into a crystalline prison of ice. The terrifying chill swept through the hearts of all present. Under the icy dragon's assault, Chu Ran showed no sign of response, as if he had been frozen into a statue of ice. It was over. This scene sent a collective shudder through the crowd, and everyone understood that the outcome was sealed. The Chu family was doomed. Xia Longjia cast one last glance at the scene and uttered 4 words before turning away toward the main entrance of the Chu residence. Even Su Qiming was left behind in that moment. Su Qiming was merely the first pawn in the annihilation of the Chu family. Once he had served his purpose, he was of no further use. As for Chu Ran, he was already a dead man. Xia Longjia. Chu Chantan let out a furious howl, his figure surging forward to kill his only son. There would be no rest until vengeance was exacted. As soon as the figure of Chu Ruan stirred, he was halted in his tracks by the crisp sound of ice cracking behind him. Turning around, he beheld the ice-encased ice dragon of Chu Ran. Fissures gradually spreading across its surface. Wisps of black mist erupted from the cracks, enveloping the surroundings with an ominous presence. This dark energy surged forth, swiftly covering the surrounding ice sculptures, emanating an inexplicable devouring power that left all present in a state of profound alarm. They realized, to their horror, that their own spiritual energy was gradually dissipating under the influence of this voracious force, utterly beyond their control. What was happening? Xia Longjia, who had taken only a few steps forward, furrowed his brow and came to a halt. Unlike the others, he had summoned the ice dragon, and thus felt its resonance more acutely. The strength within the ice dragon was being consumed at an unimaginable rate by the encroaching black mist, almost instantaneously depleting it completely. Even more terrifying was the fact that after the spiritual energy within the ice dragon was devoured, his own energy began to be siphoned away. 1 layer, 2 layers, 5 layers, in mere moments. Half of Xia Longjia's spiritual energy was consumed, and it continued unabated. His expression finally shifted dramatically. The Dark Star Soul was devouring, faintly. A chilling whisper echoed in his ears. A voice of impending doom that sent shivers through his very soul. No. And without a moment's hesitation, he suddenly let out a sharp cry, and the 3-foot azure peak was grasped firmly in his hand. Before he could make any further moves, the sword in his grasp unleashed waves of sword energy, its speed increasing exponentially, radiating an ever-growing brilliance. In mere moments, a dazzling curtain of sword light enveloped him, causing the surrounding air to emit a series of piercing howls. The sword danced around him, shaking the soul and stirring the heart. Sword spirit, star soul. Sensing the state of his body, Chu Ran could not help but exclaim with joy. Within his dantian, the previously severed sword spirit star soul was inexplicably reforged, positioned right beside the dark star soul. The 2 star souls intertwined, neither interfering nor repelling one another, functioning in a bizarre manner akin to the yin-yang symbol. Dual Star Souls, Chapter 5. The sword merges with the heart. The sword moves with the heart. What on earth is happening? After the initial surprise came an endless wave of doubt. How could he, inexplicably, possess dual star souls? The star soul is the foundation of martial cultivation, providing an unceasing source of spiritual power, equivalent to a martial artist's wellspring of energy. The more robust the star soul, the more abundant the spiritual power it can harbor, thereby enhancing sustained combat capability at the same realm. The existence of dual star souls means that a martial artist can cultivate 2 star souls simultaneously, possessing 2 distinct celestial powers and 2 sources of spiritual energy. Even if the 2 star souls are of relatively low grade, their spiritual potency would surpass that of the majority of martial artists with higher-tier star souls, granting them immeasurable advantages in battle. Most terrifyingly, any martial artist with dual star souls experiences a significant enhancement in aptitude and talent. However, the number of martial artists able to forge dual star souls is exceedingly rare. Even across the entire Tianyue Empire, among the millions of martial practitioners, one would be hard-pressed to find even 20. Each one of them is undoubtedly a formidable figure. Chu Ran never fathomed that he would regain his sword spirit star soul and become one of the dual star soul martial artists. Slash! Chu Ran shouted explosively, channeling the surrounding sword curtain, which surged forth like a tidal wave, crashing against the stone wall ahead. Boom! The shattered remains danced wildly, debris flying as the stone wall was gouged to a depth of nearly an inch. Observing the array of sword marks etched into the stone wall, Chu Ran, sword in hand, instinctively began to execute his sword play once more. Waves of sword light erupted forth, cleaving through space, directly striking the stone wall. The swordsman is unyielding. The swordsman advances relentlessly. The sword flows with the heart, and the heart dances with the sword. Chu Ran slowly closed his eyes, yet the sword in his hand never faltered. Although he could not see, each streak of sword light perfectly struck the same sword mark point 10 strokes. 100 strokes, 1,000 strokes. The sword light intensified, as if capable of tearing apart all existence. Severing any hindrance. Boom! When the final streak of sword light descended, it carved a sword mark in the stone wall that was no less than a meter deep. Smooth, as if finely sculpted. Devoid of any flaws. The sword merges with the heart. The sword moves with the heart. So this is the essence of the sword, the subtle essence of the sword. All things in the world possess their own essence. The sword has its sword essence. The knife has its knife essence. Mountains and waves each hold their own significance. There are 3 realms: subtlety, great attainment, and unity of heaven and man. Chu Ran did not anticipate that absorbing the spiritual energy of Xiaolangjia would not only allow him to reconstruct his lost sword spirit Star Soul, but also lead him to comprehend the essence of the sword, propelling him to a breakthrough into the subtlety realm. This was undoubtedly a transformative elevation for Chu Ran, though he was merely at the 5th level of star forging, even against someone at the 7th level. He could now stand his ground. No, wait. At that moment, Chu Ran suddenly recalled something and instinctively reached for his waist. He then produced a jade box, and upon seeing it intact, he let out a slight sigh of relief. This jade box was the sole possession left to him by his mother. He had never seen his mother since birth, and this jade box was his only memento of her, which he cherished deeply. As he slowly opened the jade box, his expression shifted dramatically. The black crystal within was nowhere to be found. The black crystal, the dark star soul. Suddenly, the young man recalled something, and his spirit immediately sank into his dantian. He was astonished to find that the dark star soul had transformed into swirling black mist, and amidst this mist, a fist-sized black crystal floated. Was this not the black crystal from the jade box? How did it end up within the star soul? Could it be? The youth's eyes widened in realization. Could it be that he was able to break and then reconstruct the star souls beyond the 9 heavens precisely because of this black crystal? It must be so. Yet he still found it hard to believe what this black crystal truly was, capable of summoning meteors from beyond the 9 heavens. It would not be too far-fetched to call it a sacred object. What manner of being was his mother to have left him such a divine artifact? His father. Suddenly, he recalled the time at the main courtyard when he was on the verge of explosion. His father had infused him with a gentle power that instantly quelled the raging energy within him, allowing him to narrowly escape disaster. It seemed that this gentle power was not something even a peak 9th-level Star Forger could unleash. Father, mother, this... Chu Ran was momentarily overwhelmed, struggling to comprehend the situation. What on earth was happening? For the first time, he sensed that there might be deeper secrets surrounding his parents that he was unaware of. He initially intended to confront his father for answers, but reconsidered and ultimately abandoned the idea. He knew his father's temperament too well. Even if he asked, he would not glean any substantial answers. He had asked about his mother on numerous occasions, and the response was always the same. You will understand when you grow up. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking interrupted Chu Ran's train of thought. He took a deep breath and opened the door, only to find his father standing outside. He quickly bowed and greeted, "Father, how is your health?" Chu Chantian surveyed Chu Ran from head to toe, and upon noticing his son's good condition, he felt a sense of relief. However, his gaze soon fell upon the jade box in Chu Ran's hand, a fleeting look of melancholy crossing his face. The father had thought that you would never need it in your lifetime. Who could have predicted the unpredictability of fate? Chu Chantian averted his gaze, sighing softly. In the end, you have not escaped your mother's prophecy from years ago. Prophecy? What prophecy? Chu Ran, already filled with confusion, found himself even more perplexed. Father, what is going on? What is the black crystal? What about mother? A barrage of questions spilled forth, but before he could finish, he was interrupted by Chu Changtian's wave of his hand. Some matters are not for you to know at this time. I do not wish for you to tread the same path as your mother. Chu Changtian looked at Chu Ran, his eyes filled with affection and a hint of reluctance. However, these feelings quickly vanished, leaving behind a resolute demeanor to Ranner. Remember, as a person, you have your own responsibilities, varying in magnitude. You are not the same. Your life is long and expansive. Your vision should not be confined to the small town of Gudao. You may harbor hatred, but do not allow it to control you. Doing so will only imprison your thoughts. You understand your father's intent. I understand, father. Chu Ran remained silent for a moment before finally nodding. He recognized that his father was advising him not to become consumed by hatred towards Xiaoan. He would not, for Xiaoan was unworthy of it. This grudge would soon come to an end. Sealed with her blood, news had arrived that both the Royal Academy and the Tianze Academy had sent personnel to Gudao City, and the recruitment event would take place in half a month. I hope you will consider attending. These two academies are the most prestigious in the entire Tianyue Empire, revered as the cradle of greats, if you can gain admission to one of them. The future is bright. The Royal Academy is established by the royal family, primarily composed of exceptionally talented noble offspring, though commoners are also present, each a true prodigy. Graduates of the Royal Academy almost invariably embark on illustrious careers. The Tianzhou Academy, though lacking a royal background, is even older and is said to predate the history of the Tianyue Empire itself. Recruitment by the academies, upon hearing this phrase, a cold glimmer flickered in the depths of Chu Ran's eyes. From a very young age, Xiaoan had repeatedly expressed her dream of entering the Tianzhou Academy as the top contender of Gudao City. For that, Chu Ran had once smiled and promised her, "As long as you participate, I will withdraw. The title of top contender in Gudao City is yours." The academy recruitment was finally upon them. At that time, she would undoubtedly participate, yet he would no longer concede. For she was no longer the same as before, that he was no longer the person he once was. The time of the academy recruitment would mark the day of Xiaoan's disgrace and the reckoning of blood debts. The youth clenched his fists tightly, vowing within his heart, "Head of the family, it's bad." Just as the father and son were conversing, a flustered member of the Chu family rushed in, exclaiming, "Young Master Lin Xie of the Lin family has taken control of the Shishan mine. The 3 family heads have been killed, and young Master Chu Xiao has had his legs and Dantian crippled." Chapter 6. Meeting the King of Hell together, what did you say? Upon hearing those words, Chu Tian felt a resounding thud in his head, as if the world around him had spun violently. Gritting his teeth, he questioned, "Isn't the Shishan mine protected by formation? How could dozens of people possibly seize it? The 3rd-tier Fire Sea formation is exceedingly formidable. How could it be easily breached by merely a handful of individuals? Even if they could, the Chu family would have received news and sent reinforcements. Yet, inexplicably, there has been no word. The formation, for reasons unknown, has ceased to respond. The Chu family disciple who brought the news collapsed to the ground, nearly on the verge of a breakdown. Ugh! Hearing this, Chu Changtian's fury surged, and he instantly spat out a mouthful of blood, his complexion turning ghastly pale. "Father!" Chu Ran quickly supported his father. The head of the 3 families was Chu Ran's uncle, and also the father of Chu Yuer and Chu Xiao. For a long time, matters concerning the Shishan mine had been overseen by this uncle and his son, Chu Xiao. They could never have anticipated that the Lin family would seize it. The head of the 3 families was slain, and Chu Xiao had been incapacitated. The losses were catastrophic. What on earth transpired? Chu Changtian steadied himself, his voice becoming hoarse, his bloodshot eyes fixed intently on the messenger. Just moments ago, the 2nd young master of the Lin family, Lin Xie, stormed into the Shishan mine with dozens of strongmen from the Lin family. Without a word, they attacked, and we, caught off guard, suffered heavy casualties. Young Master Chu Xiao was incapacitated in a single encounter with Lin Xie. The head of the 3 families. As the disciple spoke, he sank to his knees, anguish etched on his face that cover our retreat. The head of the 3 families was ultimately surrounded and killed by the Lin family. And we could not even retrieve his body. The Lin family. The news of his brother's death ignited a boundless rage that engulfed Chu Changtian's mind. Through clenched teeth, he finally uttered 6 chilling words. "I will annihilate the Lin family." "Father!" Looking at his father, Chu Ran's heart ached deeply. These events could be said to stem from his actions. Had it not been for him, the city lord's manor would not have severed ties with the Chu family. Even if the Lin family proclaimed themselves the foremost clan in Gudao City, they would never have dared to act so brazenly. "Xia Jian!" Chu Ran clenched his fists tightly. His animosity towards Xia Zhiyin surged once more. "Father, please rest for now. Leave this matter to your son." Before his father could respond, Chu Ran summoned 2 attendants. Quickly helped the head of the family to rest. His father, consumed by anger and confusion, was in no condition to go himself, lest he provoke a disaster. Most importantly, this venture was fraught with peril. They could easily fall into a trap set by the Lin family. If anything were to happen to his father, the entire Chu family could be doomed. Ranner. Chu Changtian's voice was firm. The danger was too great, and he would never allow Chu Ran to take such a risk. He felt he must go personally. "Father, do not worry. If I cannot handle this matter well, then I am unworthy to be your son," Chu Ran declared resolutely, then turned sharply to the 2 attendants. "Assist the head of the family to rest." The attendants, not daring to hesitate, quickly supported Chu Changtian. After a moment of silence, Chu Changtian took a deep breath and acquiesced. He understood Chu Ran's intentions and trusted his son's abilities to Ranner. While this incident is indeed instigated by the Lin family, it could very well be a retaliation from the city lord's manor for the death of Xia Longjia. Go to the martial hall and gather 100 Iron Riders. Remember, do not act recklessly. As for your uncle's body, do your utmost to retrieve it. His voice was tinged with helplessness at the end, that I will bring back uncle's body. With that, Chu Ran exited the room. The Shishan mine was the lifeblood of the Chu family, a culmination of his father's efforts, and it could not be lost. His uncle was also a close relative. Now that he had fallen, his body must not be desecrated. The Lin family would not escape his wrath. The Su family would face his vengeance as well. Those who dared to touch the Chu family would face death. First the Su family, then the Lin family, since they both sought the downfall of the Chu family. He would ensure that they both met the king of hell together. "Brother, brother." Just as he stepped out of the room, he heard wailing cries of despair from the side courtyard, causing Chu Ran's steps to falter involuntarily. Turning his gaze towards the source of the cries, he clenched his jaw tightly that he recognized that voice unmistakably. It was Chu Yuer. Chu Yuer had yet to recover from the incident involving Su Qiming. And now, with their father slain and her younger brother incapacitated, her heart must be in utter turmoil. The Su family. The Lin family. Chu Ran's fists tightened. The sound of knuckles cracking echoed like thunder. "Rest assured, Brother Shao, once this matter is resolved, I will help you recover," Chu Ran silently vowed within himself. With that, he made a beeline for the martial hall. Inside the martial hall, there were 800 Iron Riders of the Chu family. The most elite force, with each member at least at the 5th stage of star forging. Over the years, the Chu family had expended vast resources to train these riders, waiting for this very day. Today, the Lin family had brought destruction upon themselves that it was time for the Chu family's Iron Riders to unsheathe their swords. By order of the head of the family, gather 100 Iron Riders to accompany me to the Shishan mine to eradicate Lin Xie and reclaim the body of the head of the 3 families. Upon finding the martial hall empty, Chu Ran's commanding voice resounded throughout the hall. "Young master, please remain calm." At that moment, the 3rd elder of the Chu family stepped out from the back hall. He was the one responsible for the martial hall. Empty. Hearing this, Chu Ran paused, furrowing his brow. Were the Chu family's 800 Iron Riders? When news of the situation at the Shishan mine reached us, the 2nd head of the family, enraged, led young Master Chu Song and left with the 800 Iron Riders a quarter of an hour ago to avenge the head of the 3 families. What? Upon hearing this, an ominous feeling surged in Chu Ran's mind. The 800 Iron Riders were the Chu family's most formidable force and their last bastion of strength. The Lin family must have anticipated the Chu family's 800 riders. Their audacity to seize the Shishan mine and kill the head of the 3 families indicated they were prepared. Moreover, they likely had the city lord's manor backing them. His father had instructed him to take 100 men, merely to scout the situation. Even if there were setbacks, it would not threaten the family's existence. But now, with all 800 Iron Riders dispatched, if anything were to go awry, the Chu family would be in grave danger. How dare you act without the head of the family's command, summoning 800 Iron Riders? Chu Ran glared at the 3rd elder, his voice filled with fury. If anything happens to the 800 Iron Riders, you will not die easily. You are being reckless. Young master, I am the third elder of the Chu family. Do not forget, you have yet to ascend to the family head position. How can you disregard the hierarchy so? The third elder's face flushed with anger upon hearing those words. You can question me once you take your rightful place as head of the family. Until then, you are not qualified. Chu Ran snorted in anger. Unwilling to engage further or waste time, he turned and strode out of the martial hall, a cold voice echoing from his retreating figure. If nothing happens, all shall be well. If something occurs, I will not spare you. Having left the martial hall, Chu Ran mounted his horse and galloped straight towards the western mountain. Chapter 7. Betrayed and Trapped. Just as Chu Ran departed from the martial hall, a middle-aged man emerged from the back hall, bearing a resemblance to the family head, Chu Chanten. This man was none other than the second head of the Chu family, Chu Changhe, the one who had led the 800 Iron Riders for revenge. Evidently, he had not gone to the Shishan mine. Second head, are we truly safe in doing this? Upon seeing Chu Changhe, the third elder's eyes were filled with uncertainty. If Chu Ran returns alive and reports this to the family head, my life is forfeit. He will not return. Chu Changhe's lips curled into a faint, indifferent smile. The Lin family has already prepared a net to ensnare my Chu family's 800 Iron Riders. Now, since the riders failed to arrive, only Chu Ran has come. Do you think he can survive? The third elder was momentarily taken aback by this revelation. Prepared? How do you know? I have my methods. Chu Changhe replied. The Chu family's Iron Riders are the foundation of our clan. We cannot afford any losses, not even 100. As for Chu Ran, if he dies, so be it. With that, Chu Changhe exited the martial hall. The Chu family's foundation, the 800 Iron Riders, faced imminent peril, leaving Chu Ran in a state of frantic urgency as he rode swiftly. In just a quarter of an hour, he arrived at the foot of the western mountain. The Shishan mine was situated halfway up the mountain. The young man pressed on without respite, heading straight for the mine. A chilling mountain wind swept down from the heights, sending a shiver through him, while his steed began to whinny anxiously, stirring within him an ominous premonition. As he contemplated halting his horse, he felt a sudden surge of energy ripple through the ground. Before he could react, the horse let out a piercing whinny. A tripwire appeared out of thin air, severing the horse's legs in an instant. Chu Ran was thrown off, but fortunately managed to channel his spiritual energy to stabilize his fall. Who? Chu Ran's cold gaze swept over the surrounding mountains and forests, and he let out a sharp shout. The forest rustled, and the sound of footsteps converged into a chorus, with a throng of figures rushing out from both sides of the woods. Numbering no less than 100, thought upon seeing their attire, it was unmistakably the people of the Lin family. The Lin family. As these individuals came into view, Chu Ran couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. His sword was instantly drawn from his waist, its brilliance aimed directly at the gathered crowd. Yet his heart was filled with confusion. Why were the Lin family members laying traps here? There were no signs of battle in the vicinity. Where were the 800 iron cavalry of the Chu family? By the timeline, they should have arrived long ago, yet not a single shadow was seen, nor any trace left behind. Chu Ran, how can it be you? Didn't you die? Lin Xie stepped forth from the crowd, his eyes flickering with a hint of surprise as he looked at the fallen Chu Ran. He had assumed that the one arriving would be the head of the Chu family. Chu Chanten, to his astonishment, it turned out to be Chu Ran. Hadn't the second master of the Chu family claimed that Chu Ran was dead? After painstakingly setting a trap, Lin Xie found himself disappointed as neither Chu Chantian nor the 800 iron cavalry of the Chu family appeared. Only the useless Chu Ran had come. At this thought, Lin Xie's face twitched in anger, his teeth clenched in rage. Chu Changhe, you cunning old fox. Lin Xie, what have you done with my Chu family's 800 iron cavalry? Chu Ran demanded, his gaze piercing and his voice filled with fury. Chu Ran, I truly feel sorry for you. Lin Xie did not respond to Chu Ran's question, a strong disdain flashing in his eyes. You, once a figure of prominence, have now become a discarded pawn of the Chu family. It's not that I, Lin Xie, wish you dead. It's that your own family has condemned you. What do you mean by that? Chu Ran's brow furrowed. It seems you're not just crippled in your cultivation, but your wits have also been dulled. Lin Xie scoffed dismissively. After your death, you can ask your second uncle in a dream. Second uncle? Upon hearing this, Chu Ran's mind buzzed, and memories flashed through his mind. In an instant, he understood. The second master, Chu Changhe, had always harbored great ambitions. He had long coveted the position of family head, but had been suppressed by his father, leaving him with no opportunity to his shock. He had exploited the Chu family's misfortunes to scheme in the shadows. It was likely that the formation at the Shishan mine was also his doing. Otherwise, how could a mere handful of Lin family members breach the heavily protected Shishan mine? All of this was indeed a plot by Chu Changhe to lure him here to meet his demise. He should have seen it coming. No. More likely, Chu Changhe intended to harm his father, and he had simply become the unwitting target. That treacherous old scoundrel. Chu Ran cursed inwardly. Yet throughout, his attention remained fixed on the Lin family members surrounding him, for he knew all too well that they were there to kill him. Should these 100 Lin family elites strike simultaneously, even with his star-devouring ability, he would be unable to escape with his life. As Lin Xie's gaze grew increasingly lethal, the thought of death surged through the young man's mind like a low roar. Without further hesitation, he charged directly at Lin Xie, who was closest to him. It was better to take the initiative than to be surrounded and slaughtered. Spiritual energy. Weren't you rendered incapable by the city lord's manner? Sensing the fluctuations of spiritual energy around Chu Ran, Lin Xie momentarily paused in surprise. However, in an instant, a cold glint appeared in his eyes. Even if you're not crippled, you will undoubtedly die today. Kill. Without further ado, Lin Xie commanded, and a dozen or so Lin family elites surrounding him immediately sprang into action. The intense murderous intent coalesced around their blades, all directed at Chu Ran. None of these individuals possessed a cultivation level lower than the 4th stage of star forging. The lethal web woven by their swords and blades would ensure that, once ensnared, Chu Ran would have no hope of survival, no matter how skilled he was. Drawl Chu Ran suddenly shouted, as the black spiritual energy around his sword surged, instantly manifesting into dozens of sword lights. The sword lights collided with the oncoming blades in a cacophony of sound. Yet as the sword energies clashed, Chu Ran's dozen sword lights shattered, dissipating into nothingness. That all. The Lin family warriors sneered at the sight. Moments ago, upon hearing Lin Xie's claim that Chu Ran had not been crippled, they had felt a twinge of concern. The name and reputation of Chu Ran, the renowned genius of the ancient Dao city, had instilled a degree of apprehension among them. Yet they had not anticipated that his released sword energies would be so fragile. Clearly, he had indeed been crippled, albeit not completely. Finish him. Lin Xie mockingly shook his head, and the Lin family warriors ceased holding back. However, they failed to notice that the sword energies they had just shattered had not completely vanished. Instead, they coalesced into a sword intent in the void. The sword intent broke through the encirclement of the crowd and struck with tremendous force against the towering ancient tree behind them. Watch out above. The Lin family warriors were taken aback, their faces paling as they realized the ancient tree was about to collapse. Given its massive size, if it fell, even if they were not crushed to death, they would be pinned beneath its weight. Retreat. At Lin Xie's command, the group hurriedly retreated to the sides in panic. The life of a useless individual was hardly worth the risk of their lives. However, in the midst of this chaos, they failed to notice that the young man, instead of retreating, charged forward. With a sword in hand, he ignored everyone else and pressed relentlessly toward Lin Xie's position. His speed was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, he was within 100 meters of Lin Xie. Second young master, be careful. 2 of the strong warriors beside Lin Xie shouted a warning, but their voices were drowned out by the chaos of hooves and the cracking of branches as the ancient tree fell. Only those who had caught sight of Chu Ran rushed forward to block his path. A cold glint flashed across Chu Ran's face as he uttered a single word. Die. Swish, swish. 2 sword lights shot forth, aimed directly at the 2 warriors. They assumed these 2 sword lights were no different from the previous feeble attacks and did not dodge, charging forward with their own blades raised, with a resounding clash. The swords in their hands shattered beneath the might of the young man's 2 sword lights, which then struck them with overwhelming force. Chapter 8. 2 Swords Slay. This piercing sword intent. The 2 warriors were struck with horror as they attempted to evade. But it was already too late. The sword energy descended upon them, and they fell lifeless to the ground. Without pausing for a moment, Chu Ran surged forward, reaching Lin Xie in an instant. With a single swing of his sword, Lin Xie's horse's legs were severed, and the unprepared Lin Xie was thrown from his mount. Chu Ran. It was only at this moment that Lin Xie noticed the figure before him. However, he merely displayed a flicker of surprise before regaining his composure. A cold smirk gracing his lips. You seek death. A half-crippled individual coming to meet his end. In an instant, Lin Xie lunged at Chu Ran. A drawl the young man whispered within his heart, and his sword glimmered with light as two sword energies shot forth, targeting Lin Xie directly. The sword energies were plain, devoid of any embellishments or flair, as though they were simply two strokes of light. Do you know how to wield a sword? Lin Xie's lips curled into a cruel smile as he charged forward, enveloped by an illusory iron steed that doubled his speed. Even the sword in his hand surged with newfound power at that moment, with the full force of the fifth stage of star forging unleashed. He embodied both speed and defense, a formidable presence indeed. Even Chu Ran couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Sword energy, devour. At that moment, Chu Ran's heart echoed with the thought. The two sword lights that had already been unleashed suddenly erupted with a surge of dark star soul power. The might of the star devouring energy enveloped Lin Xie, causing his expression to change drastically as he felt his own star soul slipping from his control. This is impossible. He let out a low growl, attempting to expel the haunting vision from his mind. Yet he soon realized that this was far from a mere illusion, that he could distinctly sense the fear emanating from the star soul within his dantian. This revelation filled his eyes with disbelief. After all, his star soul was a four-tiered celestial essence, and even a six-tiered star soul could not instill such dread within him. What manner of star soul do you possess? In his shock, Lin Xie could not help but roar in fury. This outburst finally captured the attention of the surrounding Lin family warriors, who rushed toward him with low growls of their own. That star soul seeks your life. The young man uttered just a few words, yet the sword light in the void surged toward Lin Xie. The moment the sword light descended, the iron warhorse star soul enveloping Lin Xie collapsed entirely under the pressure of the dark star soul. Stripped of his star soul's protection, Lin Xie felt the sword's radiance pierce through his body. With a hiss, the sword light erupted from both of Lin Xie's arms. Lin Xie was momentarily stunned, then erupted into laughter. Waste is but waste. The sword's radiance shatters upon contact. However, before he could finish his taunt, a horrifying pain coursed through his arms, radiating throughout his entire being. Instinctively, he glanced at his arms, only to be horrified to find them utterly severed. Yet his body continued to surge forward, his arms falling to the ground. In the backyard of the Lord's residence, Xia Jian, upon hearing the news, wore a look of disbelief on her exquisite face. This was simply an inconceivable event. Chu Ran's star soul had now become an integral part of her seven-tier Ice Lotus Sword star soul. Without the star soul, how could one possibly recover? Unless the star soul was reforged. But is that even feasible? Records of such occurrences are scarce, even in ancient texts. Even if it were possible to reforge a star soul, how could one possibly restore their cultivation in such a brief period? Furthermore, to have slain Lin Xie, who was at the fourth tier of the star forging realm, absurd. It seemed highly improbable. Just then, a voice broke through her thoughts. Father! Upon seeing the newcomer, Xia Jian offered a slight bow and, filled with curiosity, inquired, Father, what do you mean by highly improbable? The second patriarch of the Chu family, Chu Changhe, has conveyed to me that the third elder, Xia Longjie, has perished at the hands of Chu Ran. The lord of Gudao City, Xia Yunhao, spoke with a voice laden with gravity. The third elder, slain by Chu Ran. This is utterly impossible. Upon hearing this, Xia Jian was incredulous, yet the seriousness of her father's expression sent a shiver through her. Could it be true? The third elder was a peak existence at the ninth tier of the star forging realm. Chu Changhe would not dare deceive me. Although Xia Yunhao expressed such sentiments, it was evident that he too harbored doubts, as this matter was simply too extraordinary to comprehend. Regardless of its veracity, the fact that Chu Ran had recovered was now an undeniable truth. Moreover, it was likely that the reforged star soul would surpass the previous one. endowing him with even more formidable talent. Given your circumstances, Chu Ran would undoubtedly harbor resentment towards the entire Lord's residence. I shall not permit the emergence of any individual or family that may pose a threat to the Lord's residence. Now or in the future, thus, Chu Ran must die. At her father's declaration, a tremor of unease coursed through Xia Jian, a stronger star soul, more terrifying talent. These phrases echoed in her mind like thunder. In this world, perhaps even Chu Ran's father did not understand him as well as she did. The former Chu Ran, who had been hailed as the greatest genius of Gudao City, owed his title not merely to his star soul, but to an even more fearsome gift, an extraordinary memory. Any martial arts, techniques, formations, or alchemical formulas. Almost anything he laid eyes upon, Chu Ran could commit to memory with ease. He could even recall the operational methods of martial skills and cultivate them at an unimaginable speed. The phrase learned at a glance was no mere platitude. More alarmingly, he could also learn the martial techniques employed by others. In this regard, he was nothing short of a prodigy. If such a person were to acquire a powerful star soul, what terror would that unleash? It was almost unfathomable. Had I known this, I should have simply killed Chu Ran outright. A hint of murderous intent flickered in Xia Jian's delicate brows. Do not fret, Jian. Even if he reforges his star soul, it shall not surpass yours. Xia Yunhao lovingly tousled his daughter's hair, assuring her that the position of a specially recruited student at Tianzi Academy could only belong to her. Furthermore, with Yin Xingyun's assistance, her father's words of comfort allowed Xia Jian to exhale softly, her gaze deepening. Father, until he is dead, my heart shall remain unsettled. You need not concern yourself with this matter. With less than half a month until the Academy's enrollment, focus solely on your cultivation.as for him. Your father will handle it thoroughly. With that, Xia Yunhao exited the backyard. The Gudao Mountains, stretching for tens of thousands of miles, resembled a colossal chasm, cleaving the entire Tianyue Empire into two distinct regions, the south and the north. Gudao City was a city forged within these ancient mountains, the sole gateway that bridged the empire's northern and southern territories. The western mountains were part of this rugged range. After vanquishing Lin Xie, Chu Ran had made his way directly into the dense forest of the Gudao Mountains, teeming with exotic beasts. Hot on his heels were relentless pursuers from the Lin family. In the span of 3 days, Chu Ran had traversed hundreds of miles, having slain no fewer than 50 strong members of the Lin family. He could not return to the city. The journey back would likely result in being ambushed by the Lin family's cavalry. In the wilderness, he felt no fear of the Lin family. His only concern was whether the second patriarch, Chu Changhe, might pose a threat to his father. His father had no defenses against Chu Changhe. Die! In the forest, Chu Ran bellowed, and several flashes of sword light erupted, claiming the lives of the last 2 Lin family pursuers, who fell into a pool of blood. Like the others, they bore only a single sword mark on their necks. 1 strike, instant death. 100 spirit stones and 2 advanced yellow-tier martial techniques. This was quite satisfactory. Chu Ran turned over the corpses of several Lin family members beneath his feet, nodding in approval. Particularly at the martial techniques, which excited him greatly. The tiers of martial techniques and cultivation methods are categorized as Heaven, Earth, Xian, and Huang, with each tier further divided into beginner, intermediate, and advanced levels. Advanced yellow-tier martial techniques were already considered quite powerful in Gudao City, with the entire Chu family possessing no more than 7 or 8 such techniques. After a brief inspection, Chu Ran stored these items away. Simultaneously, he sheathed his sword and slowly raised his palm. The Dark Star Soul activated, and streams of black spiritual energy flowed from his palm into the corpses of the Lin family members. The bodies aged visibly, shriveling until they became desiccated husks. After devouring 3 corpses in succession, the spiritual energy expended during the recent battles was completely replenished, and his meridians and dantian were once more filled to capacity. Only then did Chu Ran come to a halt. At the 6th tier of the Star Forging realm, he had finally stabilized his cultivation. Sensing the steady operation of his Dantian Star Soul, vibrant with life, Chu Ran muttered softly. He had only just reached the 6th tier. Under normal circumstances, it would take at least a month to solidify. Yet now, With the infusion of such immense spiritual energy, he had stabilized it in merely 3 days. The 7th tier was now tantalizingly close. In these past few days, his continuous release of the devouring power from the Dark Star Soul had allowed Chu Ran to adapt significantly, although he still could not control it fully. He had discovered the limits of his body's endurance. This limit was the 7th tier of the Star Forging realm. He could unleash the devouring power upon any martial cultivator at the 7th tier. But it could only be directed at one individual at a time. The 6th tier, he could devour the power of 3 individuals. Should he attempt to exceed that, he would meet the same fate as Xia Lengjia. In these mountains, without his father's support, he did not wish to risk bursting from an overload of spiritual energy. It's time to leave. If I don't, they'll catch up again, Chu Ran murmured, then stood up and once more disappeared into the depths of the mountains. Chapter 10. Spied upon by a young girl. Shortly after Chu Ran's departure, the 3rd elder of the Lin family arrived with his men, only to be met with the grim sight of the Lin family members' corpses strewn across the ground, their faces twisted in anger and despair. Each of the dead was an elite of the Lin family, each one cultivated at great expense. They had already encountered no fewer than 50 corpses along their path, many of which had turned into desiccated corpses, a pitiful sight indeed. Chu Ran, the 3rd elder, seethed, his aura brimming with malice. To the forest-dwelling Chu Ran, he was like a ghost, leaving behind a trail of dead Lin family members wherever he appeared. By the time they arrived at the scene, Chu Ran had vanished again. This Chu Ran's spiritual energy inexhaustible. How could he have lasted so many days without depleting his energy? The 3rd elder struck a nearby tree with his fist, shattering it in half and sending birds scattering into the sky. 3rd elder, we cannot continue to pursue separately. A young man stepped forward and spoke directly. This Chu Ran undoubtedly possesses some method of restoring his spiritual energy that we are unaware of. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to escape this long while still having the ability to counterattack against us. They were baffled by the situation, but the truth was undeniable. Young Master Lin Jian, what do you propose we do? The 3rd elder felt a mixture of hopelessness and resignation. Chu Ran was akin to a pesky bug, impossible to eliminate yet capable of biting back at any moment. Lin Jian remained silent for a moment before unfurling a map on the ground, pointing to a location with his sword. If we press forward from here, we will enter the depths of the 10,000 Great Mountains, which is the territory of the barbaric beasts. The 7th and 8th tier barbaric beasts roam freely there. If we split up, it will become even more troublesome. Barbaric beasts were equivalent to martial cultivators at the Star Forging realm. 7th and 8th tier barbaric beasts possessed strength comparable to martial cultivators at the 7th or 8th tier of the Star Forging realm, often surpassing human cultivators in power, due to the innate talents of these beasts. It was exceedingly difficult for humans of the same realm to contend with them. After a moment of silence, Lin Jian spoke, I will continue the pursuit of Chu Ran. 3rd elder, you should lead the others back to the Western Mountain Mine. Chu Ran's purpose in coming to the Western Mountain Mine is undoubtedly related to the corpse of the 3rd patriarch of the Chu family. As long as the corpse remains there. With Chu Ran's temperament, he will surely return. The Western Mountain Mine. Suddenly taken aback, the 3rd elder realized. Young Master Lin Jian, you by yourself? I do not require any encumbrances. Lin Jian uttered merely 6 words. The 3rd elder hesitated momentarily. He was well aware of Lin Jian's character. Yet Chu Ran was a perilous individual. He could not, and dared not, allow Lin Jian to venture into the mountains alone. I will leave you 20 men. After some contemplation, the 3rd elder ultimately decided to retain 20 individuals and led the others back along the same path. Lin Jian neither consented nor declined. As he watched the 3rd elder and his companions depart, a flicker of coldness flashed in his eyes. With a wave of his hand, a spirit butterfly, radiating vibrant colors, emerged and took flight. The illusionary color butterfly, known for its acute sensitivity to scents, flitted about before darting off in a particular direction, the very direction that Chu Ran had taken. Grasping his long sword, Lin Jian proceeded to pursue the path taken by the butterfly, with the others hastily following suit. 9 Springs Palm, Wind Leg. Amidst the cascading sounds of the waterfall in the pool beneath the cliff, Chu Ran's low shouts echoed through the mountains. The howling winds from his punches and kicks stirred the waters of the pool, creating tumultuous waves that roared forth like a colossal beast, relentlessly surging out of the pool. Any tree or rock that dared to be touched was shattered to pieces. After a considerable time, the waves gradually subsided. Chu Ran emerged from the pool, slowly ascending the bank. He took a sip of the cool water and exhaled a long sigh, releasing a breath of turbid air. He had not anticipated that these two high-level yellow rank techniques would wield such formidable power. The only drawback was the slow pace of his cultivation. It took nearly a quarter of an hour to succeed. Typically, for high-level yellow rank techniques, Chu Ran only needed to observe once and practice twice to fully grasp them. This process rarely exceeded 15 minutes. Yet this time, mastering the two martial skills took an astonishing quarter of an hour. Could it be that his comprehension had diminished? With a soft sigh, Chu Ran rose to his feet and donned his clothing. However, just as he finished dressing, an abrupt voice startled him. "He, little handsome guy, with such a fine physique, why rush to put on your clothes?" At these words, Chu Ran's hair stood on end, his eyes flashing like lightning as he turned to face a figure perched on a tree about 20 meters away from the pool. It was a girl, resembling an ethereal sprite. She appeared to be merely 15 or 16 years old, clad in a light green dress with twin ponytails, a piece of fruit candy dangling from her mouth, and a playful smirk adorning her lips. Her eyes twinkled mischievously as she observed him. Being spied upon, this was Chu Ran's immediate reaction. Yet, upon seeing the girl in the branches, he felt a bit dazed. He was being watched by such a young girl. "Who are you, and why are you spying on me?" Chu Ran exclaimed, somewhat irritated, hastily adjusting his attire. Fortunately, he had only removed his outer garment to practice martial arts. Had he been bathing, it would have been a grave misfortune. Such a handsome boy, with such an admirable physique, is simply meant to be seen. The girl responded, seemingly unbothered, as she licked the candy in her hand. Then, with a leap, she gracefully landed before Chu Ran, her demeanor devoid of any embarrassment over her peeping. Standing before Chu Ran, she scrutinized him from head to toe, her brows arched slightly in brief surprise. "Dual Star Soul, one of which is of the 6th heaven, and the other I cannot even discern, at least above the 7th heaven. You also possess considerable comprehension. I suppose you can be regarded as a genius. I never expected to encounter someone like you in Ancient Path City." As she spoke, the surprise quickly faded, giving way to a more neutral tone. Nevertheless, each word caused Chu Ran's complexion to shift dramatically. A dual star soul, merely considered a genius. It seemed that in the entire Tianyue Empire, individuals with a dual star soul were exceedingly rare. Who on earth was this girl? Such audacity. More alarmingly, he felt utterly transparent before her. While she remained an enigma to him, devoid of any detectable fluctuations of spiritual energy, akin to an ordinary person, this sensation overwhelmed Chu Ran, filling him with unease. He loathed such feelings. "Hello, I am Luo Xingmi." The girl beamed sweetly, exclaiming, "You must be Xia Jian, the possessor of the 7th Heaven Ice Lotus Sword Star Soul from Ancient Path City. I never anticipated you were also a dual star soul. You truly are a genius. I adore befriending geniuses." With that, she popped the candy in her mouth and extended her hand towards Chu Ran in a gesture of friendship. However, he blatantly ignored her. "No need." Chu Ran retreated a step, displaying no intent to shake her hand, and instead took 2 steps back. "First, you spied on me, which I find repugnant. Secondly, I am not Xia Jian. You have mistaken me for someone else. And one more thing, I do not enjoy making friends." With that, Chu Ran turned and strode deeper into the forest, having lingered long enough. It was likely that the Lin family would soon pursue him. He wished to waste no more time on a stranger. Observing Chu Ran depart, the girl tilted her head, seemingly unfazed or embarrassed, merely puzzled. Not Xia Jian? Could I have truly mistaken him for someone else? Suddenly, her eyes sparkled with realization, and she smacked her thigh. Xia Jian is clearly a girl's name. How could I be so foolish? I never expected that such a small border town as Ancient Path City would simultaneously produce 2 geniuses. It appears that Grandpa Dean's speculation was not unfounded. Ancient Path City is indeed extraordinary. I have not come in vain this time. "Hey, little handsome guy, you haven't told me your name yet." Luo Xingmi called out as Chu Ran walked away. However, she received no response, prompting her to pout. What a dull person, she muttered before vanishing into the forest. There were still questions she yearned to have answered. Chapter 11. The Heartless Individual. As Chu Ran traversed the forest, he suddenly sensed a disturbance in the next instant. A streak of sword light sliced through the air, accompanied by a shrill cry from the nearby underbrush. Illusionary color butterfly. Upon seeing the severed body of the butterfly, Chu Ran finally comprehended why he was always located by the Lin family, regardless of where he went. Chu Ran, why haven't you fled? A cold voice rang out from behind him as a group rapidly approached, forming a faint encirclement. Lin Jian, spotting the newcomer, Chu Ran's brows furrowed slightly. He had not anticipated that this particular individual would be among them. Lin Jian was the eldest son of the second family, head of the Lin family, possessing a fifth heaven cold sword star soul with considerable talent. Among the Lin family, he was second only to the eldest son, Lin Lang. At merely 20 years of age, he had already attained formidable strength at the seven-star forging realm, wielding the cold sword with exceptional skill. Even in the past, Chu Ran would have had no chance of winning, although he had once been hailed as the greatest talent of ancient Path City. He was still 2 years younger than Lin Jian, but of course, that was the past. Now that someone has come to deliver strength, why should I run? Chu Ran suddenly smiled as he glanced at the Lin family members, who seemed eager to present him with the spiritual energy they had just absorbed. Deliver strength. The phrase caused Lin Jian to furrow his brow in confusion regarding its meaning. However, he dismissed it as mere bravado from Chu Ran. To have killed so many of my Lin family members, I suppose I should regard you with a measure of respect. Lin Jian regarded Chu Ran with indifference, an air of arrogance emanating from him. Before me, Lin Jian, you can still smile that I at my Lin family's so-called waste deaths that have emboldened you. In his eyes, the individuals Chu Ran had slain were merely ineffective members of the Lin family. Were he in the same position, he could achieve the same, if not more efficiently. Is that so? Chu Ran's smile vanished the moment he spoke, his gaze sweeping across the Lin family members with a depth akin to that of an abyssal realm. In the next instant, a gust of wind swirled beneath his feet, and his figure vanished from sight. Boom, boom, boom. With 3 consecutive explosive sounds, the heads of 3 members of the Lin family behind Lin Jian shattered instantaneously, crashing to the ground. Until their last breath, they remained oblivious to the manner of their demise. Not only were they unaware, but even the surrounding members of the Lin family could not comprehend what had transpired. The speed of Chu Ran's movements was simply too swift, leaving behind only fleeting afterimages that were nearly impossible to capture. The only individual who discerned Chu Ran's actions was Lin Jian. Yet, he did not make a single move, nor did he attempt to impede Chu it appeared as though the fate of those he had brought with him bore no significance to him at all. As a cold, indifferent smile lingered on his face, boom, boom. Another series of explosive sounds followed, and 3 more fell lifeless to the ground. Lin Jian remained silent. Kill him. Although Lin Jian did not speak, the members of the Lin family could no longer endure the sight of their companions being slaughtered, and they roared in fury, charging towards the recently settled Chu Ran. 9 Springs palm. Chu Ran bellowed, and in an instant, his fist transformed into a colossal wave, sweeping across the heavens. 9 imprints of spirit energy. Bubbling with power, rolled through the air, he then struck down with a palm, and the 9 waves engulfed the remaining Lin family members, reducing them to mere puddles of flesh. The howls of the waves echoed relentlessly. 9 transformed into 8, and 8 into 16. In the blink of an eye, the sky above them was left with nothing but a myriad of palm imprints. The members of the Lin family had not yet reached Chu Ran when the roaring waves crashed down upon them, turning them into fragments. 20 individuals in less than 10 seconds. They all perished. Not a single complete corpse remained. Meanwhile, Lin Jian showed no signs of movement, his gaze fixed on the unfolding carnage. Spiritual wind leg. 9 Springs palm. These 6 words were the only utterance Lin Jian made during Chu Ran's assault, tinged with a hint of surprise but devoid of any emotion. His cold demeanor sent a shiver down even Chu Ran's spine. These were indeed members of the Lin family. Such indifference towards the lives of his kin was chilling. What a heartless individual. Once in ancient texts, Chu Ran had encountered a phrase: the more unfeeling a person is, the closer they are to becoming a strong man. For the unfeeling are not swayed by anything. Their only thought is to become powerful. Such individuals possess a stronger inner self and find it easier to ascend to strength. Chu Ran had once attempted to harden his heart, especially after the incident with Xia Jiyan, but ultimately he abandoned that path. He realized he could never achieve it. He had a father, relatives, and clansmen, all of whom were ties of affection. He could never become indifferent towards them. Yet, Lin Jian seemed to have accomplished this. This compelled a sense of awe within Chu Ran, banishing any mockery he had harbored upon Lin Jian's arrival. Perhaps Lin Jian was indeed the most formidable opponent he had encountered since the rebirth of his star soul. Even Xiaolong Jia had never evoked such a strong feeling within him. What a heartless individual! Coupled with his cold sword star soul, the thought was intriguing. This small, ancient city truly harbored hidden talents. Not far off, perched on a tree trunk, Luo Xingmi, one hand grasping a fruit candy and the other clutching a branch while idly swinging her legs. Observe the scene with wide, curious eyes. Now, between you and me, there are no distractions left. Lin Jian cast not even a glance at the fallen, his gaze solely fixed on Chu Ran. However, what I see of you is still insufficient for me to draw my sword. As his words fell, a cold glint flashed in Lin Jian's eyes. In the next moment, a chill surged around him, transforming into a biting wind that coalesced into rows of palm imprints around him. These imprints were strikingly similar to Chu Ran's 9 Springs palm, save for their differing attributes. Let you know, what is stolen is always but the remnants of another's plaything. Lin Jian suddenly exclaimed, "Go." In that instant, dozens of icy palm imprints surged toward Chu Ran with thunderous force. The howling extreme cold spirit energy caused the surrounding temperature to plummet, amplifying the ferocity of his chilling palm imprints. Is that so? Chu Ran raised an eyebrow slightly. He unleashed his 9 Springs palm once more. Yet this time, within his 9 Springs palm, a resplendent sword aura emerged, emanating from his sword spirit, Star Soul. This infusion caused the 9 Springs palm to shine brilliantly, with strands of sword energy seemingly embellishing the palm imprint with razor-sharp claws, rendering it even more ferocious. As the palm imprint swept forth, it tore through the air, producing deafening sonic booms. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the 2 9 Springs palms collided. Lin Jian grunted softly, his body retreating 4 steps, while Chu Ran only took a single step back. What you have left is not even comparable to my novice skills. I wonder how you have played all these years. Chu Ran gazed at Lin Jian, his indifferent words flowing forth. Chapter 12. The Pressure of the Sword. The great accomplishment of sword intent. You are worthy of my sword. Lin Jian offered no reply, his cold gaze fixated on Chu Ran. The cold sword in his hand gradually slid from its sheath. The chill intensified with each inch the cold sword emerged, until, when fully unsheathed, the air felt as though it had been frozen in time. Cold, Lin Jian enunciated it. In an instant, the long sword pierced the air, transforming into a cascade of icy brilliance, as if seeking to sever time itself. Sword. Another word escaped his lips. The torrent of sword light radiated magnificently, dimming the very heavens. Heartlessness, as the final 2 words left his mouth. Lin Jian was enveloped by an invisible aura, as if he had transformed into a merciless blade, capable of obliterating all things in existence without obstruction. Heartlessness, indeed, represented a form of sword intent. Chu Ran, who had been observing Lin Jian, suddenly felt a ripple in his previously calm pupils. He had always believed that a sword was simply a sword, and sword intent was merely sword intent, perhaps different, yet fundamentally the same. He had never anticipated that a sword could be wielded in such a manner. If heartlessness is also a form of sword intent, does that imply that invincibility, relentless advancement, sharpness, and even compassion are equally forms of sword intent? In the fleeting moment that these thoughts crossed his mind, his hand instinctively tightened around the long sword. Within his dantian, the sword spirit Star Soul seemed to resonate, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that enveloped him, forming a radiant curtain of light. Surrounded by this sword curtain, a clear sword cry echoed in Chu Ran's mind. instantly transforming his consciousness into a realm of swords. In this world, reaching toward the heavens and plunging to the depths, there was only the sword. Endless, countless swords. The sun's radiance was a sword. The waves of rivers and lakes were swords. The tempestuous winds and rains were swords. Even the leaves of the flowers and trees were swords. In this world, even Chu Ran transformed into a sword. He gazed in awe at this sword realm, feeling as though the sword he embodied was the most mundane and ordinary of blades. Suddenly, this picturesque sword realm began to stir. The sun rolled, mountains and rivers shifted, lakes and seas roared, and flora and fauna danced wildly. With each movement, an inexhaustible sword intent was generated, gradually tearing apart this world. The rolling sun produced a scorching sword, embodying the essence of intense sword intent. The shifting mountains and rivers harbored the sword intent of the heavenly way. The roaring lakes and seas manifested relentless sword intent. The wild dance of the flora and fauna birthed the sword intent of nature. There were countless forms of sword intent howling through this realm, ripping apart its essence, as if seeking to completely shatter the world. Feeling these sword intents, Chu Ran was utterly shaken, as this was the true nature of sword intent, a moment of enlightenment amidst battle. Not far away, the girl perched on the tree trunk observed Chu Ran's state with a hint of astonishment in her eyes. Her grandfather had often told her that combat was the fastest way to gain insight into one's realm, and she wholeheartedly believed his words. However, she had never experienced it firsthand, having traversed half of the Tianyue Empire and visited over 200 cities. She had yet to encounter a genius capable of withstanding a strike from her. This time, her target was the foremost talent of Ancient Path City, Xiajian. Yet unexpectedly, before reaching Ancient Path City, she witnessed this scene from another's perspective. This heightened her interest, and Chu ran even further. "I wonder if you can withstand a single strike from me," she murmured softly. Engage me in battle. Yet dare to be distracted. Lin Jian, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of chilling fury. Ignoring his sword was the greatest insult to him. The only way to cleanse this affront to his blade was with death. "Die." Lin Jian pointed with his finger, and the merciless cold swords rained down from the sky, slashing directly towards Chu Ran. Only the lifeless body of his opponent would be a fitting tribute to his unyielding cold blades. Boom! The sword light rampaged and exploded around Chu Ran, yet was completely thwarted by the sword barrier surrounding him. Not a single beam of sword light could penetrate that barrier. Lin Jian's brow furrowed tightly. With a slight clench of his jaw, he unleashed another 100 relentless cold swords. Each strike was imbued with an essence of ruthlessness, its might shaking the heavens. Yet the result remained unchanged. The sword barrier surrounding Chu Ran was as insurmountable as a chasm, and he could distinctly sense that the power of the barrier was transforming in ways he could not comprehend. At times, it radiated an intense heat. At others, it was sharp and fierce. Occasionally, it exuded a gentle fluidity. And at times, it was profoundly inscrutable. These fluctuations represented various transformations of sword intent. With his own strength, he wielded multiple sword intents. This left a glimmer of confusion in Lin Jian's eyes. What kind of sword was this? Meanwhile, Chu Ran felt utterly impervious to Lin Jian's attacks. All his thoughts were engrossed in the realm of swords. The swordsman is enigmatic and unpredictable, ever-changing. The sword, when wielded with a skewed edge, becomes ethereal and agile. It sweeps across the world, invincible in all directions. No one can rival it, standing tall and aloof. Gentle as water, yet resolute and ruthless, it embodies the essence of the sword. Words of self-reflection escaped his lips. And the moment they did, the world of swords in his mind crumbled. Within the sword barrier, Chu Ran suddenly opened his eyes. In that instant, countless sword radiances burst forth from his gaze. It dawned upon him that true mastery lies in embracing all. As he whispered, Chu Ran's eyes slowly turned towards Lin Jian, saying, "Thank you for helping me break through. Now, you may die." Upon uttering the last word, the sword radiance in Chu Ran's eyes converged entirely upon Lin Jian. In that moment, Lin Jian felt as though his very soul was enveloped by a multitude of overwhelming sword intents. each form of sword intent transformed into a razor-sharp blade, frantically tearing at his soul. The endless oppression and horrifying pain contorted Lin Jian's face into a grimace. He wished to struggle, yet found himself unable to move a single finger. He wanted to scream, but no sound escaped his lips. In his mind, only one thought remained, sending tremors through his soul. The Great Ascension's sword intent. Boom! In the next moment, a deafening sound erupted as Lin Jian's body shattered into a mist of blood, scattering through the air. His world had come to a complete end. Clang! The cold sword fell, emitting a muffled sound, as if mourning the death of its master. The weight of the sword, the Great Ascension's sword intent. Perched upon a branch, Luo Xingmi witnessed this scene and immediately leaped down. With a crisp snap, the fruit candy in her mouth crunched as her lively eyes filled with astonishment. The essence of intent is a profound understanding of martial arts. It is not directly tied to cultivation level, but rather to talent and comprehension. The higher the talent and comprehension, the easier it is to grasp the essence. However, in the world of martial cultivation, typically only those who have reached the 8th level of the Star Forging realm can comprehend any essence. Achieve a meticulous understanding of the essence. One must be at least at the 9th level of the Star Forging realm. As for the Great Ascension intent, it is virtually unheard of below the 100 refinements realm. Reach an intent beyond the Great Ascension, one must rely on talent and comprehension, as well as time. However, for those lacking talent, the time required is unimaginable. In the martial world, over 80% of practitioners find themselves stuck at the threshold of the Great Ascension, forever barred from the 100 refinements realm, destined to remain at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Star Forging realm, with no hope of further advancement. This young man before her, at merely the 6th level of the Star Forging realm, has already grasped the Great Ascension intent, which is simply astounding. Even achieving a mere ordinary intent would classify him as a true genius. Moreover, he has transcended the meticulous to enter the realm of the Great Ascension. This signifies that when this young man breaks through to the 100 refinements realm, he will encounter no obstacles. Looking across the entire Tianyue Empire, she knew of only one person with such talent and comprehension. And that person, of course, was herself. Chapter 13. Annihilation, Total Collapse. The Great Ascension's sword intent. After Lin Jian's demise, Chu Ran ran his fingers along the long sword in his hand, a smile gradually spreading across his face. The dual Star Soul had indeed greatly enhanced his talent at this age. With his cultivation, to comprehend the Great Ascension sword intent, he would likely have few rivals throughout the entire Tianyue Empire. It was just unfortunate for those cultivators. As he surveyed the surroundings, stained in blood, the members of the Lin family had left no complete corpses behind. Their bodies had shattered, their spiritual energies long dissipated, leaving the Dark Star Soul unable to devour them. Otherwise, he would have been confident in breaking through to the 7th level of the Star Forging realm in one fell swoop. Raising his hand, the fallen cold sword of Lin Jian soared into his grasp. A refreshing sensation coursed through the sword's body and into him. This sword is quite impressive. Chu Ran examined it closely. The cold sword was crafted entirely from cold iron with exquisite workmanship, especially enhancing the powers of Star Souls with ice attributes. Its grade could be considered a mid-tier mundane weapon. The classification of treasures is as follows: mundane, earthly, heavenly, and spiritual weapons. Each category is further divided into lower, middle, upper, and supreme grades. It is said that above spiritual weapons, there exist even higher grades of treasures, each possessing cataclysmic powers and are exceedingly rare. Besides treasures, there are many extraordinary items born from the forces of heaven and earth, harboring the might of the Tao. However, extraordinary items are even more elusive, each containing unique powers that are truly serendipitous finds. True Cold Sword. Upon seeing the words True Cold inscribed on the sword hilt, Chu Ran murmured to himself. Just as he was about to put the sword away, a light, airy voice suddenly echoed behind him. "That sword does not suit you." The unexpected voice startled Chu Ran, and he quickly turned around to find a delicate young face almost pressed against his own, even catching the faint scent of candy on her breath. "You." Chu Ran was taken aback and instinctively stepped back several paces. Gripping his sword tightly, furrowing his brow as he stared at Luo Xingmi. "Why are you here again? I find you rather intriguing." Luo Xingmi smiled gently at Chu Ran. "The great ascension intent of the 7th level of the Star Forging realm is indeed rare. What do you want? Why are you following me?" Chu Ran tightened his grip on the long sword, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. This woman could see through everything about him. Yet to this day, he knew nothing about her. Moreover, he was unclear about her intentions. 10 days later, in Ancient Path City. "Shall we spar?" Luo Xingmi suggested. As if remembering something, she added, "Rest assured, it will only be a contest of intent. Your cultivation is not yet qualified. A contest of intent." Chu Ran shook his head, saying, "I'm not interested." With that, he turned to leave. After the incident with Xia Jian, his cultivation was no longer meant for sparring. It was for killing, to eliminate all ruthless, heartless, and ungrateful individuals. As for qualifications, I need not your opinion, and it has nothing to do with me. After finishing his last sentence, he stepped away. "If you're afraid, then so be it." Luo Xingmi smiled lightly, unfazed, and continued, "Xia Jian, I hope you, the first talent of Ancient Path City, will not disappoint me again." She had come here specifically for the top individual of Ancient Path City. This Chu Ran, while intriguing to her, was of little consequence. Only being first truly brought excitement. A nameless person from Ancient Path City possessing such talent would surely be even more entertaining in the pursuit of first place. "You just mentioned." Chu Ran's footsteps halted at the mention of a name, and he turned back to look at Luo Xingmi. "Xia Jian?" Luo Xingmi glanced at Chu Ran. "What is it?" "It's nothing. I just wanted to tell you that if you wish to find her for a spar, do it quickly. Otherwise, what you may see is merely a corpse." Chu Ran grinned, but his smile was laced with a chilling, murderous intent. With that, he vanished into the forest. "A corpse? This seems to be growing more interesting." Luo Xingmi blinked, then vanished into the forest in the ancient town of Gudao, at the foot of the Western Mountains. 300 cavalrymen of the Chu family surged forth with formidable might, raising clouds of yellow dust as they advanced. Leading them was a woman clad in red battle armor, Chu Yiwer. However, at this moment, she bore no trace of her former delicacy. The murder of her father, the maiming of her brother, and the eruption of boundless hatred had left her enveloped in an aura of relentless killing intent. Her singular objective was clear: to obliterate the Western Mountain Mine. "My brothers of the Chu family, the Lin family has seized our Western Mountain Mine, slaughtered our 3 family heads, and caused the disappearance of our young master. Today, we shall cleanse the Western Mountain Mine in blood, annihilating every last one of the Lin family scoundrels, leaving none alive." Chu Yiwer's furious roar ignited a simultaneous battle cry from the 300 Chu cavalrymen. "Kill!" They thundered into the Western Mountain Mine, only to discover that the site was utterly deserted. Not a single soul, not even a miner, was present. The entire mine lay desolate. Where were the Lin family members? A sudden, foreboding thought pierced through Chu Yiwer's mind, causing her heart to race inexplicably. "Whoa!" She abruptly halted her steed, signaling her cavalry to be cautious. "There may be an ambush. Retreat." Her complexion shifted as she prepared to turn her horse. But piercing shrieks echoed from the surrounding mountains. "People of the Chu family, today marks your demise." "Huh! Do you dare to invade my Western Mountain Mine? You have fallen into a trap." Accompanying the voice was a host of Lin cavalry, descending from the heights to completely encircle the Chu family members within the mine. "You have not waited for Chu Ran, but have instead brought yourselves as interest for the death of young Master Lin Xie." At the mine's entrance, the Lin family's 3rd elder led 100 riders, his cold gaze fixated on the Chu cavalry, sealing off their escape route. Lin Xian, the old thief. Chu Yiwer seethed through clenched teeth as she glared at the 3rd elder. "Kill!" With a mere wave of the 3rd elder's hand, the mountains erupted with the sounds of battle cries that a torrent of spiritual arrows and fierce flaming spears rained down from the heights. Crashing into the Chu cavalry, in an instant, nearly half of them fell. The wails of dying steeds and the cries of Chu family members reverberated throughout the Western Mountain. "Lin Xian, I will kill you." Chu Yiwer's eyes blazed with fury. The Chu family had undergone drastic changes. The 2nd family head, Chu Changhe, had conspired with the 2nd and 3rd elders and the city lord to seize power. imprisoning the family head and taking control of the Chu family. These 300 cavalrymen were the last hope left by the family head for her to reclaim the Western Mountain Mine. Find Chu Ran and seize back control of the Chu family. Yet she never imagined they would face annihilation upon entering the mine. Chu Changhe, you are ruthless. Her teeth ground together in frustration. They had secretly left the city under cover of night, making it impossible for them to be discovered. The only possibility was that someone had betrayed them. That person must be the traitor. Chu Changhe. Watching her cavalry fall one by one, his heart bled with anguish. Must they truly face total destruction? Chapter 14. Who dares to kill the people of the Chu family? Suddenly, a thunderous shout echoed from behind the entrance of the Western Mountain Mine. Along with the voice came a colossal, terrifying sword light that cleaved through the air, instantly bisecting a dozen Lin cavalrymen. It's the young master. The young master has arrived. The surrounding Chu cavalry, upon hearing Chu Ran's voice, erupted in cheers. Their waning spiritual power surging anew. The young master has come to save us. Let us break free from the mine together. With a fierce cry, Chu Yuer led the charge, directly attacking the third elder and his cohorts. Though she was a woman and had long since taken a husband, neglecting her cultivation, her innate talent and potential were still among the finest in the Chu family, at the age of 20. She had reached the 7th level of the Star Forging realm. With her 7th level power unleashed, every arrow shot from her longbow fell to Lin cavalrymen. Inspired by her prowess, the Chu cavalry erupted with extraordinary combat strength. The two forces clashed, spiritual energy surging and rolling, shaking the entire Western Mountain as the scent of blood filled the air. Chu Ran, do you dare to come and seek death alone? I have awaited you for quite some time. The Lin family's third elder, upon seeing Chu Ran's arrival, was filled with murderous intent. The Chu cavalry is breaking through, a subordinate reported urgently. You few, come with me to kill Chu Ran. The rest. Block the Chu cavalry. We must annihilate them today, leaving not a single soul alive. The third elder commanded a select few, then led a dozen men charging toward the rear. Chu Ran, meet your end. In the midst of the Lin cavalry, Chu Ran suddenly sensed a chilling aura behind him. Utilizing the spirit wind leg technique, he narrowly dodged a cold arrow that struck the ground, creating a massive crater. Lin Xian, the old thief. Turning, he was met with the sight of the Lin family's third elder and his men approaching with murderous intent. Returning from the forest, he had initially intended to retrieve his uncle's body and return to the Chu family. But he never anticipated encountering the besieged Chu cavalry led by Chu Yuer. He would not stand by idly, and without hesitation, he launched an attack. Do you think you alone can save them? Preposterous. The third elder sneered coldly. A stray dog, I have awaited you for a long time. A stray dog? Hearing those words, Chu Ran furrowed his brow. He, the distinguished young master of the Chu family, was no mere stray dog. It seems you remain oblivious to your situation, if that is the case. The third elder paused momentarily, then suddenly waved his hand. Then perish in your ignorance. Kill, with that command. A dozen Lin cavalrymen surged forth toward Chu Ran. Seeking death, Chu Ran bellowed, brandishing his true cold sword as he charged into the Lin cavalry. As the sword spirit and Star Soul activated, a brilliant sword light enveloped him, swirling around him. Empowered by the great accomplishment sword intent, the sword light became a scythe of death. Any Lin cavalryman who came into contact with it would be slain. In an instant, over 10 men, along with their steeds, were cleaved into pieces, blood spraying forth. This is the true cold sword? Young Master Lin Jian is dead. The remaining Lin cavalrymen, upon seeing the sword in Chu Ran's hand, felt their hair stand on end, panic rising. Young Master Lin Jian had reached the 7th level of the Star Forging realm and had mastered the true ruthless sword intent. He was a formidable swordsman. Even an 8th level martial artist would rarely find a match against him. But now, the true cold sword had fallen into Chu Ran's hands. As a swordsman, there is only one circumstance under which one sword would fall into another's grasp: death. You killed young Master Lin Jian. The face of the Lin family's third elder twisted in feeling the tremors from the battle knife in his hand and the steed beneath him. The third elder of the Lin family was filled with incredulity. The essence of the moment was intricate. It was an exceedingly arduous journey. Even he, after cultivating for over 50 years, had yet to reach this pinnacle. Each time he thought he was on the verge of a breakthrough, he would discover that he had only grazed the surface. Observing the surging sword intent in Chu Ran's eyes, he finally comprehended why young Master Lin had met his demise at the hands of Chu Ran. Subtlety, you say? If you believe it to be so, then it is. Chu Ran grinned. However, this smile resembled a sinister laughter from the depths of hell, causing the third elder of the Lin family to shudder involuntarily. Gritting his teeth, he retorted in fury. Even if your sword intent is profound, it can only lead to one outcome: death. The overwhelming power of the eighth realm of the star-forging stage surged through his body. He intended to make Chu Ran aware that even the most refined sword intent could not bridge the chasm of their cultivation disparity. That's so. To this, Chu Ran merely chuckled and shook his head. Yet in the next moment, his smile vanished, replaced by an icy, murderous intent that engulfed his visage. The scent of the blood of the Chu family was intoxicating, suffocating him. The third elder of the Lin family also deserved to die. To pay for the lives of the fallen members of the Chu clan, sword, father. Upon hearing these two words, Churin tightly shut his eyes, remaining silent for a long while. Only the pronounced bulging of his cheeks and the trembling of his shoulders seemed to convey the fury and concern brewing within him. Churin, the head of the family has instructed me to convey a message to you. In his eyes, hatred must not be the sole emotion you harbor. The familiar words caused Churin to shudder slightly. This was the second time his father had spoken the same sentiment to him. He took a deep breath, striving to regain his composure, for he understood that his father was right. Churin was the son of Chu Changtian. His gaze could not, and must not be consumed solely by hatred. Hatred would only blind him, disrupt his judgment, and lead him astray. Churin could not allow such a fate in the next moment. He slowly opened his eyes. That instant, he seemed to transform into a different person entirely. The hostility that once enveloped him receded, leaving behind a serene countenance, calm as water, devoid of any ripples. It appeared as though nothing could touch him. Yet, within his increasingly profound gaze, there lay an unspoken declaration to the world. Some matters had been etched into his memory. Are you all right, Churin? Chuiwara looked at the suddenly tranquil Churin. Her heart filled with concern, even addressing him differently. She feared he might not endure such a tremendous blow, and was even more apprehensive that he would fall into despair. Do not worry, Sister Iware. Churin shook his head, inhaling deeply, his calm eyes fixed in the direction of Gudening. He uttered a line of utterly unembellished words. Lord of the city, Xia Yunhao, I, Churin, swear to the heavens that I shall personally take your life. Avenging my father. At that moment, someone rushed in with news. Young master, Miss Iware, the body of the third family head has been found. Father, upon hearing this, tears streamed down Chuiware's face, and she struggled to rise and see her father. However, her injuries were too severe, and she failed repeatedly. Her already pale complexion grew even more ashen. Seeing her state, Churin felt a pang of sorrow and gently steadied her. Sister Iware, please accept my condolences. Leave these matters to me. You need only rest here. Only if you remain safe will Uncle's spirit find peace. Churin took a deep breath, surveying his surroundings, then addressed several lightly injured members of the Chu family. Take master of the house. What has happened to my father? At the mention of the title, Chu Ran's heart jolted with alarm. The trembling member of the Chu family stammered in reply. No, it's not the former master, but the current master. Chu Changha. Former master. Upon hearing this, Chu Ran's grip tightened around the true cold sword. His knuckles paling from strain, he fixed his gaze intently on the Chu family member, declaring, You must remember this. There is only one master of the Chu family, and that is my father. A traitor dares to usurp the position of the master. The Chu family member, taken aback by Chu Ran's fierce tone, hesitated to continue, but was abruptly silenced by Chu Ran's sharp command. Step aside. Without delay, Chu Ran strode into the Chu residence that a disdainful laugh echoed as he crossed the threshold. Kill without mercy? Chu Ran, do you overestimate yourself? Do you still consider yourself the young master of the Chu family? A dozen members of the Chu family's guards swiftly gathered around him. Subtly, they formed a tightening encirclement around Chu Ran. Yin Ping, the son of the second elder of the Chu family, had always been responsible for leading the 200 guards. So, you two participated in the coup? Chu Ran observed the newcomer, his voice calm and unruffled. As he spoke, his countenance betrayed no emotion, no displeasure, no anger, not even a hint of agitation. It was as if he were merely exchanging pleasantries with an acquaintance, simple and indifferent. However, this placidity struck Yin Ping as glaringly stark, making him avert his gaze from Chu Ran's eyes. He and his father had once held lowly positions as guards in the Chu family. It was only through the master's elevation that his father had risen to the rank of second elder, thus granting Yin Ping his current station. It could be said that their rise was entirely due to the master's patronage. Yet, in the end, they chose to conspire with the second master, Chu Changhe, to overthrow the patriarch and instigate a rebellion. Thus, when faced with Chu Ran's unwavering gaze, he lacked the courage or the face to meet it. Ha! He suddenly erupted into a wild laugh, as if to mask his inner turmoil with mirth. Chu Ran, don't feign ignorance. As long as I'm here today, you shall neither enter nor leave the Chu family. I ask you again, did you also partake in the coup? Chu Ran inquired once more, his eyes still fixed on Yin Ping with a dispassionate gaze. His tone remained level and unperturbed. Yet at that moment, a barely perceptible glint of coldness flickered in his eyes. Yin Ping gritted his teeth slightly, diverting his gaze from Chu Ran's piercing eyes to the coffin resting upon his shoulder. It seems you are aware of your inevitable demise today, even going so far as to prepare your own coffin, perhaps unbeknownst to him. His voice trembled as he spoke. Yin Ping. Chu Ran took 2 slow steps forward, softly uttering his name, causing Yin Ping's lips to twitch as he instinctively retreated 2 steps. This retreat, however, ignited a sudden shift in Chu Ran's demeanor, but a statement laced with lethal intent erupted from his lips. I will ask you one last time. Did you also partake in the coup? An icy chill enveloped the air, sweeping forth from his gaze like a myriad of sharp blades, piercing into Yin Ping's mind and causing him to tremble involuntarily. Even the guard behind him felt an overwhelming coldness that surged from their souls to the depths of their consciousness, rendering them breathless. Such formidable sword intent. Yin Ping clenched his teeth, channeling his internal energy in a desperate attempt to shatter the oppressive pressure. Yet he was horrified to find that even at the peak of his 7th rank in the star-forging realm, he could not dispel it. Indeed, he felt it beginning to overwhelm him. The weight of intent. This essence was far from ordinary. It had surely reached a level beyond the mundane, else he would not be rendered utterly defenseless. When did Chu Ran become so powerful? Yin Ping trembled, struggling to articulate a complete thought, but the terrifying pressure left him no room to speak. He knew that uttering even a single word of compliance would result in a rain of swords descending upon him, leading to his immediate demise. If you participated, what of it? Just as Yin Ping felt his resolve wavering, a sharp voice pierced through the air, instantly dispelling the oppressive weight looming above him. A figure stepped forward, his father, the second elder of the Chu family. Yin Wei. Chu Ran, while it is true that you have elevated us to our current standing, do not blame us. We are bound by our loyalty to the Chu family. We cannot stand idly by while it descends into ruin under your stewardship. The second elder Yin Wei regarded Chu Ran with a measured tone. This is not merely our choice. It is the choice of the entire Chu family. Indeed, the family belongs to all the members of the Chu clan, not just your father. We will choose whoever can lead the family to prosperity. Another figure emerged, revealing himself as the third elder of the Chu family. Chapter 18. Foolish and Ignorant. What a declaration that we shall choose whoever can lead the family to a brighter future. Upon hearing this, Chu Ran laughed, a laugh unrestrained, yet suffused with profound sorrow. Perhaps at this moment, he finally comprehended why the Chu family had stagnated despite years of development. This was the management cadre of the Chu family, the elders who governed all affairs. Were it not for his father's diligent efforts, the entire Chu family would have perished at the hands of these incompetents long ago. Chu Ran, what is it that you find so amusing? What right do you have to laugh? If it were not for you, Would the Chu family have fallen to such depths? The second elder glared at Chu Ran, his discomfort palpable as he witnessed the latter's brazen laughter. I laugh at you fools. Chu Ran's laughter ceased abruptly as he turned his cold gaze upon the second and third elders. Along with the increasingly numerous supporters of Chu Changhe, I laugh at your complete lack of foresight. You elevate a treacherous beast, colluding with outsiders and poisoning our kin, to the status of savior for the family. I laugh at your utter incompetence. Even in your coup, you executed it with such abysmal skill, allowing Chu Yuer to lead away 300 iron cavalry. I laugh at your cowardice. Had it been me, I would have eliminated my father and myself to remove future threats. I laugh at your lack of strength. You rely on the power of others to usurp authority, failing to recognize that those who borrow strength from others will inevitably perish by their hands. You wretched lot, how could I not laugh? Ha ha. Chu Ran's laughter erupted once more, causing the faces of those present to turn a ghastly shade of green and purple, their expressions twisted with resentment. The onlookers clenched their teeth in rage, longing to strike Chu Ran down, but hesitating to be the first to act. They had all witnessed the bizarre death of the third elder, Xiaolangjie, at the city lord's estate. Even now, the memory clung to them like a shadow, refusing to fade. They feared they might meet the same fate as Xiaolangjie. Look at you, a bunch of worthless cowards. You dare to conspire against others while trembling in fear. How could I not find this amusing? Chu Ran cast a cold glance over the gathered crowd, who were utterly powerless to refute him. Chu Ran, even if we lack ability, strength, and courage, our judgment will never be wrong. The second elder, suppressing his boundless fury and fear of Chu Ran's uncanny prowess, stepped forward and shouted, as if striving to awaken the others. The second master possesses the capability, the strength, and the connections to occupy this position. The position of master of the Chu family is far more suitable for him. Thus, we have chosen him. Though others remained silent, they nodded in agreement. Clearly in accord with the second elder's sentiments, capability, strength, connections. Upon hearing these words and witnessing the crowd's reaction, a wave of sorrow welled up within Chu Ran, prompting a cold smile to spread across his face. Family is a sacred concept. Yet, with such individuals at the helm, it becomes the greatest affront to that sanctity. It is a tragedy for the Chu family. Perhaps this internal upheaval is the heaven's way of prompting a re-evaluation of the Chu family. Initially, he had no intention of speaking. However, gazing upon these ignorant souls, he found himself compelled to voice his thoughts. Chu Changhe, did you destroy the formation and ruin my Shishan mine? Is that what you call capability? You shrink away when I arrive, refusing to show yourself. Is that strength? You trade the interests of the Chu family for the support of the Lin family and the city lordess estate. Is that what you call connections? Destroying formations? Betraying the interests of the family? The formation of the Shishan mine was destroyed by Chu Changhe. Impossible. The second master would never do such a thing. The second elder retorted angrily, refusing to believe it. Others wore similar expressions, clearly disbelieving Chu Ran's claims. Only one individual remained silent, his face paling, the third elder of the Chu family, who was responsible for the martial hall. He had never considered this angle, but Chu Ran's words instantly triggered a memory of events concerning the martial hall. He had once inquired how the second master had known about the ambush set by the Lin family. The response of the second family head was that he had his own methods at that time. He did not feel anything amiss, but in retrospect, it seems there were indeed some issues. Faced with the questioning, Charan pointed directly at the third elder. You should ask the third elder about that. Under the intense gazes of the crowd, the third elder gritted his teeth and finally uttered 3 words. I do not know. You do not know? Charan looked at the third elder, a glimmer of cold, lethal intent flashing his eyes. Oh, you still remember what I said when I left the Chuan family? He had stated that if there was nothing wrong, all would be well, but if something did happen, there would be no mercy. I give you one last chance. Will you speak? Charan suddenly raised the Jinhan sword in his hand. In an instant, an overwhelming sword intent erupted from his body, crashing down upon the third elder. The terrifying sword intent instantly swallowed the third elder's realm and directly pressed into his mind and soul. Even the third elder's subtle realm crumbled in an instant. leaving him no room for resistance. With the collapse of his realm, his cultivation became useless, even if he had reached the 9th level of the Star Forging realm. He could not muster any strength. Great Ascension Sword Intent. Charon, you. The Great Ascension Sword Intent invaded his soul, causing the third elder's pupils to instantly fill with blood, his face reflecting disbelief. Great Ascension Sword Intent. How was this possible? The second elder, standing closest to him, felt as though thunder had struck him, his mind buzzing. Charon was merely 17 years old, at the 6th level of the Star Forging realm, and his subtle realm was already shocking to everyone. Yet he had already reached the horrifying Great Ascension realm. This was far beyond what even those who had trained for decades could achieve. Not even the second family head had reached such heights. Since the establishment of the Chuan family, no one had ever attained this step. This step meant something that no one understood better than they did. The Great Ascension realm was the most formidable shackle to enter the 100 Refinements realm. In the entire Gyudening, only 2 individuals had reached this step, becoming the 2 strongest in the city lord. Xia Yunhao and the hall master of the Tianwu Hall, Gu Han. Others, such as the family head Chu Changtian, the second family head Chu Chang'e, Lin Zhen, the Lin family's patriarch, the Lin family's elder, as well as the Su family's patriarch and elder, and the deceased Xia Longjia, had all reached the peak of the 9th level of the Star Forging realm for years, yet they could never break through the final layer to attain the 100 Refinements realm. That final layer was the Great Ascension realm. Yet now, Charon had astonishingly arrived at this step ahead of time. How could this not leave everyone in shock? If nothing unexpected occurs, it would not be long before Charon became a true powerhouse of the 100 Refinements realm. The third strongest in Gyudening after City Lord Xia Yunhao and Hall Master Gu Han. At that time, the Chuan family would surely surpass the Lin and Su families, becoming the foremost clan in Gyudening. In that moment, many people's minds echoed with Charon's earlier words, resonating like thunder. They truly lacked foresight. They had participated in the second family head's usurpation, excluding Charon from the family and imprisoning the patriarch. This was not merely a lack of vision. It was sheer short-sightedness, foolishness, and utter stupidity. Spare me, young master. I will speak. I will speak. Under the pressure of the Great Ascension realm, the third elder, unable to endure any longer, revealed the matter of deceiving Charon to go to the Shishan mine, stunning everyone. Could it be that it was indeed the second family head's doing? If so, were they not aiding tyranny? Just then, a cold voice rang out from the main hall. As the second family head, Chu Chang'e, arrived late, the crowd instinctively parted to make way. Chu Chang'e took a few steps to the third elder's side, his cold gaze fixed on him. Third elder, you conspired with Charon, colluding internally and externally to slander me. You deserve death. As soon as he finished speaking, he struck the back of the third elder's head with a powerful palm, to eye in an instant. The third elder's head burst like a watermelon, blood splattering everywhere. Third elder. This strike, as Chu Chang'e was exposed on the spot, his face grew increasingly sinister. He suddenly turned to the dozens of family guards and his confidants behind him. Bellowing, Chu Ran has slandered this clan leader. Execute him on the spot. His voice was frantic, yet no one responded. Kill him. Seeing this, Chu Chang'e's fury intensified, and he drew his sword with a fierce motion, aiming it at the second elder and his son beside him, declaring, "If you dare defy the words of your clan leader, I shall end your lives first." The second elder and his son remained unmoved. It was not that they lacked the will to resist, nor that they could not see the situation. Rather, they were utterly despondent. Having originally devoted themselves to the family, they now found themselves as its betrayers. They felt that dying was preferable to living as the family's criminals, a way to atone for the souls of those from the Chu family who had perished because of this matter. Clang! The long sword suddenly met resistance mid-air, crashing down to the ground, and Chu Chang'e's body was halted in place. Who? Chu Chang'e roared skyward. The one who had acted was not Chu Ran, but rather the clan's elder. Enough! The elder approached slowly, fixing his gaze upon Chu Chang'e. I never anticipated you to be such a person. Had I known earlier, even at the cost of my life, I would never have allowed you to usurp the position of clan leader. Elder! The sight of this individual caused Chu Chang'e to tremble violently. He had not expected the elder to appear at this juncture. Chapter 20. 5 Swords, the Realm of Slaughter. Yet the elder did not cast another glance at Chu Changhe. He walked directly to Chu Ran, his face filled with remorse. Young clan leader, I have been foolish to believe the words of this beast. I shall personally seek forgiveness from the clan leader. You may deal with Chu Changhe as you see fit. With that, he turned to the members of the Chu family. Everyone, listen. All shall obey the arrangements of the young clan leader. Anyone who dares to disobey will be dealt with according to clan laws. Elder, my father, Chu Ran asked in a subdued tone. The clan leader. The elder hesitated, for he was uncertain about the clan leader's current condition, and quickly added, I will go fetch him immediately. With that, he hurried towards the Chu family's prison. Watching the elder depart, Chu Ran forcibly suppressed his unease and turned his heavy gaze towards Chu Changhe. In that moment, his eyes held nothing but the intent to kill. Blood feud, to be avenged in blood. Chu Changhe, with sins too grievous to forgive, must be executed without mercy. Chu Ran shouted furiously, raising the true cold sword, and stepped deliberately towards Chu Changhe. He moved slowly, yet with each step, the murderous intent emanating from the sword grew ever more intense. Faintly, red glimmers flickered upon the sword's blade, becoming increasingly blinding. Kill, kill, kill. Unexplainably, the word kill echoed in Chu Ran's mind, causing his eyes to redden further, and the crimson hue upon the true cold sword intensified. Shifting towards a blood-like color, in that instant, Chu Ran envisioned a river of blood, winding towards a distant sea of blood. Within that sea, there seemed to be a figure. Chu Changhe. The sight of this figure elicited a furious roar from Chu Ran. I will kill you. Boom! As Chu Ran's voice rang out, the blood river and blood sea vanished, leaving only the figure of Chu Changhe, now close at hand. Murderous intent. The realm of slaughter. How could this be possible? A series of gasps erupted from the onlookers of the Chu family. Witnessing the deepening crimson of the sword and the palpable murderous intent in Chu Ran's eyes, they recognized it as the realm of slaughter. They could not be mistaken. Chu Ran had comprehended the true essence of the realm of slaughter at this moment. Achieving a second realm. Could a martial artist cultivate a second realm? This transcended their understanding. Though they did not comprehend it fully, they knew that this was an exceedingly rare phenomenon. Could this be the true talent of their young clan leader? With such a terrifying young leader, how could the Chu family not flourish? They felt fortunate that they had not inflicted too much harm upon a young clan leader, grateful to be alive, and even more thankful to witness the rise of a true prodigy, relishing their birth within the Chu family. Many took a deep breath, and when they looked at Chu Ran again, their eyes were filled only with boundless reverence. Chu Ran seeks to kill me, so I shall kill you first. Just as Chu Ran raised his sword to strike down, Chu Changhe, once in a state of despair, suddenly surged forth, picking up the sword from the ground and lunging directly at Chu Ran's throat. Unbeknownst to him, the realm of slaughter had already locked onto Chu Changhe, and his actions had long since been transmitted into Chu Ran's mind. Darkness, devour. With a low hiss, Chu Ran sidestepped, and a surge of black spiritual energy swiftly entered Chu Changhe's body. The devouring power erupted, causing Chu Changhe's body to stiffen in place. Whoosh! A flash of sword light darted past, and one of Chu Changhe's arms fell to the ground in response. This sword severs your betrayal of the family, leading to the death of the third clan leader. The pain of his severed arm and the agony of being devoured surged simultaneously, and Chu Changhe's wail echoed through the air. Whoosh! Another sword strike severed Chu Changhe's other arm. This sword avenges your collusion with the Lin family to kill me. Whoosh! A third sword struck, severing one of Chu Changhe's legs, causing him to crash to the ground. This sword punishes your conspiracy with the city lord. Injure my father. Whoosh! With yet another sword, Chu Changhe's last leg was severed. This sword condemns your usurpation and treachery. With 4 strikes, the only sounds echoing throughout the Chu family estate were the agonized cries of Chu Changhe, sending shivers down the spines of countless witnesses, yet not a single one felt a shred of sympathy. He deserved it. At this moment, only Chu Changhe's remaining head and torso remained, gradually withering due to Chu Ran's devouring spiritual energy. Yet his consciousness persisted. Chu Ran's momentum did not falter as he raised his sword once more. Whoosh! The final flash of sword light cut across Chu Chang's neck, and the cries within the Chu estate abruptly ceased. Chu Ran's emotionless voice simultaneously rang out. "The last sword, to send you on your way." As the words fell, Chu Chang's remaining body almost instantaneously transformed into white bones, akin to the white bones of Xiaolongjia. Silence. The entire Chu family courtyard fell into an eerie stillness, where even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. It was not until a long while later that a series of gasps broke the silence. It was unclear who shouted, "Long live the young clan leader." In an instant, the entire Chu family resounded with a singular voice. "Long live the young clan leader." Puffed. Amidst these roars, Chu Ran vomited a mouthful of fresh blood, his face turning crimson. However, compared to the previous episode with Xiaolongjia, he felt significantly better. At least he was confident that he would not burst. Firstly, because Chu Ran had forged a dual star soul. His cultivation had risen a level, allowing him to endure a greater power within than before. Secondly, because he had severed Chu Chang's limbs and head, the severed parts had not been devoured into white bones, equating to consuming much less spiritual energy and fleshly power. This was the true reason behind his actions. Young clan leader, young clan leader. Upon seeing that Chu Ran was unscathed, the crowd's cheers resonated even louder. The thunderous roars reverberated throughout the Chu family, shaking the ground even a li away, where hundreds of Lin family cavalry, led by Lin Zhun, were charging towards the Chu family. Simultaneously, the city lord Xia Yunhao, who had been observing the events unfold from a distant hall, felt a chilling, murderous intent flicker in his eyes as he murmured, "In just a few days, he has grown to this extent. It seems that fate intends to take you. I have no choice but to do so." At merely 17, possessing the 6th level of the Star Forging Realm and commanding the Great Ascension Sword Intent, his abilities were unfathomable, capable of devouring the blood, flesh, and spiritual energy of opponents above the 7th level. Furthermore, he had comprehended a 2nd realm during battle, becoming a rare dual-realm martial artist. Each aspect was terrifying beyond measure. Coupled with Chu Ran's extraordinary memory, should he be allowed to grow, he would undoubtedly become an immeasurable calamity for the city lord's estate. For he understood Chu Ran, with an exceptional character, clear in love and hate. Valuing loyalty and righteousness, his only flaw was an excessive trust in others. The matters concerning his daughter and the grievous injury inflicted upon his father, Chu Changtian, had already instilled in Chu Ran an unquenchable hatred towards him and the city lord's estate. Thus, Chu Ran must die. Immediately, he must perish. Only a corpse could grant him peace and ensure his daughter's tranquility. In the next moment, Xia Yunhao's figure vanished from his original position. Chapter 21. The Shameless Old Dog. No, I must refine this power. After Chu Chang's death, Chu Ran hardly had time to search for his father before he sensed the surging power within him threatening to spiral out of control. This prompted a slight change in his expression, for if he did not suppress it, it would surely harm his meridians and Dantian. "Second Elder, I leave the handling of matters here to you." Upon concluding his words, he prepared to head directly to the training chamber. "Father has news. Inform me immediately." The 2nd Elder regarded Chu Ran with a look of uncertainty etched upon his face. He had never anticipated that not only would Chu Ran refrain from punishing him, but he would also delegate the matters at hand to his management. The Elder had committed numerous transgressions against the family, against Chu Ran, and against the head of the family. In a word, he was capable yet culpable. Chu Ran cast a sharp glance at the 2nd Elder. "If you fail, you shall face dual penalties." With that, he strode purposefully towards the training chamber, aware that delay would render it too late. Observing Chu Ran's diminishing silhouette, the 2nd Elder stood frozen in place. Dual penalties for failure. Did this not imply that as long as he succeeded, he would face no punishment? Capable, he could succeed. As he watched Chu Ran depart, gratitude welled in the 2nd Elder's eyes. Today, even if Chu Ran were to slay him, he would accept his fate without complaint. Yet, instead of ending his life, Chu Ran chose to continue relying on him. This kindness was beyond repayment, even with 1,000 deaths. "Young master, from this day forth, The lives of the Yin family and myself are yours," he uttered tremulously towards Chu Ran's retreating form, inhaling deeply before turning his gaze towards the Chu family assembly. "Summon the preparations for the morning hall immediately. We shall bury the third head of the family. Gather the remains of Chu Changhe and cast them beyond the city to feed the wild dogs. His name shall not enter the family genealogy or the ancestral hall. Notify Miss Yu from the Shishan mine to return to the family. As for Chu Song, he shall be temporarily confined in the dungeon, awaiting the young master's decree." A series of commands flowed steadily from the second elder's lips, restoring order among the previously chaotic Chu family members. Within the Chu family, the second elder possessed certain capabilities. Otherwise, Chu Ran's father would not have elevated him to the position of second elder. Presently, even as internal strife subsided, external threats continued to loom, and manpower was sorely lacking. This was the fundamental reason why Chu Ran spared the second elder and his son. "Chu Ran, do not blame your uncle. Perish," just as Chu Ran stepped out of the courtyard. A chilling, bone-piercing voice echoed in his ears. An overwhelming sense of danger enveloped him in an instant. The hair-raising sensation caused his complexion to change dramatically as he abruptly looked up into the void, where an immense, invisible mountain descended from the heavens with a thunderous crash. The great mountain intent of the Great Ascension level. The city lord, Xia Yunhao. Upon recognizing the impending threat, Chu Ran instantly identified his adversary. He was intimately familiar with the Great Mountain intent. Over the years, due to his relationship with Xia Jian, he frequently lingered in the city lord's residence, sometimes for days on end. During those times, Xia Yunhao had treated Chu Ran well, often guiding him in his cultivation. The Great Mountain intent had been demonstrated before him on numerous occasions, aimed at helping him comprehend his own intent more swiftly. Thus, upon witnessing the Great Mountain intent, he immediately recognized the visitor. However, the previously benevolent demonstration of the Great Mountain intent was now a harbinger of death. This is bad. The young master is in danger. The city lord Xia Yunhao intends to kill the young master. The formidable pressure of the Great Mountain intent descended, stirring a commotion throughout the Chu family on the day Chu Changhe usurped power. It was this very technique that heavily injured the head of the family. Now, Xia Yunhao had returned to target the young master. How shameless can this old dog be? Despite Chu Ran's exceptional talent, he remained a mere youth. While Xia Yunhao had long been renowned throughout the ancient Path City for decades, no one would dare to speak against him when targeting the head of the family. Yet, to employ such tactics against Chu Ran, bullying the young with the strong, was an affront to martial cultivators. Yet Xia Yunhao proceeded without a hint of shame. The members of the Chu family, witnessing the descending Great Mountain intent, felt their spirits tremble violently. Given Xia Yunhao's terrifying prowess at the 100 refinements level, even if Chu Ran possessed exceptional talent, he was utterly powerless to resist. They stood facing an entire realm of disparity. Would the young master truly meet his demise? The crowd, led by the second elder, issued a collective roar as they rushed towards Chu Ran. Although they might not be able to match Xia Yunhao, they could not bear to watch the young master perish at his hands. Quickly summon all the Chu family's iron cavalry from the martial hall. The second elder shouted angrily at Yin Ping as he ran alongside him. Boom! 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 The oppressive energy of Xia Yunhao's Great Mountain intent bore down, causing Chu Ran's body to emit terrifying sonic booms. In an instant, the protective spiritual energy surrounding him shattered completely. This energy had already reached the limits of what Chu Ran could muster from his meridians and dantian. Yet it still proved insufficient to withstand even a fleeting moment. The martial cultivator at the 100 refinements level was simply too powerful for him to contend with at his current state. Great Ascension, sword intent. Clenching his teeth, Chu Ran gazed upward at the invisible mountain and unleashed a thunderous roar, causing his sword intent to erupt forth. Countless beams of sword light gathered around him, eventually coalescing into a colossal blade, towering several meters above his head. Break for me, he shouted fiercely, directing his sword intent to clash against Xia Yunhao's Great Mountain intent. This was a battle of wills. Should he falter, Chu Ran's intent would collapse. and Xia Yunhao's great mountain intent would crush his very soul, leaving him with no hope of survival. Boom! 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 The terrifying sonic booms echoed throughout the void as Chu Ran's great ascension sword intent made contact with the invisible mountain. Each explosion released waves of terrifying intent that rippled outward in all directions. The oncoming wave of energy destabilized the souls of all those rushing to aid him, including the second elder. Form a formation, the second elder bellowed. Dozens of Chu family disciples quickly clustered together, simultaneously releasing their spiritual energy to create a massive spiritual barrier, encircling everyone within. They barely managed to withstand the formidable wave of intent and continued towards Chu Ran's location. However, ultimately, as the second elder and the others approached within a dozen meters of Chu Ran, the barrier they formed shattered, sending everyone flying back from the force of the intent wave. This was the clash of great ascension intent. Merely a ripple was terrifying enough to cause such havoc. Were the Chu family's iron cavalry. The second elder could only watch helplessly as Chu Ran was on the verge of collapse beneath Xia Yunhao's great mountain intent. Unable to restrain his anxious roar that, if the young master were to perish, the Chu family would face utter ruin. Only with the arrival of the iron cavalry, bolstered by the combined might of several hundred martial cultivators forming a spiritual barrier, could there be a chance to save the young master. Yet it was evident that the Chu family's iron cavalry would not arrive in time. Chapter 22. Heavenly Martial Hall, Guhan. Crack, crack, crack. The crisp sound of shattering resonated through the air as Chu Ran's intense sword was visibly crumbling at an alarming rate. Still, it was not enough. Chu Ran's eyes widened in horror, blood seeping from his eyes. Xia Yunhao was far too powerful. Despite sharing the same great ascension intent, Xia Yunhao's mastery had matured over decades. Nearing a state of unity with the heavens. In contrast, Chu Ran had only just achieved great ascension. The gap between them akin to a chasm. That he had held on for this long was already a testament to his limits. Though reluctant, he accepted that even in defeat, he would retain his dignity. Even if he were to perish today, the infamy of Xia Yunhao bullying a junior would reverberate throughout ancient Path City, drawing scorn from all. Boom! In the next moment, Chu Ran's sword intent shattered spectacularly. Ultimately, he could not bridge the vast disparity in strength. Death loomed near, merely a heartbeat away. Xia Yunhao, do you not find it somewhat disgraceful to strike against a junior? This is not the conduct expected of the city lord of ancient Path City. Just as Chu Ran believed his demise was inevitable, a light, mocking laugh echoed from nearby. The instant that voice resonated, Chu Ran felt all the pressure emanating from the great mountain intent dissipate entirely. Cough. A mouthful of blood spurted from Chu Ran's lips, and he slumped to the ground, his complexion as pale as a sheet. Within him, nearly all his spiritual energy had been obliterated by that single strike, including even the energy he had absorbed from Chu Chang'e. The lord of the heavenly martial hall, Guhan, Charan endured the excruciating pain that tore through his body, forcing himself to raise his head, and at last he caught sight of another figure standing opposite Zai Yunho in the grand hall. Although Charan had only encountered this figure once before, he recognized his identity at a glance. The fan in the stranger's hand was exceedingly distinctive, so unique that it had left an indelible mark on Charan's memory after just one glimpse. The thousand-faced fan, with each flutter revealing a different scene, was akin to witnessing a multitude of folding fans that it was solely because of this remarkable fan that he could identify the individual so readily. However, he had no connection whatsoever with Guhan, the master of the heavenly martial hall, and it seemed that the Charans had no ties to this formidable entity either. Why then did Guhan suddenly intervene to save him? The heavenly martial hall was an influential commercial empire that spanned hundreds of cities throughout the Tianyue Empire, wielding immense power. Charan had even heard his father mention that the influence of the heavenly martial hall extended into other nations, and even members of the imperial family treated its high-ranking officials with deference. Nevertheless, according to his father, the heavenly martial hall rarely engaged in familial disputes, abstaining from warfare and political affairs, essentially existing as a purely commercial entity. Yet, no one could deny its might. The Heavenly Martial Hall in Gudao City was merely one of its countless branches. With Gu Han being one of the two formidable masters of the 100 Refinements realm in this city, the Churns were utterly bewildered, and no one could fathom why Gu Han, the master of the Heavenly Martial Hall, would appear so suddenly. Could it be that their young master had some prior acquaintance with Gu Han? But how could that possibly be? Gu Han. Upon seeing the newcomer, Zai Yunho furrowed his brow in surprise. He had never anticipated Gu Han's sudden appearance. Isn't it true that the Heavenly Martial Hall never involves itself in grievances? Gu Han, are you truly about to violate the rules of your own organization? Rules? Gu Han lightly fanned himself, the surface of the fan shifting as he chuckled. There's no need to accuse me. City Lord Xia, I merely passed by and was displeased to see someone disregarding their dignity and attacking a junior. Zai Yunho glared at Gu Han. This is a matter of my city, and it is of no concern to you. Gu Han replied with a smile. I only know that Churn is my nephew. If you wish to harm my kin, I cannot simply stand by. Your kin? Upon hearing this, Zai Yunho's expression darkened considerably. Are you jesting with me, City Lord? Although he was unaware, it was inconceivable that Churn could have any connection with Gu Han. It was simply impossible. You are the one who jested first. Gu Han replied with a light laugh. How does Churn relate to you? How has this become your own affair? You, upon hearing this, Zai Yunho's complexion shifted to a deep shade of anger. Are you determined to obstruct me today? Gu Han shook his head. Have I ever obstructed you? It is clearly your overwhelming aura that hindered my path. I merely brushed it aside. Zai Yunho gritted his teeth. Gu Han, do not overstep your bounds. Remember, I, Zai Yunho, am a master of Gudao City. Gu Han waved his hand dismissively, signaling Zai Yunho to leave swiftly. Do not forget, City Lord. Zai Yunho ceased his words, turning away to vanish from sight. He had come to understand that no matter what, Gu Han would thwart his attempt to kill Churn. Although Gu Han claimed that it was merely his imposing presence that obstructed him, the truth was that even if he attempted to kill Churn from another angle, he would still be blocked by Gu Han and ultimately perish at his hands. This was merely Gu Han's way of avoiding breaching the rules of the Heavenly Martial Hall. Yet he could not comprehend the nature of the relationship between Churn and Gu Han. Why would Gu Han assist someone as insignificant as Churn? Not only was Zai Yunho bewildered, but Churn himself felt a bit dazed. However, one thing was abundantly clear to Churn. If Gu Han had not appeared today, he would have met his demise. No one could have saved him. I, Churn, shall remember this day. I will repay you 100-fold in the future. Churn watched as Zai Yunho departed, the crimson hue in his eyes showing no sign of abating. It was not until Zai Yunho had completely vanished that Churn suppressed the murderous intent within him. Taking a deep breath. Power. What he needed most at this moment was power. Everything that had transpired over the past few days constantly reminded him that without strength, he was nothing. He could neither protect his family nor safeguard himself. He had to grow stronger at the fastest possible pace. Churn shook his head, burying this thought deep within his mind, enduring his physical discomfort as he rose to his feet and bowed deeply to Gu Han in the distance. Thank you, Hall Master Gu, for your timely intervention, and no need for thanks. Gu Han's figure flickered, appearing before Churn, sizing him up briefly before nodding slightly, a glimmer of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. Come with me. If you remain here, Zai Yunho will surely return to kill you. Churn inquired. Where to? Gu Han replied. Naturally, to the Heavenly Martial Hall. The Heavenly Martial Hall? Churn fell silent. He looked at Gu Han, still unsure of why he was doing this. However, he understood that Gu Han spoke the truth. If he remained with the Churns, Zai Yunho would undoubtedly return to kill him at that time. It would certainly implicate the Churn family as well. Only by leaving the Churns might Zai Yunho hesitate to attack them directly, perhaps considering the reputation of the city lord's mansion. After all, Zai Yunho feared Churn, not the Churn family. I will go. After a moment of contemplation, Churn nodded in agreement, with the might of the Heavenly Martial Hall at his disposal. If he were within its confines, not even the city lord's mansion or the royal guards of the imperial capital would dare to provoke the Heavenly Martial Hall. Thus, he would follow. With that, Gu Han turned and headed toward the exit of the Churn residence. Churn hesitated for a moment, uncertainty flickering across his face, but just then, Gu Han's voice echoed in his ears once more. Rest assured, your father will be fine. If he does not wish it, no one in this mere Gudao city can harm him. Charon was taken aback. If my father does not wish it? What do you mean? You can ask him yourself later. Gu Han glanced back at Charon now. Let us go. Charon remained silent for a moment, not uttering a word, but he followed in Gu Han's wake, exiting the gates of the Charon residence under the watchful eyes of his family. Once the two had departed, the Charon family erupted in a flurry of discussion, marveling at the incredible turn of events. Before Gu Han's departure, they had not dared to breathe. After all, Gu Han's reputation was utterly terrifying, even more so than that of Zai Yunho. Chapter 23. Thunderstorm transforms into Python head of the family. It is Charon. He has emerged from the Charon residence. The head of the Lin family, leading 500 Iron Riders, had just arrived outside the Charon residence when news reached Lin Jun's ears. He had initially intended to annihilate the Charon family, but since Charon had come out, he would first extinguish him. A fierce glint filled Lin Jun's eyes as he coldly commanded, "Remember, I want him alive." He wished to torment Charon slowly. Otherwise, it would not suffice to quell the hatred within him. Head of the family, it seems Charon has emerged alongside another person. Another piece of news came through. The response was only 3 words. Kill, without mercy. With the order given, the Lin family's Iron Riders immediately issued the command to charge. 500 Iron Riders moved almost in unison, quickly surrounding Charon and Gu Han in layers. Gu Han furrowed his brow slightly, asking Charon, "Did you provoke them?" Charon nodded. "I suppose so." A hint of surprise flickered in Gu Han's eyes. "Not only did you provoke City Lord Zai Yunho to the point of personally attacking a junior, but you've also drawn Lin Jun, the head of the Lin family, to come forth with his entire clan's Iron Riders to kill you." Charon shook his head. "I did not provoke them. They came looking for me." He had never intended to stir trouble, yet some individuals sought his life, leaving him with no choice. Ji Han couldn't help but chuckle at this. In Gudao City, half of the influential factions wish to kill you. Yet you remain remarkably composed. The factions of Gudao City, City Lord's Mansion, Charon family, Lin family, and Su family, had all set their sights on Charon the moment he returned. Charon pondered for a moment and added, "The Su family wishes to kill me too, but they do not dare." Ji Han scrutinized Charon anew. "So, it seems you have offended all 3 families aside from your own." Charon shrugged with a hint of helplessness. "If they come seeking trouble, I can't just stand idly by, can I? I admire your ability to remain so relaxed while chatting." The conversation between the two was abruptly interrupted by a sharp command from the leader of the Lin family's Iron Cavalry. This individual raised his mighty blade and bellowed, "The master has issued an order. Capture Chu ran alive. Kill the others without mercy." "Understood." The 500 Iron Cavalrymen shouted in unison as the inner circle of the Lin family's cavalry charged toward Chu Ran and Gu Han. Chu Ran glanced at the approaching figures, remaining silent and motionless. At this moment, he felt utterly drained. Merely standing was a feat, let alone fighting. However, with Gu Han by his side, he harbored no concerns. Boom! As the Lin family's cavalry surged forward, Gu Han lightly flicked his 1,000-faced fan, and in an instant, dark storm clouds gathered above, rumbling ominously. The thunder roiled within the clouds, and with a swift motion, Gu Han summoned a bolt of lightning. Thick as a man's arm, which descended with tremendous force, he hurled it at the Lin cavalry, transforming it into a thunderous serpent that crashed into the throng. Bang! 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 The path of the lightning serpent reverberated with thunderous echoes. In an instant, both men and horses were reduced to charred remains, scarcely having time to utter a sound. The remaining hundreds of Lin cavalrymen were left in a state of shock. With a mere flick of his fan, he had summoned the thunder. With a simple gesture, he had transformed thunder into a serpent. As the serpent roared, death awaited any who dared to touch it. What kind of sorcery was this? It was utterly horrifying. Silence enveloped the area. Even the war horses beneath the Lin cavalrymen sensed the dread and dared not make a sound. The once roaring cavalrymen stood frozen, their minds blank, utterly bewildered, even forgetting to breathe. More than 50 men became nothing more than charcoal statues in an instant. They harbored no doubts that had their adversary wished, they would all share the same grim fate. Who was this person? To be so terrifying? To kill him? Was that not a jest? Chu Ran was equally stunned by Gu Han's sudden display of power, his eyes wide with disbelief as he regarded Gu Han. Could this truly be the strength of the 100 Refinements realm? Gu Han remained silent, his expression betraying no emotion, only gently waving his 1,000-faced fan once more, releasing a refreshing breeze that a series of unsettling cracking sounds echoed forth. The charred statues that still held their former postures crumbled spectacularly, paving a pathway of charcoal leading to the outside street. At the end of this charcoal path stood a man and his steed, Lin Jun, the head of the Lin family. Gu Gu Han. Upon seeing the figure before him, Lin Jun was rendered utterly aghast, as if he had seen a ghost. His legs trembled as he sat astride his horse. He recognized Gu Han's identity, and in that moment, his spirit nearly left his body. The very person who had exited the Chu residence alongside Chu Ran was none other than Gu Han. And he had issued a command for Gu Han's execution without mercy. Thud! With a muffled thump, Lin Jun fell from his horse, trembling as he rose to his feet, bowing deeply, nearly touching the ground. "Forgive me, esteemed Lord Gu. I meant no offense. This was all a misunderstanding." As the head of the Lin family, he would not normally demean himself in such a manner. Typically, even if he encountered the head of the Heavenly Marshal Hall, he would engage or simply walk away, for the Heavenly Marshal Hall refrained from meddling in the disputes of other factions. This was their principle. Thus, he had no reason to fear. However, this time was different. He had issued a command for the head of the Heavenly Marshal Hall to be executed without mercy, which was no longer about the Heavenly Marshal Hall's involvement, but rather whether they would pursue the matter. To kill the head of the Heavenly Marshal Hall was a provocation against the entire commercial empire of the Heavenly Marshal Hall that if they chose to pursue it with a mere word, the Lin family could vanish from this world by dawn. How could his legs not weaken? How could he not be terrified? "Let us go," Gu Han said with a smile to Chu Ran. Chu Ran nodded silently, and the two proceeded along the charcoal path, passing by Lin Jun as they made their way toward the location of the Heavenly Marshal Hall. Throughout, Gu Han did not so much as cast a glance at Lin Jun, seemingly indifferent to his presence. Huff, huff, huff. As the two walked past, Lin Jun, who had been holding his breath, finally exhaled, gasping for A-I-R-A-T that moment. His back was drenched with cold sweat. Go, hurry, as he watched Gu Han and Chu Ran distance themselves. Lin Jun yelled, mounting his horse and fleeing back toward the Lin family estate. He feared that Gu Han might suddenly remember and decide to pursue. As for the command to kill Chu Ran, it had long since left Lin Jun's mind. His own life had nearly slipped away, leaving no room for other concerns. Upon returning to the Lin estate, he remained shaken for a long time, muttering to himself, how could Gu Han be at the Chu residence? What is his connection with Chu Ran? Someone, go investigate this matter. Do not return until you have clarity. Nearly the entire Lin estate heard Lin Jun's furious shout. Chapter 24. Beneath the 100 Refinements. All are but ants. Walking behind Gu Han, Chu Ran's mind replayed the moment Gu Han had unleashed his power. Even now, his heart trembled with disbelief. Shouldn't you be grateful that you survived at the hands of Xia Yunhao? Just then, Gu Han's voice echoed in Chu Ran's mind. Chu Ran's lips quivered as he asked in a grave tone, was it because of him that you only employed your intent? Indeed. Gu Han nodded. Had he not sought to preserve the city lord's face and chosen to unleash the full strength of the 100 Refinements realm, you would have long since become a corpse. Beneath the 100 Refinements, all are but ants. This saying, long circulated in the martial world, is no mere platitude. The gap between the 100 Refinements realm and the Star Forging realm may appear to be a single tier. Yet fundamentally, it is a chasm. Whether in terms of internal power or mastery over that power, the 100 Refinements realm surpasses the Star Forging realm by multiples, sometimes even hundreds. The term 100 Refinements signifies the relentless tempering of one's own power to reach a state of profound understanding. Only upon achieving a certain level of comprehension can one break through to the 100 Refinements realm. This level is known in the martial world as the Great Ascension Intent. utilizing the great ascension intent to control the powers of the 100 refinements realm. The combination ultimately reveals the true strength of a practitioner at that level. Yet Chu Ran possessed only the great ascension level of sword intent and lacked the power of a 100 refinements master. He might fare well against those below the 100 refinements realm, but when truly facing a master of that caliber, he could only be likened to an ant attempting to shake a tree, or a mantis trying to stop a cart. Of course, this is also due to the existence of your great ascension sword intent. Otherwise, had it been anyone else, they would have surely perished on the spot. This time, Chu Ran fell silent, refraining from speaking, for he understood that Gu Han's words were the truth. He had once thought the 100 refinements realm was merely a slight enhancement over the star forging realm. Xia Yunhao's attack had validated his assumptions, yet he had not realized this was nothing more than his own naivety. Today, Gu Han had demonstrated to him just how childish and absurd his thoughts were. I must hasten my cultivation to the 100 refinements realm. Chu Ran clenched his teeth in determination. Only by reaching the 100 refinements realm could he attain the ability to protect himself and seek vengeance for today's grievances. You need not place too much pressure on yourself. You have only been cultivating for a few years. Gu Han suddenly halted, turning to face Chu Ran, and slowly remarked, "Cultivation is a gradual process. True advancement comes from taking one step at a time. That it is not about speed. Though devouring may yield rapid results, one must also maintain a sense of balance that if one exceeds that balance, it may hinder future cultivation." Devouring, Lord Guyu. Upon hearing the word devouring, Chu Ran's heart jolted. The power of devouring the Star Soul had scarcely been used since its awakening. He had only employed it a couple of times. Once against Xia Lengjia and once against Chu Changhe, both of which occurred within the Chu family and could not possibly have reached Gu Han's ears. The rest had only been utilized in the mountains against members of the Lin family, all of whom had perished. How did Gu Han know? As Chu Ran hesitated, Gu Han's chilling words echoed again in his ears. "Do not be surprised. I not only know you possess devouring power, but I am also aware that your dark star soul is a 9 heavens extraterrestrial star soul." Yes, soon as the words left his lips, Charon's expression transformed instantaneously, his footsteps coming to a sudden halt, eyes brimming with vigilance as he regarded the enigmatic Gahan before him. The dark star soul from the 9 heavens was, without a doubt, his most closely guarded secret, so much so that even his father had never been privy to it. He understood all too well the significance and peril of this matter. Should it become known to the outside world, he would be faced with only 2 possible outcomes. The first scenario would involve powerful entities discovering his secret, such as the royal family or the 2 esteemed academies, or perhaps even a more formidable celestial sect, ultimately leading to his enrollment for training and cultivation. This outcome, naturally, was highly desirable and something Charon yearned for. Yet the likelihood was exceedingly slim. More probable, however, was the second scenario. In fact, this very possibility had already manifested in his life once before, when Xia Jian had stripped away his star soul, rendering him a mere shell of his former self and nearly costing him his life. This cautionary tale had instilled in Charon numerous reminders to himself. Unless absolutely necessary, he must never carelessly wield the dark star soul, lest it attract the attention of those with ulterior motives who might covet his soul. In this world there existed an abundance of formidable powers, as numerous as the stars, many of which were known to recruit disciples indiscriminately. Yet, the chances of encountering the first scenario were nearly non-existent. It begs the question, which prominent force does not harbor a few direct descendants of mediocre talent and poor aptitude? The only way to elevate them to the status of geniuses is by seizing the star souls of those without power, influence, or background, thereby appropriating their talents. Charon had encountered numerous accounts of this in various texts, and it was precisely these records that compelled him to remain vigilant. The Charon family was minuscule in the vast realm of martial cultivation, akin to ants, utterly incapable of safeguarding his star soul. Thus, the only course of action available to him was to devise every possible means of self-preservation. The foundation of self-preservation lay solely in concealment. Yet now, Gahan had abruptly divulged the existence of his dark star soul from the 9 heavens. Coupled with Gahan's inexplicable willingness to offend the city lord, Xia Yunhao, in order to rescue him, this prompted an immediate sense of wariness in Charon. He had heard that Gahan had a disciple named Gu Ida. How astutely perceptive. This could indeed be a positive trait. Gahan seemed to have discerned Charon's thoughts, smiling gently as he interjected, interrupting Charon's spiraling musings. Nevertheless, Charon remained rooted in place, his gaze still laden with suspicion as he scrutinized Gahan. Gahan turned his body away, no longer regarding Charon. It was evident he understood Charon's thoughts. There was no need for such unnecessary worry. If he wished to seize Charon's star soul, such convoluted means would be entirely superfluous. Charon stood momentarily stunned into silence. Soon after, he resumed following Gahan towards the Tianwu Palace, for he recognized the truth in Gahan's words. With Gahan's formidable strength at the 100 refinements level, coupled with the immense influence of the Tianwu Palace, acquiring his star soul would be a trivial matter. There would be no need for such elaborate efforts. Furthermore, throughout their interactions, Charon had sensed no malevolence emanating from Gahan. What was more, Charon understood one essential truth. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. That Gahan's act of saving him must surely have a reason behind it. Master Gu, what is it that you wish for me to do? Speak plainly. Charon inquired in a hushed tone, trailing behind Gahan. His uncertainty regarding the purpose left him anything but at ease. You shall discover the intent upon your arrival at the Tianwu Palace. Gahan merely responded with a smile. Chapter 25. Why are you a woman? The Grand Hall of the Tianwu Palace stood as the tallest and most opulent structure within the confines of Gouda City. Towering at 9 stories and nearly 100 meters in height, this magnificent edifice proudly occupied the most bustling area at the heart of Gouda City, serving as a multifaceted venue housing training rooms, martial competition arenas, life and death platforms, auction houses, and various shops. It could be said that anything related to martial cultivation could be found within the Tianwu Palace. Throughout the entirety of the Tianyue Empire, from the unmatched prowess of the 100 refinements experts and the soul refinement masters to the ordinary martial cultivators of the mortal martial and star forging realms, everyone would leave behind a lasting impression of the Tianwu Palace over the course of their lives. Charon had visited many times, most often to engage in training within the palace's facilities. The training rooms were equipped with various supportive formations, such as spirit-gathering arrays to enhance the concentration of spiritual energy, gravity arrays for physical conditioning, and Copperman arrays to hone martial skills. Among other benefits, under Gahan's guidance, Charon was led directly into the Tianwu Palace. The first floor of the Tianwu Palace housed 2 distinct areas, the martial competition arena and the life and death platform. The competition arena served as a venue for martial practitioners to spar and engage in friendly contests, while the life and death platform, as its name suggests, determined the life or death of combatants. The Tianwu Palace hosted several large-scale competitions each year, divided into 2 categories, one based on age groups and the other completely unrestricted. Charon had once participated in a competition for those aged 12 to 15, where he naturally emerged victorious, thus earning the title of Gouda City's foremost genius. The second floor consisted of various shops, including those for elixirs, treasures, materials, and sundries. The third floor housed an auction house, where small auctions were held daily, with larger ones taking place monthly. The fourth through top floors were renowned for their exceptional training rooms, with the higher levels offering superior training results, albeit at exorbitant prices. Even in his prime, Charon had only been able to train on the 7th floor. Gahan escorted Charon to a tranquil guest chamber on the 3rd floor, the elegant style of the room perfectly reflecting Gahan's own demeanor. Please take a seat. Gahan gestured for Charon to feel at ease. After Charon settled into a chair, Gahan continued, I shall retrieve something. Please wait here. If you require anything, simply instruct the attendants outside. With that, Gahan exited the guest chamber. Once seated, Charon poured himself a cup of tea. The rich aroma invigorating his senses, he unceremoniously drained the small teapot before him, for he was not merely thirsty, but also famished, having roamed the mountains and forests for several days. He had hardly enjoyed a proper meal, leaving him looking quite wild. Glancing around the room and finding no food, he approached the door and spotted an elderly man standing outside. Is there anything to eat? Anything will do, he inquired. Please wait a moment, young master. The old man glanced Charon up and down, his brow furrowing slightly before he departed to prepare something. Watching the elder leave, Charon took note of his own disheveled appearance. Covered in dust and blood, resembling a fugitive, which explained the old man's peculiar look. Before long, the elder returned with a platter of pastries. As soon as it was placed on the table, Charon dug in voraciously, prompting the elder to raise his eyebrows in disbelief. "Bring me another platter and a fresh pot of tea as well," Charon called out, too preoccupied with his meal to notice the elder's reaction. The elder appeared somewhat reluctant, but said nothing further as he turned to leave, muttering under his breath, "What kind of fellow has the palace master brought back? What does he think this place is?" Shortly thereafter, the elder returned, bearing tea and more pastries, only to be called by someone behind him that he Lao. Turning around, he saw a girl of around 16 or 17 years old sprinting towards him. The girl was tall and lithe, clad in a form-fitting red leather outfit, with a ponytail cascading down her back and a spear that was taller than she was slung across her shoulder, exuding an air of vigor. "Miss," upon seeing her, the elder immediately bowed in greeting. "But aren't you supposed to be in closed-door cultivation? What brings you here? I heard that master has brought back a young man. Who is he? Does he possess remarkable talent? Is he formidable?" As she spoke, a hint of hostility flickered in her eyes. "That I do not know, but his talent seems decent at such a young age. He has already achieved the 6th level of the star forging realm. Though his star soul appears somewhat peculiar, even I cannot sense its nature. Even he Lao cannot sense it." The girl raised an eyebrow at this revelation. That it seemed unprecedented in Gouda City for someone to possess a star soul that even he Lao could not detect. Even the city lord, Xia Yunhao, could not hide from he Lao's scrutiny. Yet this newcomer had eluded detection. Furrowing her brow in contemplation, she asked, "Does the young man possess any other notable qualities?" The elder pondered for a moment before replying. "There is in fact one noteworthy feature." Curiosity piqued, the girl asked, "What is it?" With unwavering certainty, the elder stated, "He can eat and drink a great deal." "He Lao, are you jesting with me?" The girl shot a glare at the elder, clearly displeased. "What does being able to eat and drink signify? I can eat and drink too. Master often says I nearly deplete his resources." "Ha! That is indeed true." The elder chuckled heartily at her retort. "Hand me the food. I shall go meet him." The young girl spoke as she directly seized the plate from the old man's hands, turning away to stride towards the guest room. The old man repeatedly cautioned, "Miss, that was brought by the Lord. Do not be overly rude." "Understood." The girl waved her hand dismissively and entered the guest room with a swift motion. Meanwhile, the gluttonous Chu ran, engrossed in his meal, received the plate without lifting his head, and continued to feast. It was not until he had devoured the second plate of delicacies and finished a pot of tea that he finally sat up again, nodding with satisfaction. "I must say, the pastries and tea of the Tianwu Hall are truly delightful," he remarked, unable to suppress a contented burp. Yet, as the sound escaped him, he realized that standing before him was no longer the old man, but rather the young girl he had just seen. With a striking demeanor and a long spear slung across her back, she exuded an air reminiscent of a valiant female general. "So, are you full now?" she inquired, stepping onto a chair beside Chu Ran, resting her chin on her hand as she gazed at him. Chu Ran, momentarily taken aback, replied, "Yes, I am full." The girl beckoned him with a finger. "If you're full, come with me." Chu Ran, bewildered, stammered, "Wait, who are you? Where are we going?" He had no acquaintance with her. The fierce look she bore was quite intimidating, as if she were ready to pummel him. "I am Gu Yi." The girl declared boldly, "Let us have a match. If you can withstand a single thrust from my spear, you shall be deemed the victor." Gu Yi, the disciple of the esteemed Gu. Upon hearing those two characters, Chu Ran felt as if a thunderbolt had struck him, and he could not help but scrutinize her closely, his eyes widening in astonishment as he scratched his head, utterly perplexed. "Why are you a girl?" Chapter 26. "My friend, you are quite bloodthirsty." Gu Yi, the sole disciple of the Lord of Tianwu Hall, was renowned within Gudao City, having participated in the martial art competitions for ages 15 to 18 since she was 12. And for 5 consecutive years, she had claimed the top position. It was said that when asked why she did not compete in the 12 to 15 age category, her only response was, "It lacks challenge." Thus, the name of the fierce Gu Yi spread far and wide. However, despite her fame, no one had ever seen her true face, as she always donned a black cloak with a veil to conceal her identity. during competitions. This led Chu Ran to believe that Gu Yi was a male. Not just him, but the entire Gu Dao city believed Gu Yi to be a man. After all, the name itself was masculine. Yet now, Gu Yi had suddenly appeared before him as a woman, leaving him utterly bewildered. What of it? Gu Yi shot him a fierce glare, brandishing her spear menacingly at him. Listen here, no matter who you are. I warn you, my master has only one disciple. Me. Do not even think of trying to steal my master from me, or I shall pierce you with 100 holes. Do you believe me? Steal your master? Chu Ran was momentarily taken aback, pushing aside the spear pointed at him. Rest assured, I have no interest in your master. Initially, he had been somewhat confused by her aggressive demeanor, only to realize she thought he intended to usurp her master. However, he had no such inclinations. What? You dare to look down upon my master? Upon hearing this, Gu Yi seemed even more enraged, pointing accusingly at Chu Ran. Do you not realize that your words anger me greatly? If you wish to appease my wrath, I offer you a chance. Come to the competition stage and spar with me. If you can endure a single thrust of my spear, we shall consider this matter settled. Chu Ran was taken aback by the convoluted nature of her proposition, realizing her sole aim was to engage him in combat. He shook his head resolutely. I refuse to fight. It holds no interest for me. Gu Yi was not someone to be trifled with. The barely perceptible fluctuations of spiritual energy around her indicated that her cultivation was undoubtedly at least at the 9th level. That it was likely her comprehension of the realm and star souls were formidable as well. Most importantly, she was a disciple of Gu Han, who had saved his life, and he did not wish to start a conflict with Gu Han's disciple right upon his arrival at Tianwu Hall. Why not? Aren't you at the 6th level of star forging? Your strength seems adequate, and at your age, there are hardly any like you in Gu Dao City. Gu Yi appeared puzzled. You find fighting so delightful. Yet you claim it is uninteresting. I truly cannot fathom what joy there is in your life. Chu Ran shook his head. I do not take pleasure in fighting. Rather, I enjoy killing. Wow, my friend, you are quite bloodthirsty. Upon hearing Chu Ran's words, Gu Yi seemed to have been unleashed from an invisible seal, nearly jumping with excitement as she threw her arm around Chu Ran's shoulder, declaring them as brothers. But I absolutely adore it. I too have a great fondness for killing. Come, let us have some fun on the competition stage. Fear not, though I enjoy killing, I shall not harm you. We shall merely engage in play. Gu Yi's hand slid down Chu Ran's shoulder, grasping his arm and attempting to pull him along. Hurry, if we do not leave soon, my master will arrive, and we shall not be able to play. Chu Ran, being dragged along by Gu Yi, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. What sort of woman was this? Was she truly a woman? He had merely spoken casually, yet it had seemingly thrilled her. However, since he was already being pulled along, he had no choice but to comply. After all, she was a woman, and he, Chu Ran, could not possibly appear timid before her. Besides, he was curious to test the newly comprehended realm of slaughter. Creak! Before they could exit the guest room, the door swung open, and Gu Han stepped inside. Upon seeing Gu Yi forcibly dragging Chu Ran, his face darkened instantly as he shot her a fierce glare. You rascal! Are you up to your antics again? Oh no! Upon noticing her master, Gu Yi immediately wilted, turning on her heel and sprinting away. Before fleeing, she delivered a hearty slap on Chu Ran's shoulder, causing him to stumble slightly. Good buddy. Let us play again next time. Gu Han, pointing in the direction Gu Yi had gone, sighed as he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. What manner of woman is this? Where is the semblance of femininity? How could the esteemed lord of Tianwu Hall take such a disciple? Ah, she grew up on the competition stage. Her temperament is rather wild. Gu Han's face bore a look of helplessness. Nonetheless, she possesses a pure nature, straightforward and direct. You need not take it to heart. The competition stage is home to those who are either obsessed with cultivation or merchants of war. Such individuals are predominantly male. Growing up in that environment has shaped Gu Yi's character. That is only natural. Chu Ran nodded, understanding he would not be troubled by such matters. Gu Yi was indeed a peculiar woman, expressing her likes and dislikes with refreshing directness and devoid of any ulterior motives. Such individuals were becoming increasingly rare in the martial cultivation world. making interactions with them more straightforward and genuine. Despite having only met her briefly, he found himself quite appreciative of her. Enough about her. I have brought you something. As Gu Han spoke, he produced a jade box, placing it directly on the table before Chu Ran. The moment Chu Ran laid eyes on the jade box, his expression shifted dramatically, and he quickly cradled it in his hands, staring at it with rapt attention. This jade box was all too familiar to him. It was none other than the sole item left to him by his mother. The very jade box he had slept with for a full 17 years. How had this jade box come into Gu Han's possession? Had Gu Han stolen it from him? No, wait. Suddenly, Chu Ran's heart quaked as he noticed that on the surface of the jade box was inscribed a character Gu, whereas the jade box he had was inscribed with the character Chu. Despite the two boxes appearing identical, they were evidently not the same. His jade box was a keepsake from his mother. How could Gu Han possibly possess an identical one? Chu Ran's gaze snapped to Gu Han. Lord Gu, where did you acquire this item? Gu Han shook his head, interrupting Chu Ran. I know what you wish to inquire about, but some matters are beyond your current understanding. Even if I were to tell you, it would be of no use, beyond my understanding. Chu Ran fell silent, studying Gu Han before him, his thoughts drifting to his father and the mother he had never met. He sensed that there were far too many secrets entwined around these individuals. Secrets that seemed vast enough to be incongruous with the small confines of Gudao City. It was as if they were not truly inhabitants of this modest place. Nor should they belong to Tian Yu Kingdom. Chapter 27. The purple gold order this jade box was left behind by an old acquaintance, who once said that when you awaken your dark star soul, you are to receive this item. Gu Han gazed at the jade box in Chu Ran's hands, letting out a soft sigh. 17 years have passed, and I wonder how she has fared during this long separation. Old acquaintance, she? Chu Ran remained silent for a moment before asking, Lord Gu, is the old acquaintance you speak of my mother? His inquiry went unanswered by Gu Han. Instead, he slowly rose to his feet and ambled over to the window, gazing into the distance outside, remaining silent for a prolonged moment. Chu Ran watched him intently, unable to see his eyes, only the silhouette of his back. Within that silhouette, it seemed to harbor countless meanings he could not comprehend, as if he were reminiscing or yearning for something, and more profoundly, a sense of inexplicable melancholy. The complex emotions encapsulated in that figure appeared somewhat incongruous with Gu Han's refined, scholarly demeanor. After a considerable pause, Gu Han's voice finally broke the silence. Take your things and leave. Leave? Chu Ran was taken aback, not expecting Gu Han to issue an outright dismissal. However, at that moment, he had too many questions he yearned to voice. Who was his mother, and what connection did she share with Gu Han? Did his father know about this jade box? What lay within it, and why was it to be entrusted to him only upon his awakening of the Dark Star Soul? What was that black crystal that guided him in forging the Dark Star Soul beyond the ninth heaven? There were far too many uncertainties for which he sought answers, and he was acutely aware that Gu Han must possess some of those answers. Yet, why did he choose to remain silent, just like his father? If you wish to know, then become stronger. Only when you attain a certain level of strength will you be entitled to the answers. As of now, you lack that qualification. No in advance would only usher in the darkness prematurely. Gu Han did not turn around. His words echoed from his silhouette to Chu Ran's ears, causing Chu Ran to clench his fists tightly. Strength is essential for everything. Lao, take him to the training room. Gu Han commanded sharply, tossing a token towards the direction of the door. An aged hand, somewhat frail, caught the token with precision, and the old man promptly entered the guest room, gesturing to Chu Ran. Young master, please. Chu Ran remained silent, inhaling deeply before resolutely stepping out of the room. The purple gold token? Outside, the old man gazed at the token thrown by the hall master, initially believing it to be an ordinary token, never anticipating it to be the esteemed purple gold token. Staring at the token, the old man gasped in shock, instinctively directing his gaze towards Chu Ran, who had just exited the guest room. His expression transformed. The previous skepticism vanished, leaving only reverence. Young master. The old man cradled the token in both hands, bowing slightly as he offered it to Chu Ran. Chu Ran accepted the token, yet remained unaware of its significance, inquiring, What is this? The old man explained, The purple gold token is a privilege reserved for the most esteemed guests of the Tianwu Hall. Holding this token entitles one to a 50% discount on any expenditures within the Tianwu Hall. Furthermore, you may participate in all events hosted by the Tianwu Hall free of charge, and the auction house will not impose any handling fees. In short, while you are in the Tianwu Hall, any request you make will be met with utmost assistance. 50% off? That seems rather favorable. Chu Ran examined the purple gold token, which indeed felt substantial in his hand, its metallic texture comfortable and devoid of harshness. Chu Ran's comments left the old man momentarily stunned. This was the Tianwu Hall's purple gold token, and merely describing it as favorable was an understatement. Even within the entirety of the Tianyue Kingdom, those possessing such a token number less than 20, and many royal princes lack the qualification to hold one. It is undoubtedly a coveted treasure for countless individuals. Yet in Chu Ran's eyes, it was merely favorable. The old man took a deep breath, contemplating, "You do not recognize its worth. I cannot blame you." However, he could not help but add, the Tianwu Hall referred to here is not just the Tianwu Hall in the ancient Path City, but all Tianwu Halls, wherever they may be, share the same privileges. Chu Ran blinked. Does that include the imperial capital? The old man nodded affirmatively. Indeed. Then that's splendid. Chu Ran casually tucked the purple gold token away, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, suddenly recalling something. He turned to the old man and asked, by the way, with this token, do I qualify to use the 9th level training room? The old man nodded. Naturally, receiving a positive response, Chu Ran could not help but feel a surge of excitement. The 9th level training room of the Tianwu Hall has always been shrouded in mystery, said to occupy the entire 9th floor of the Tianwu Hall, and is the sole one of its kind. Inside, the concentration of spiritual energy is reported to be 10-fold, even 20-fold compared to the outside world, adorned with rare flowers and herbs, each emitting gases highly beneficial to martial cultivation, capable even of nourishing the soul and enhancing realms. Furthermore, it boasts spiritual energy hot springs and martial arts practice partners, making it the dream training ground for any martial cultivator. It is undoubtedly luxurious. However, the 9th level training room is almost never open to the public. No amount of money can grant access, and only those of high status and rank are permitted to cultivate within. Previously, Chu Ran had only heard rumors about it, never having the opportunity to experience it himself. Of course, even if he could, he lacked the financial means to try. Not to mention the 9th level. Even a day's training in the 8th level training room costs tens of thousands of low-grade spirit stones, equivalent to nearly half a year's income for the Chu family. The 9th level was far too extravagant for him. So, did you just say that any requests made within the competition hall can be accommodated? Chu Ran blinked, looking at the old man. Indeed, the old man nodded. However, sensing the look in Chu Ran's eyes, he felt a slight shiver, as though he were being scrutinized by a thief, an unsettling feeling. I have no money. Lend me some. Chu Ran naturally extended his hand towards the old man, indicating for him to place the money in his palm. He had no other demands, just this one request. Lend money. Upon hearing those two words, the old man nearly spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes, previously sunken, almost popping out in disbelief as he stared at Chu Ran. Young master, what did you just say? Lend me some money. Even with a 50% discount, I still can't afford the 9th level training room. Chu Ran looked at the old man with an air of self-evidence. Didn't you say that with the purple gold token? Any request I make will be met with your utmost accommodation. You wouldn't go back on your word, would you? Of course, that's true. The old man wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Throughout his life, he had encountered countless situations, yet he never imagined that in his old age, he would meet such a person, holding the immensely esteemed purple gold token and asking him to lend money. This was a coveted treasure that people could only dream of possessing. It was akin to wielding a divine artifact, yet seeking to borrow a broken iron sword, insisting that the iron sword was more useful than the divine artifact. Such an utter waste. What a farce. You claim to accommodate any request, yet you won't lend a bit of money. It's all nonsense. Chu Ran could not help but snort, feeling utterly mocked, not wishing to engage further. He counted the low-grade spirit stones he had on hand, around 500, all scavenged from those of the Lin family during his time in the mountains, with a 50% discount that should allow him to spend a while in the 4th level training room. No, no, no. Young master, you see, with the purple gold token, you can use any training room for free. The 50% discount only applies to shops and such, as those shops are not part of the Tianwu Hall's holdings. So they cannot offer free services. The old man's words left him drenched in sweat, hastily adding an explanation that if he offended a purple gold card VIP of the Tianwu Hall due to this misunderstanding, his transgression would be grave. Free of charge? Why didn't you say so earlier? I wouldn't have asked to borrow from you. Chu Ran replied, no longer speaking further as he made his way towards the 9th level training room, leaving the old man standing in a state of confusion. Borrowing money with the purple gold token was likely unprecedented in the Tianwu Hall's millennia-long history. What kind of person was this? After Chu Ran had disappeared for a while, the old man finally snapped back to reality. Muttering to himself, he then returned to the guest room and approached Gu Han, perplexed. Hall Master, the purple gold token. Before the old man could finish his question, Gu Han's voice interjected. Because he is her son, Miss Yunqi? Upon hearing this, the old man was instantly rendered speechless, standing frozen in place. After a long pause, he finally nodded in realization. So this young man is him. No wonder the Hall Master brought him back. Being her son explains everything. After waiting for so many years, he has finally arrived. Wasn't he had said that he had been crippled by the City Lord's mansion? The old man had certainly heard of that news. That Ji Yuhan shook his head. That is merely a hurdle he must overcome in his life. Because he has crossed it, he is now qualified and destined to walk a path that Yunqi once left unfinished. This is fate, and it is also destiny. If Miss Yunqi had not been so resolute back in the day, that calamity might have been averted. I hope this young man can overcome it. Whether he can or cannot, he must strive forward. He has no choice. Indeed, is this the fabled 9th level training chamber of the Tianwu Palace? Upon reaching the 9th level and opening the door to the training chamber, Charon was instantly awestruck by the scene within. A dense mist of spiritual energy enveloped him, making him feel as though he were amidst a cloud. Utterly euphoric, stepping inside the training chamber, he found it spacious and exquisitely arranged, resembling a grand estate. With a circular layout, at its center stood an artificial mountain towering several meters high, surrounded by an array of rare flowers and herbs, their fragrances intoxicating. Encircled by a wooden fence, beyond it lay a circular stone path connecting the entire training chamber. One side of the stone path featured rooms, arranged in an aesthetically pleasing manner. Elegant and beautiful, gurgling sounds of bubbling water emanated from within the artificial mountain, with the mist creating an ethereal ambience around it. That a passage led directly into the mountain's interior, a spiritual energy hot spring. Perhaps? Charon blinked and made his way over as he cast aside his clothing and plunged into the hot spring. His body, long devoid of spiritual energy, absorbed the essence from the spring like a black hole, an overwhelming sense of comfort prompting him to shout in delight. Unbeknownst to him, he dozed off in the hot spring. When he awoke, it was already the next day. The spiritual energy within him had fully replenished, and he even sensed a slight improvement in his cultivation, his entire being enveloped in an exquisite sense of satisfaction. The reputation of the 9th level spiritual energy hot spring in the Tianwu Palace was indeed well-deserved. At that moment, Charon felt a mysterious pull entering his mind. He looked up to see it emanating from the jade box he had placed by the pool. What could possibly be inside? Gazing at the jade box, a look of confusion crossed Charon's face as he quickly dressed and sat by the hot spring, slowly opening the box. Inside lay a palm-sized round stone slab. Appearing ancient, as if carved from weathered stone over the years, if seen in the outside world, it would be dismissed as utterly unremarkable due to its wear and tear. That a broken stone slab? Upon seeing this, Charon's face turned slightly green. This was what his mother had left him in the jade box. Surely, this was a jest. His own jade box contained a mysterious crystal that had helped him forge the 9-fold celestial dark star soul. He had expected the contents here to be equally impressive, yet what a surprise it was. Could have been switched by Gu Han. This thought flitted through Charon's mind, though he dismissed it as impossible. After all, why would Gu Han want to summon him? It would have been better to act as if he didn't exist at all. After a moment of silence, Charon decided to take a closer look at the stone slab. However, the instant his hand made contact with it, his expression shifted dramatically. The dark star soul within him began to operate autonomously, and torrents of dark spiritual energy surged uncontrollably from his arm into the slab. The spiritual energy he had only just restored was rapidly depleting. This sensation was all too familiar. Wasn't this the same feeling he experienced when he unleashed the power of the dark star soul to absorb others' energy? Absorb? Charon was momentarily stunned. Until now, he had always been the one to absorb. Now, he was being consumed by this stone slab. He struggled with all his might to retract his hand, only to discover in horror that it felt as though his hand were glued to the slab. Utterly immovable. Was he destined to be reduced to nothing but bones? Stop. Charon gritted his teeth and let out a low growl. He focused all his mental energy on his dantian, attempting to control the dark star soul and sever the connection to the slab's absorption. Yet it proved utterly futile. The slab's consuming force was overwhelmingly powerful, leaving him with no means of resistance. If it were merely the slab's absorption, he could accept it. What infuriated him most was that there was a traitor within his dantian. The uncontrollable operation of the dark star soul was transferring all his spiritual energy to the slab, making Charon wish he could rip the dark star soul from his dantian. It was maddening. Was today the day he would be toyed with to his demise by this traitor? As his inner energy dwindled, Charon's gaze became increasingly vacant, his mind consumed by a singular thought. The dark star soul had brought him both success and ruin. Chapter 29. The Sacred Crystal Space. God of Darkness. Boom! Just as Charon felt his internal energy nearing depletion, the consuming force was gradually devouring his flesh and soul. A thunderous explosion resonated in his mind, causing him to snap his eyes open. The absorption force from the slab vanished. The dark star soul within him ceased its autonomous operation. Everything returned to normal, his gaze fixated on the slab. As under the nurturing of his spiritual energy, the ancient and cracked surface was restored to clarity. Intricate and incomprehensible mystical patterns now etched upon it point 7 distinct hues: red, yellow, blue, green, purple, cyan, and black danced within these patterns. Dividing the slab into 7 segments, each featuring a thumb-sized recess that at the center where the 7 segments converged, a larger recess awaited in total. There were 8 recesses, of which only one housed a crystal, a black crystal. Wisps of eerie black light flickered from the black crystal, illuminating the entire black slab area. The other segments without embedded crystals glimmered faintly, their light dim and unremarkable. This black crystal, gazing at the black crystal atop the black slab, Charon felt an unsettling familiarity, as though he had encountered it before. Suddenly, realization struck him. He focused his mind on his dantian, and, sure enough, the black crystal that had once been within the dark star soul had vanished. What on earth had transpired? How had the black crystal from the dark star soul ended up embedded in the slab? Buzz! At that moment, an invisible energy surged from the black segment of the slab, almost instantaneously merging into Charon's mind, causing his consciousness to vanish. When he reopened his eyes, he found himself in a bizarre space. This realm was entirely composed of strange black luminescence, with strips of black radiance densely woven throughout. From a distance, it appeared as if a fabric of black light enveloped the area, but upon closer inspection, it was a pitch-black void, eerie enough to send shivers down one's spine. Roar! Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from an unknown source. And just as Charon hesitated, a shadowy figure abruptly appeared before him. Before he could discern what it was, the shadow surged towards him, carrying a sharp and menacing energy. The overwhelming sense of danger made Charon's hair stand on end. He swiftly stepped back, leaning away as the shadow zipped past his head, a fierce gust of wind nearly grazing his face. Charon had no doubt that had he reacted a moment later, his head would have been crushed. What in the world was that? Charon's heart raced as he turned to look, only to find a pitch-black figure standing directly behind him. This figure was shrouded in darkness, rendering its features indiscernible. Its entire being appeared to be nothing more than a shadow. The most terrifying aspect was that he sensed no fluctuations of spiritual energy from this dark shadow, as if there was nothing there, only an abyss of void. Yet, The shadow stood there, seemingly staring directly at him, sending chills down his spine. He eyed the dark shadow warily, brow furrowed. Was this being human or ghost? Roar! Abruptly, the dark shadow let out another low growl before vanishing in an instant. Bang! A muffled thud reverberated through the air. Chu Ran felt as though his abdomen had been struck by a heavy hammer. The excruciating pain caused his body to be flung backward, blood spraying into the air before he crashed to the ground. Gasping, Chu Ran managed to rise, only to spit out another mouthful of blood. The swiftness and might of the dark shadow were overwhelming. From the moment it struck until the impact, he scarcely had a moment to react. More terrifying still was the fact that even when the dark shadow attacked, he remained utterly oblivious to any fluctuations of spiritual power emanating from it. It was as if the dark shadow had not even employed spiritual energy to launch him into the air. Whoosh! Just as Chu Ran had regained his footing, barely able to catch his breath, the dark shadow vanished once more from his view. Once again, his body was propelled backward, blood spilling upon impact with the ground. Thud! 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 A series of muffled sounds echoed through the dark expanse as Chu Ran's body soared through the air like a ball. Each time he was thrown, blood erupted from his mouth, and every fall was accompanied by a choked cry of pain. In a mere moment, he endured no fewer than 20 such assaults. Chu Ran felt as if his very organs were on the verge of shattering, his bones seemingly devoid of integrity, while an endless tide of agony threatened to engulf his soul. His once pallid visage now bore no trace of color. Previously, he may have harbored a flicker of resistance, but after being relentlessly battered, he had nearly surrendered entirely. That it was not that he did not wish to fight back, but rather that it was utterly beyond his capabilities. The dark shadow moved like a phantom, leaving him with no opportunity to respond. Boom! Once again, Chu Ran crashed to the ground, unable to muster even the strength to move, his eyes clouded yet fixated on the dark shadow, filled with an indignant disbelief. He could scarcely fathom that a mere mortal could possess such terrifying power. Could the strength of the flesh truly be so formidable? It was unthinkable that the master of the Devouring Star Soul could be so feeble. It was a disgrace to bear the title of Devouring Star Soul. You are unworthy of it. At that moment, an abrupt voice emerged from the dark shadow, deep and hollow, devoid of any emotion. As if it did not originate from a human mouth, it was as eerie as the dark space itself, sending chills down one's spine. Whether you are worthy or not is not for you to decide. Chu Ran's eyes widened in defiance as he glared at the dark shadow, gritting his teeth. You dare to defy me? Another voice echoed. I do. Chu Ran roared defiantly. Boom! As soon as his words fell, his body soared through the air like a kite severed from its string. Once more. I yield. I do not. Within the dark expanse, Chu Ran's roar reverberated, his cries rising and falling. Yet his eyes remained fixed on the dark shadow, unwavering in their intensity. Bang! Once again hurled away, Chu Ran crashed to the ground, trembling, his garments in tatters, his form nearly enveloped in blood. The quivering voice resounded throughout the dark space. I will never yield, even if it costs me my life. Your will is resolute. It seems this is precisely why the Dark Star Soul chose you. The dark shadow approached Chu Ran, looking down upon him. Now, you have the right to ask me 2 questions. Who exactly are you? Chu Ran questioned, one hand braced against the ground while the other clutched his chest, his gaze unwavering upon the dark shadow. And why am I here? This is the realm of the dark holy crystal. As for who I am, the dark shadow paused, seemingly lost in recollection, before shaking its head. It has been far too long, so long that I have forgotten who I truly am. In any case, here, I am a god. You may call me the Dark God, the realm of the dark holy crystal, the Dark God. Chu Ran clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with hatred. I will remember you. Do you seek revenge against me? The dark shadow regarded Chu Ran with indifference. Wait until your flesh evolves into sanctity, and perhaps then you may have a chance. Flesh evolving into sanctity. The mere mention of those words startled Chu Ran. In the world of martial cultivation, one trained in spiritual power and cultivation levels, with no connection to the physical body, he had never heard of such a concept as flesh becoming holy in the realm of martial arts. Chapter 30. The Path of Body Cultivation. Ignorant youth, the dark shadow scoffed. The path of cultivation manifests in myriad forms, yet only the path of body cultivation is the supreme way. All others are but mere insects. How foolish it is to attempt to compare the path of insects with that of body cultivation. Is body cultivation truly a path? Chu Ran was taken aback in his understanding of the martial world. Only those unable to forge a star soul resorted to cultivating their physical bodies. To everyone's eyes, body cultivation was always regarded as an unorthodox path, unworthy of being called a true path. Indeed, the outside world remains so woefully ignorant, and naturally, a world ruled by a multitude of failures would not comprehend what true body cultivation entails. The dark shadow's words dripped with disdain and contempt, both for the cultivation world and for the martial practitioners of strength. Is this merely your perspective? Chu Ran smirked derisively. Have you been here so long that you've forgotten how vast the world outside truly is? What a joke! The dark shadow coldly huffed. Watch closely. With that, the dark shadow abruptly turned, launching a powerful punch into the void behind it. A terrifying fist shadow manifested, one that reached toward the heavens and plunged into the abyss. An endless black light roaring above it, shattering all in its path. The dark space fractured like glass, and chaotic winds surged through the rifts. The dark shadow's foot struck the ground, and it instantly vanished into the turbulent winds. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The spatial winds swiftly engulfed the dark shadow. Moments later, the shattered space began to heal itself, the chaotic winds gradually subsiding, and the dark shadow remained standing unscathed, showing no signs of change. Seeing this, Chu Ran's eyes widened in disbelief, gasping in shock. The dark shadow had stepped into the tempest of chaotic winds with its flesh, emerging entirely unharmed. The text recorded, "The spatial winds are the strongest winds in existence. Capable of obliterating all, this dark shadow could shatter space with a single punch and withstand the chaotic winds with its corporeal form. What an extraordinary body!" Chu Ran felt bewildered. The scene unfolding before him shattered his long-held understanding of martial cultivation, revealing an entirely new realm of cultivation. Body cultivation is astonishingly powerful. The flesh is the mightiest weapon bestowed upon martial practitioners by the heavenly path, possessing a minimum threshold, yet no limits. A robust physique can surpass any treasure in the world and shake the very foundations of existence. The dark shadow approached Chu Ran, towering over him. "Ignorant youth, do you see now? Senior, could you teach me the art of body cultivation?" Chu Ran's expression turned serious as he gazed intently at the dark shadow. The animosity he once felt had dissipated alongside the shattered space. The power displayed by the dark shadow was the strength he yearned for, a power he craved to wield. The might of body cultivation was laid bare before him, stirring profound emotions within. Since his arrival in this realm, he had been subjected to the dark shadow's relentless assaults, leaving him grievously injured, his bones nearly shattered, his spiritual energy all but depleted. Yet, these were merely the dark shadow's deliberate actions, while every strike brought him immense suffering and even brought him to the brink of death. Each blow was precisely calibrated, inflicting severe injury and agony without being fatal. Otherwise, with the dark shadow's ability to shatter space with a single punch, he would have been reduced to mere dust long ago. To devour is the ultimate method of body cultivation, to consume all things to refine the body, the strongest path of all. The master of the Devouring Star Soul. How could his physique be so fragile? It was an affront to the very essence of the Devouring Star Soul, to consume all things to refine the body. Chu Ran repeated softly, a flicker of understanding crossing his eyes. In a wonder, he felt that the spiritual energy he devoured was difficult to assimilate into his meridians and dantian, requiring prolonged refinement for gradual absorption. During this process, the vast majority of the power would dissipate. If it could be used to cultivate his physique, it might indeed be the best choice in the realm of martial cultivation. The body serves as a vessel. The stronger the physique, the larger and more resilient that vessel becomes, naturally accommodating greater power. However, regardless of how potent that power may be, there's always a limit. Whereas the strength of the physique knows no bounds, the shadows of darkness whispered incessantly. Plunging Chu ran into a profound contemplation. Just as he pondered further inquiries, a flash of light enveloped him, and he found himself once more beside the spirit power spring. He surveyed his surroundings. A fleeting look of confusion crossed his eyes. Could it be that what he had just experienced was merely an illusion? A sharp movement sent waves of excruciating pain surging through his mind, causing Chu Ran to draw a sharp breath. Everything was real. In the realm of the dark holy crystal, his gaze abruptly fixed on the black area within the seven-colored stone tablet he still held. The black crystal continued to emit a faint glow, yet the darkness seemed to intensify beyond its previous state. He could see that moment. The voice of the dark shadow echoed in his mind once more. Young one, remember, when the dark holy crystal is restored to its place, it will incessantly devour your strength. With each consumption, the required power will escalate. You have but two choices: either offer your strength for it to consume, or find spirit crystals to satiate it. Upon hearing this, Chu Ran shuddered. The power he had painstakingly absorbed from others would have to be given up. As for the spirit crystals, who knew what they were? They certainly didn't sound easy to acquire. Chu Ran remarked, "Can I just throw it away?" "You can," the dark shadow replied with two words. Before Chu Ran could react further, another statement followed. "To consume the Star Soul will instantly lead to your own consumption." Reluctantly, Chu Ran grasped the seven-colored stone tablet, intending to return it to the jade box. However, as soon as his hand touched the tablet, it vanished from his grasp, leaving behind a seven-colored imprint in his palm. Chu Ran felt an urge to curse. How had this thing infiltrated his body? No wonder he couldn't discard it. How could he possibly throw it away? He couldn't just sever his own hand. Moments later, with a thought, he unexpectedly found himself back in the realm of the dark holy crystal. The dark shadow remained steadfast before him. "I shall provide you with a shadow of commensurate caliber to practice with. You may return here at any time for training. Remember, you are now the master of the Star Soul. As long as you live, you must possess strength worthy of it, or I shall personally see to your demise." The Star Soul is not to be sullied. With that proclamation, the dark shadow abruptly vanished. Chu Ran returned once more to the spirit power spring, overwhelmed by the pressure. Was such immense pressure truly necessary? Chu Ran felt utterly speechless. He had to search for the elusive spirit crystals, engage in training. And if he couldn't find the crystals, he would risk being devoured. If his training fell short, the dark shadow would come for him. Was this truly a legacy left by a loving mother? Surely, it couldn't be from his stepmother. In the course of a day and night, Chu Ran remained submerged in the spirit power spring, not due to a lack of desire to emerge, but rather because his body simply could not allow it. He had been thoroughly beaten. Chu Ran vowed that the next time the dark shadow inquired about his submission, his response would unequivocally be one word: capitulation. Enduring this torment was utterly pointless. The following day, his body finally recovered. Stepping out of the spirit power spring, he twisted his somewhat stiff body, the cracking of his bones resonating like popping beans. His entire frame imbued with newfound vigor, he felt an almost overwhelming urge to shatter the nearby rock formation with a single punch. Unable to restrain himself, Chu Ran struck a large stone at his feet with his fist, resulting in a thunderous explosion as the stone disintegrated into dust, swept away by the spring water. Glancing at his unscathed fist, he blinked in disbelief. He could distinctly feel that the power behind this punch was certainly on par with that of his most formidable sword strike. Could it be that the thrashing he had endured in the realm of the dark holy crystal had such an effect? It seemed remarkably potent. Was this the sensation of physical cultivation? Capitulate. To hell with that. If you dare, keep hitting me. Chu Ran huffed in indignation. Such remarkable efficacy came merely from taking a beating, and he wouldn't die from it. If he capitulated, he would no longer be Chu Ran. As he spoke, he exited the foam mountain of the spring and entered a training room. The surging spirit power greeted him with fervor, and without hesitation, he settled down to continue his training. Outside the Tianwu Hall, a man and a woman made their way through the entrance, standing out amidst the throng. The man donned a blue brocade robe, his delicate brows framing starry eyes, undeniably handsome. He followed closely behind the woman, a smile of compliance gracing his lips. This time, the success of my sister, Xia Jian's, assessment relies entirely on Miss Ling Shui. The woman responded coolly. The Tianzi Academy only accepts geniuses. Understood, understood. My sister's talent is unparalleled, known as the foremost genius of the ancient Path City. However, if Miss Ling Shui could kindly mention this to the elder, our family would be immensely grateful if my sister could obtain a special admission token. Without turning her head, the woman replied, there is indeed a special admission slot available, but your sister must possess the corresponding strength. Mere talent is insufficient. Thank you, Miss Ling Shui. Hearing this, Xiaotanjue couldn't help but feel elated, reiterating, as long as there is a slot, that's all that matters. Ordinary students, while still precious, are simply unworthy of my sister's talents. If there is a special admission token available in this round of recruitment by the Ancient Path City Academy, it will undoubtedly belong to my sister. Xiaji Yn the city can contend with her. In the past, there may have been one contender, yet that individual had long been rendered incapable. Though he had since recovered, he was nothing more than an ant in the presence of Xia Jiyan. As long as Xia Jiyan secured the special admission token, the people from the northern border royal mansion would treat the Xia family with the utmost respect. Reputation and status would soon follow. The 9th floor training room of the Tianwu Hall had already been reserved. Miss Ling Shui can use it for as long as she wishes. All right, Cheng Ling Shui replied succinctly, and the two proceeded towards the staircase. However, they were taken aback when they reached the 9th floor, only to be intercepted by a guard of the Tianwu Hall. I apologize, but the 9th floor training room is already occupied. Occupied at this revelation, Cheng Ling Shui's brows furrowed slightly as she turned to Xiaotanjue. Wasn't it reserved? Well, Xiaotanjue's mouth twitched slightly. Cheng Ling Shui had just entered the city. How could he have arranged for it? He had assumed that there were hardly any individuals in Ancient Path City qualified to enter the 9th floor training room, so he figured it would be fine to wait until it was available before making a reservation. His earlier assertion had merely been to showcase his capabilities, yet he never imagined that the 9th floor training room would actually have someone inside. In the entire Ancient Path City, only a handful possessed the qualifications to train in the 9th floor room. Besides the City Lord's family, the only other contender would be Lin Lang, the first genius of the Lin family. Could it be that with the upcoming academy recruitment, Lin Lang had come to train as well? He could think of no one else. If it was Lin Lang, then it would be manageable. With that thought, Xiaotanjue smiled faintly, exuding an air of confidence mixed with a hint of pride. Rest assured, Miss Ling Shui, the person inside is my friend. The training room has indeed been reserved. It's just that my friend has never been in the 9th floor training room of the Tianwu Hall and insisted on tagging along. Since Miss Ling Shui has arrived, my friend will certainly make way for you. Cheng Ling Shui nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Upon hearing Xiaotanjue's words, the Tianwu Hall guard did not obstruct them further. After all, if it was a friend, he would not stand in the way. Knock, knock, knock. The guard rapped on the door, but after a moment of waiting, no one answered. The guard hesitated, glancing at Xiaotanjue. Just open it. Don't worry. With me here, no one will blame you, Xiaotanjue assured him. The guard, taking his words to heart, retrieved the spare key to the training room and unlocked the door. The two then stepped into the training room. You go call your friend out, that I'm feeling a bit fatigued and would like to soak in the spirit power spring, Cheng Ling Shui remarked as she made her way towards the spring. Just then, the door creaked open, and Chu Ran, who had just finished his training, emerged. Upon catching sight of the two near the spirit power spring, his expression instantly turned cold. He recognized Xiaotanjue, the second young master of the City Lord's family and brother of Xia Jiyan, a man of considerable arrogance. Chu Ran had never held a favorable view of Xiaotanjue, who had consistently urged Xia Jiyan to distance herself from him, claiming he was unworthy of her. He was certain that Xia Jiyan's grievances against him were largely instigated by Xiaotanjue. Xiaotanjue, upon seeing him, was equally taken aback. Chu Ran? He could hardly fathom that the individual within was not Lin Lang, but rather Chu Ran. What are you a waste doing here? That question seems more fitting for me to ask you. Chu Ran replied, frowning as he scrutinized Xiaotanjue and then glanced at the aloof and proud Cheng Ling Shui. With a slight shift in his expression, he suddenly smiled and said, Xiaotanjue, I understand you have a penchant for frequenting brothels, but this place is certainly not where you should be flirting with a courtesan. At this, Xia Tianju's face turned ashen. You're talking nonsense. Who told you Miss Ling Xue is a courtesan? What is the identity of Cheng Ling Xue? If Chu Ran's words cause him to suffer at her hands, it would indeed be troublesome. That scoundrel is undoubtedly doing this out of spite. Is he your friend? Cheng Ling Xue cast a sidelong glance at Chu Ran before turning her attention to Xia Tianju, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. He is not. He is certainly not at that moment. Xia Tianju felt that whatever answer he provided would be inadequate. If he affirmed it, it was clear Chu Ran would not accept it. Yet if he denied it, he would be exposed for his previous words. Cheng Ling Xue's perception of him mattered little, but if she deemed the city lord's manner to be incompetent, the repercussions could be dire. Xia Tianju was in a cold sweat from the urgency of the situation, still refusing to admit it. So what if he is? I know exactly what kind of person you are. What about those spring blossom, summer grass, and autumn fragrance maidens? Haven't you toyed with them all? This Cheng Ling Xue, however, is indeed the first. Chu Ran approached with a grin, his eyes scrutinizing Cheng Ling Xue with keen interest. Excellent. This time, your taste is commendable. Cheng Ling Xue is indeed far more beautiful than spring blossom. Summer grass and autumn fragrance. Chapter 32. The deceitful husband. Yin Xinyin. Chu Ran, if you continue to spout nonsense, I shall tear you apart. Xia Tianju's face turned an ashen hue. He could feel the icy intensity of Cheng Ling Xue's gaze intensifying. He rushed to her side, explaining hastily, Miss Ling Xue, you must not misunderstand. This man is a beast. Although I'm acquainted with him, I harbor nothing but enmity. Not just me, the entire city lord's manor wishes nothing more than to see him dead. In that case, let us kill him, Cheng Ling Xue declared, casting a dispassionate glance at Chu Ran, her tone icy. Remember, in your next life, to mind your words. Kill him. Xianju hesitated, not because he lacked the ability to vanquish Chu Ran. After all, he possessed the strength of the 7th level of Star Forging Realm, while Chu Ran, even if restored, was merely at the 6th level, hardly worthy of concern. Yet this was the Heavenly Martial Hall. The Heavenly Martial Hall wielded immense power and had strict regulations against violence. To slay Chu Ran here would undoubtedly provoke the wrath of the Heavenly Martial Hall, leading to significant complications. What? Did you not hear my words? Cheng Ling Xue's gaze abruptly fixed on Xia Tianju. Yes, I heard. Tianju gritted his teeth, stepping forward resolutely, a fierce determination flashing in his eyes. He no longer needed to choose. Killing Chu Ran might displease the Heavenly Martial Hall, but as the second young master of the City Lord's Manor, even the Heavenly Martial Hall would hesitate to take his life as long as he satisfied Cheng Ling Xue and secured a special admission spot for his sister Xia Jian at Tianzhou Academy. What could the Heavenly Martial Hall do then? How dare you insult Miss Ling Xue? You worthless fool! Xia Tianju uttered a low, cold grunt, preparing to take action. Just then, a voice rang out beside him. If you wish to strike, then do so. Stop wasting time. In the next instant, he felt a searing pain in his chest, his body hurtling backwards towards Cheng Ling Xue, a mouthful of blood spewing forth into the air. Cheng Ling Xue noticed this and raised an eyebrow slightly. With a swift movement, she sidestepped, conjuring an energy barrier that intercepted the blood, spraying fro, an unquenchable fury surged within him, erupting the moment that figure materialized before his eyes, rendering him incapable of restraint. In the next instant, 2 spirals of wind howled beneath his feet, and his form vanished from sight in the blink of an eye. Channeling every ounce of his strength, he unleashed a formidable punch that surged forth with overwhelming force, crashing toward Yin Xingyun. Upon witnessing this scene, Yin Xingyun's eyes involuntarily narrowed slightly. Spiritual energy. He could actually sense spiritual energy emanating from his adversary. How could a crippled soul, stripped of its star essence by his own hands, possibly still possess spiritual energy? Brother Xingyun, kill him. At that moment, the voice of Cheng Ling Xue reached his ears, prompting a cold, disdainful smile to curl at the corners of Yin Xingyun's mouth, since you weren't completely annihilated back then. You shall perish now. In the instant the words fell, Yin Xingyun lifted his leg with immense force, delivering a fierce kick toward Chu Ran. The overwhelming power collided with Chu Ran's fist, resulting in an explosive shockwave. Chu Ran's body was sent flying, crashing violently against the artificial mountain below. His entire arm, which had held the fist, was marred with deep fissures, blood seeping profusely from the wounds. Meanwhile, Yin Xingyun merely staggered back 3 steps. Yet, despite the modest retreat, a flicker of astonishment crossed Yin Xingyun's mind. He had been forced back 3 steps by a mere cripple. It was almost beyond belief. How could a mere mortal body unleash such formidable power? What overwhelming strength! As Chu Ran plummeted to the ground, a violent tremor coursed through his heart. The sheer force behind Yin Xingyun's casual kick was astonishing. Even with all his might, he had been utterly defenseless. The 100 Refinements realm. The realization struck him like a bolt from the blue. He had not anticipated that this Yin Xingyun was a practitioner of the 100 Refinements realm. Such power was rare, even in the entire ancient Path City. With only the city lord Xia Yunhao and the master of the heavenly martial hall, Gu Han, standing on par with him, Yin Xingyun, a practitioner of the 100 Refinements realm at merely 20 years of age. The grandson of the infamous poison master Yin Tianhe. How could he be so formidable? Yet, within Chu Ran's gaze, there was no trace of fear, only an intensifying chill of murderous intent. Whoever stood before him would bear the brunt of his wrath. Yin Xingyun, fixated on him, the name burst forth through Chu Ran's clenched teeth, igniting his fury in an instant. The true cold sword materialized in his grasp. The grip so tight it elicited a series of cracking sounds from his knuckles. "I want you dead," he growled, thrusting the sword toward Yin Xingyun without a moment's hesitation. However, this seemingly unstoppable strike appeared feeble in the face of the 100 Refinements realm. With a mere flick of his hand, Yin Xingyun halted the true cold sword in mid-air with overwhelming force. Clang! In a single motion, he crushed the sword, scattering its remnants upon the ground. The might of a practitioner in the 100 Refinements realm was simply too strong. For Chu Ran at this moment, it was an insurmountable challenge. And no matter how many tricks he had up his sleeve, they were rendered inconsequential in the face of absolute power. This was the suppression of cultivation. An insurmountable divide. Last time you escaped by a stroke of luck. This time, let's see who can save you. Yin Xingyun shook his head lightly, unwilling to let this waste disrupt his pleasure any longer. Raising his hand, a brilliant radiance erupted forth. With a delicate flick of his finger, the light surged toward Chu Ran, expanding in his vision until it became all-consuming, revealing flickers of dark energy. Darkness. Chu Ran gritted his teeth. The 2 words brimming with murderous intent escaping his lips. Streams of black spiritual energy spiraled from within him, coalescing in his grasp. The essence of slaughter radiated from his eyes, causing his hair and garments to flutter as if a tempest had arisen. Slaughter intent. Yin Xingyun's eyes narrowed. How could a mere cripple, whom he had rendered powerless, possibly wield such intent? Moreover, that recent strike had evidently contained immense spiritual energy. This implied that his opponent still possessed a star essence. Without it, one could not harness such a vast reservoir of spiritual energy, nor could they manifest the power of intent. This waste had reformed his star essence. The realization struck him, and with it came a flash of murderous intent in his eyes. Reconstructing a star essence was an exceedingly complex and arduous task, nearly impossible to achieve. Yet, undoubtedly, those who succeeded possessed an indomitable will and the heart of a warrior. Such traits were essential for any formidable being. This signified that in the not-so-distant future, this youth would undoubtedly achieve great things. Given the blood feud between them, he would not allow this foe to continue living. Die. The word left Yin Xingyun's lips. And in an instant, a lethal force coalesced in his hand, prepared to strike down this youth and eradicate any future threat. Just then, an invisible pressure descended upon him, an overwhelming force that was neither rooted in cultivation nor realm, but rather an unknown weight that did not merely affect his body. It struck directly at his star essence, causing it to spiral into chaos and unease. The turbulence disrupted the flow of his spiritual energy, causing the power he had just unleashed to dissipate in midair. Yin Xingyun's gaze sharpened as he focused on the black spiritual energy swirling in the youth's hand, acutely aware that this pressure targeting his star essence emanated from that very energy. What manner of star essence power was this? Yin Xingyun's eyes glimmered with doubt. He had never encountered a star essence that released black spiritual energy. Not only him, but Cheng Lingxue at his side also stared wide-eyed at the black energy in Chu Ran's hand. Her own star essence stirring in agitation. Regardless of your star essence, you shall perish, Yin Xingyun growled, his brow furrowing. He swiftly quelled the turmoil in his star essence, stabilizing his internal energy, and unleashed another dazzling radiance aimed squarely at the youth's head. Last time, I stripped your star essence. This time, I shall tear open your dantian and unveil the nature of your star essence. He was determined to uncover the star essence that could provoke such agitation in his own. You wish for my death? Then you shall meet your demise first. Chu Ran roared, raising his hand to unleash the dark spiritual energy. He too wished to see if this dark energy, capable of devouring a practitioner at the peak of the 9th layer of star forging, would have any effect on a practitioner of the 100 refinements realm. If it came to it, he was prepared for mutual destruction. Buzz! Just then, a resonant hum filled the air. The energy orb charging toward Chu Ran shattered in an instant. A long spear soared over his head, embedding itself in the artificial mountain behind him. Who? Yin Xingyun exclaimed, whirling around in fury. Cheng Lingxue also turned to see a figure emerge at the entrance of the training room. It was Gu Yi. Gu Yi scanned the crowd, her voice ringing out, "Who dares to raise a hand in my heavenly martial hall? You must be tired of living." Chu Ran was taken aback by her sudden appearance. Slowly retracting the dark energy he held, it was best to refrain from using it, lest he attract unwanted attention. As for Yin Xingyun, given a little time, he would personally see to his demise. Not only Yin Xingyun, but also Xia Jian, the city lord's estate. He would leave no one unscathed. Who are you? Yin Xingyun furrowed his brow, demanding an answer. I am Gu Yi, the young master of the heavenly martial hall. Gu Yi declared, brushing past Yin Xingyun and Cheng Lingxue, swiftly approaching Chu Ran. She patted his shoulder, saying, "Good buddy, we meet again." Without breaking her stride, she propelled herself off the ground, swiftly yanking the spear from the artificial mountain and landing in front of Chu Ran. The young master of the heavenly martial hall? Even Yin Xingyun paused, his breath momentarily hitching at those words. Cheng Lingxue remained silent, her demeanor as calm as ever. Hiss, it hurts. Just then, a pained cry pierced the air as Xia Tianzhu, who had been knocked unconscious by Chu Ran, awakened. Upon opening his eyes and spotting Yin Xingyun, his face lit up with joy. Brother-in-law, brother-in-law, but his sudden movement exacerbated his injuries, causing him to collapse once more. Gritting his teeth, he pointed a trembling finger at Chu Ran. Brother-in-law, kill him, kill him. Humph. Before Yin Xingyun could respond, a cold snort echoed through the I in an instant. Gu Yi vanished from her spot, her spear slicing through the air to pierce Xia Tianzhu's throat, silencing his cries and leaving his eyes wide in shock as he stammered. You? His voice fell silent. Tianzhu. Yin Xingyun furrowed his brows and let out a low exclamation. Yet Xia Tianzhu had already succumbed to death. Here I stand, still daring to strike and kill. Am I courting my own demise? Gu Yi turned around and drew forth his long spear, with a resounding thud. Blood erupted from Xia Tianzhu's throat, and his lifeless body crashed to the ground. Jiu Yi's gaze swiftly shifted towards Yin Xingyun and Cheng Lingxue. To dare cause trouble in my heavenly martial hall is to face execution without mercy. No matter who you are, his cold voice resonated throughout the 9-story training chamber. Even Yin Xingyun felt a chill in his heart. This young woman was indeed fierce. Her strikes were merciless. Chapter 34. Let us get it done. You too, do you wish to brawl, or to kill? Gu Yi, shouldering his spear, addressed Yin Xingyun and Cheng Lingxue. If you desire a fight, choose the competition arena or the life and death stage. This is not a place for skirmishes. If not, vacate the heavenly martial hall at once, and do not let me catch sight of you. As soon as Gu Yi finished speaking, a series of footsteps echoed from outside the training chamber, and dozens of heavenly martial hall guards surged into the room, standing at the entrance, ready for orders. Glancing at Gu Yi and then at the guards, Yin Xingyun slowly released his grip on his sword. He regarded these individuals with disdain. However, this was the heavenly martial hall. Even as a mere branch hall in the ancient Dao city, it still bore the weight of the heavenly martial hall's reputation. He would not allow his impulsiveness to bring trouble to his family or the Tianzhou Academy. So it's Gu Yi, is it? Very well. Yin Xingyun scoffed softly, then turned to Cheng Lingxue and said, Lingxue, let us depart. Cheng Lingxue remained silent, casting a cold glance at Chu Ran. I shall remember you. With that, she turned and left the training chamber alongside Yin Xingyun. Chu Ran did not spare her another glance. His attention remained fixed on Yin Xingyun. Yin Xingyun, I shall kill you sooner or later. Clean up. Gu Yi waved at the guards, then approached Chu Ran, patting him on the shoulder. My good brother, do you have a grudge against him? Chu Ran's gaze darkened. To the bitter end. That could pose a bit of a problem. Gu Yi returned his spear to his back and inquired. Do you know who he is? The grandson of the deadly poison master, Yin Tianhe. I know. Chu Ran nodded, a flicker of chilling killing intent reflected in his eyes, as if a colossal beast lay in wait, ready to unleash its fury. But regardless of who he is, his life shall be claimed by my own hands. Gu Yi clapped Chu Ran on the shoulder, laughing heartily. Indeed, you are worthy of being my good friend, but I must caution you, the deadly poison master is not to be trifled with. As she spoke, even the fearless Gu Yi displayed a hint of caution in her eyes. Yin Tianhe, the deadly poison master, was one of the top 10 alchemists in the Tianyue kingdom. However, while others concocted elixirs, he specialized in poisons. Once Yin Tianhe was not a poison master, but a true alchemical master, revered and celebrated by countless admirers. However, 60 years ago, the entire Yin family was annihilated overnight by the Sanqing sect, one of the 3 major sects of the Tianyue kingdom. This included the lives of Yin Tianhe's wife and children, all perishing at the hands of the Sanqing sect. Only Yin Tianhe was absent from the clan that day, narrowly escaping disaster. Upon receiving the news, he was utterly devastated. Later, under the guise of an alchemical master, he summoned powerful martial cultivators from across the land, seeking vengeance. Yet few answered his call. The Sanqing sect's influence was too vast. No one was willing to offend them for Yin Tianhe's sake. Thus, Yin Tianhe's temperament drastically changed. He then vanished for a full 20 years, during which no one in the Tianyue kingdom mentioned his name, believing he had fallen victim to the Sanqing sect. But no one anticipated that 20 years later, the entire Sanqing sect, comprising over 20,000 disciples, including the sect master and elders, met a gruesome end. More horrifyingly, their corpses bore no wounds, and there were no signs of struggle within the sect. They had died in such a bizarre manner. Subsequently, it was discovered that the cause of death for these individuals was the violent extraction of their souls. The perpetrator was none other than the long-absent Yin Tianhe, utilizing his self-crafted soul-severing powder. The souls of the entire Sanqing sect, totaling over 23,000 people, were forcibly extracted and sealed within a soul banner, nourished daily with potent toxins, subjecting them to the torment of severed souls for eternity, never to attain rebirth. Thus, the name Deadly Poison Master reverberated throughout the Tianyue kingdom. Afterward, Yin Tianhe developed hundreds of terrifying poisons, each more chilling than the last. The poison used by Xia Yan against Chu Ran, the Absolute Meridian's poison, was but one of them that, in later years, anyone who dared to provoke him even slightly would meet immediate death or face an unbearable fate. Over the years, countless families have perished at the hands of the deadly poison master, such as the fearsome reputation of Yin Tianhe, a name that instills dread in all. Yet, Gu Yi's words did not quell the killing intent that simmered within the young man. He had declared, regardless of who it was, he would kill Yin Tianhe. Gu Yi smiled. She could feel the intensity of Chu Ran's murderous intent. However, it was precisely because of this that she chose not to leave. If Chu Ran were to cower at the mention of the opponent's identity, he would be unworthy of standing by her side. Da Jiyu even asked, "What is the situation between you and Cheng Lingxue?" She had clearly heard Cheng Lingxue's words before leaving, which indicated a murderous intent toward Chu Ran. Given Cheng Lingxue's status, she could prove to be even more troublesome than Yin Tianhe. After all, women tend to hold grudges. especially those who consider themselves lofty and noble. They cannot abide any slander or humiliation. Chu Ran shook his head. What could possibly be the matter, with a face so ugly? I have no interest in her. Ha ha, indeed, she is quite hideous. Gu Yi laughed heartily at this. She could discern that Chu Ran was intentionally diverting the topic, not wishing to owe her too much. After all, the more she spoke, the more it would seem as if she were aiding him. Miss, what shall we do with Xia Tianju's body? At that moment, a heavenly martial hall guard approached to inquire. However, as soon as his words left his lips, a gunshot rang out, the spear's tip pressing firmly against the guard's chin. I have instructed you how many times to refer to me as the young hall master. Why yes, young hall master. The guard trembled in fear, gulping nervously. This subordinate understands his error. Humph. Gu Yi snorted lightly, retracting her spear. Dispose of the body outside the hall and post a notice. Those who stir trouble in the heavenly martial hall shall face death without mercy. Yes, young hall master. I shall notify the city lord's mansion to collect the body. Very well. The guard complied and departed. Once the guard had left, Chu Ran furrowed his brows slightly. You killed Xia Tianju. Are you not concerned that the city lord's mansion will come looking for trouble? They dare not, Gu Yi retorted. The city lord's mansion is only fit to bully others. They would not dare to act arrogantly within my heavenly martial hall. This world operates thus. Those with strength can act with impunity, while the weak can only endure humiliation. After Gu Yi spoke, she placed a hand on Chu Ran's shoulder. Come, my good brother. I shall take you to a place, Chu Ran asked, puzzled. Where to? Gu Yi licked her lips. To the competition arena. Chu Ran was taken aback. Indeed, she was the same Gu Yi, the battle-crazed girl he had encountered the first time. However, he did not hesitate further and nodded. All right. Whether he could win was secondary. Being timid was not in his nature. In his world, there were only two words. Let us get it done. Chapter 35. Let the two of you come at me together. As the two exited the 9th floor training chamber, Gu Yi tossed a black veil, cloaked to Chu Ran. She found a training room. Changed in a black attire, and donned the cloak that Gu Yi surveyed Chu Ran anew, seemingly having secured his compliance. I thought you would not dare to come. Chu Ran replied with a smile. What is there to fear? Gu Yi grinned widely. Rest assured, we shall only spar in intent. Why, Master says your sword intent has reached great perfection, and you have mastered the intent of slaughter. I have yet to encounter anyone who dual cultivates in such a manner. You will soon see. As they conversed, they arrived at a competition arena on the 1st floor. Atop the arena, two combatants were already engaged in battle, surrounded by a throng of spectators who cheered loudly. Standing beneath the arena, Chu Ran observed the two fighters. Both were robustly built and, during their clash, refrained from utilizing spiritual power or martial techniques, relying purely on raw physical strength. Each strike landed with a resounding impact, inciting the crowd to erupt in cheers, their faces flushed with excitement. After all, such bare-knuckle brawling truly ignited the fervor and passion of men. The young hall master has arrived. Gu Yi has come. At that moment, someone recognized Gu Yi, and chaos erupted around them, even causing the two individuals on the stage to pause. And no worries, continue with your game. I shall join once you are done. Gu Yi bellowed heartily. Waving her hand at the two on stage, as she spoke, her voice took on a rough timbre, starkly contrasting with her tone when conversing with Chu Ran. This left Chu Ran utterly astonished. Could it be played in such a manner? No wonder. After all these years in the arena, no one had uncovered her true identity as a woman. Chu Ran found it hard to fathom how these burly men would react if they learned this revelation. Gu, is this fellow beside you your newly acquired sparring partner? One bearded man on stage looked at Chu Ran, remarking, This little physique won't do, Gu. Are you serious? He looks as frail as a chick. When did you change your taste? Another brawny man, broad-shouldered and powerful, chimed in to echo the sentiment, prompting laughter from the surrounding crowd. I appear that diminutive? Chu Ran blinked, casting a glance at the two men on stage. In comparison, he indeed seemed somewhat slender. Not just a little. The two giants on stage could likely accommodate 3 or 4 of him. Little brother, have you not fully matured yet, daring to play on the Sealing Spirit arena? The bearded man jeered. With your build, I could devour 10 of you. Ha! The sealing spirit arena was unlike any other. It was surrounded by a sealing formation that would bind all spiritual energy within anyone who ascended its platform, rendering them unable to utilize it. Only the power of will and physical strength could be employed. Jiu, he shot a glance at Chu Ran, chuckling, "My good buddy, they are provoking you." Chu Ran shot Gu a glare. "Do not speak to me. Your voice is quite disconcerting." It was perplexing that a young girl would adopt such a rough, masculine tone. It left Chu Ran feeling uncomfortable. Jiu, he glared back at him. "Endure it. Little brother, are you sure you came here to face Gu?" The bearded man pointed at Chu Ran, laughing uncontrollably. "Can you possibly defeat Brother Gu?" Chu Ran asked, raising his head. "In a way." The bearded man shook his head repeatedly, then turned his gaze back to Chu Ran, adding with a grin, "But beating you is certainly no problem. Stop bullying him. You're built like an ox. Why pick on a little brother? Let us continue." Another individual on the stage seemed impatient, calling out loudly, "Come then. Are you afraid?" The bearded man scoffed, preparing to charge forward to fight, but suddenly a figure dashed past him and landed directly in front. None other than Chu Ran. The bearded man stared at Chu Ran, bewildered. "Little brother, what are you trying to say?" The other man also appeared taken aback. "Fight. Didn't you say it would be easy to take me on? Come and give it a try." Chu Ran replied, beckoning with a finger at the bearded man. The burly man behind him, seeing this, laughed heartily and prepared to step aside, only to find Chu Ran's other finger beckoning him as well. "You can't leave. Both of you come at me together." The crowd erupted in astonishment at Chu Ran's audacity. His decision to ascend the stage had already shocked everyone, given the evident disparity in their physiques. The strength of one's body was almost directly related to their size, which explained why the more formidable beasts were often the largest. This principle held true for martial cultivators as well. Yet, Chu Ran not only dared to step up, but also boldly invited both men to join him. Even Gu Yi, concealed beneath her dark veil, revealed a hint of intrigue. This is quite interesting. She had initially assumed Chu Ran would refrain from participating. After all, she had brought him along to refine his will, and she had little faith in his small stature delivering any explosive power. Although her own size was modest, she had grown up on this very stage, and the gravity training chamber of the Martial Hall had been her home for years, granting her physical strength superior to many. As for Chu Ran, how could the former young master of the Chu family possibly have trained his physique? "Little brother, are you certain of what you just said?" The bearded man cautioned Chu Ran. It's not too late to retract that statement. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he felt a blur before his eyes, and in the next moment, a tremendous force surged from behind, causing him to involuntarily lean forward, stumbling several steps before regaining his balance. Had it not been for his quick reflexes, he might have found himself flat on the ground. Turning abruptly, he saw Chu Ran standing precisely where he had just been. "You!" In that instant, the bearded man was left momentarily dazed. Such speed! The other man, who had been preparing to mock, fell silent due to Chu Ran's unexpected display. A series of gasps echoed from the crowd below. No one had anticipated that this masked youth could unleash such remarkable speed without utilizing any spiritual energy. With such velocity, his physical prowess must be exceptionally formidable. At the very least, they now recognized that this young man was indeed qualified to challenge the two on stage. Well, it seems I underestimated you." The bearded man rubbed his backside, sore from the kick, and smacked his lips. The other man, though silent, took a few steps closer to him, having spent years in the sealing spirit arena. They understood what it meant for an opponent to achieve such a speed without the use of spiritual energy. The betting has begun. 1.5. They both have one, and the masked youth has one. 5. After a brief moment of surprise, Gu Yi stepped up onto a chair, shouting excitedly. As soon as someone placed a bet, a throng gathered around a wager, with most backing the two burly men. After all, both were champions of the arena, and their strength was well known. Chu Ran had only displayed speed, but without power, it would all be in vain. The two sturdy men descended from the stage, laughing heartily as they wagered their entire fortunes on themselves. They were unafraid, not just of a 2-on-1 match, but even in a 1-on-1 fight. Especially the bearded man, who wore a confident grin, thinking to himself that the previous kick had felt like a mere mosquito bite. With such a little force, how could he possibly lose? Gu, with you backing them, prepare to lose your fortune. Huh. Both men laughed boisterously and returned to the arena. So, shall we begin? The bearded man glanced at Churan, twisting his neck and limbs with cracking sounds, seemingly expressing his battle intent, but more so his excitement over the impending victory and the spiritual stones he would win. Wait, Churan shouted. The burly man chuckled. Are you afraid to fight? Now that you've placed your bets, how could I not show my intentions? Churan replied, jumping down from the arena. The bearded man warned, little brother, remember to bet on us. Don't lose your life savings. Ignoring him, Churan dashed to Gu Yi's side. Brother Gu, lend me some money. Gu Yi glanced at him, asking, who do you plan to bet on? Myself, Churan declared. Not a chance. Gu Yi snorted. I'm the one running the bets. You think I'd let you play me for a fool? Although they had only recently met, her understanding of Churan, gleaned from old he, indicated he was undoubtedly a greedy fellow. First, he had devoured several plates of free snacks. Second, he had borrowed money with his purple gold token. Third, upon hearing about the free 9-layer training chamber, she nearly fainted with laughter. With these 3 points alone, she could conclude that Churan would never engage in a losing deal. If he dared to wager on himself, it suggested he was exceedingly confident in winning. She had no desire to be taken advantage of. Churan retorted, if you refuse to lend me, I'll concede. You'll be the one at a loss then. Little brat, attempting to play games with me? Yuri still too inexperienced. Gu Yi instinctively touched the long spear on her back, glaring at Churan. If you dare to concede or throw the match, I will ensure you suffer greatly. Churan scoffed. Could you not make this so unseemly? With a huff, Gu Yi proposed, how about this? If you win, I'll give you half. If you lose, I'll take the loss. Deal? Agreed. Churan wasted no further words. Ascending the arena and shouting at the 2 burly men, let the battle commence. As those words left his lips, Churan felt a surge of blood rush through him. He had to win this fight. From his observations, at least 200 people had placed bets with Gu Yi, with the amounts wagered on the 2 burly men exceeding over 100,000 low-grade spiritual stones. The individual exerting pressure upon him is merely a meager sum of 10,000 inferior spirit stones. This implies that should he emerge victorious, he would at the very least claim over 40,000 spirit stones. Such an amount represents several years of income for the Chu family. Winning would instantly elevate him to the status of a minor affluent individual. Bang, bang, bang. No sooner had he finished speaking than 2 burly men charged at him, their massive frames causing the arena to tremble as if shaken by an earthquake. Churan deftly evaded the initial onslaught of their fists, seizing the opportunity to deliver a powerful kick to the bearded brute. Thud! The sound echoed as the bearded man staggered back 3 steps, prompting him to laugh heartily. Little brother, your kick doesn't even match that of a good woman. Put some more effort into it. Churan scoffed lightly. That is what you say. Gathering the majority of his strength, he unleashed a decisive punch aimed at the bearded man. However, to his astonishment, just as his fist was halfway out, the other burly man struck with a forceful blow from an exceptionally tricky angled eye in that moment, as Churan leaped into the air and found himself unable to harness his spiritual power. Evasion was impossible. Boom! The punch landed squarely against Churan's lower back. The overwhelming force felt as though he had been struck by a heavy hammer, sending him hurtling away until he landed 2 meters distant. So strong? Once again, the dual cultivation of intent and essence. This youth is indeed a promising talent. The elderly man, having arrived beneath the competition platform, gazed up at Churan, and a flicker of interest sparked in his aged eyes. Dual cultivation of intent. Chung Lingxue, standing to one side, exhibited a hint of surprise. The elder stroked his beard thoughtfully and nodded, to break through to the subtle realm of intent from an ordinary one. There exists but one possibility. This youth must possess another kind of intent, at least at the subtle level, if not greater. The only lament is that his star soul is merely at the 6th heaven. However, should he pursue the path of physical cultivation, it may not significantly impede him, but if he can endure, this child is destined for greatness. The greatest challenge in physical cultivation lies in persistence. The trials one must endure are numerous. Few can withstand them. Moreover, true physical cultivators possess far superior combat prowess compared to their spiritual counterparts. Throughout history, there have been many formidable physical cultivators. Cheng Lingxue remained silent, her gaze fixated on the youth on the platform. She felt an uncanny familiarity with his figure, as if she had encountered him before. Yet, the veil obscured her view. Go forth, entrust this to him. In the elder's hand materialized a token, inscribed with the word student in bold characters, and the words Qianze in smaller script at the bottom right. The student token of Qianze Academy. Cheng Lingxue nodded and accepted the token. With such qualifications, he is indeed worthy of becoming a student of Qianze Academy. Be careful, big, bearded man. Suddenly, a loud cry rang out, startling the onlookers. Their gazes converged once more upon the competition platform, where the masked youth, having sent the bearded brute flying, did not cease his assault. He boldly pursued, delivering a crushing blow to the bearded man's head mid-air. Instantly, the bearded man's skull shattered, blood and brain splattering, resulting in his immediate demise. A collective gasp echoed throughout the arena, and one had anticipated that the bearded man, who had nearly never faced defeat in the past 5 years on the spirit sealing competition platform, would meet his end at the hands of a youth. This youth is ruthless, yet no one dared to voice their thoughts. After all, it was the bearded man's disregard for the rules, intent on killing his opponent, that led to his own death in an instant. The spirit spring bubbled vigorously. Torrents of overwhelming spiritual energy surged into Chu Ran's body. Devouring the dark energy, his heart soared with delight. Initially, he had merely been whimsically curious to test the devouring power of the Dark Star Soul to see if it could consume other entities imbued with spiritual energy. Yet he was astonished to discover that it indeed could. However, his expression soon shifted dramatically. The spiritual energy within the spring was far too immense, surpassing even that of the Xiaolong Jie he had devoured previously. He found himself utterly incapable of controlling the influx. Such a colossal force entering his body would undoubtedly cause him to burst. This was disastrous, as he felt the overwhelming surge of energy filling him to the brim. Chu Ran was left utterly dumbfounded, and he was not alone in his astonishment. At that very moment, nearly everyone present in the training chamber of the Tianwu Palace was equally taken aback. They observed in disbelief as the previously abundant spiritual energy in the chamber dissipated at a visibly rapid pace. Within moments, the energy levels had dwindled to a state indistinguishable from the outside world. This phenomenon was consistent across both the lower 4-story training rooms and the 8th floor. Hundreds of individuals simultaneously rushed out of the training chambers, calling out for the staff of the Tianwu Palace. Yet the staff were similarly bewildered. Such an occurrence had seemingly never transpired in the palace's history, spanning decades or even centuries. Following urgent reports, the news swiftly reached the ears of the palace master, Guhan, who too was perplexed. He hastily made his way to the underground control hall of the formation, seeking the source of the vanishing spiritual energy among the various formations. Before long, his gaze fixated on the gathering spirit formation of the 9th floor training room, which was operating at an unprecedented speed, over 100 times faster than usual. The freshly gathered spiritual energy from other training rooms was being voraciously siphoned away by the 9th floor formation. It was evident that a problem had arisen within the 9th floor training room. Guhan turned to Elder He, inquiring who was training in the 9th floor room. Elder He replied, Chu Ran, upon hearing the name. Guhan's expression changed instantaneously. This could spell trouble. With that, he vanished from the underground control hall, racing towards the 9th floor training room. Meanwhile, in an 8th floor training room, an elder who had bestowed the Chu Ran Academy token furrowed his brow. His eyes directed towards the 9th floor. He spoke in a low voice. Ling Shui, you mentioned earlier that the 9th floor training room was occupied. Who is it? Chu Ran, the boy from the competition stage. Cheng Lingxue replied, a hint of confusion in her tone. Suddenly, her eyes sparkled with realization. Grandfather, are you suggesting that the vanishing spiritual energy is his doing? It originated from the 9th floor, but whether it is indeed him, I cannot say. The elder pondered, his gaze filled with uncertainty. It seems that a devouring force is consuming the spiritual energy from the other training rooms. However, such a powerful devouring force should not be possible. He had heard of star souls capable of devouring spiritual energy during cultivation, and some even witnessed them, such as the angry devouring star Soul of the seventh heaven, the spirit devouring star Soul of the eighth heaven, and the heaven devouring star Soul of the ninth heaven, among many others. Yet, that young man only possessed a sixth heaven sword soul. It was inconceivable for him to wield such devouring power. Could it be due to some other reason? Let us go and see. After a moment of silence, the elder declared, then exited the training room, heading toward the ninth floor. That if it truly was a devouring type star soul at play, that individual must be diligently courted and never allowed to become an adversary. For such star souls cultivated at an astonishing speed, their potential for greatness could be immense. However, just as the elder and Chung Lingxue arrived at the entrance of the ninth floor training room, a figure emerged, Guhan, the palace master. Guhan clasped his hands and inquired, "Elder Chung, is there something amiss?" The elder smiled lightly, responding, "Nothing of concern. I merely came to ascertain what has transpired. This is the Tianwu Palace." Naturally, nothing could go amiss here. Ji Yuhan gestured toward the ninth floor training room, saying, "It is merely a new auxiliary training formation we are testing. You need not worry, Elder Chung." A new formation? The elder raised an eyebrow, but said nothing further. Turning to take his leave with Chung Lingxue, once their figures vanished, Guhan's gentle smile faded instantly. He turned back to the training room, heading straight for the spirit spring, his eyes filled with anxiety. "You must hold on." Just moments ago, upon arriving at the training room, he sensed the arrival of Elder Chung and his granddaughter. He understood all too well the implications for Chu Ran if the matter concerning the Dark Star Soul were to reach these two. He had yet to check on Chu Ran's condition. He was acutely aware of the formidable power of the Devouring Star Soul. Such an overwhelming force would be beyond Chu Ran's current cultivation capabilities. He did not wish for Chu Ran to meet the same fate as his mother. Yet, when he entered the spirit spring, the sight before him left him aghast. Chu Ran was seated on the ground, surrounded by swirling dark energy that entwined with the massive spiritual force from the spring, manifesting into countless hands that relentlessly struck at the young man. Each impact released a surge of crimson energy, penetrating Chu Ran's body and fortifying his physique. His entire form radiated a blood-red hue, veins and tendons visibly coursing across his body. Bang, bang, bang. The relentless barrage of strikes caused numerous fissures to form on Chu Ran's body, blood seeping from the cracks. Yet before the blood could drip down, it was once again drawn back into his body by the hands. Each strike carried an immense force that even Gu Han found chilling. The agony inflicted must be excruciating. Yet Chu Ran gritted his teeth, enduring it without a single sound of protest. What kind of cultivation method is this? Gu Han's scalp tingled at the sight. Even he had never witnessed such a perverse approach to cultivation. This was not training. It was sheer torment. He contemplated whether he could withstand such a violent onslaught if it were inflicted upon him. After a moment of silence, he stepped back, maintaining a distance while observing Chu Ran. Yet he did not intervene, that he recognized that Chu Ran was cultivating his physique. He was utilizing the devouring power of the Star Soul to strengthen his body. Although he was unaware of who had imparted this method to Chu Ran, it was undoubtedly beneficial for him. At the very least, it would prevent him from being overwhelmed by the devouring force in the future. As for whether the spiritual energy hands would prove fatal, that remained uncertain. The strikes continued unabated, and Chu Ran's face became increasingly contorted, muffled groans escaping his lips. Clearly, he was nearing his limit. Still, Gu Han refrained from intervening. To strengthen the body, enduring punishment was undoubtedly the most effective and direct method. This was a path every physical cultivator must traverse. Only by persevering could one become a worthy practitioner. Gradually, the muffled groans transformed into pained cries, eventually fading into near silence. Ji Yuhan realized that Chu Ran had reached his breaking point. If he did not act soon, Chu Ran might truly be struck to death. Raising his hand, a chilling current of spiritual energy coalesced into a massive blade of frost, slicing through the dark energy hands. In an instant, the hands were completely frozen, along with the spirit spring itself. Chu Ran's body collapsed to the ground with a thud, with a snap of his fingers. Gu Han shattered the frozen hands, the spirit spring returning to its original state. Yet Chu Ran remained sprawled on the ground. Glancing at Chu Ran, Gu Han then turned and departed. After a while, Chu Ran slowly regained consciousness. The pain within his body had entirely dissipated, leaving only a faint blush on his skin, which would likely vanish shortly, as he felt the immense power pulsing through his muscles. His eyes gleamed with astonishment. He could distinctly sense that his physical strength alone was sufficient to shatter an eighth heaven martial cultivator. This meant that even if he stood still, an ordinary eighth heaven martial cultivator, even at their fullest strength, would struggle to inflict substantial harm upon him. His body had become comparable to a medium-grade mundane artifact, if not an upper-grade one that after a moment of contemplation, Chu Ran directly entered the dark, holy crystal space. Glancing around for the dark shadow, but upon seeing no one, he shouted, "Old Hay, come and fight me." He felt buoyant, confident that he could no longer be beaten so severely. Bang! Yet before his voice could fade, a dull thud resounded, and he was sent flying backward. Not even catching a glimpse of the dark shadow, it was as if he had been propelled by the very air itself. Rubbing his sore back, Charon muttered, "This old black is as ferocious as ever." Buzz! At that moment, a low hum echoed from the darkness, and Charon felt a flicker before a dark shadow appeared right before him. However, he instantly recognized that this shadow was certainly not Old Black. The aura emanating from Old Black was overwhelmingly oppressive, akin to the depths of a black hole. Merely gazing upon it invoked a sensation of impending engulfment. In contrast, the shadow before him lacked such a feeling. Chapter 40. Either dead or injured. In the realm of physical cultivation, the most formidable aspect lies in close combat, which demands not only raw strength but also extensive combat experience and skills that can only be honed through the crucible of battle. From the darkness, Old Black's voice resonated. As his words fell, the dark shadow surged forward, launching a punch at Charon. The speed was astonishing. Despite Charon's vigilance, he was still sent hurtling away by the blow. Whoosh! Before he could react, the shadow charged at him again. Charon rolled aside, only to find the shadow's foot crashing down precisely where he had just been. A sharp cry escaped Charon's lips as the shadow's foot pressed down on his waist. Despite summoning all his strength, he was utterly powerless to resist. The shadow quickly withdrew its foot, and just as Charon regained his footing, it lunged at him once more. Without a doubt, he was in for another bout of torment. Frustrated, Charon gritted his teeth, yet felt utterly helpless. It was as if the shadow anticipated his every move. No matter which direction he dodged, the shadow's fists and feet always found their mark. Counterattacking was utterly impossible. It was simply too bizarre. Even the little black could dominate him, and yet he dared to call himself Old Black. A disdainful snort echoed from the darkness. Charon's lips twitched, and after a moment, he looked up in anger and exclaimed, "How can I strike when you can always predict my actions? It is your speed that is too slow. Every inch of your muscle and skin communicates your intended movements to your opponent, allowing them to act before you do. With such a limitation, victory will always elude you." Charon inquired, "What should I do?" "Be as still as a maiden, and as swift as a hare." Only 8 words echoed from the darkness. "Be as still as a maiden, and as swift as a hare." Charon repeated the phrase softly several times, his eyes glimmering with realization, as if he understood yet remained perplexed. Stillness does not imply silence, but rather a tranquil mind. It means having no thoughts beyond your opponent, immersing yourself entirely in their every movement. That is true stillness. Motion does not refer to mere action, but to the heartbeat in response to your enemy's movements. When stillness and motion converge, you will sense even the slightest twitch of your opponent's eyelids or skin. That is to be as still as a maiden and as swift as a hare. Words continued to pour forth from the darkness, plunging Charon into deep contemplation. Within his mind, an ethereal figure began to take shape, and his entire being became engrossed in that fleeting image. The phantom moved rapidly, yet he remained completely still, simply observing. As time passed, he realized that the fleeting image was slowing down, transforming from an indistinct blur into a slow-motion spectacle. When the slow motion reached a critical point, Charon suddenly unleashed a punch. the force of which arrived before the phantom could fully materialize, shattering it into fragments. As the phantom shattered, Charon's eyes flew open in that instant. It felt as though a gaze capable of piercing through time and space had flickered into existence. He looked down at his fist in bewilderment, instinctively swinging it forward at the same speed, only to find that each successive punch appeared slower than the last. Eyes of stillness? A sharp intake of breath echoed from the darkness. The dark god appeared before Charon in an instant, his void-like eyes fixated upon him. He had never anticipated that merely through a few words, Charon could achieve such enlightenment and grasp the most challenging of abilities, the eyes of stillness. It had taken him a decade to comprehend this skill. Yet this youth had done so in the blink of an eye. What a remarkable comprehension! Such insight, even amidst the ages he had never encountered. Truly a being born for cultivation. No, there was one other who possessed such insight, but that individual was not human. He was a god, the ancient creator and architect of this world, the eternal god emperor, Tian Su, who left behind the 7 divine manifestations and the 7 sacred crystals. Eyes of stillness. Charon murmured the phrase softly. Although the term technique was included, it bore no relation to martial skills. In simple terms, it was a unique ability. This ability could be innate or acquired. In the world of martial cultivation, certain individuals awaken special abilities derived from powerful bloodlines while still in the womb, one of which is known as the eyes of stillness. This falls under innate abilities. Acquired eyes of stillness, like Charon's, are attained through understanding or fortunate encounters leading to the inheritance of a great power. While innate and acquired eyes of stillness differ, they share unique capabilities. For instance, Charon's eyes of stillness allow external phenomena to appear in slow motion. Though it is but one ability, it offers tremendous advantages in combat and other situations. For example, the nightmarish eyes can ensnare enemies in unshakable nightmares. The eagle eye can survey vast distances. There are even the god-slaying eyes, capable of invading a person's soul. The heavenly path eyes can manifest myriad celestial principles in a single gaze, and so forth. Charon, I shall impart to you a technique. Pay close attention. After a brief silence, the dark god suddenly spoke. Without waiting for Charon's response, black radiance emanated from his body, enveloping him in that luminous embrace. His bones and flesh shrank, while his fists swelled to twice their size and more. In the next instant, a powerful punch landed on the nearby dark shadow, causing it to disintegrate instantly. The dark god turned to Charon and asked, "Did you see that?" Charon was taken aback. "Is that it?" "It is finished," the dark god replied. "Are you jesting with me?" Charon blinked. "With such flashy but slow movements, I've already mastered it. You call that finished?" Pathetic old black. For any martial technique, merely laying eyes upon it suffices for mastery. This was an innate talent Charon had possessed since birth, though old black was quick under the unique ability of the eyes of stillness. He could not escape Charon's gaze. Upon hearing this, the dark god fell silent, unable to respond for quite some time. Eventually, he uttered 6 words. "I don't believe it. Try again." Swish, with a wave of his hand. Another dark shadow materialized. Clearly, old black doubted his own abilities. Charon charged at the shadow, his spiritual energy swirling around him, his body, flesh, and limbs rapidly contracting. At the moment his fist expanded, it struck the dark shadow. However, the force was not as great as the dark god's, and the shadow merely quivered slightly. Not only did the shadow tremble, but the dark god, witnessing this, also shuddered. "I can do more than just punches. I can kick too. Watch closely, old black," Charon proclaimed as he launched a powerful kick at the dark shadow. The dark god remained speechless for quite a while. After some time, he seemed to recall something and pointed at Charon's body. "Slowly speaking, I forgot to mention, the after effects can be quite severe. Your fragile body may struggle with using this technique twice in succession. Enjoy the after effects." With that, the dark shadow vanished into the darkness, leaving behind a message in Charon's mind. This technique is called either dead or injured. Boom! At the very moment the dark deity vanished, Chu Ran felt a terrifying explosion within his body. His muscles and bones seemed to curl up in an instant. A dreadful, shattering pain immediately enveloped his mind, causing him to fall back on the ground. Moreover, only after this technique was exhausted did he realize that the spiritual energy within him had also been completely depleted. Even the two star souls as Dantian had withered due to excessive consumption. T O be left either dead or injured. To be left either dead or injured. Old hey, you've played me. Why didn't you say so earlier? Buzzing. After uttering this statement, a tremendous ringing echoed in Chu Ran's mind, and he promptly fainted. Chapter 41. Iron Rider surrounding the residence. Good buddy, good buddy. In a daze. The sounds of calling reverberated in Chu Ran's mind, and he gradually awakened that he moved slightly, but the pain within his body felt like needles, nearly causing him to lose his breath. Fortunately, after a moment of respite, he managed to recover as he sensed his physical condition. The aftereffects had mostly dissipated, and even his internal spiritual energy had unknowingly replenished itself significantly. Knock, knock, knock. The sounds of knocking and calling returned upon hearing this address. He knew it must be Gu. He opened the door to find Gu standing at the entrance. Brother Gu, is there something you need? However, upon saying this, he felt his address was somewhat inappropriate. For Gu had reverted to feminine attire, clad in a fitted light red outfit, with a long ponytail. She looked every bit the youthful maiden, save for the long spear strapped to her back, which seemed somewhat incongruous. From now on, just call me old Gu. Gu remarked, touching her spear, shooting a fierce glare at Chu Ran, and huffing, if you dare to gawk at me again, I'll poke you with 100 holes. Do you believe it? Chu Ran smirked. Old Gu, I've discovered my eyes possess a special ability. Gu Yi's eyebrows shot up in surprise. What? Have you awakened some sort of vision? What special ability? Pretty much, Chu Ran chuckled. My special ability is the mirror of revealing demons. Gu blinked, somewhat perplexed. What mirror of revealing demons? I've never heard of such a vision. Chu Ran replied earnestly. Just look, I initially thought you were a girl. But as I glanced down, you instantly transformed into a man, threatening to poke me with 100 holes. Doesn't that count as your true form being revealed? Gu nearly drew her spear in outrage. Get lost. Chu Ran clicked his tongue and hastily retreated a few steps back into the training room, thinking that this woman truly had violent tendencies. Gu followed him in, but did not venture further. Instead, she stood at the door and said, Something happened at your home. Upon hearing this, Chu Ran's steps halted abruptly. His body trembled slightly, and he turned rigidly to ask, What happened? Gu replied, The Lin and Su families have joined forces, dispatching 1,500 Iron Riders to surround the Chu residence, declaring that if the Chu family does not hand you over, they will annihilate the entire Chu clan. They dare. Chu Ran huffed in anger. He had yet to seek trouble with these two families, and now they dared to come knocking. Seeking death, his brows tightened in cold fury, and he turned to exit the training room, but Gu grasped his arm. Calm down. You should understand that the forces behind this are not the Lin and Su families, but the City Lord S Mansion. The City Lord S Mansion? Chu Ran paused, falling silent, realizing the gravity of the situation. He understood immediately. If it were merely the Su and Lin families, their target would not solely be him, but rather the entire territory and resources of the Chu family. Only the City Lord S Mansion harbored a lethal intent towards him. Previously, in the Chu residence, Xia Yunhao had already sought to kill him without hesitation. Now, with Xia Tianju dead, Xia Yunhao would undoubtedly be even more unhinged, driven by rage to flay him alive. While he was within the Tianwu Hall, the City Lord's mansion dared not cause trouble, thus attempting to force him out through such means that if he returned, Xia Yunhao would not hesitate to kill him. This was crystal clear to him. However, Chu Ran would never retreat. The Chu family was his forbidden zone. Anyone who dared to harm the Chu family would face annihilation. After a moment of silence, if today he does not return, the Chu family will face annihilation, and Chu Ran shall be forever ensnared in guilt and self-reproach, ultimately becoming shackled by his own burdens, transforming into a demonic hindrance on his path of cultivation. His journey of self-improvement shall know no future, whether for himself or for his family. Chu Ran must return today, united in life and death with his kin, for he bears the surname Chu. More importantly, he is named Chu Ran. Indeed, he is truly my son. Chu Chantian. Chu Chantian chuckled. unable to suppress his laughter, which resonated with a bold and unrestrained exuberance. With a son like this, what more could one desire? Even if he were to perish today, he would take immense pride and honor in having such a son. Young master, within the Chu estate, the air was filled with thunderous cheers, celebrating the presence of such a young master in the Chu family. Since you have come, do not expect to leave alive. Lin Jun's gaze was fixed on Chu Ran, his eyes glinting with a cold malice, akin to venomous serpents poised to swallow him whole. Chu Ran. Beside Lin Jun, a voice equally chilling echoed, that of Lin Lang, the young master of the Lin family, his eyes bloodshot as he glared at Chu Ran, the very one who had slain his younger brother. Chu Ran, return my brother's life. With a furious roar, Lin Lang struck his steed, propelling himself forward like an arrow released from a bow. Charging directly at Chu, the punch landed squarely upon Lin Jun's long blade. A medium-grade, mundane weapon, shattering it into countless fragments. The momentum of Chu Ran's fist remained unabated, demolishing the violent spiritual energy shield that enveloped Lin Jun and crashing into his body. Under the onslaught of this terrifying force, Lin Jun was immediately forced to spit out a mouthful of blood, sent hurtling backwards to the ground. The might of a single punch, either death or injury. The scene before their eyes elicited a cacophony of gasps from the onlookers, their cheeks trembling in shock at the sight. What kind of punch was this? The power of a single strike obliterated a medium-grade, mundane weapon and shattered the protective spiritual energy of a peak 9th-level forger. What kind of strength was this? Such terrifying power from a mere punch. How did Chu Ran achieve this? Not only were the spectators stunned, but even the members of the Lin and Chu families were equally bewildered. Unable to fathom that a dignified peak 9th-level forger like Lin Jun could not withstand Chu Ran's blow and was thus brought down. The Lin family members had even forgotten to rescue Lin Jun. Father, kill Lin Jun now. Seeing that his father and the elder made no move, Chu Ran turned sharply and shouted. It was not that he wished to avoid action. It was merely that the aftereffects of such a powerful strike were too severe. Merely executing this blow had completely drained the spiritual energy within him, leaving his physical strength equally depleted. After this attack, it could be said that Chu Ran had nearly lost all combat capability. Upon hearing Chu Ran's call, Chu Chantian reacted swiftly, unleashing a radiant sword light from his hand that impaled Lin Jun firmly to the ground. Lin Jun, the family head of the Lin family, is dead. The elder did not remain idle either. Upon noticing Chu Ran's precarious state, he rushed to his side to assist him, but was resolutely rebuffed by Chu Ran. Beware of the Su family. Upon hearing these 4 words, the elder instantly understood, stepping back a few paces to position himself behind Chu Ran. The family head? The family head is dead. The family head is dead. From the direction of the Lin family, a chorus of panicked voices erupted. With the young family head just slain by Chu Ran, and now the family had deceased, the Lin family descended into chaos. Should we annihilate this group of Lin family members? An excited glint flashed in the elder's eyes as he proposed to Chu Changtin. This was undoubtedly a golden opportunity, with the Lin family in disarray and their combat strength significantly diminished. Deploying all the Chu family cavalry in a swift charge could easily decimate the Lin family forces. No, let's not forget that the Lin family still has several elders present, and the Su family is lurking nearby. Chu Changtian shook his head decisively. Not to mention the city lord's mansion has yet to make an appearance. I cannot wager the lives of the entire Chu family on this gamble. It is a risk I cannot afford. Indeed, no sooner had Chu Changtian's words echoed than the Lin family's cavalry stabilized under the direction of several elders. Observing the lack of movement from the Chu family, they dispatched men to retrieve the bodies of Lin Lang and Lin Jun, and under the elders' command, all 700 Lin cavalry galloped back towards their family. They too sought to charge into the Chu family to avenge their family head and young family head. However, should a battle commence, would Su Yuanshan lend his aid? Perhaps while the family head was alive, he might have, but now, certainly not. It was even possible he would seize the opportunity to turn against them and ally with the Chu family to devour the Lin family. At this juncture, the Lin family could not afford to take risks. They must return to their clan at the swiftest pace, reselect a family head to regain control over the Lin family. thus restoring stability. Waiting for the City Lord's mansion. The most unreliable entity in Gouda City was known to be the City Lord's mansion. In mere moments, the scene was left solely to the members of the Chu and Su families. Watching the Lin family depart, a flicker of regret crossed Chu Ran's gaze. He had not anticipated that the elder of the Lin family was not a simple character, able to suppress the grudge of losing both the family head and young family head for the sake of preserving the Lin family's remaining strength. This was undoubtedly an exceedingly wise decision. Gradually, Chu Ran's gaze shifted towards the Su family. Su Yuan Shan, I give you one last minute. Leave at once, or none shall depart today. With all his might, Chu Ran barked at the Su family head not far away. This shout startled Su Yuan Shan, causing him to shiver. After a moment of silence, Su Yuan Shan clasped his fist from afar and replied, My Su family bears no significant grievance with the Chu family, and we have always been grateful for the kindness shown to us by the Chu family over the years. We shall take our leave now. I hope Brother Chantian will not take offense, and that young Chu Ran will not hold it against us. Farewell. Upon finishing, Su Yuan Shan waved his hand, and the Su family cavalry thundered away. On the way, Su Yuan Shan summoned the elder. Do you remember what I said before? The elder nodded. If Chu Ran dies, the Chu family shall be destroyed. If Lin Jin dies, then the Lin family shall perish. Su Yuan Shan snorted softly. Then why are you not hurrying? Yes, family head, the elder responded, immediately leading 800 Lin cavalry towards the Lin family's estate. At this moment, he finally grasped why the family head had issued such orders. With both the family head and young family head of the Lin family deceased, the news would undoubtedly throw the Lin family into turmoil. If the Su family's cavalry were to appear now, they could easily eradicate the Lin family. The Lin family was the foremost clan in Gouda City. Should they fall, the Su family would be the greatest beneficiaries. Chapter 44. The Blood Unicorn, Teacher Luo. Bang! Observing the Su family vanish, Chu Ran collapsed onto the ground. The elder's expression changed, and he hurriedly helped Chu Ran to his feet, sensing his condition and producing several recovery pills to place in his mouth. Chu Ran remained silent, quickly retrieving dozens of low-grade spirit stones from his waist pouch. Concealed by his long sleeves, a flash of black spiritual energy enveloped the stones, reducing them to ashes as all the spiritual energy was absorbed into Chu Ran's body. After sitting cross-legged for a moment, feeling his strength and spiritual energy replenish, he finally stood up. Young family head! Young family head! At this moment, the entire Chu family erupted in a thunderous cheer, resonating throughout half of Gouda City. At the entrance, Chu Changtian looked at Chu Ran with eyes filled with pride, a smile that would not fade from his lips. He had not anticipated that Chu Ran was also a body cultivator. Just then, a light and melodic voice echoed from afar that a graceful figure with twin ponytails emerged from the crowd of onlookers, slowly approaching Chu Ran. Upon witnessing this, the elder of the Chu family instinctively stepped in front of Chu Ran. Several guards from the Lin family also surged forward. Chu Ran's current physical state was too precarious. Even an ordinary martial cultivator could pose a lethal threat to him, despite the newcomer exhibiting no apparent hostility. They dared not let their guard down. Recognizing the visitor, Chu Ran's gaze slightly narrowed. Then he gestured for the elder and others to stand down. Peeping Tom, the visitor was none other than Luo Xingmi, who had secretly observed Chu Ran in the mountains. Hello, handsome. We meet again. Luo Xingmi smiled brightly. She then walked gracefully to Chu Ran's side and whispered in his ear, not just a body cultivator, but also possessing the breath-condensing eye. Moreover, with the severe aftereffects of such a martial technique, it must be quite extraordinary, right? After a few days apart, you have truly surprised me more and more. Handsome, you, upon hearing Luo Xingmi instantly unveil all his secrets, Chu Ran's expression shifted slightly. This woman had previously discerned his dual star soul at a glance, something even a 100 refinement level martial cultivator could not perceive. This time, she had directly pointed out his body cultivation identity and the breath-condensing eye. The body cultivation aspect was not alarming, as he had just demonstrated his physical prowess. However, how had she perceived the breath-condensing eye? That was a visual ability. Even though he had indeed used it moments before, it was not something easily detectable. Chu Ran took a deep breath and asked solemnly, "Who exactly are you?" At merely 16 or 17, possessing such formidable abilities, coupled with an inscrutable level of cultivation, he could not believe that Luo Xingmi was an ordinary person. Such individuals were exceedingly rare throughout the entire Tianyue kingdom. Ha! The girl did not respond, but simply laughed heartily. Then, she placed her finger to her lips and let out a sharp whistle. Instantly, a long neigh resonated from afar, and a fiery red figure came galloping towards them, halting swiftly before the girl. It was a blood-red steed, its head adorned with a crimson horn, gleaming like a sharp sword, radiating streaks of bloodlight. As the steed neighed, it sounded like a dragon's roar, showcasing its majestic form. The blood unicorn. Teacher Luo. At the moment this steed appeared, a chorus of astonished exclamations erupted from afar, echoing endlessly. The unicorn blood horse, renowned as the noblest lineage among the sweat blood horses, is said to possess the bloodlines of both the sweat blood horse and the unicorn dragon. In the entire Tianyue kingdom, there exists but a single specimen. This horse once resided within the imperial palace until the emperor bestowed it upon an individual, a once-in-a-millennium prodigy of the Tianyue kingdom. Named Luo Xingmi, not only was the unicorn blood horse granted to her, but she was also conferred with the distinguished title of Master, Fuzi. In the Tianyue kingdom, this title holds immense prestige, allowing its bearer to stand shoulder to shoulder with kings. Throughout the millennia of the Tianyue kingdom's history, only 10 individuals have ever been granted this title, each one a person of extraordinary contribution to the realm, worthy of enshrinement in the royal ancestral hall. Luo Xingmi undoubtedly stands as the youngest master since the kingdom's founding thousands of years ago. Luo Xingmi. Master Luo. At the moment he beheld the unicorn blood horse, Chu Ran recognized Luo Xingmi, though he never anticipated that this voyeuristic individual was none other than the renowned genius of the entire Tianyue kingdom. Master Luo. No wonder he felt a sense of familiarity with the name Luo Xingmi, as if he had heard it somewhere before, but could not recall. It is said that she reached the 100 refinement realm by the age of 14. Now, her cultivation must be unfathomably high. If anyone can truly see through him, it would indeed be her. What brings Master Luo to Ancient Path City? My heavens, Master Luo has come to our Ancient Path City. Countless incredulous gazes were fixed upon Luo Xingmi, as no one had expected to witness the beauty of Master Luo in their lifetime. Just as the rumors had suggested, she was young and stunning. I understand now. Master Luo must be here to challenge our city's foremost genius. Xiajian, I have long heard that Master Luo has fought against the top geniuses from over 300 cities throughout the Tianyue kingdom. It is rare for anyone to even withstand a single strike from her. If Xiajian, our city's top genius, can endure a blow from Master Luo, Ancient Path City shall undoubtedly become renowned across the land, attracting countless talented individuals and strengthening our city's power. It is certainly possible. Xiajian is a 7-fold celestial star soul and has now reached the pinnacle of the 9-fold star forging realm. It is said she has even cultivated the Ice Lotus intent to the great completion stage. And mastering the 100 refinement realm is merely a matter of time. Enduring a strike should pose no challenge. Luo Xingmi leaped onto the unicorn blood horse and turned to face Chu Ran, saying, "Young handsome, wait for me to battle Xiajian, and then seek you out. Are you brave enough to receive a strike from me?" Gasp! Master Luo has issued a challenge to Chu Ran. This left many in the crowd gasping in astonishment. It is rumored that Master Luo, wherever she goes, only seeks out the top genius of the city and has never before extended a challenge to anyone else. As she herself puts it, only the first can warrant my blade. Yet today they witnessed someone who could provoke Master Luo to personally issue a challenge. Could it be that Chu Ran's talent and strength have truly reached such heights? Almost everyone's gaze was now fixed upon Chu Ran, eager to see whether he would accept. Not interested. Chu Ran decisively shook his head. The distant crowd sighed in unison, realizing that Chu Ran lacked the courage to accept the challenge. If he did not even have the guts to fight, how could he be deemed a martial cultivator? After all, what courage could a scoundrel, who resorts to drugging his childhood sweetheart, possibly possess? Perhaps only the audacity of lust. But in the next moment, the crowd was left in a state of buzzing disbelief as Chu Ran's words flushed their faces with heat. If we are to battle, it shall be a full-fledged fight. There is no such thing as merely receiving a strike. His declaration resonated like thunder in the minds of the crowd. Merely receive a blow does not constitute a battle. Only by giving their all can they truly engage in combat. It must be noted that he was facing the top genius of the Tianyue kingdom, Luo Xingmi, the master personally conferred by the emperor. Chu Ran had the audacity to declare a fight. Who would dare claim he lacked courage? Chapter 45. Are you brave enough to battle? Good. Luo Xingmi nodded, then urged her steed onward, kicking up dust as both horse and rider sped away. Watching her retreating figure, Chu Ran's eyes sparkled with fierce determination. In their previous encounter, he had refrained from battling due to ignorance of her identity. But now, he was aware. This contest was not merely about victory or defeat. It was a clash with a true genius. Even if the odds of winning were slim, he would not falter again. For only by contending with a genuine talent could he discern his own standing and recognize the gap between himself and true prodigies. His father had once told him that Ancient Path City was merely a starting point, not the end. He believed that a duel with Master Luo would serve as another beginning for him, a path toward strength. He was a cultivator of the body, where the term body signifies not just physicality, but also a combative spirit. Only through countless battles can a true martial cultivator be forged. Just then, a long neigh from the unicorn blood horse echoed from afar. Luo Xingmi, having galloped a few hundred meters, halted in the middle of the road. A group of individuals appeared before her and her steed. At the forefront was none other than the city lord, Xia Yunhao, who had come to eliminate Chu Ran and annihilate the Chu residents, accompanied by hundreds of guard from the city lord's manor. This time, even Xia Jian was present, intent on personally slaying Chu Ran. The Lin and Su families had failed to rid themselves of Chu Ran, and with Gu Han backing him, should Xia Yunhao take action, Gu Han would surely make an appearance. However, Xia Jian was different. The entire Ancient Path City was aware of what Chu Ran had done to her. If Xia Jian were to kill Chu Ran, even Gu Han would have no reason to intervene, unless he wished to defy the rules of the martial hall. People from the city lord's manor relay the order. The entire Chu family is to be on high alert and ready for battle. Seeing the approaching figures, Chu Changtian's gaze sharpened as he immediately issued commands, directing his attention to Chu Ran, shouting, "Ranner, return to the residence." Yet, Chu Ran remained unmoved. His gaze was fixed unwaveringly ahead, his eyes swirling with murderous intent. Palpable as if it could materialize into a chilling crimson glow, his grip on the sword creaked ominously. "Xia Yin," the three icy words escaped Chu Ran's lips. The unicorn blood horse, upon seeing the magnificent steed beneath the roadblock. The members of the city lord's manor were instantly struck with fear, including city lord Xia Yunhao, who trembled and promptly dismounted, bowing respectfully before the lone figure and her steed. "I am Xia Yunhao, the lord of Ancient Path City. It is an honor to meet Master Luo." He never anticipated that Master Luo would arrive in Ancient Path City. However, he quickly deduced her purpose for coming. It must be for Xia Jian. "Greetings, Master Luo." Witnessing the city lord dismount and pay his respects, the guards of the city lord's manor hastily followed suit. Luo Xingmi cast a fleeting glance at Xia Yunhao before her gaze settled upon the girl beside him. Her brows furrowing slightly as she inquired, "You are city lord Xia Yunhao, so this must be Xia Jian." Xia Yunhao thought to himself. As expected, he promptly bowed and replied, "Indeed, Master Luo. This is my daughter." Xia Jian also bowed hastily. Xia Jian greets Master Luo, the first genius of Ancient Path City. As Luo Xingmi assessed Xia Jian, her brows knitted slightly, disappointment evident in her eyes. She had expected that someone deemed the foremost genius of Ancient Path City would be a remarkable figure. Instead, she found merely a worthless individual. In fact, she could say that among the cities she had traversed, Xia Jian ranked among the most inept. Though her talent was decent, her cultivation respectable, and her realm satisfactory. Her star soul was a sevenfold celestial star soul, a fusion acquired by usurping another star soul. Those who elevate their gift through family influence and the theft of other star souls are forever deemed worthless. Such individuals are the dregs that disrupt the martial world, and she held them in utter disdain. This sort of waste was unworthy of her blade. Star Soul? Luo Xingmi suddenly raised an eyebrow, asking, "What is your relationship with Chu Ran?" At the mere mention of Chu Ran's name, Xia Yunhao's heart jolted. This is bad. Master Luo actually knows Chu Ran. He was unsure of the nature of their relationship. But upon reflection, it was clear. If they were acquainted, it was likely a fleeting encounter. With Chu Ran's status and standing, he had no qualification to know Master Luo. Xia Yan was about to respond, but was silenced by a wave of Xia Yunhao's hand. Xia Yunhao bowed and said, "In response to Master Luo, our city lord's manor and the Chu family were originally connected by marriage. Jian and Chu Ran grew up together as childhood friends. However, this scoundrel possesses a vile character and engages in despicable behavior. He maliciously drugged Jian when she was unguarded, intending to commit unspeakable acts. Fortunately, I discovered this and crippled his star soul. Afterward, it became evident that not only Chu Ran, but the entire Chu family were despicable individuals, prompting a severance of ties with them. The lord of the city declared disdain for associating with such a family." Xia Yunhao's impassioned speech painted the lord's residence as the very embodiment of justice. However, before he could finish, Luo Xingmi abruptly interjected, asking, "You claim you have extinguished his star soul?" Xia Yunhao, with a righteous demeanor, affirmed, "Indeed, such a vile individual should not be allowed to remain, for he is a menace. Had it not been for our principled stance, he would have been eliminated long ago." Luo Xingmi waved her hand dismissively and retorted, "I know not what manner of person he is, but I do know that within the dantian of your so-called number one genius, Xia Jian, resides half of his star soul." A murmur of astonishment rippled through the gathered crowd. How could it be that within Xia Jian's dantian lay the star soul of Chu Ran? Wasn't it said that Chu Ran's star soul had been destroyed? How could it possibly end up within Xia Jian? Could it be that Xia Jian had merged with Chu Ran's star soul? Surely, Master Luo would not speak falsehoods. The Ice Lotus Star Soul of the Fifth Heaven, the Sword Spirit Star Soul of the Fifth Heaven, the Ice Lotus Sword Star Soul of the Seventh Heaven? At this realization, many in the crowd experienced a flicker of comprehension, and oh wonder Xia Jian, who originally possessed only the Ice Lotus Star Soul of the Fifth Heaven, had surged to attain the Ice Lotus Sword Star Soul of the Seventh Heaven after Chu Ran's downfall. It was all because of Chu Ran. The crowd's reaction startled Xia Yunhao, as the matter directly impacted the reputation of the Lord's residence. He hastily attempted to clarify, "Though that may be so, it is also due to Chu Ran's malicious actions. When dealing with the wicked, one must employ wicked methods." Hearing Xia Yunhao's words, the crowd gradually quieted. Indeed, it is justifiable to repay evil with evil. While merging with another star soul is looked down upon in the martial world, it must be considered in context. Luo Xingmi chose not to elaborate. These matters were of no concern to her, and she had no interest in meddling in trivialities. Yet, one thing did pique her curiosity further. How had Chu Ran, despite being stripped of his star soul, managed to cultivate to such a level after reforging it? Such talent indeed stirred her interest in engaging him in battle. Chapter 46. You are unworthy. Upon hearing Luo Xingmi's lack of further inquiries, Xia Yunhao breathed a sigh of relief, as this indirectly validated his suspicions. He then shifted the topic and asked, "Master Luo, have you come here to challenge my daughter, Jian?" While speaking, he covertly gestured to Xia Jian to step forward, should she be able to face off against Master Luo. Regardless of the outcome, it would bring immense benefits to the Lord's residence, and if she could withstand even one strike from Master Luo, the advantages would be immeasurable. Even in defeat, if she could endure for just a moment, Xia Jian would undoubtedly gain notoriety across the realm. It was a situation where only benefits awaited, with no drawbacks. Xia Jian promptly stepped forward. Bowing respectfully, Xia Jian wishes to test the might of Master Luo's blade. "Please bestow your guidance." Luo Xingmi shook her head, replying, "You are unworthy." These three words caused Xia Yunhao's expression to darken considerably. He had never anticipated such a response. if even Xia Jian was deemed unworthy to receive a single strike. Who then possessed the qualification? Xia Jian's complexion shifted between hues of blue and purple. Her lips moved as if to speak, yet no words emerged. The Lord's residence of Gudening was indeed a profound disappointment. Such a caliber of talent dared to claim the title of the #1 genius? They were even inferior to Chu Ran. With that, Luo Xingmi turned and galloped away, yet her words struck like thunder, echoing in the minds of Xia Yunhao and the others, sending tremors through Xia Jian's very being. Could it be that she, Xia Jian, was inferior to someone she had previously rendered powerless? Even if Chu Ran had regained his strength. In her eyes, he remained a waste. Master Luo, please guide me. Xia Jian gritted her teeth and let out a low growl, then drew her longsword, thrusting it towards the departing Luo Xingmi. Did you not claim I am lesser than Chu Ran? Then I shall demonstrate with strength that I, the #1 genius of Gudening, am truly deserving of the title. Xia Yunhao, witnessing this, urgently shouted to halt her. Luo Xingmi is no ordinary person. To provoke her could spell disaster for even the Lord's residence. However, before he could intervene, boom! A resounding explosion echoed as Xia Jian's sword shattered against Luo Xingmi's blade. Xia Jian's body seemed to freeze in place, her eyes filled with terror. I told you, you are unworthy, Luo Xingmi remarked without turning back. Xia Jian let out a muffled groan, spitting out a mouthful of blood as she fell beside Xia Yunhao, her gaze lost on the retreating figure of the girl. She could not withstand even a single utterance from the opponent and had foolishly attempted to receive a strike. Indeed, she was unworthy. Xia Yunhao helped Xia Jian to her feet, offering consolation. Jian, Master Luo is the #1 genius of Tianyue Kingdom. Countless prodigies have fallen before her. There is no shame in your defeat. Father, Xia Jian began to speak, but her eyes suddenly widened, fixating on a point several hundred meters ahead, for Luo Xingmi had come to a halt at the entrance of the Chu residence. Before the very person of Chu Ran. How could she stop there? Why would she meet with Chu Ran? If even she lacked the qualification to delay Master Luo for a moment, what right did Chu Ran have? A person she had previously rendered powerless? Xia Jian's body trembled slightly. Yet the next moment, a soft and ethereal voice carried on the wind. Chu Ran, may I challenge you? She claimed unworthiness. Yet here she was issuing a challenge to Chu Ran. If she was unworthy, then how could Chu Ran be worthy? Was she truly inferior to Chu Ran? Xia Jian's complexion turned ashen. No, I refuse to believe this. It is impossible. I must have misheard or misjudged. Xia Jian shook her head vigorously. She could not accept such a reality. This was not the truth. Chu Ran was merely a stepping stone on her path to becoming a strong individual. He would always remain so. Meanwhile, Xia Yunhao's thoughts were interrupted by a subordinate's report, causing his expression to shift dramatically. Lin Zhun had fallen at the hands of Chu Ran. The pinnacle of the ninefold stage of star forging had been defeated by Chu Ran in direct combat. How could Chu Ran have grown so formidable? Suddenly, he recalled Luo Xingmi's earlier words. Xia Jian was inferior to Chu Ran, which ignited a murderous intent in his gaze. Chu Ran must die. After a moment's contemplation, he turned to Xia Jian, commanding, someone, take Jian back to the Lord's residence. However, as soon as he spoke, another voice rang out from the distance. What harm is there in battle? Chu Ran, I accept your challenge. Upon hearing this voice, Xia Jian's expression changed dramatically as she forcefully pushed away the guards by her side, exclaiming, leave? I shall not return. She was determined to witness how someone she had once rendered powerless had surpassed her. Xia Yunhao frowned and admonished, Jian, do not act recklessly. He intended to clear any obstacles before his daughter. Viewing Chu Ran merely as a stepping stone, he would not allow her to become obsessed over such a minor hindrance. Affecting her cultivation mindset. No. If you insist that I return, then kill me. Xia Jian clenched her jaw, her gaze unwaveringly fixed ahead. Buzz. After dismounting, Luo Xingmi raised her hand, and a resplendent blade's hum resonated from her blood-red longsword. Its sound booming like a tiger's roar, rippling through the surrounding air with waves of force. Even those hundreds of meters away felt the sharp power slicing through the air, as if it sought to rend their very souls asunder, sending chills down many spines. Source power? The source of the blade? Exclamations of astonishment erupted all around. The level of mastery demonstrated by this blade had clearly transcended the realm of unity between man and sword. Only upon reaching the source realm, beyond mere intent, could such terrifying might manifest. Master Luo had indeed attained the source realm at just 17. This left many feeling breathless. Even Chu Ran, facing her directly, felt his heart chill. The oppressive weight from Luo Xingmi's source of the blade nearly robbed him of breath. Only when he unleashed his own Grandmaster sword intent and the intent of slaughter did he feel somewhat alleviated. A thought crossed his mind. What a terrifying Master Luo! This girl is truly remarkable. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Chu Ran's mind. It was the voice of the Dark God. Without replying, Chu Ran tightened his grip on the longsword. So, Chu Ran, do you still dare to fight? Why would I not? Chu Ran replied defiantly, My sword is ready to strike. As the words fell, the sword in hand was similarly unsheathed. The essence of the great vehicle and the aura of slaughter simultaneously coalesced upon the long sword, causing it to shimmer with a blood-red brilliance in an instant. Amidst the flickering radiance, even the formidable pressure from the source of the blade wielded by Luo Xingmi receded slightly. Although these two realms could not obliterate the source of Luo Xingmi's blade, they nonetheless provided a measure of resistance. The interplay of these two realms was far from a mere addition. Under the dual convergence, the resulting force of the realms could undoubtedly amplify each by more than double. Chapter 47. Battle, Master Luo. Two realms, dual cultivation of realms. Charon's strike caused many onlookers to involuntarily narrow their eyes, and one anticipated that Charon had cultivated two distinct realms, thus becoming a martial cultivator of dual realms. This was not merely a result of persistent training. It was a manifestation of extraordinary talent. Furthermore, one of these realms had even ascended to the great vehicle level. Even Xia Jian, who stood not far away, furrowed her brow, clearly taken aback by Charon's dual realms. But so what? The essence of a realm lies in its refinement, not its quantity. If she desired to cultivate, she could do so. Come forth as long as you can withstand a single strike from me. It shall be yours. As she spoke, a token appeared in Luo Xingmi's hand, a pure white jade token. In the center of the token were inscribed the two characters for student, above the word student. There was a prominent red character denoting special. The lower right corner of the token bore the words Tianzi. The reverse side simply displayed a gleaming character for Luo. This was the exclusive token of Master Luo, a special recruitment token from Tianzi Academy. Upon sighting this token, countless individuals gasped in astonishment. This was indeed a special recruitment token. It was incomparable to ordinary student tokens, even across the entire Tianyuan Empire. No more than 30 individuals would receive such a token in a single year. It could be said that each person who obtained this token was a genius among geniuses within the Tianyuan kingdom. Once in Tianzi Academy, they would hold an exceptionally high status, with access to nearly all cultivation resources available within the academy. What kind of place was Tianzi Academy? It boasted a history even older than that of the Tianyuan kingdom, with a foundation spanning over 10,000 years, replete with innumerable cultivation resources. Supreme techniques, martial skills, elixirs, and treasures were merely the most basic resources, with countless secret methods, battle formations, and exotic treasures beyond enumeration. Obtaining this token unequivocally signified a future standing within the Tianyuan kingdom. It was said that today, Gudening had the fortune of receiving a special recruitment quota. However, this quota had already been reserved by Xia Jian, who would have thought that this seemingly predetermined spot would now be produced by Master Luo. Could Master Luo truly do this? Would the elder in charge of recruitment at Tianzi Academy consent? This is my token. Seeing the token in Luo Xingmi's hand, Xia Jian's fist clenched tightly. This was the spot she had obtained at the cost of her own body. Having requested it from Elder Chengshang through Yin Xingyun, quickly summon Elder Chengshang and Yin Xingyun. Sa Yunhao immediately issued a command. Although Master Luo held a distinguished position, the matter of recruitment tokens was decided by the recruitment elder. Even Master Luo could not intervene. Whoosh! Luo Xingmi swiftly slashed, the blade's radiance calm and unperturbed, appearing as a mere ordinary blade flash. Not even a hint of energy fluctuation could be sensed. It was as if no power had been employed at all. Merely a casual slice that produced a blade flash. Were it not for the fact that people were aware of Master Luo's reputation, many might have assumed this was an intentional act of leniency on his part. But evidently, that was impossible. Charon was simply not qualified for such treatment. Charon remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on the blade flash approaching him. Though it appeared ordinary, he could distinctly perceive the overwhelming pressure emanating from within it. This pressure was far more potent than the source from when Luo Xingmi had drawn his sword. Even his two realms were being suppressed to the point of losing their brilliance. The source power was, after all, an evolution of the realm's essence. Before the source power, the essence of the realm was akin to an ant. This was akin to a confrontation between a martial cultivator at the 100 refinement stage and one at the star forging stage. A scenario devoid of suspense, an utter, crushing defeat. Yet Charon did not retreat, even an inch. He even bore the pressure of the source force and took a bold step forward. Under the terrifying weight of the source pressure, it felt as if a colossal mountain bore down upon him, instantly causing his body to emit a series of crackling sounds. Crack. The stone slab beneath his feet shattered into dust. His feet sank 3 inches into the ground. Had it not been for his formidable physique, he would have been reduced to pulp. Sword. Charon gritted his teeth and murmured. The sword in his hand suddenly burst forth with radiance, as the two realms converged upon the long sword, channeling all the power of his sword's soul and star spirit into it, causing the air around him to shimmer with brilliance. However, as soon as this radiance emanated from the sword, it was instantly crushed by the source of Luo Xingmi's blade. This was the crushing power of realms. Still not enough? Charon sighed deeply within. The gap was too vast. Not only Charon, but the crowd also shook their heads. This was the true essence of crushing power. Under such overwhelming force, any dazzling display would lose its efficacy. What are the two realms? What are the formidable physique? All were mere illusions. Charon was destined to fail. Humph. If even I cannot withstand a single strike. Do you think you can? Seeing this scene, Xiaojian could not help but let out a low snort. Just moments ago, the words left by Luo Xingmi before his departure faded from her mind. Perhaps at one time, she indeed fell short of Charon by half. But that was merely in the past. The current Charon did not deserve to be mentioned in the same breath as her. Master Luo's judgment was hardly remarkable. The special recruitment token from Tianzi Academy would rightfully belong to her, Xiaojian. It was either life or injury. Realizing he could not withstand the onslaught, Charon gritted his teeth and let out a fierce shout. This was his final strike. That it was the most powerful attack he could wield, aside from the Dark Star spirit. Even in defeat, he would unleash his utmost strength to convey to all that he, Charon, was once the foremost figure of Gyudening. And still was. In the future, he would be even more so. Defeat, yet without regret. Buzz. In that fleeting moment, as the 4 words fell, Charon's body shrank dramatically, yet the sword in his hand suddenly surged in size, growing by more than double. Waves of terrifying energy erupted from the sword's body, even pushing back the source pressure that had long oppressed him. Slash. Seizing the moment, Charon roared, and in an instant, the sword in his hand was flung forth, transforming into a colossal sword measuring 4 to 5 zhang in length, crashing down upon the blade flash from Luo Xingmi. Boom! Endless power reverberated through the air. The terrifying energy ripples surged outward, instantly toppling numerous onlookers. Frightened, others hastily activated their protective spiritual energies, yet they were still pushed back 100 meters before they could dissipate this overwhelming force. Among them were many martial cultivators at the 9th level of the star forging stage. Dumbfounded, all who witnessed this scene were left in a daze that no one had anticipated that Charon could unleash such terrifying power with a single strike. Even the source pressure from Master Luo was repelled. What kind of force was this? How could a martial cultivator at the 6th level of the star forging stage produce such overwhelming strength? This was something even the pinnacle of the 9th level of the star forging stage could scarcely achieve. How could this be possible? Xiaojian suddenly raised her head, her eyes wide in disbelief as she gazed at the clash between the sword and blade in the sky. The might of this sword was something she herself could not achieve. Yet Charon had done it. How could this be possible? Almost instantaneously, Xiaojian's complexion turned ashen. When had Charm become so formidable? How could he be this powerful? It had only been less than half a month since he was stripped of the Star Spirit. How could he have grown to such an extent? He had surpassed even his former self by leaps and bounds. If given more time, what would happen? No, I refuse to believe it. Xiaojian clenched her jaw, her body trembling slightly. Chapter 48. Now, is it within the rules? Boom! In the midst of the sky, a terrifying explosion reverberated, shaking the void as if a thunderclap had erupted as the two energies clashed and swept over one another. Ultimately, Charin's sword radiance was still shattered beneath Luo Xingmi's blade flash. All eyes were fixed upon the scene, witnessing the shattering of the sword's radiance and the unwavering might of the blade's brilliance. Yet, not a single soul dared to utter that Chu Ran was inadequate, for they had all beheld a miracle that seemed almost impossible. Though the outcome remained unchanged, it was enough to instill reverence in countless hearts. With the power of the 6th level of the star-forging realm, and an unfathomable mastery of the original intent of the blade as taught by Master Luo, even a single strike commanded admiration. None among them could achieve what he did. Ultimately, it was still insufficient. Chu Ran inhaled deeply, yet he felt little discouragement. He had come to understand the vast chasm between himself and a true genius. And he had glimpsed the essence of the primordial power. This was a realm he had never before touched. But now, he had brushed against it. That alone was enough. He believed that if given time, it would not be long before he could grasp the essence of the sword. You have received my strike. This token now belongs to you, Luo Xingmi said softly, tossing the special admission token of Tianze Academy into Chu Ran's hands. Naturally, Chu Ran accepted it without hesitation, having fought tirelessly, depleting even the strength to stand to obtain it. Though he could not defeat Luo Xingmi, he believed that one day he would. My special admission token. Not far away, Xiaojian's face had turned pale as a sheet, and she slumped to the ground. The events unfolding before her had starkly confirmed Master Luo's words. She indeed fell short of Chu Ran. Even after she had incapacitated him by severing his star soul, rendering him a mere shell, he still shone brilliantly after just over 10 days. Had she truly erred? Watching the token she had long coveted now, in Chu Ran's grasp. Her eyes grew increasingly vacant. Vaguely, she recalled telling Chu Ran that she would one day claim the special admission token as the first of Gudening and become a special student of Tianze Academy. Chu Ran had replied that he would yield the first place to her. But now, that was no longer possible. Had she truly made a mistake? If that incident had not transpired, would he have still selflessly gifted her this token? Surely he would have, right? No, Yin, you did nothing wrong. You acted to become stronger. Now that he has recovered, you need not feel guilt. Your purpose is not to wallow in remorse, but to triumph over him through strength and reclaim what belongs to you. Xia Yunhao's voice echoed thunderously in Xiaojian's mind, rousing her from her stupor. Yes, she, Xiaojian, could not concede so easily. What belonged to her must be seized back by her own hands. That is the essence of who she is. How intriguing that you refuse to unleash the power of your 2nd star soul. It only heightens my anticipation. A phrase from Luo Xingmi resonated in Chu Ran's mind, seemingly aware that Chu Ran wished to keep the matter of the 2nd star soul concealed. Thus, Luo Xingmi chose to communicate through spiritual energy rather than speaking aloud. Spiritual energy is a force that can only be activated when a martial artist reaches the primordial realm. It can be used for probing or attacking, making it one of the most crucial powers for those who have attained the primordial realm. The 2nd star soul. Chu Ran shook his head, choosing not to elaborate. The secret of the dark star soul would remain undisclosed unless it pertained to life and death. Luo Xingmi smiled faintly, then leaped onto the unicorn blood steed, glancing back at Chu Ran with a voice that floated through the air. Today, I have triumphed not by virtue of skill. When your cultivation improves, we shall battle again. I shall be ready. Chu Ran nodded in response to go. Luo Xingmi commanded, urging her steed to depart, when suddenly a voice called out from behind. Master Luo, wait. She halted the unicorn blood steed and turned to see two figures emerging from the direction of the city lord's estate. The admissions elder of Tianze Academy, Cheng Shang, and the trainee mentor, Yin Qingyun. Observing the two, Luo Xingmi inquired calmly, "Is there something amiss?" "We pay our respects to Master Luo." The two approached, bowing deeply, and after a moment, Cheng Shang lifted his gaze to Luo Xingmi and spoke. "Master Luo, I am the admissions elder of Gudening. The identity of the special admissions student ought to be determined by me. Is it not somewhat irregular for you to act thus?" "Luo," Xingmi replied. "What did you call me? Repeat it." "Master Luo." As those three words fell, everyone witnessed Luo Xingmi's form flicker for an instant before she returned to her original position. Smack! A crisp sound resonated as Cheng Shang was struck across the face, causing him to stagger back. Clutching his cheek, his eyes filled with astonishment as he gazed at Luo Xingmi, his body trembling slightly, rendered speechless. The onlookers collectively gasped, shocked to see Master Luo deliver a slap to the admissions elder of Tianze Academy. This was an elder of the academy. Since Master Luo's arrival, they had felt that while she possessed an air of arrogance, she was also benevolent, at least in her demeanor towards Chu Ran. Yet they had not anticipated such a haughty display from her. But Cheng Shang was, after all, an elder of Tianze Academy. Was this not tantamount to slapping Tianze Academy in the face? Luo Xingmi regarded Cheng Shang with an unwavering gaze. "I will ask you one last time. What did you call me?" Thud! Cheng Shang, trembling all over, dropped to one knee, stammering, "Esteemed Honorary Dean." As he uttered those four words, Yin Qingyun, standing to the side, suddenly recalled something and promptly knelt on one knee. Bowing respectfully, they had completely forgotten that Luo Xingmi held not only the title of National Master, but also that of Honorary Dean of Tianze Academy. Gasps erupted from the crowd as Cheng Shang's address rang out, all eyes widening in disbelief. Master Luo was also the Honorary Dean of Tianze Academy. The title of Honorary Dean is one of immense prestige within Tianze Academy, conferred only upon those who have graduated and possess considerable renown and strength. Typically, individuals bestowed with this title have wandered the martial world for decades after graduation, achieving remarkable accomplishments and high cultivation levels. Yet, how old was Master Luo? 17. A 17-year-old honorary dean. This was utterly breathtaking, elevating her to an unimaginable status. Xia Yunhao was likewise taken aback. He had presumed that no matter how illustrious Master Luo's title, she could not possibly rival Tianze Academy nor interfere with its admissions affairs. He never anticipated that she held such a position within Tianze Academy. She was also a graduate of Tianze Academy. After graduating, she had been granted the title of Honorary Dean, 17 years old, an existence that defied all odds. Luo Xingmi regarded Cheng Shang, her tone remaining as calm as ever. "Now, is it in accordance with the rules?" Cheng Shang nodded, trembling. "It is in accordance with the rules. Though the title of Honorary Dean is merely a title, one still has the right to issue a special admission token. Go." Luo Xingmi commanded, lightly patting the horse's back, and the two of them transformed into a crimson shadow, racing away. "Proceed according to the rules from here on. As you command." Cheng Shang and Yin Qingyun dared not lift their heads until Luo Xingmi and her steed vanished from their sight. Watching the girl ride away in silence, Chu Ran's fists involuntarily clenched tighter. This was the true bearing of a genius. At 17, she held numerous titles that commanded respect throughout the entire Tianyue kingdom, capable of bending others to her will with a mere utterance. Before encountering Luo Xingmi, especially after awakening the dark star soul of the 9th level and becoming a body cultivator, Chu Ran had firmly believed that his talent had surpassed that of many geniuses, even within the entirety of Tianyue Kingdom. Yet Luo Xingmi's appearance forced him to confront reality. In the world of martial cultivation, there are always those beyond one's ken, those whose brilliance eclipses even the brightest stars. Despite his commendable talent, he was still far from sufficient. If he wished to become a formidable warrior, a figure capable of commanding the martial world, he had a long journey ahead of him. "In a year, after a year, I shall seek you out for another duel," Chu Ran declared resolutely, his gaze fixed upon the receding silhouette of the girl. "Father," watching Luo Xingmi depart, Xia Jian's face remained as pale as death. Was her dream of becoming a special admissions student truly coming to an end? She had sacrificed so much for this token. How could she possibly accept such an outcome? If it were anyone else, she could endure it, but this was Chu Ran. How could she reconcile herself to it? Xia Yunhao parted his lips, yet for a long while, no comforting words emerged. The appearance of Luo Xingmi disrupted all his carefully laid plans, rendering him utterly powerless to resist. Though his teeth were clenched in hatred, Luo Xingmi loomed before him like an insurmountable mountain, leaving him with no strength to overcome it. After a considerable pause, Xia Yunhao finally spoke somberly. Rest assured, GYAN.MY father will spare no effort to fight for you. With that, Xia Yunhao rushed forward to assist Cheng Shang and Yin Qingyun, who were kneeling on one knee. Elder Cheng Shang, young Master Qingyun, Lord of Xia City, I trust you have observed that it is not that we are unwilling to assist, but rather that Master Luo has spoken, and we find ourselves powerless. Elder Cheng Shang gently pushed Xia Yunhao aside, fully aware of his intentions, yet he could only shake his head. Fear not. The items you bestowed upon me shall be returned before my departure. Yin Qingyun sighed in agreement. Uncle Xia, I too find myself powerless. It is Ji Yin who suffers the most. Xia Yunhao clasped his hands, his eyes filled with sincerity and urgency. There remains a glimmer of hope. If both of you are willing, I, Xia Yunhao, am prepared to offer all the treasures of the city lord's residence as a gift. I implore you to intercede. How can we find a way forward? Elder Cheng Shang firmly shook his head in refusal. This is decreed by Master Luo, a man I cannot afford to offend. Not only he, but even the Cheng family behind him could not dare to provoke Master Luo. Xia Yunhao hurriedly explained. I assure you, it will not contravene Master Luo's wishes. After a moment of silence, Cheng Shang finally nodded. If it could be done without defying Master Luo, I am willing to listen. Xia Yunhao had offered too many gifts. If he were to return them all, he would indeed feel reluctant. If he could achieve his goals without upsetting Master Luo, he would gladly go along with it. Did not Master Luo say to act according to the rules? Just as Xia Yunhao began to speak, a sudden exclamation interrupted him from behind. Grandfather! A young girl dashed to Cheng Shang's side. Cheng Shang turned to her and inquired, Ling Shui, what brings you here? Cheng Ling Shui pointed an accusatory finger at Chu Ran, her voice filled with anger. The special admission token cannot be given to him. Absolutely not. To whom can it not be given? Cheng Shang followed her gaze and immediately spotted Chu Ran, who stood motionless, still gazing in the direction Luo Xingmi had departed, his brow furrowed. Are you saying that Master Luo has bestowed the special admission token upon him? Although he had long noticed Chu Ran standing there, he had never imagined that the token would be granted to him. Yes, Cheng Ling Shui affirmed. Grandfather, you must know, he has insulted me twice. I, Cheng Ling Shui, have never endured such humiliation, and I will not let this matter rest. Child, do not be willful. Cheng Shang intended to counsel his granddaughter, but ultimately fell silent, his gaze deep. He understood Cheng Ling Shui's nature. Having been pampered since childhood, she could not tolerate the slightest grievance, and once slighted, she would stop at nothing to reclaim her dignity. Yet, he hoped she could let this go. After all, the one who could compel Master Luo to issue a special admission token was certainly no ordinary individual. Though the Cheng family was prominent, they should seek to ally with such a person rather than create enmity. Elder Cheng Shang, although I am merely the lord of small city, I am aware of your concerns. However, you may not realize that this young man is vengeful by nature. Miss Ling Shui has already made an enemy of him, and given his temperament, he will not let this matter rest. Seizing the opportunity, Xia Yunhao hastily added fuel to the fire. Once he obtains the special admission token, should he rise to prominence in the future, it will undoubtedly be detrimental to the Cheng family. I am certain Elder Cheng Shang would not wish to see that. Upon hearing this, Cheng Shang's gaze towards Xia Yunhao deepened. Is it I who does not wish to see it? Or is it you? A mere Xia Yunhao dared to play tricks before him. How could he fail to perceive the underlying motives? Elder Cheng Shang has misunderstood. Xia Yunhao was taken aback, forcing a smile while wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Neither of us wishes to see it. Truly, Cheng Shang snorted softly. Speak, what are your thoughts? Did not Master Luo say to proceed according to the rules? What rules, if not the admissions regulations of Tianzi Academy? Xia Yunhao elaborated. Every special admission student must accept challenges from others. Only upon succeeding can they retain their token. Failure results in a transfer of ownership. Are you suggesting? Chang Shang suddenly comprehended. This was indeed the admission protocol of Tianzi Academy. As long as Chu Ran could not defend the token during the challenge, it would be of no consequence, even if it was personally awarded by Master Luo. After a moment of silence, Chang Shang asked, "Are you certain that Xia Jiyan is a match for Chu Ran?" Within the confines of Gouda City, it seemed that Xia Jiyan was the only one capable of challenging Chu Ran. Could Xia Jiyan withstand a strike from Master Luo? Of course she can. Jiyan's cultivation has already reached the pinnacle of the 9th layer of star forging, and her comprehension has attained the great achievement stage. Once she breaks through to the 100 refinements, Chu Ran will be but an ant, Xia Yunhao declared with unwavering confidence. 3 days, just 3 days, I will ensure that Jiyan breaks through to the 100 refinements within that time. Chang Shang nodded in agreement. Very well. Let us proceed according to the rules. Qingyan, spread the word. The Tianzi Academy's martial arts admissions event will be held in 3 days at the Tianwu Hall. With a wave of his hand, Chang Shang turned to leave. Understood, Elder Cheng. Yin Qingyan responded and followed suit. Humph. Cheng Lingxue cast a cold glance at Chu Ran, snorting, "Were it not for my status as an outsider in Gouda City, I would tear your mouth apart myself." She then departed as well. Jiyan, we shall take our leave. Xia Yunhao led the members of the city lord's residence away. In the span of 3 days, he would exhaust all the precious resources of the city lord's residence to elevate Xia Jiyan's cultivation to the 100 refinements. Glancing back at Chu Ran, Xia Jiyan found him still staring at her. Their eyes met, and she coldly murmured, "I could have disposed of you before. In 3 days, I still can this time. You will have no chance of survival." Chu Ran's gaze was frigid. "In 3 days, I shall unveil your malicious facade, revealing your true nature to the world." Chapter 50. Dambao Pavilion. Once everyone had departed, tranquility returned to the vicinity of the Chu residence, and Chu Ran, too, collapsed, supported by the Grand Elder as they made their way back home. Having used the life or death technique twice, though there was a brief respite, it had taken a heavy toll on Chu Ran. Had it not been for his unwavering willpower, he would have succumbed long ago. It was only after ensuring the family's safety that he finally could no longer hold on and fell unconscious. In this deep slumber, Chu Ran dreamt he had become a formidable martial artist, unrivaled throughout the entire Tianyue kingdom. Everyone who beheld him referred to him as Master Chu. Moreover, he was granted the opportunity to see his mother at last. Yet, inexplicably, she always turned her back to him, unwilling to face him. Desperate, he called out, but she remained unyielding. Ultimately, in his anxiety, Chu Ran jolted awake. Gazing at the familiar room and the view outside the window, he took a deep breath, knowing it had merely been a dream. Nevertheless, he firmly believed that one day he would realize every scene from his dreams. In the day and night that followed, many events transpired within Gouda City, the first of which was the upcoming martial arts event at Tianzi Academy in 2 days. Though it was called a martial arts gathering, everyone understood it was merely a challenge match between the 2 greatest talents of Gouda City, one a former prodigy, the other the current top talent. The victor would be crowned the true special admissions student of Tianzi Academy. Regardless of who attained this title, their family would reap immense benefits, both in terms of prestige and status, as various clans and factions would flock to forge alliances. No one would be foolish enough to antagonize a family with the potential to produce a super powerhouse. Although the martial arts event was set for 2 days hence, the threshold of the city lord's residence was already on the verge of being breached. Reports even suggested that the northern frontier the trials faced by Lien seemed trivial in comparison. Chu Ran, almost devoid of any chance of victory. Aside from this matter, another event has stirred considerable commotion throughout the ancient city. The foremost family of the ancient city, the Lin family, has been annihilated by the iron cavalry of the Su family, resulting in the tragic demise of over 1,000 members of the Lin household. All the resources of the Lin family within the ancient city have now fallen into the hands of the Su family, which has undeniably ascended to the position of the most powerful family in the ancient city. Upon hearing the guard's account, Chu Ran dismissed him. The news of the Lin family's destruction by the Su family was indeed unexpected. He had always perceived the Su family as mere puppets, dependent on the Chu family's influence for their rise. However, it is now apparent that the head of the Su family, Su Yuanshan, is a formidable figure, and a ruthless one at that. Nevertheless, this development piqued little of his interest. What intrigued him more was the martial arts recruitment event at the academy in 3 days. Glancing out of the window, Chu Ran murmured softly, Xiaoyan is on the brink of breaking through to the Bailian realm. It seems Xia Yunhao has invested significantly in his daughter's training point. One wonders how many resources this has cost him. The city lord's mansion has certainly amassed a fortune over the years while ruling the ancient city. I, too, must commence my training. Taking a deep breath, Chu Ran resolved that if Xiaoyan truly ascended to the Bailian realm, his chances of victory would be severely diminished, for he had already felt the immense power of the Bailian realm. He must intensify his training in the next couple of days. Lowering his gaze, he glanced at the pouch of money he had received from Gu Yi. It contained over 80,000 low-grade spirit stones. Such a sum would have sufficed for many years of alchemical refinement in the past, but now, with the Dark Star Soul, it would likely be consumed rather swiftly. What irked him was that this was all money. To use it for direct consumption would be a tremendous waste. After a moment of silence, Chu Ran exited his room, checked in on his father, and then left the Chu residence, heading straight for the Tianwu Hall. Firstly, he required some quality pills to assist in his cultivation. Secondly, the spiritual energy hot springs in the 9th floor training room of Tianwu Hall were indeed alluring. However, most importantly, they cost nothing. Upon arriving at the 2nd floor of Tianwu Hall, Chu Ran's gaze fell upon a newly opened shop, lavishly decorated and undoubtedly standing out among the various establishments on the 2nd floor. Remarkably, the Dambao Pavilion has also opened its doors in the ancient city. Chu Ran had long been familiar with the name Dambao Pavilion, renowned for its formidable influence in controlling 70% of the alchemical supply across hundreds of cities in the northern region of Tianyue Kingdom. However, it had not established a presence in the ancient city until now. He wondered if these low-grade spirit stones would suffice to purchase some higher-grade pills, at least of the 4th or 5th rank. Shaking his pouch, Chu Ran stepped into the Dambao Pavilion. Today seemed to be the grand opening of the Dambao Pavilion, as the shop was festooned with decorations and bustling with patrons. Rows of pill displays were filled with various elixirs, though most were of the 1st and 2nd rank, with only a scant few of the 3rd rank available. Just as Chu Ran glanced around, a young girl of about 16 or 17 hurried over to assist him. Young master, if you need any pills, please let me know and I'll guide you. Chu Ran nodded, saying, I seek pills of the 4th or 5th rank that aid in cultivation. Of course, young master, please follow me. The girl led Chu Ran to the 2nd floor of the Dambao Pavilion, which was significantly less crowded than the 1st, yet the fragrance of herbs was considerably more potent, indicating that the quality of the pills on the 2nd floor was notably superior. Soon, they arrived at a counter where the girl entered and retrieved 2 vials of pills. She explained to Chu Ran, this is the 4th rank Zhenlian pill, which facilitates the smooth flow of spiritual energy through the meridians, enhancing the effects of cultivation techniques. The 5th rank Lingxin pill contains an immense amount of spiritual power, particularly beneficial during breakthroughs, as it can provide substantial energy and increase the likelihood of success. Chu Ran inquired, how much do they cost? The girl replied, the 4th rank Zhenlian pill is 20,000 low-grade spirit stones per vial, while the 5th rank Lingxin pill is 80,000 per vial, with 10 pills in each. Such exorbitant prices? Hearing the costs, Chu Ran involuntarily gasped in disbelief. He was aware that pills were expensive, but he had not anticipated them to be so outrageously priced. Even with his purple gold token, he could only afford 2 vials of the 5th rank Lingxin pill. After a moment of contemplation, he gritted his teeth and handed his pouch to the girl. Very well, I will take 2 vials of the 5th rank Lingxin pill. However, before he could finish his sentence, a corpulent middle-aged man arrived on the 2nd floor and shouted towards Chu Ran, Xiao Qing, quickly gather all the 4th and 5th rank pills. The city lord's mansion is taking them all. Yes, Manager Tong. The girl responded promptly, hastily complying while apologizing to Chu Ran. I'm terribly sorry, young master, but as you heard, the 5th rank Lingxin pill has already sold out. The city lord's mansion? Chu Ran furrowed his brow. The city lord's mansion is indeed affluent, having monopolized all the 4th and 5th rank pills from Dambao Pavilion. On its inaugural day, the pavilion must have stocked a significant supply, likely over 100 vials of 4th and 5th rank pills. This amounts to thousands of pills. Even if such an abundance were given to Xia Jian, she could hardly absorb them all. Even with his devouring star soul, he could not possibly consume that many. Clearly, something is amiss, otherwise the city lord's mansion would not act in such a manner. Young master, here is your money back. The girl at the counter pushed the pouch back to him. Chu Ran frowned, saying, I believe I arrived first, did I not? Moreover, is it unreasonable for me to request 2 vials of pills? The girl looked questioningly at Manager Tong, who quickly approached, assessing Chu Ran from head to toe. He addressed the girl. Let us do this. Give 1 vial of the 5th rank Lingxin pill to this young master. Yes, Manager Tong. The girl nodded and retrieved a vial to hand to Chu Ran, saying, that will be 80,000 low-grade spirit stones. Chu Ran shook his head, insisting, I want 2 vials. Young master, as Dambao Pavilion has just opened in the ancient city. The city lord's mansion is, after all, the ruler of this domain, and we cannot afford to offend them. That I hope you can understand, Manager Tong remarked, scrutinizing Chu Ran. Judging by your attire, you appear to be a young master from a respectable family. Consider it a favor to the city lord's mansion. Surely, you wouldn't wish to provoke them over a mere vial of pills, a favor to the city lord's mansion? Chu Ran had almost resolved to let go, acknowledging that it was the pavilion's first day and there was no need to trouble them. However, Manager Tong's words caused his demeanor to shift abruptly. The city lord's mansion holds no sway over him. Chu Ran fixed his gaze upon Manager Tong. I reiterated, I want 2 vials. You. Witnessing Chu Ran's reaction, Manager Tong furrowed his brow, taken aback by the young man's obstinacy. He had initially thought conceding 2 vials would suffice. But now he glanced at the girl at the counter, intending to speak, only to notice the pouch of money on the counter. Having operated a shop for many years, he could tell at a glance that the low-grade spirit stones within certainly did not exceed 10,000. He turned to Chu Ran, questioning, Young master, it seems these spirit stones are insufficient for 2 vials of the 5th rank Lingxin pill, are they not? Chu Ran replied firmly, 2 vials, 80,000, not a single spirit stone less. Upon hearing this, Manager Tong's expression shifted dramatically. He had come to realize that this young man was not merely here to buy pills. He was here to cause trouble. 80,000 spirit stones for 2 vials? What a joke! He must be sent by another pill shop to create discord. His demeanor hardened as he shouted toward the staircase. Bring them here. In an instant, a dozen guards rushed in, surrounding Chu Ran. Chu Ran's brow furrowed in response, his hand instinctively moving to the sword at his waist. Coldly regarding the encroaching guards, he possessed the purple gold token, which entitled him to a 50% discount. 80,000 for 2 vials. What is the issue? Yet before he could retrieve his purple gold token, the guards advanced, clearly poised to take action. What rationale is this? Surveying the crowd, Chu Ran demanded, is this how Dambao Pavilion conducts business? Those without money should not dare to purchase pills. Throw him out. Manager Tong scoffed. He had now concluded that Chu Ran was sent by a rival store to disrupt their opening, as the guards lunged towards him. A soft voice rang out. Halt. Accompanying the voice was a young girl, around 17 or 18 years old, clad in a white robe with a flowing scarf draped over her shoulders. Her demeanor exuded grace, and her ethereal presence captivated those around her, making her appear almost otherworldly. Upon her arrival, many found it difficult to avert their gazes. Even Chu Ran was momentarily entranced. He had encountered numerous beauties, such as Chu Yu, Luo Xingmi, and Xia Jian, but few possessed the transcendent aura she emanated in his memory. Only Luo Xingmi could be compared to her. Miss, greetings, miss. Upon sighting the young lady, Manager Tong and the others immediately bowed and paid their respects, their expressions radiating profound reverence. This respect was evidently not mere formality, but a genuine honor stemming from the depths of their hearts. The young lady cast a fleeting glance over the assembly, her gaze ultimately lingering for a moment on Chu Ran, before she gently gestured to her entourage of guards, saying, You may all withdraw. Yes, miss. The group promptly bowed and retreated. Manager Tong hurriedly stepped forward. Bowing as he recounted the recent events to the young lady, he added, "He must be a troublemaker sent by another shop. I know of your compassionate nature, miss, but we cannot condone such unjust behavior." "Nonsense. Young Master Chu is the esteemed heir of the Chu family. How could he engage in such antics?" As he spoke, he lightly reprimanded Manager Tong, saying, "Leave." The mention of the Chu family heir. Chu Ran startled Manager Tong. Though he had only recently arrived in the ancient city, he had heard of this name. The young man who had received an accolade from Master Luo and personally issued the special admission token from Tianzi Academy. How could such an individual possibly be a disruptor sent by another establishment? No wonder the young man had appeared even more displeased upon hearing the mention of the city lord's residence. Manager Tong dared not utter another word and quickly retreated a few paces. "Young Master Chu, I, Qin Xianger, apologize on behalf of Dambao Pavilion," the young lady said, turning towards the counter girl. "Quickly bring me 2 bottles of 5th-grade spirit heart pills." Before long, the pills were delivered to the young lady's hands. She performed a slight bow and offered them to Chu Ran. "These 2 bottles of pills are a gift for you, young master, and I hope you will not take offense." "No need. I dislike being in anyone's debt," Chu Ran replied, accepting the pills while simultaneously retrieving a purple gold token from his waist, pointing at the money pouch on the counter. Purple gold token. 50% off, 80,000 low-grade spirit stones. Having said that, he turned and departed. The mention of a purple gold token caused a flicker of surprise to cross Qin Xianger's exquisite visage, even causing her breath to momentarily falter. Previously, she had only heard of the existence of purple gold tokens within the Tianwu Hall, yet in all these years, no one from Dambao Pavilion had ever used one to make a purchase. How could he possess a purple gold token? "Young master, please wait." Just as Chu Ran was about to exit Dambao Pavilion, Qin Xianger called out. Hearing her voice, Chu Ran turned back. "Is there something else?" "It is nothing significant, merely feeling that Dambao Pavilion has not adequately accommodated you." As she spoke, Qin Xianger personally approached the counter and retrieved 3 more bottles of 5th-grade Spirit Heart pills, offering them to Chu Ran. "I implore you, young master, to accept these." Afterward, she turned and called out, "Manager Tong, come here." With a puzzled expression, Manager Tong walked over, but as soon as he arrived, Qin Xianger raised her hand and slapped him across the face. "Apologize to young Master Chu." "Miss, I." Manager Tong was rendered speechless, clutching his face in shock, his whole body trembling. This was the first time in many years he had witnessed her temper flare. "Apologize." Manager Tong, still in shock, did not respond, prompting Qin Xianger to scold him again, her voice carrying a hint of coldness, and no longer daring to hesitate. Manager Tong timidly approached Chu Ran, bowing his head and stammering, "Young Master Chu, I was blind and failed to recognize your stature. I humbly ask for your forgiveness." Observing this scene, Chu Ran couldn't help but furrow his brow, perplexed by Qin Xianger's intentions. He had not initially wished to accept the pills, yet, gazing at the 3 bottles, it felt as if he were being beckoned by a dazzling sum of 240,000 spirit stones, and of course, he could not possibly accept them solely for the sake of the spirit stones. Absolutely not. It was entirely because the other party's demeanor was so sincere that he felt compelled to accept. Indeed, that was it. "By the way, can this be converted into cash?" Chu Ran blinked and whispered a question. However, his voice was too soft for Qin Xianger to catch, prompting her to ask, "What did you say, young master?" "Nothing. I have expressed my gratitude." With that, he turned and left. Chapter 52. The Abyssal Devil's Decision. As Chu Ran arrived on the 9th floor, he received a note from a lord of the hall, Guhan, delivered by a servant, which bore only 6 words. "Do not consume the spirit spring." Chu Ran was momentarily taken aback, wondering how Guhan knew of his consumption of the spirit power spring. However, he soon realized that the commotion from that day must have alerted Guhan. He had initially intended to continue using the spirit power spring for cultivation, but now he had no choice but to abandon that plan. Buzzing, upon entering the cultivation chamber, Chu Ran's expression suddenly changed. He swiftly raised his palm. With a 7-colored stone plate emitted a series of ghostly glimmers, and streams of black gas began to flow from the dark sacred crystal within the black region. The moment these black gases appeared, they surged into his body. Witnessing this scene, Chu Ran's face instantly changed. It was attempting to devour his spirit power. Without a moment's hesitation, he found a cultivation room and sat down. Swallowing 5 fifth-grade spirit heart pills in one go, boom! A tremendous force of absorption erupted, enveloping Chu Ran, as the spirit power within him was uncontrollably drawn into the dark sacred crystal on the 7-colored stone plate. Even the vast spirit power released by the 5 pills was insufficient to satiate the hunger. Soon, his internal spirit power was nearly entirely consumed, followed by his flesh. His entire face contorted in agony. His muscles tensed, and veins bulged. Chu Ran's anguished scream echoed throughout the cultivation chamber. The horrifying sensation of having his flesh devoured felt akin to being scraped with a dull knife, the intense pain becoming unbearable. It was not until much later that the force of absorption gradually subsided. At this point, Chu Ran was drenched in sweat, his weakened body collapsing to the ground. It was not until 2 hours later that he could barely sit up. Endless dread lingered in his mind. This was only the second instance of absorption that, in Old Hay's words, if it did not feed the dark sacred crystal with spirit crystals, it would continue to consume him. He had thought that at least a month or 2 would pass before the next instance. Yet unexpectedly, just a few days later, it had begun again. Moreover, this time, the force of absorption was evidently much stronger than before. At this rate, he feared he would not be able to endure the next occurrence. Regardless, he must find spirit crystals. Chu Ran muttered to himself, lowering his head. Yet even now, he still did not know what spirit crystals truly were. Guhan! After a moment of silence, Churin suddenly thought of Gahan. Both Gahan and his father had mentioned that they did not wish to see him follow in the footsteps of his mother. Although he was unaware of the hardships his mother had endured in the past, Gahan must certainly possess some knowledge of it. Once his training was complete, he would have to seek out Gahan for answers. Gulping down several spirit heart pills, he felt the dark spiritual energy surge within him. As the pills entered his stomach, they were swiftly devoured by this energy, transforming into spiritual power that nourished his withered body. Just as the girl at the Dambao Pavilion had said, the power contained within these spirit heart pills was extraordinarily immense. Even with his current cultivation level, a single pill nearly restored him to peak condition. With the remaining spiritual energy, Churin directly employed the body-forging technique bestowed upon him by Old Hay, relentlessly striking his own body on that day, when he was on the verge of being overwhelmed by the immense spiritual energy from the spirit energy spring. Old Hay had imparted to him a body refinement technique known as the Annihilation Demon Formula. He had no knowledge of the rank of this technique, yet it had allowed him to withstand the overwhelming spiritual energy from the spring. According to Old Hay, the Annihilation Demon Formula possessed 9 levels. Each breakthrough would grant him an exceptionally powerful body cultivation skill, and upon reaching the 9th level, his physical form would rival that of an Emperor-level martial artist. As for what the Emperor realm entailed, Churin had never heard of it, nor had he come across any records concerning it in ancient texts. The Annihilation Demon Formula. For body refiners, it involves 5 aspects: skin, flesh, bones, meridians, and soul. Specifically, using spiritual energy to refine the skin, nourish the flesh, temper the bones, cleanse the meridians, and enrich the soul. First level, skin refinement. Absorb the spiritual energy of all things, transforming it into a colossal spiritual hand that strikes the skin, causing it to split, muscles to tense, and blood to erupt. By merging blood with spiritual energy, one refines the skin. Only when the skin remains unbroken and blood is unspilled does one achieve great success. Second level, flesh nourishment. Absorb the spiritual energy of all things, allowing it to burrow beneath the skin, transforming into countless spiritual insects that gnaw at the flesh, destroying and regenerating in an endless cycle, all while leaving the flesh unharmed and the body intact, achieving great success. As thoughts of the Annihilation Demon Formula's cultivation methods flashed through Churin's mind, he found himself increasingly unsettled. This technique felt less like a body refinement method and more akin to a suicidal endeavor. Merely contemplating it sent shivers down his spine. Let alone attempting to practice it, he felt he had no choice but to cultivate it. Otherwise, he would have been obliterated by the immense spiritual energy of the spring that day. Currently, he was only at the first level of cultivation, but according to Old Hay, The first level was the easiest to master. He sensed that it wouldn't be long before he broke through to the second level. Chapter 53. Starfall. Smack, smack. The chilling sound of strikes echoed throughout the training chamber, reverberating like thunder. Waves of dark energy swirled around the youth, incessantly devouring spiritual power from within him, manifesting as enormous black hands that relentlessly struck his body. Bloodied cracks spread across him like a spider's web, covering his entire form, even his face. The youth sat cross-legged on the ground, resembling a blood-soaked clay statue, marred and terrifying. The only indication that he was indeed alive was the tightly clenched teeth that bore witness to his existence. Roar. It was unclear how long had passed when the youth suddenly let out a roar, and the cracks on his body began to contract and heal. Even the blood seeping from his skin gradually ceased. Despite the black hands continuing their frenzied assault, they could no longer inflict significant harm upon him. In the end, no marks were left behind. Annihilation Demon Formula. Break for me. With a thunderous shout, the black hands shattered in midair, transforming into countless specks of dark light that hovered and refused to disperse. The youth abruptly opened his eye upon hearing these words. Guhan turned and walked away. Chu Ran blinked, hastily following and inquiring. Gu Jianzhu, this is a matter of life and death. You must know what the spiritual crystal truly is. Yin Xing Shi. Guhan did not look back, seemingly unwilling to see Chu Ran again. But a single phrase drifted from his retreating figure. Every Yin Xing Shi is a spiritual crystal, varying in quality. The better the Yin Xing Shi, the greater its assistance to you. Yin Xing Shi. Hearing these three words, Chu Ran froze in place, that he naturally knew what this was. Yin Xing Shi, also referred to as star meteorite, only under the illumination of stellar light, absorbing the brilliance of a star for millennia. Can a meteorite imbued with the power of that star be born? When a martial cultivator reaches the pinnacle of the ninth realm of the mortal martial stage and soul travels to the celestial realm, possessing a star meteorite would guide the cultivator's soul to the meteorite's mother star, ultimately aiding the cultivator in condensing a star soul imbued with the power of its mother star. The higher the quality of the star meteorite, the greater its value, and the more formidable the condensed star soul. However, in the martial realm, star meteorites are exceedingly precious and rare, especially high-quality star meteorites, which are entirely priceless. If a location were to give birth to a star meteorite of the seventh realm or above, it would undoubtedly incite a bloody struggle. Only the descendants of prestigious families or formidable factions might have the opportunity to forge star souls using star meteorites. Ordinary martial cultivators can only rely on luck and talent to eventually find a compatible meteorite and condense their star soul. This is also the true reason why the more powerful factions in the martial world find it increasingly difficult to decline. Chu Ran never anticipated that the so-called spiritual crystal mentioned by Lao He would actually be a star meteorite. Where could he possibly find such a thing? Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, several knocks echoed from outside the training room. Chapter 54. The Method of Seizing Spiritual Essence. Upon opening the door, Chu Ran saw a young girl standing outside. He recognized her as the counter-attendant from the Dambao Pavilion who had previously assisted him. Is there something you need? Chu Ran inquired. Upon seeing Chu Ran, the girl promptly bowed and said, Young Master Chu, my lady requests your presence. Chu Ran was puzzled. Qin Xianger? The girl nodded. Indeed, Chu Ran furrowed his brow slightly. It seemed he had only met Qin Xianger once. Why was she seeking him out now? Could it be that she regretted giving him the elixir and had come to ask for money? No, he resolutely decided against going. Chu Ran directly shook his head in refusal. Please convey my gratitude to your lady for the elixir, but I have matters to attend to and shall not be coming. As he spoke, he began to close the door. The girl bent even lower at the waist, and Wai Lady said that it concerns the city lord's mansion and Xia Jian, and young Master Chu will surely attend. Not a request for money. Chu Ran paused for a moment, ultimately nodding. Very well, lead the way. As long as it was not about money, he could agree. Soon, Chu Ran was escorted to the third floor of the Dambao Pavilion. After the girl opened the door for him, she left. Chu Ran entered the room with a hint of confusion, and immediately, a delicate floral fragrance wafted toward him. The scent was not overpowering, but rather subtle. providing a refreshing sensation that was quite pleasant. Looking around, the room was not particularly large, but elegantly decorated. The walls bore few embellishments, only a few ancient landscape paintings and a guillotine placed beneath one of the paintings. Inside, several pots of blooming pale pink flowers adorned the space, and a young girl was carefully watering the flowers with a kettle. Tea was none other than Qin Xiang. "Young Master Chu, you have arrived." Upon hearing his voice, Qin Xiang gently set down the kettle and walked slowly to Chu Ran, offering him a soft smile. "Please take a seat." Chu Ran, feeling no need for formality, sat down directly and said, "If Miss Qin has something to discuss, please do so." He added, "As long as it is not about the payment for the elixirs, everything is negotiable." Young Master Chu is jesting. A mere elixir is inconsequential. As they spoke, Qin Xiang also took a seat, casting several glances at Chu Ran. Over the years, few had sat before her and engaged in such lively conversation. Previously, during their encounter on the second floor of the Danbao Pavilion, she had not carefully observed him. Now, she realized this young man was quite different from others she had met, especially his eyes, which were profoundly deep. Even her gaze felt as though it might plunge into an abyss. Clearly, this Chu Ran was not as simple as he appeared. And no wonder he could withstand Lao Fuji's strike. While Qin Xiang scrutinized Chu Ran, he was equally appraising her. There was a glimmer of elusive brilliance in her eyes, indicating she was no ordinary character. The fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from her were faint yet present. Chu Ran estimated her cultivation level to be no less than the pinnacle of the ninth realm, possibly even 100 refinement stage martial cultivator. This revelation surprised Chu Ran, but it also heightened his caution. Such a young age to possess such prowess. The Qin Xiang before him was certainly not as harmless as she appeared. Chu Ran initiated the conversation, saying, "Did you not mention there was something concerning the city lord's mansion and Xia Zhiyan that you wish to discuss?" Qin Xiang smiled gently and replied, "Surely, young Master Chu has heard that Xia Zhiyan will break through to the 100 refinement stage before the martial assembly, yes? Do you not wish to know what method she intends to employ for this breakthrough?" Chu Ran was taken aback. "What method? Do you know?" As Qin Xiang had suggested, Chu Ran was indeed curious about what method could facilitate Xia Zhiyan's ascension from the 9th level of the star forging stage to the 100 refinement stage in just 3 days. It was important to note that this was a substantial realm breakthrough. Even though Xia Zhiyan had mastered the Great Ascension realm, the immense spiritual energy required for such a breakthrough could not be amassed in just a few days. Otherwise, how could there be only 200 refinement stage powerhouses in the vast ancient past city to date? Instead of answering directly, Qin Xiang said, "Before that, may I ask you 2 questions, young master?" Chu Ran inquired, "Is this some sort of transaction?" "Not quite a transaction." Qin Xiang slightly shook her head, gracefully lifting the teapot to pour half a cup of tea for Chu Ran before continuing. "I am merely curious. If young Master Chu prefers not to answer, it is entirely unnecessary." Chu Ran nodded. "What are your questions?" Qin Xiang looked at Chu Ran and asked. "The first is regarding the recent incident of uncontrolled spiritual energy within the Tianwu Hall. That was your doing, was it not?" "The second question pertains to the tremor just now in the Tianwu Hall. I presume that was also instigated by you." Chu Ran did not conceal the truth and directly admitted, "Indeed, this matter, even if he did not speak of it, with Qin Xiang's astuteness, she would certainly uncover the truth. However, he was curious about what this might signify. Why did Qin Xiang wish to know?" Seemingly without the intention to explain, Qin Xiang instead stated, "Has young Master Chu ever heard of the method of seizing spiritual essence?" The method of seizing spiritual essence. Hearing these 4 words, Chu Ran's heart jolted. In the past, he had indeed come across related accounts in ancient texts, remembering vividly the insidious nature of this method. The method of seizing spiritual essence, to be precise, is a type of formation. It is quite literal in its meaning. Seizing spiritual essence refers to the act of taking another's spiritual energy while infusing it into the body, denotes the process of injecting the seized energy into oneself. To deploy such a formation, at least 5 fifth-tier formation masters are required, along with a minimum of 100 martial cultivators as hosts, who must consume a large quantity of elixirs to reach the limits of their physical capacity. Subsequently, the seizing spiritual essence formation is activated, stripping the spiritual energy from those 100 hosts and injecting it into the primary subject, aiming to cause a surge of spiritual energy within the latter. However, once this method is enacted, the only fate awaiting the 100 hosts is destruction. Their meridians will burst under the overwhelming force of the elixir, their dantians shattered, resulting in either becoming crippled or perishing outright. He never imagined that the City Lord's mansion would resort to such a however. It is evidently impossible. After a brief silence, Chu Ran suddenly raised his head, fixing his gaze intently on Qin Xiang, and asked in a deep voice, "Do you desire that sevenfold celestial star meteorite?" Although he posed it as a question, he was almost certain that this was indeed Qin Xianger's true intention. He knew that she would not divulge such information without reason. But what did she mean by speaking to him? Was she urging him to infiltrate the City Lord's mansion to seize the meteorite? Was that even feasible? What a ridiculous notion! Who wouldn't he be interested in the sevenfold celestial star meteorite? Qin Xianger looked at Chu Ran, nodded slightly, and then gently shook her head, saying, "However, I fear you have misunderstood. Young Master Chu, I have no intention of sending you to invade the City Lord's mansion." "What exactly do you mean? Speak plainly." Chu Ran shook his head, standing up directly. "If there is nothing else, I have matters to attend to, and shall take my leave." He did not wish to engage further with this woman before him. Her thoughts were too profound. He felt as though she was digging a pit for him, a substantial one, from which he might not escape unscathed. "What if I told you that the City Lord's mansion is destined for destruction? Would you believe me?" Qin Xianger's words caused Chu Ran, who had already lifted his foot, to instinctively lower it again. He turned to look at Qin Xianger and replied, "I believe you." He then added, "In the future, I shall personally ensure the City Lord's mansion is obliterated." Qin Xianger shook her head. "No, I mean tomorrow." "Tomorrow?" Chu Ran was taken aback. "Miss Qin, are you certain you're not jesting with me? The City Lord's mansion will fall tomorrow. Who will do it? Your Danbao Pavilion." Even if the Danbao Pavilion possesses some influence, it would never dare to strike down the City Lord's mansion, unless it seeks rebellion. You shall see tomorrow whether this is a jest. Qin Xianger slowly returned to her seat, delicately sipping her tea without looking at Chu Ran, and continued, "After the martial exhibition tomorrow, the City Lord's mansion will surely be washed in blood and tea that time. The spirit conduit array will be unable to withdraw in time, allowing you to infiltrate the City Lord's mansion and obtain the sevenfold celestial star meteorite .as for the array's location. Someone will inform you then." Chu Ran turned to gaze at Qin Xianger's silhouette. With a frown, he fell silent. He found it impossible to believe her words. After all, the strength of the City Lord's mansion was undeniable. Yet when Qin Xianger spoke, her expression, demeanor, and tone did not suggest deceit. After a moment, he asked, "Are you not afraid that I might take the sevenfold celestial star meteorite and flee?" "Flee? Why would you run?" Qin Xianger turned to look at Chu Ran, seemingly reverting to her harmless demeanor, and smiled gently. "Once you obtain it, it will be yours. How could there be talk of fleeing? Do you not desire it?" At this moment, Chu Ran found himself truly unable to fathom Qin Xiang. If her claims were genuine, what was her true motive? "You may harbor doubts, but there is no need for concern." Qin Xianger smiled. "Though we have only met twice, we may as well consider ourselves friends. This sevenfold celestial star meteorite shall serve as a token of friendship between us. We will have many opportunities to engage in dialogue in the future, will we not? Isn't the sevenfold celestial star meteorite rather too extravagant as a token of friendship?" Chu Ran shook his head. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. He could not believe in such a gesture, especially from a merchant, a shrewd one at that. Merchants pursue profit. Where is the unmerited favor in that? Qin Xianger chuckled lightly. Whether it is precious or not depends on the person. The mere sevenfold celestial star meteorite pales in comparison to young Master Chu. "Miss Qin need not flatter me." Chu Ran shook his head. He did not believe in flattery. It held no significance. He understood his own worth well enough. After a brief silence, not wishing to prolong the conversation, he clasped his hands in farewell. "I shall not trouble Miss Qin any further. Xiao Qing, see young Master Chu off," Qin Xianger said without further ado, summoning the young lady at the counter to escort Chu Ran out of the Danbao Pavilion. Upon exiting the Danbao Pavilion, Chu Ran cast a glance back at the signboard, exhaling a deep breath. Even now, he found it challenging to discern the veracity of Qin Xianger's words. However, after the martial exhibition tomorrow, all truths and falsehoods would be revealed. He did not return to the nine-tiered cultivation room, but instead left the Tianwu Hall and headed towards the Chu residence, just after Chu Ran departed. In a room on the third floor of the Dambao Pavilion, an elder around 60 slowly emerged from the back room. Upon seeing the elder, Qin Xianger inquired Elder Wang, "How did it go?" The elder replied slowly, "Indeed, he is a body cultivator, and quite remarkable that at such a young age. His physique already possesses the strength of the peak of the ninth layer of star forging realm. However, there seems to be something peculiar within him." Qin Xianger asked, intrigued. "Peculiar? Why does Elder Wang say so?" The elder explained, "I can sense the sixfold celestial sword soul, yet within his dantian there appears to be another mysterious force that eludes investigation. When I probed, even my star soul felt a hint of trepidation." "What?" Upon hearing this, even the usually composed Qin Xianger displayed a slight change in her expression. "Elder Wing means to say he possesses dual star souls?" The elder shook his head. "I cannot say for certain. It could also be some extraordinary treasure or unique body. In any case, there are many variables," Qin Xianger stated. "Regardless of the variables, with such cultivation, he can disturb the entire spiritual energy field of the Tianwu Hall, even causing the whole hall to tremble. This alone indicates that this Chu Ran is no ordinary individual." "Even so," the elder remarked, "I believe he still lacks the weight to compare with the sevenfold celestial star meteorite." The elder shook his head and said, "Moreover, whether this young man will accept Mrs. Favor remains uncertain." "I do not share that belief," Qin Xianger countered. "As long as he can obtain the sevenfold celestial star meteorite, whether he acknowledges this favor or not, he will remember this event. Should he use this meteorite to reconstruct his star soul, it will be indelibly etched in his mind. In the future, if the Dambao Pavilion encounters peril and he is still alive, he would never stand idly by." Qin Xianger smiled. "Thus, that is sufficient. I have indeed been short-sighted." The elder was taken aback by Qin Xianger's words, realizing that she had already contemplated matters that could unfold years, even decades, later. As he regarded Qin Xianger anew, admiration flickered in his eyes. With such vision, the future Dambao Pavilion shall undoubtedly flourish throughout the entire Tianyue kingdom, perhaps even beyond. However, this all hinges on whether he can survive the martial exhibition tomorrow. As Qin Xianger gently approached a flower pot, lifting a watering can to continue her task, she murmured softly, "As long as there is one individual on my list who can grow, is that not a profit for the Dambao Pavilion?" Indeed, it is so. Chapter 56. The Profound Nether Giant Sword. Boom! As Chu Ran arrived at the entrance of the Chu residence, a sudden series of resounding roars reverberated through the heavens. The spiritual energy of the entire ancient Path City surged and boiled. The vast spiritual power transformed into a tangible form at an observable rate, resembling serpentine streams of spiritual energy that surged chaotically through the void, rolling forth. Was there a surge of spiritual energy? Chu Ran's heart trembled, and his gaze instinctively turned towards the direction of the city lord's mansion. Not only Chu Ran, but at this moment, the inhabitants of the entire ancient Path City had their gazes almost entirely focused on the city lord's mansion. A brilliant beam of spiritual energy descended from the heavens, shining down upon the city lord's mansion. This beam of spiritual light stretched a full 10 zhang in height, with blooming ice lotuses drifting within it. Resembling ethereal sprites, the shimmering beam radiated a ghostly blue glow, illuminating the entirety of ancient Path City. As the beam of spiritual energy descended, the previously chaotic streams of spiritual energy swirling above ancient Path City seemed to be drawn in, wildly surging despite having attained a certain level of cultivation and enlightenment. One still requires a considerable accumulation of spiritual energy to break through the 100 refinements. Unexpectedly, within just a day, Xia Jian achieved this breakthrough. Xia Jian, truly deserving of the title of the foremost genius of ancient Path City. The presence of Xia Jian in ancient Path City is indeed a boon for the city in days to come. The name of Xia Jian will undoubtedly echo throughout the entire Tianyue kingdom. The continuous sounds of cheers have even reached Chu Ran's ears, Xiajian. Listening to these voices and observing the direction of the city lord's residence. A glint of malice flashed in Chu Ran's eyes that he clenched his fists tightly. Even if you reach the 100 Refinements realm, I, Chu Ran, will surely kill you. Just then, a large hand rested on Chu Ran's shoulder. Hearing the voice, Chu Ran quickly turned around to pay his respects. Father, let's go home. Chu Chantian patted Chu Ran's shoulder, and the two proceeded into the gates of the Chu residence. Xiaodian has already broken through to the 100 Refinements. Are you prepared for tomorrow's battle? Ranner. Chu Chantian did not look back, yet his words reached Chu Ran's ears. Chu Ran nodded in response. Yes, as long as you are prepared, Father will be at ease. Chu Chantian did not elaborate further. The two walked in the main hall of the Chu residence, where Chu Chantian took a seat. On the main table lay a wide sword, its blade several times broader than an ordinary long sword. Chu Chantian gently wiped the broadsword with a towel and asked Chu Ran, Do you remember this sword? The Xianming Great Sword. He certainly remembered it, and the memory was vivid. This sword had been displayed in his father's study for many years. And Chu Ran distinctly recalled sneaking into his father's study as a child, touching the sword, only to be discovered and subsequently punished. This was the only time in his life that he had been beaten by his father. Since then, he had never dared to lay a finger on the Xianming Great Sword again. To his surprise, today his father actually brought out the Xianming Great Sword. This was indeed an unprecedented event. This sword was personally given to me by your mother 25 years ago. Back then, your mother nearly lost her life in pursuit of this sword. Chu Chantian carefully polished the Xianming Great Sword, his gaze softening as he looked at the blade, as if he were gazing at the very woman who had gifted it to him. Observing his father, Chu Ran felt an inexplicable pang of emotion. He bit his lip, several times wanting to ask something, yet ultimately refrained, for he understood that even if he inquired, he would not receive an answer. Ever since she departed, this sword had remained untouched by his father, never to be wielded again. Chu Chantian firmly shut his eyes, taking a deep breath. When he opened his eyes once more, he had returned to his former self. The earlier sadness dissipated. He slowly lifted the Xianming Great Sword, looking at Chu Ran, and said, Today I pass this sword to you. I want you to remember, from now on, regardless of what transpires, as long as the person is there, the sword shall remain. Pass it to me. Chu Ran was momentarily taken aback. He never anticipated that his father would suddenly entrust him with the Xianming Great Sword, which he cherished above all else. I shall remember. Chu Ran hurriedly stepped forward, bowing deeply to accept it. Chu Chantian fixed his gaze upon Chu Ran, the warmth and affection of the past replaced by an overwhelming seriousness. Repeat my words, son. Chu Ran looked down at the Xianming Great Sword, slowly raising his eyes to meet his father's. The solemnity in his father's expression caused a tremor in his heart. This was the first time he had witnessed his father so grave. He understood that this sword was of immense significance to his father. From now on, as long as the person is there, the sword shall remain. He took a deep breath and proclaimed loudly. Chu Chantian stepped closer to Chu Ran, ruffling his hair, and said, One day, this sword will lead you to find your mother. Do you understand? Chu Ran nodded. I understand, father. Chu Chantian withdrew his hand. Very well. You may leave now. Tomorrow, during the martial arts competition, do not bring shame upon your father. You need not worry. Father. Chu Ran then took his leave, returning directly to his room. Once inside, he entered the realm of the dark holy crystal. He intended to test the Xianming Great Sword's capabilities. In the boundless darkness, holding the Xianming Great Sword, Chu Ran engaged in battle with the shadows. The sounds of thundering punches and the ringing of the sword resonated throughout the dark expanse. As he swung the sword, Chu Ran was astonished to discover that the Xianming Great Sword felt increasingly heavier with each strike, as if every time he channeled spiritual energy into the sword, its weight doubled. After merely a dozen swings, he could no longer lift it. It felt as though he were wielding not a sword, but a colossal mountain with the power of the Devouring Star Soul. Just then, a low voice echoed from within the dark space belonging to Old Hay. The sound startled Chu Ran momentarily, and he instinctively complied. Buzz, dark spiritual energy surged into the Xianming Great Sword, and in an instant, it emitted a clear, dragon-like cry. the entire blade quivering with excitement. The once mountainous weight of the Xianming great sword returned to its original lightness. This left Chu Ran astounded, grasping the Xianming great sword. He could distinctly sense its exhilaration coursing through him. Could it be that the Xianming great sword recognizes the power of his dark star soul? Chapter 57. Are villains born from poverty? After a night of training in the dark holy crystal space, Chu Ran became accustomed to the Xianming great sword. Furthermore, he discovered another benefit of the sword. It served to strengthen his physique. As long as he activated it with ordinary spiritual energy, the more he did so, the heavier the Xianming great sword became, making it an excellent tool for weight training. The next day, at the crack of dawn, Chu Ran heard the commotion outside the Chu residence. The streets were abuzz with discussions about Xiajian's breakthrough into the 100 Refinements realm and the martial arts recruitment event at Tianzi Academy. Many speculated whether Chu Ran would be able to retain his special recruitment token. However, it was evident that few believed Chu Ran could triumph. The gap between the Casting Star realm and the 100 Refinements realm was simply too vast, rendering any comparison futile. Not to mention that even if Chu Ran reached the pinnacle of the 9th realm, he would still be no match for Xiajian in the 100 Refinements realm. This was a long-standing rule in the martial cultivation world. Just as Chu Ran was about to leave the Chu residence for the Tianwu Hall, two figures on horseback suddenly arrived outside the Chu residence. One was an elderly man, appearing to be in his 50s or 60s, while the other was a young girl, seemingly around 17 or 18. The two dismounted and entered the Chu residence. "Hey," called Chu Ran out to see us. The girl, upon spotting Chu Ran approaching, called out to him with an air of arrogance, as if addressing a mere servant. Chu Ran frowned slightly. Sizing up the two to their attire was quite extravagant, clearly indicating they were not ordinary individuals. The elderly man beside the girl exuded a heavy presence, akin to a mountain, with a barely perceptible aura of authority emanating from him. "Are you not listening to me?" Chu Ran's silence seemed to irritate the girl, prompting her to call out to him again. "Who are you? What business do you have with Chu Ran?" Chu Ran inquired. "We are from the Royal Academy." Quickly, summon Chu Ran and inform him that his opportunity has arrived. "Our time is precious, and we cannot afford to waste it in this small, ancient path city. Tell him that if he is late, there will be consequences." As the girl spoke, she surveyed the Chu residence, her brows furrowing in disdain, and whispered to the elderly man beside her. "Elder Chiu, had I known the ancient path city was in such a state, I would not have come. Ancient Path City is situated amidst towering mountains and chasms. A grand city carved out of the abyss, connecting the north and south of the Tianyue Kingdom. It is said that the Ancient Path City is magnificent, breathtaking, and picturesque. It was precisely for this reason that she had decided to accompany them. However, upon arriving, she found that Ancient Path City bore no resemblance to the grandeur that had been described. Instead, it was a desolate and impoverished place, leaving her utterly disappointed. "People from the Royal Academy?" The words of the young maiden left Chu Ran momentarily taken aback. It turned out that these two were indeed from the Royal Academy. He had long heard that the Royal Academy had sent individuals to Gudao City, yet he never anticipated their appearance would only materialize today. However, the haughty demeanor she unconsciously displayed while speaking, coupled with the disdainful expression that followed, caused Chu Ran to furrow his brow. Yet, he refrained from voicing any objections, as they were undoubtedly individuals of considerable status from the Royal Academy. After a brief silence, Chu Ran spoke. "Perhaps you two are unaware that I, Chu Ran, have already obtained the special recruitment token from Tianzi Academy, and thus I could be considered one of its members, Tianzi Academy's members. Are you jesting?" The maiden lifted her gaze to glance at Chu Ran, saying, "Though we have only just arrived in Gudao City, we have heard whispers about the martial arts contest. You truly believe your young master can retain that token?" Chu Ran countered. "The contest is yet to commence. How can you determine the outcome?" Upon hearing this, the maiden couldn't help but let out a derisive laugh. "Ha! Indeed, it seems that those from remote villages possess a rather limited perspective." Chu Ran raised an eyebrow and inquired, "And who do you believe will emerge victorious?" With an air of certainty, the maiden replied, "Naturally, the one from the 100 Refinements realm will triumph. Have you not heard? Those beneath the 100 Refinements are merely ants. Chu Ran scoffed. Since you are so certain that I shall not win, why then do you seek me out? Does the Royal Academy only pick up the scraps? He had long grown weary of her arrogant disposition, which suggested that in this world, she alone was of the highest nobility. Who instilled such a foul habit in her? The maiden's face flushed with indignation as she retorted, the Royal Academy exclusively recruits elite talents. We would never settle for leftovers. Chu Ran smirked. Then what brings you here? The maiden was about to respond when an elder beside her raised his hand to interrupt. The elder turned to Chu Ran and said, Young friend, if I am not mistaken, you must be Chu Ran. Indeed, I am Chu Ran, but I am not the one you seek. Chu Ran declared, turning to stride out of the estate. Rest assured, the hospitality of the Chu family will ensure you leave with your appetite satisfied. With that, his silhouette vanished beyond the gates of the Chu residence. Initially, he held a degree of respect for the Royal Academy. However, the arrival of these two had instantly altered his perception. Such an overbearing and arrogant attitude might be understandable for a mere student. Yet for an elder of the Academy to turn a blind eye to it was troubling. It led him to ponder whether the entire Royal Academy was composed of such individuals. A place like that, even if offered to him freely, he would refuse to attend. Eldarin, this person is dreadfully impolite. As Chu Ran departed, the maiden bit her lip in frustration and coldly remarked, It truly aligns with the saying, in poor mountains and evil waters, vile people emerge. Very well, since he is so obstinate, we need not force him. With such a temperament, he would scarcely survive a few days in the Royal Academy. Eldarin shook his head slightly, having encountered many such self-righteous youths who lacked awareness of their own limitations. Yet, few had the resilience to endure in a place like the Royal Academy. Welcome, esteemed guests of the Royal Academy, came a voice as Chu Changtun hurriedly approached from within the courtyard. I apologize for not having received you properly. I hope you can overlook my shortcomings. Oomph. The maiden merely huffed, not even sparing a glance at Chu Changtun. Before turning to leave the Chu residence with Eldarin upon mounting their horse, they headed straight for the Tianwu Hall. Meanwhile, inside the Tianwu Hall, the atmosphere had reached a fever pitch, as nearly all of Gudao City's inhabitants had gathered in the arena on the first floor, eagerly awaiting the contest. Gudao City, being a fortified stronghold, had never before produced a single special recruit from Tianze Academy. Yet this year, two individuals qualified to vie for that coveted position had emerged. This was undoubtedly an unprecedented martial arts event for Gudao City, and no one wished to miss such a rare spectacle. Chapter 58. That glimmer of confidence, good buddy. You truly dare to come. As Chu Ran stepped into the Tianwu Hall, a hand landed on his shoulder, and without needing to look, he knew it was Gu Yi. Without turning his head, Chu Ran responded, Why would I not dare to come? Gu Yi moved in front of Chu Ran, inspecting him from head to toe. Do you not know? Many have said you would not participate in this contest. Chu Ran shrugged. What they say is of no concern to me. He then glanced at the pale hand resting on his shoulder. Slightly exasperated, Old Gu, can you change your method of greeting? At least you're a girl. You should act more feminine. Gu Yi pouted and huffed. What? Are you not satisfied? Shall we have a sparring match to warm you up? Chu Ran chuckled and shook his head. No need for warm-ups. Is there any necessity to prepare for someone as insignificant as Xia Jiyan? Upon hearing this, Gu Yi paused momentarily before bursting into laughter. Chu Ran, do you know what I admire most about you? Chu Ran pondered briefly and replied, My stature, my might, my handsomeness, have a bit of dignity. Is it really that difficult? Gu Yi raised an eyebrow. What I admire most is your audacity. Regardless of your opponent, you always manage to maintain your bravado. Chu Ran looked astonished. At least she's a girl. Could you refrain from being so blunt? Upon hearing this, Gu Yi's expression hardened as she reached for her weapon. If you continue speaking like that, do you believe I would hesitate to take you down? All right, you win. Chu Ran conceded, bemused. It was his first time encountering a woman who disliked being spoken to in such a manner. Now that was a true buddy. Gu Yi tilted her chin toward Chu Ran and asked, So, how confident are you? If not, just toss that worthless token to Xia Jiyan and be done with it. Chu Ran shook his head. She is not worthy. Ha ha ha. Gu Yi burst into laughter, clearly amused. Indeed, Chu Ran is still Chu Ran. You have not changed. Come, I'll lead you into the arena. Gu Yi declared, striding toward the right side of the main hall. Chu Ran followed closely beside her, and the two entered the vast arena where the martial arts contest was to be held through an internal passage. The spectator stands in the arena were nearly filled to capacity. Enveloped in a chaotic atmosphere, soon as Chu Ran entered, he spotted the banner of the City Lord's mansion on the eastern side of the stands. City Lord Xia Yunhao sat proudly in a corner, his commanding presence making him exceptionally conspicuous in the vast arena. An almost imperceptible aura emanated from him, instilling a sense of trepidation in those who dared to gaze his way. Xia Yunhao remained silent, his indifferent eyes occasionally sweeping over the crowd. Beside him stood several individuals, each bowing in deference, and these individuals were all prominent figures in Gudao City. Among them were Su Yuanshan, head of the Su family, Wang Bo, head of the Wang family, and Qi Tianhan, head of the Qi family. Though these families were not as influential as the Chu and Su families, they wielded considerable power, especially after the Lin family had been eradicated. Several capable families harbored ambitions of rising to prominence, and only City Lord Xia Yunhao could facilitate their ascent. City Lord, your daughter shall undoubtedly secure the special recruitment token from Tianzhe Academy today, enhancing the prestige of Gudao City. How could a mere Chu Ran dare to compete with Miss Jiyan? He is but an ant attempting to shake a tree, completely unaware of his own insignificance. Gudao City has produced a talent like Miss Jiyan. Surely, it will grow even stronger in the future. Words of flattery echoed among the group, and though City Lord Xia Yunhao offered little response, his pride swelled, and a smile involuntarily graced his lips, revealing his pleasure at the accolades. Not only was this the discourse at the City Lord's mansion, but the entire spectator stands were abuzz with discussions centered around Xia Jiyan, while mentions of Chu Ran were sparse. After all, the odds of a Xing realm contender triumphing over one from the 100 Refinements realm were nearly non-existent. Many could not help but lament. A daughter should be like Xia Jiyan. In that moment, Xia Jiyan's name reverberated throughout the arena. How about you? Do you feel any pressure? Beside him, Gu Yi scrutinized this left Gu Yi astounded, as if confronted by something utterly bizarre. Although she was aware that Chu Ran possessed capabilities that surpassed the mere 7th level of the star-casting realm, she still did not believe he could triumph over Xia Jiyan, a newly emerged powerhouse of the 100 Refinements realm. The disparity was simply too vast, rendering any hope utterly elusive. Yet, despite this peculiarity, just by observing Chu Ran, one could not shake the feeling that he was destined to win. No, this is unnerving. I must keep my distance from him. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Yi vigorously shook her head, leaving Chu Ran standing there as she departed. Chu Ran, wearied by the sudden abandonment, wondered what had happened to their camaraderie. Just then, he felt a chilling breeze against his back, akin to the gaze of a venomous serpent, prompting him to glance towards the right rear of the spectator stands. There, a pair of eyes fixed intently upon him belonged to a young man of about 20, whom Chu Ran did not recognize. This surprised him. He was certain he had not offended anyone of that stature. It seemed the young man noticed Chu Ran's gaze as he swiftly turned and vanished into the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, amidst Chu Ran's perplexity, a voice resounded throughout the vast arena, its tone expansive as if it descended directly from the heavens, compelling every spectator to direct their attention skyward to the pinnacle of the Grand Hall. A figure gradually materialized, holding a multifaceted fan, standing majestically in mid-air. It was none other than Gu Han, the master of the Heavenly Martial Hall. I am Gu Dao Cheng's Heavenly Martial Hall Master, and it is my honor to announce that the Tianzhe Academy has designated this challenge for the special recruitment of students here at the Heavenly Martial Hall. I hope that all the prodigies of Gu Dao Cheng participating in this challenge will showcase their true abilities. Regardless of who ultimately claims the title of Special Recruitment Student, it will be a source of pride for our Gu Dao Cheng. I aspire for our name to resonate throughout the realms and for our power to be recognized far and wide. As his words concluded, the arena erupted into a chorus of cheers. Many eager youths and maidens yearning to participate in the challenge clenched their fists, their eyes glimmering with determination. Even Chu Ran felt a flicker of inspiration stir within him to elevate Gu Dao Cheng's name and to amplify its might. Such invigorating words. Gu Han, from his elevated position in the eastern direction, The city lord Xia Yunhao let out a cold grunt. He was the city lord of Gu Daocheng. The heavenly martial hall was merely a venue for hosting events. This proclamation should have originated from him, yet it had been usurped by Gu Han. How outrageous! Father, there is no need to concern yourself with him. Once I obtain the special recruitment student token, what can a mere hall master do against me? Xia Jian's voice soothed Xia Yunhao's expression. Once she secured the token, his status would undoubtedly rise, and at that point he would regard the lord of a small city like Gu Daocheng with disdain. His ambitions could not be contained within such confines. A Gu Han was hardly worthy of his ire. Chapter 59. Consider yourself bold. The rules of the competition hall are well understood by all who have come here. I shall not elaborate further. I now invite Elder Cheng Shang of the Tianzi Academy and the trainee mentor Yin Xingyun to ascend the competition stage and preside over this challenge. As Gu Han's voice faded, the ethereal figure above the competition stage shattered like glass, dispersing into countless specks of starlight. In illusion, Gu Han's display left many astonished. Such a vivid illusion was no ordinary feat. The heavenly martial hall truly lived up to its reputation, as this singular act was beyond the capabilities of most factions. Following Gu Han's announcement, Cheng Shang and Yin Xingyun slowly approached the competition stage. Welcome to the Tianzi Academy's Special Recruitment Student Challenge in Gu Daocheng. I invite all aspiring prodigies wishing to participate to step forth to the competition stage. Cheng Shang's voice, amplified by the special formation on the stage, resonated throughout the arena. Upon hearing his words, a few individuals quickly made their way from the stands to the competition stage. Only 3 in total. Among them was the young man who had been staring at Chu Ran earlier, as well as Xia Jian. The third was a youth of about 17 or 18 that, if I am not mistaken, that young man is Su Ling, the eldest son of the Su family. Has he returned? I thought he had been cultivating at the Hengshan sect all this time. Su Ling has indeed come back, indicating his intent to pursue the special recruitment student token. I wonder what his current level is. He must have at least reached the peak of the 9th level of the star casting realm. As the crowd recognized one of the youths among the 5, a wave of murmurs rippled through. The Hengshan sect is one of the 3 major sects of the northern frontier, renowned even throughout the entire Tianyue kingdom. 5 years ago, Su Ling was sent to the Hengshan sect, and at that time, the Su family was still a minor clan in Gu Daocheng. Su Ling. Chu Ran caught wind of the crowd's discussions and remembered the name. 5 years prior, at the age of 12. Su Ling awakened the 6-fold Rainfall Star Soul, shaking the very foundations of Gu Daocheng and earning the title of its foremost genius. Yet, not long after, he was sent to the Hengshan sect by his father, Su Yuanshan, to safeguard him from potential threats arising from other families envious of his talent. Now, 5 years have passed. I wonder what realm he has attained. Ling heir, the fate of the Su family's rise or fall rests upon your shoulders. You must obtain the special recruitment student token at all costs. In the spectator stands, Su Yuanshan watched his son with a clenched fist. While the Hengshan sect is powerful, it alone cannot elevate the Su family status. Unless one becomes a core disciple of the sect, they cannot serve as a foundation for the Su family. However, the Tianzi Academy can, with a background and strength surpassing that of any sect. The phrase cradle of the strong is not mere rhetoric. This is why many outstanding disciples from major sects choose to join the academy. Once the special recruitment student token is secured, even the city lord's residence of Gu Daocheng would fall within the Su family's grasp. Sensing his father's gaze, Su Ling turned and offered a faint smile. In this insignificant Gu Daocheng, no one holds the qualification to contend with me. Not even Xia Jian. Chu Ran, please step onto the stage. At that moment, Yin Xingyun's commanding voice silenced the entire arena, whether in the stands or on the competition stage. Nearly everyone began to search for Chu Ran upon hearing the call that he is here. Chu Ran truly dares to show up. It seems he still cares about his reputation. If he did, he would never have committed such disgraceful acts in the first place. Upon seeing Chu Ran, a chorus of whispers emerged from the crowd. In truth, prior to arriving here, many had already concluded that Chu Ran would not dare to participate in this challenge. After all, his special recruitment student token had been issued by Master Luo in his capacity as the honorary dean of the Tianzi Academy, even if he chose not to attend, opting instead to report directly to the academy. No one would dare utter a word against him. Yet, he has come. What a fool. If I were him, I would certainly not participate, thus squandering the special recruitment student token. Such a golden opportunity wasted. Are the Chu family members all so foolish? Many sighed disapprovingly at the sight. Chu Ran said nothing. He merely walked through the crowd with an air of indifference, ascending the vast competition stage, despite being under the scrutiny of nearly 100,000 pairs of eyes. His expression remained largely unchanged. Only when his gaze passed over Xia Zhiyan did it momentarily harden. Ran air. In the direction of the Chu family, Chu Chong Tian inhaled sharply upon seeing his son take the stage. Throughout this ordeal, he had never urged Chu Ran to give up. It was not that he was unaware of Chu Ran's ability to walk away, but he understood that his son would not. As his father, no one knew him better than he did. The actions of Xia Zhiyan had left an indelible mark on Chu Ran's soul. This enmity could never be forgotten. This grudge must be avenged. If today, Chu Ran chose to ignore it and walk away, even if he achieved greatness in the future, this incident would forever cast a shadow deep within his soul, ultimately becoming a shackle in his cultivation. Once he reached a certain level, it would manifest, forming an unbreakable bond. Countless martial artists have seen their futures severed by such burdens. Among them was even he, Chu Chong Tian. Few people noticed that amidst the crowd. A graceful figure is also observing the competition stage. This individual is Qin Xianger from Danbao Pavilion. As she watches Chu Ran ascend to the stage, she murmurs softly to herself, "I have never misjudged a person. I hope you do not become the exception. Quite bold of you." A hint of a cold smirk curled at the corner of Yin Xingyun's mouth as he beheld Chu Ran stepping onto the platform. The sound of his derisive laughter brushed past Chu Ran's ears, and in a fleeting glance, a profound murderous intent flickered in his eyes. "Do not be hasty. After Xia Zhiyan, it will soon be your turn." With those words, he boldly strode to the center of the arena. Regardless of whether it was Xia Zhiyan or Yin Xingyun, he intended to deal with these two individuals one by one. Chu Ran would personally make them aware that his dignity was not something to be trampled upon by anyone. "I hope you still have that chance." Yin Xingyun's expression was rife with disdain. In his eyes, Chu Ran was merely an insignificant insect. Were it not for the current circumstances, he could easily crush this insect with a flick of his hand. Chapter 60. Your words reek too much. At the 6th level of the Star Forging realm, you are unworthy to enter the Academy's gates. What significance does it hold for Master Luo to grant you a special admission token? Observing Chu Ran on the stage, Cheng Shang shook his head slightly. Unbeknownst to whether it was intentional or not, his previously soft voice, augmented by the formation, suddenly resonated throughout the entire arena, reaching the ears of no less than 100,000 spectators. In an instant, the crowd erupted in a clamor. Many knew that Chu Ran's cultivation had yet to reach the 100 refinements, yet few were aware of the specific level. They presumed that for him to obtain such an honor, he must have at least reached the 9th level. Little did they expect that he was merely at the 6th level. In previous years, he wouldn't have even qualified for an ordinary admission token, let alone a special one. What on earth is happening this year? Could it be that Master Luo is deliberately going easy, merely giving Chu Ran a title? This Chu Ran, how adept is he at ingratiating himself? Is he trying to incite hatred against me? Chu Ran furrowed his brow slightly and turned to Cheng Shang. The latter was evidently being intentional. But so what if it was intentional? Did he care? Chu Ran suddenly smiled at Cheng Shang and said, "I apologize, Elder Cheng, but you are mistaken. I am currently at the 7th level." The 7th level? Ah, the 7th level. How impressive. Truly the king of flattery. As soon as Chu Ran's words left his mouth. Before Cheng Shang could respond, waves of mockery erupted from the crowd. With regard to the special admission token, the distinction between the 7th and 6th levels was equally lacking in qualification. What difference did it make? "I want to participate. So do I. Count me in." No less than 20 figures surged forth from the surrounding observation platforms, eyes blazing with indignation. This was the competition arena of 100,000 people. The grand assembly of Gouda City, who wouldn't desire to achieve fame in battle. The only reason they had refrained from stepping forward earlier was due to Chu Ran's connection with Master Luo. But now that they realized he was merely at the 7th level, how could they still hold back? Upon arriving at the foot of the stage, they all turned to Elder Chung Shang. Elder Chung smiled and proclaimed, "As long as you are under 20 years of age, you are qualified to challenge." This statement was tantamount to issuing an order to these individuals. "I'll go first." "No, I will. None shall compete with me." The crowd nearly erupted into a brawl over who would be the first to ascend the stage, ultimately culminating in a robust young man, Shua Long, roaring as he charged up onto the arena. Shua Long, this fellow. Upon seeing this contender take the stage, the others fell silent, no longer vying for the opportunity. Many recognized Shua Long's strength. Although he too was at the 7th level, his physique was honed to the toughness of steel. Among equals, few could breach his defenses. As Shua Long stepped onto the stage, a bloodthirsty grin crept across his face as he pointed a finger at Chu Ran, declaring, "You must be Chu Ran, right?" "Indeed." Chu Ran glanced at him but did not elaborate further. "How dare you stand here at the 7th level? Who granted you the audacity?" Shua Long grinned widely. "It seems today I shall use your name to forge my own fame." "Ha ha!" Chu Ran chose silence, unwilling to engage in needless banter, instead sweeping his gaze across the crowd below. At that moment, all eyes were fixed upon the stage, glimmering with eager anticipation. Clearly, they were all waiting for the outcome of his bout with Shua Long. Should he find a fight even slightly challenging, these onlookers would likely rush up immediately. He had no desire to squander time on these individuals. His sole objective in coming here was Xia Jian. "Are you afraid?" Chu Ran's silence only served to embolden Shua Long, who shouted, "I am not heartless. Thus, I offer you 2 choices. First, surrender your token and leave the stage. Or second, teach me how you ingratiated yourself with Master Luo, who would tarnish his own reputation for your sake." Your words reek too much. Just as Shua Long was reveling in his tirade, an unexpected voice cut through, halting him mid-sentence. Bang! A dull thud resonated. Shua Long's figure vanished from his original position in an instant. In midair, only a bloodied silhouette remained, plummeting into the throng of challengers below, causing them to scatter in alarm. Yet a few were splattered with Shua Long's blood. From the manner of his fall, it was evident that his body had twisted grotesquely, his back nearly touching his backside. After a few convulsive twitches, he ceased to move. He had clearly met his end. A single strike, and he was slain. Observing Shua Long's lifeless body, the crowd was momentarily stunned. The formidable Shua Long had perished just like that. How had he met his demise? Many had not even witnessed how Chu Ran had acted, only sensing a fleeting shadow on the stage before the renowned Shua Long had succumbed. What immense strength! What incredible speed! What ruthlessness! It appears that Chu Ran indeed possesses some measure of power. The spectators in the stands were equally dumbfounded. They had not anticipated that a battle among equals would conclude in the blink of an eye. Even Elder Chung Shang and Yin Qingyun on the competition stage were momentarily taken aback. However, they swiftly regained their composure. First challenge, failure. Chung Shang's voice broke the spell over the arena, igniting murmurs of astonishment among the crowd. Not bad, lad. In the back of the arena, Gu Han nodded slightly at this scene. Initially, he had harbored concerns that Chu Ran would be overwhelmed by a barrage of challengers. After all, there were still Xia Yan and Su Ling to contend with. However, this display of strength would undoubtedly deter many eager challengers. Who would be next? Chu Ran's indifferent gaze swept over the spectators below. Each time his eyes met a potential challenger, that person instinctively took a step back. The number of challengers, which had been around 20, swiftly dwindled to fewer than 5 that aside from Xia Jian, Su Ling, and that young man, only 2 others remained who had rushed forward. The weight of Chu Ran's previous strike loomed like a shadow over their minds, rendering them hesitant to linger any longer. They promptly abandoned their intentions and returned to the observation stands. While the special admission token was desirable, one needed the strength to obtain it. Fame was alluring, but one needed to survive to enjoy it. Against an opponent who struck with lethal intent, one must carefully weigh their own capabilities, not a bunch of weaklings. Among the five, a youth turned to glance at the fleeing crowd and snorted softly before leaping onto the stage. Luo Yao, here to challenge. Upon ascending, the boy cupped his fists and bowed to Chu Ran with a low shout. Without further ado, he drew forth a dagger, its ghostly green radiance shimmering as he charged at Chu Ran. 5th level, Poison Blade Star Soul. 8th level of the Star Forging Realm. His assault instantly revealed the young man's Star Soul and cultivation level to many spectators. The Poison Blade Star Soul was a particularly devious and insidious Star Soul, with the power it bore being lethal poison. Those who forged such a Star Soul imbued even their cultivated spiritual energy with toxicity, and it was potent. Once it invaded the body, death would be almost instantaneous, leaving no opportunity to consume an antidote. Coupled with his 8th level cultivation, this battle might prove to be quite the spectacle. Chapter 61. The True Sword of Slaughter. I favor those who are direct. Chu Ran cast a glance at the rushing Luo Yao and whispered softly, I appreciate directness. In the instant the boy charged, Chu Ran's eyes narrowed slightly, and he instantly appeared beside the youth. Delivering a powerful punch, as the sound of the fist cutting through the air echoed, bang, a deep, muffled thud resonated as the young boy was violently hurled away, his body drenched in blood as he fell beneath the arena. A single punch, devoid of any suspense, had utterly crushed him. The boy demonstrated to all what it truly meant to be as still as a maiden and as swift as a startled hare. The audience, collectively holding their breath, erupted moments later into a thunderous roar, a roar acknowledging the boy's formidable prowess and the significance of the special recruit token he held. With one blow, he had vanquished the 8th layer realm's Luo Yao, executing a complete and overwhelming defeat. Many cultivators of the 9th realm found it exceedingly difficult to accomplish such a feat. To possess the strength of the 9th realm while being in the 7th layer of the Star Forging realm is the finest testament to innate talent, is it not? In a world of martial cultivation, challenging opponents of a higher tier is the privilege of geniuses. The greater one's talent, the more tiers they can surpass. 2 battles, 2 absolute kills were more than sufficient to illustrate the point. Only a small fraction of the crowd remained expressionless, for they had witnessed with their own eyes how Chu Ran had defeated Lin Jun, the peak master of the 9th layer of the Lin family. However, this event had long been silenced by the City Lord's decree, and none dared to speak of it openly. The reason behind the City Lord's actions was clear to many. It was to encourage more challengers to confront Chu Ran, thereby exhausting his strength to enhance Xia Jian's chances in the in the second round. The challenge failed. Cheng Shang's voice echoed once more, yet this time, no one dared to ascend the stage for a considerable time. Even the last latecomer quietly withdrew from the arena at the moment of Luo Yao's demise. Only 3 individuals remained beneath the arena. Chu Ran, I will kill you. At that moment, a young figure suddenly appeared before Chu Ran, his gaze filled with murderous intent. This was the same youth who had been fixated on Chu Ran from the audience. Lin Mo? Upon the youth's emergence, a voice resonated from the direction of the Su family in the spectator area. The speaker being none other than Su Yuan Shan, the head of the Su family. On that fateful day, the Lin family head and the young master had perished outside the Chu residence, and the Su family's cavalry had ambushed the Lin family's returning forces, slaughtering them all, before storming into the Lin manor and washing it in blood. Yet throughout this ordeal, they had never found the Lin family's second young master's son, this very Lin Mo. In the days that followed, they had continuously dispatched individuals to search for him, intent on eradicating the root of the problem. But Lin Mo had seemed to vanish without a trace, impossible to locate. Who would have thought he would appear here today, ascending the arena? Lin Mo, upon hearing the crowd's murmurs, Chu Ran finally understood why he had been so intent on him from the viewing platform. Although he had never encountered Lin Mo, he had heard tales of him the 5th layer, a lethal Star Soul. His talent was remarkable, and his strength formidable. He had already reached the 9th layer of the Star Forging realm 2 years prior. Now he was at least at the pinnacle of the 9th realm. Observing Lin Mo, Chu Ran shook his head gently. If I were you, I would not have returned. Besides, it was not I, Chu Ran, who annihilated your Lin family. Utter nonsense. Lin Mo glared at Chu Ran, his expression radiating cold, murderous intent, an invisible aura of slaughter swirling around him, causing his garments to flutter as if caught in a tempest. If it were not for you, the family head and the young master would not have perished, and the Lin family would not have faced the Su family's bloodbath. Lin Mo's eyes brimmed with fury, his teeth clenched tightly. It is all because of you. You, Chu Ran, owe the Lin family a blood debt, and today I, Lin Mo, will collect it all. With a fierce roar, Lin Mo declared, the downfall of the Lin family has granted me the profound killing intent that exists solely to slay you. A torrent of murderous intent surged toward the heavens, the great killing intent coalescing in the void into a sword of slaughter, aimed directly at Chu Ran. The manifestation of the great intent. Lin Mo's attack astonished many. No one had anticipated that he had already mastered the great intent. This signified that, with a little more time, he would undoubtedly become a formidable practitioner of the 100 Forging Realm. Even the city lord, Xia Yunhao, raised an eyebrow, a fleeting look of regret crossing his face. With the Lin family destroyed, if this young man could be brought into the city lord's residence, it would not be long before they gained another 100 Forging Realm powerhouse. This would be of immense benefit to the city lord's estate, as for the Su family. If the mere obliteration of the Su family could secure 100 Forging Realm cultivator for the city lord's residence, he would not hesitate to see the Su family vanish. Stop! With this thought, Xia Yunhao rose to his feet, bellowing at the arena. However, despite the volume of his voice, Lin Mo had already plunged into the depths of his killing intent. His eyes, his face, and even his very soul consumed by a singular thought: to slay Chu Ran. The sword of slaughter hurtling toward Chu Ran grew ever bloodier, its ferocity intensifying. Not only had Lin Mo not heard the city lord, but Chu Ran had also been oblivious. At this moment, a flicker of dark light danced in Chu Ran's eyes. Deep within those eyes, only the blood-colored sword of slaughter hurtling toward him remained. Nothing else in the depths of Chu Ran's dark pupils. The speed of the incoming sword of slaughter had slowed to an almost surreal pace, as if it were suspended in the void. The intent of slaughter and the sword's radiance seemed to separate in his vision, transforming into two distinct powers. One was the intent of slaughter, and the other was the sword intent. In an instant, these two disparate intents recoalesced in his sight, merging back into the original sword of slaughter. Suddenly, the dark light in Chu Ran's eyes dissipated, and the blood-colored sword of slaughter vanished, transforming into a profound understanding. It became clear to him that intents could indeed enhance and support one another, merging into a singular force. He comprehended this. He grasped it. Let me show you what a true sword of slaughter is. As he beheld the sword of slaughter, now mere inches away, Chu Ran whispered softly. With a snap of his fingers, an immense surge of sword intent and a rolling tide of killing intent erupted forth. The two intents converged in the air, ultimately forming a blood-colored sword of slaughter nearly identical to Lin Mo's. However, this sword of slaughter, regardless of whether it was the sword intent or the killing intent, pulsated with such vigor that it sent ripples of energy through the surrounding space, its might far surpassing Lin Mo's sword of slaughter. The overwhelming energy caused even those below the stage to feel a slight tremor in their minds. Chu Ran, Lin Mo, was momentarily taken aback. This sword was the culmination of 5 years of his efforts, a supreme strike combining the power of the Star Soul, his internal spiritual energy, and the strength of intent. Possessing tremendous power, even a cultivator of the 100 Forging Realm would think twice before taking a head-on. It was precisely due to this strike that he had dared to step onto the arena to face Chu Ran. As long as he killed Chu Ran, even if he did not obtain the special recruit token, he could still attract the attention of the enrollment elders in that case. Even if he only received an ordinary student token, no one would dare to touch him again. After spending a few years in the academy honing his skills, he would surely return to exact vengeance upon the Su family and the Chu family, redeeming the Lin family's honor. This was the true reason for his presence here today. Yet, he could never have imagined that the move he had spent 5 years comprehending would be replicated by Chu Ran. Moreover, it was not merely a match, but was, in fact, far more formidable. How could this be possible? Was it that Chu Ran had observed his sword of slaughter and in that fleeting moment had stolen his technique? Lin Mo's eyes were filled with incredulity. How could there exist a being with such monstrous talent in this world? Chapter 62. I want Chu Ran dead. Horrifically dead. Boom! A thunderous explosion resounded amidst Lin Mo's astonishment as the two swords of slaughter clashed. Lin Mo's sword shattered into nothingness in an instant, while Chu Ran's continued to surge forward, unimpeded and brimming with infinite radiance. Lin Mo was left utterly stupefied, his gaze fixated on the blood-colored sword, which seemed to be counting down the final moments of his life. This moment of shock was not exclusive to Lin Mo. The entire crowd stood in stunned silence. Chu Ran had managed to masterfully steal his opponent's technique in the blink of an eye. What kind of monstrous ability was this? Even in the annals of history, there had never been a record of such a phenomenon. To learn opponent's ultimate skill within mere seconds was simply unfathomably monstrous. Xiang Er, is this the youth you spoke of? In the southwestern corner of the observation platform, a young girl, shrouded in white gauze, turned her gaze gently from the competition stage to her side, where Qin Xiang'er stood. A slight movement of her head caused the ethereal fabric to flutter, revealing a glimpse of her visage, and even this mere fragment rendered the surrounding space dim in comparison. It was an indescribable beauty, an arresting beauty that took one's breath away, draped in an aura of nobility. She resembled a pristine lotus, meant only for distant admiration, never to be sullied by proximity. Indeed, Qin Xiang'er remarked, her eyes fixed on Chu Ran atop the stage, though I have only encountered him twice. This youth imparts a feeling unlike any other. Suddenly struck by a thought, she added, "Oh, in Dreamlon, he was the one who received a blow from Master Luo, with a physique cultivated to the 9th layer. Mastering both vision and intent, his talents are indeed commendable as for enduring a strike from Luo Xingmi. It merely reflects that girl-esque reluctance to squander talent, choosing to hold back, which is hardly noteworthy." Ji Minglan replied slowly. However, to grasp the techniques of an opponent in such a brief moment is quite extraordinary. At least, it is the first time I have witnessed such a feat, Qin Xiang'er inquired. So, what do you think? Is he worth recruiting? Ji Minglan shook her head slightly. The northern border royal mansion lacks for geniuses. However, should he manage to engage in battle with 100 refinements expert without suffering defeat, he might merit consideration. Must it be merely survival? Is there no possibility of victory? He strikes me as fundamentally different from those who merely seek to flaunt their strength. I believe that if he lacked confidence, he would not stand there, in Dambao Pavilion. Chu Ran's piercing gaze left a profound impression on her, imbued with a striking blend of pride and calm confidence. The eyes are the windows to the soul, and they do not deceive. She trusted what she perceived within Chu Ran's eyes. Perhaps. Ji Minglan gently shook her head, responding with a hint of detachment. However, if he possesses nothing beyond what he has exhibited thus far, the prospect of defeating 100 refinements expert is nearly impossible. My brother would certainly not be impressed. Little Prince, no. Lin Mo is in peril. On the observation platform, City Lord Xia Yunhao, upon witnessing the unfolding scene, sprang to his feet, determined to safeguard Lin Mo, refusing to watch him perish under Chu Ran's sword. Chu Ran, halt! Xia Yunhao bellowed, leaping towards the competition stage. Chu Ran, sensing the sudden interruption, furrowed his brow slightly. Instinctively glancing at Elder Qingshang, who showed no inclination to intervene, it was evident that they were in cahoots. Since he wished to save him, I shall take pleasure in ending him, Chu Ran thought, frowning as he let out a low snort. Instantly, a surge of spiritual energy coursed into his weapon, intensifying its crimson glow and accelerating its speed. In the blink of an eye, he was before Lin Mo, who remained ensnared in a daze, still reeling from the shock. Lin Mo, awaken! Xia Yunhao's thunderous shout jolted Lin Mo back to reality. Sensing the impending danger, Lin Mo instinctively unleashed all his spiritual energy, forming a protective barrier around himself. Boom! The sword crashed against the barrier, sending Lin Mo hurtling backwards, blood spewing forth as he fell to the edge of the stage, where he coughed up more blood. His face pale, clearly wounded, yet he had preserved his life, Clutching his chest, he cast a grateful glance at Xia Yunhao. Had it not been for the city lord's warning, he might have met his demise at Chu Ran's hands. Lin Mo, come with me, Xia Yunhao commanded, already at the edge of the stage. However, Lin Mo struggled, unable to rise due to his injuries, as Xia Yunhao prepared to ascend the stage to retrieve Lin Mo. A voice suddenly echoed in his ears. Xia Yunhao, do not forget, this is the Hall of Heavenly Martial Arts, not your city lord's mansion. This is not a place for your recklessness. Guhan. Turning around, he spotted Guhan, standing a short distance behind him, his indifferent gaze fixed upon him. It was clear that should he dare to step onto the stage, he would be met with the wrath of Guhan's thousand-faced fan. Death. Upon witnessing this, Chu Ran let out a low snort, unhesitatingly directing his attack towards Lin Mo. If you wish to protect him, I shall insist upon his demise. Thud. A dull thud echoed. Chu Ran was instantly repelled several steps by an invisible wall of energy, his complexion paling. Though the energy was imperceptible to the eye, its terrifying force was unmistakably that of 100 refinements expert, Cheng Shang. He whirled around to find Cheng Shang's arm, just returning to his side. It was unmistakably Cheng Shang's doing. Grinding his teeth in anger, Chu Ran exclaimed, the recruitment event has not concluded, yet you dare to harm me. Do you still wish to maintain your dignity? Who says it has not ended? Elder Cheng Shang replied with a faint smile. The third match has concluded. Challenge failed. You. Upon hearing this, Chu Ran's fists clenched tightly, cracking as he did so. How shameless for an elder of the esteemed Tianzi Academy to stoop to such depths. It made him question whether attending Tianzi Academy was indeed the correct decision. Chu Ran, I shall surely take your life one day. At that moment, Lin Mo's voice reached his ears. Turning, he saw Lin Mo struggling to his feet. Intent on leaving the stage, a surge of murderous intent flashed across Chu Ran's brow. The next instant, he uttered a single word. Die. His sword transformed into a streak of light, vanishing without a trace. When it reappeared, it had pierced Lin Mo's chest, and Chu Ran's figure materialized before Lin Mo, whose eyes widened in disbelief, yet still clung to life. Your words are excessive. You shall perish. With a swift motion, the sword was withdrawn from Lin Mo's chest, splattering blood in a 3-foot radius. Lin Mo's unwilling body crumpled to the ground. Lin Mo is dead. A wave of astonishment swept through the arena. Chu Ran had indeed dared to act. Elder Cheng Shang had already declared the match concluded, yet he still sought to take a life. Lin Mo. Watching Lin Mo perish before his eyes, Xia Yunhao's features contorted, a clear expression of rage etched upon his face. City Lord Xia, please return to your seat. Guhan's voice served as both a reminder and a warning. Should he take action, he would bear the consequences. Himph. Ultimately, Xia Yunhao could only snort coldly, gritting his teeth as he returned to the observation platform. A voice reaching his ears. I want Chu Ran dead. A gruesome death. Rest assured, Father, Chapter 63. Barking old dog, acting decisively, unafraid, a heart of a fierce tiger, delicately sniffing roses. He is indeed a talent worthy of cultivation. The usually reticent Ji Menglan observed this scene, a glimmer of light flashing in her beautiful eyes. Beside her, Qin Xianger blinked in surprise, a light smile gracing her lips. Hee, this is the first time I've heard you speak so highly of someone. Geniuses can be nurtured. The royal mansion is never short of talent. However, character is of utmost importance, Ji Menglan remarked, her gaze fixed upon the young man on the stage, should he manage to remain undefeated against the 100 refinements expert in this bout. I will recommend him to my brother, Qin Xianger replied with a smile. The little prince dotes on you, his sister, the most. Your words will undoubtedly carry weight. Your judgment will not be flawed. Ji Menglan's statement affirmed her discerning eye. Nevertheless, she still believed that Chu Ran possessed the potential for victory. Chu Ran, how dare you defy the regulations of the Academy and the peaceful martial conference? Do you think that just because your token was given by Master Luo, I cannot revoke it? Originally intending to offer Xia Yunhao a face-saving gesture, given how much he had received from him, he was taken aback to find Chu Ran daring to strike after the announcement of the match's conclusion. This was nothing short of a slap in the face to him, an affront to the Academy. Peaceful martial conference. Hearing those words, A cold smile crept across Chu Ran's lips as he pointed an accusatory finger at Cheng Shang. Your so-called peaceful martial conference allows you, as a recruitment elder, to strike against martial practitioners before the match has concluded. While Xia Yunhao, as an observer, intends to intervene, you choose to sit idly by as I engage in a fair match. And yet you assault me. You dare speak to me of a peaceful martial conference. Does your conduct befit the title of recruitment elder at Tianza Academy? In my eyes, you are nothing more than a barking old dog. Did you not inquire if my token was bestowed by Master Luo, thinking that I would not dare to revoke it? I now clearly state that my token was indeed granted by Master Luo, and you would not dare to cancel it. So what? Come at me. The air was thick with indignation as furious reprimands echoed, unrestrained and unabashed, leaving the onlookers in a state of shock, while Elder Cheng Shang's face turned a deep shade of iron. He had long harbored disdain for this old fool. Now, since the old man had thrown caution to the wind, why should he hold back? He had not intended to invoke the name of Master Luo. But now he would. Let us see who dares to lay a hand on Chu Ran. This old dog. Dare he? You. Elder Cheng Shang's wrinkled visage twisted in frustration as he struggled to articulate a coherent response. Chu Ran, do not attempt to justify your defiance of the Academy's martial rules. When has Elder Cheng ever harmed you? Are you now intent on adding the charge of slandering an admissions elder to your list of offenses? Yin Qingyun stepped forward to support Elder Cheng, glaring at Chu Ran with a cold reprimand. Do you not realize that slandering an admissions elder, regardless of who bestowed your token, grants the Academy the right to revoke it? Slander? Chu Ran scoffed. If one dares act, why fear the words of others? At this moment, the crowd was left dumbfounded, unable to fathom how events had escalated to such a degree. Members participating in the assessment openly pointed fingers and hurled insults at the admissions elder. Such a spectacle seemed unprecedented in history. This Chu Ran was indeed audacious. Yet if what Chu Ran claimed held any truth, then the admissions elder was indeed deserving of criticism. Assaulting participants was utterly egregious. However, if it were false, then Chu Ran's special admissions token could very well be in jeopardy. Everyone knew that the admissions elder represented the Academy, and slandering or insulting him was undoubtedly a grave offense. Even a token granted by the esteemed honorary dean would hold no weight. Yet whether the claims were true or false remained shrouded in uncertainty, as the distance was too great to discern any truth. Elder Cheng Shang, Mentor Yin Qingyun, I believe it would be prudent to continue the assessment, came the calm voice of Gu Han, abruptly silencing the inquiries that had been poised on the lips of the two elders. Elder Cheng Shang's actions against Chu Ran may have eluded others, but Gu Han saw it clearly. While others may have refrained from speaking, Gu Han was entirely unafraid. If Gu Han were to relay this incident to the Tianza Academy, both the admissions elder and Yin Qingyun's position as a mentor would be in jeopardy, facing severe repercussions from the Academy. They dared not take such a risk. Yin Qingyun glowered at Chu Ran, grinding his teeth in frustration, then took a deep breath to regain his composure before addressing Elder Cheng Shang. Elder Cheng Shang, as an esteemed admissions elder, it would be beneath your dignity to quarrel with a mere youth. He may have lost his shame, but we still have ours. Indeed, you speak wisely, Qingyun. Why would I stoop so low as to bicker with a mere child? Elder Cheng nodded in agreement. Esteemed? Upon hearing this phrase, Chu Ran nearly burst into laughter. Esteemed and respected? Surely, it was a facade devoid of substance. Nevertheless, he understood that this matter must come to a close. With his current stature, he could not contend with them any further. To prolong the discussion would only place Gu Han in a difficult position. Let the challenge proceed. This time, it was not Elder Cheng who spoke, seemingly incensed by Chu Ran, but rather Yin Qingyun who declared it. As those four words left his lips, Xia Yin and Su Ling ascended to the competition platform almost simultaneously, both seemingly unwilling to wait any longer. However, upon reaching the stage, they exchanged knowing glances. Even their opening lines were nearly identical. Su Ling, do you dare to fight? Xia Jian proclaimed. Xia Jian, do you dare to engage in battle? Su Ling replied. Their synchronicity suggested a prior agreement, and after their exchange, both were momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. Ha! Su Ling, It appears we share the same sentiments. Since we are in agreement, there is no need for further words. Let us fight, Xiaojian replied with a serene smile, her delicate hand resting upon the sword at her waist. In an instant, the blade gleamed, resembling a pale blue ice lotus blooming forth, cooling the very air around them. The long sword was drawn, held firmly in her fair hand, showcasing her grace. Meanwhile, Su Ling, wielding a fan that shimmered with silvery brilliance, opened it slowly, revealing an embroidered scene of rain falling at dawn. As she fanned, the previously still raindrops began to move, transforming from a gentle drizzle into a cascade of droplets. Even above the competition stage, 2 clouds of rain began to form, slowly coalescing. The mere presence of these two, even before they had engaged in battle, evoked a tremor of excitement among the spectators. Clearly, Su Ling was also a formidable practitioner of the 100 refinement stage. The revelation that both were such skilled warriors sent waves of exhilaration through the crowd, causing many to rise eagerly. Their eyes glued to the duel that for Chu Ran. Having been disregarded by both Su Ling and Xiaoyan, he found that the spectators' attention had entirely shifted away from him. It seemed the competition platform no longer belonged to him, but had transformed into the battleground for Su Ling and Xiaojian. For many years, battles at the 100 refinement stage had seemingly never occurred in Gudao City. To witness a clash between such titans would be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for the vast majority present. A spectacle that would leave them utterly fulfilled. If fortune favored them, they might even glean insights during the fight, yielding countless benefits. How could they not be thrilled? Chapter 64. A Foolish Woman. Upon seeing Su Ling nod, Xiaojian smiled slightly and turned her gaze towards Elder Chengshang. Elder Chengshang, may I inquire if my battle with Su Ling violates any martial rules? Prior to Su Ling's arrival, Chu Ran had indeed been her target. However, now that Su Ling was here, the practitioner at the 100 refinement stage had naturally become her primary objective. Defeating Su Ling would render Chu Ran inconsequential in her eyes, a mere nuisance to be dealt with later. She sought Elder Chengshang's consent. Su Ling also inclined his body slightly towards Elder Cheng. Unlike Xiaojian, who had shifted her focus, his goal throughout this martial gathering had remained crystal clear. Xiaojian. He understood that she, too, possessed the cultivation of the 100 refinement stage. As for Chu Ran, he was nothing more than a mere insect. Without having reached the 100 refinement stage, he was simply a slightly gifted insect. Defeating him would be a trivial task. The special admissions token would undoubtedly belong to him. Such was his confidence. Confidence derived from the 100 refinement stage. Though this approach was somewhat unorthodox, as long as the spectators were in agreement, there would be no issues. As the conversation unfolded, Elder Chengshang surveyed the crowd. Agreed, agreed. The audience erupted in a chorus of approval that reverberated throughout the Tianwu Hall, prompting a faint smile from Elder Chengshang. Very well, let the battle commence. However, do keep in mind to restrain yourselves and avoid causing any fatal harm. At such a young age, both displayed remarkable prowess, marking them as prodigies worthy of entry into Tianzi Academy. He still possessed 3 ordinary student tokens yet to be distributed. Initially intending to award one to Lin Mo, fate had intervened, and Lin Mo had perished. He certainly did not wish to witness these two embroiling themselves in a fatal conflict. Yes, Elder Chengshang. Both responded in unison, nodding their heads in agreement. Just as they assumed their stances, preparing to engage in combat, a sudden, frigid voice interjected from the side. Ladies, do you not think your actions are somewhat inappropriate? The voice belonged to none other than Chu Ran, who had long been ignored. He had not intended to speak up, but a revelation compelled him to do so. With a mocking glint in his eye, he addressed Xiaojian. Xiaojian, if I'm not mistaken, has your worn-out shoe ceased to fit the foot of your mentor Yin Qingyun, thus being unceremoniously discarded? Xiaojian, worn-out shoe, mentor Yin Qingyun. At the utterance of these words, a wave of astonished glances erupted, as the implications seemed to suggest that Chu Ran was accusing Yin Qingyun of misconduct. Was Xiaojian truly the discarded shoe? Did this imply an illicit relationship between the two? Such a scandal would undoubtedly create a significant stir. The existence of any murky relationship between a mentor and a participant was strictly forbidden within Tianzi Academy. Such matters concerning admissions could not be tolerated. Should the Academy become aware, they would surely revoke the participant's qualification and strip the mentor of their title. Chu Ran, cease your nonsense. Upon hearing this, Xia Jian's face turned a deep shade of green. Her teeth clenched as she glared at Chu Ran, her wide eyes seemingly ready to devour him. My relationship with Qing Yun is proper and commendable. If you dare to speak recklessly again, I shall not spare you. Proper? Ha! You are but a pair of shameless dogs, yet you dare to feign righteousness. Chu Ran laughed heartily. Have you ever seen a woman as shameless as you? His laughter echoed. And yet you are still rejected? You are destined to be a woman despised by all, a mere plaything. Just moments ago, he had already discerned a flicker of disdain in Yin Xingyun's eyes as Xia Jian took the stage. Though it vanished almost instantly, it certainly did not escape his keen observation. You speak nonsense. Xia Jian glared fiercely at Chu Ran, her red lips nearly drawing blood from the pressure of her teeth. Despite their rare encounters following their intimacy the day prior, Yin Xingyun had assured her that it was all due to their mentor-student relationship, and once the assessment concluded, they could be together openly. She was convinced that Yin Xingyun loved her. What Chu Ran claimed could not possibly be true. Xia Jian, cease your reckless words. There is no connection between us. Before Chu Ran could utter more, Yin Xingyun, his expression exceedingly grim, stepped forward and cast a piercing glare at Xia Jian. Xingyun. Upon hearing this, Xia Jian felt a rush of disorientation. Yet, she quickly regained her composure, wishing she could slap herself for revealing her relationship with Yin Xingyun. Was she not endangering him? Her love for Yin Xingyun was genuine, so how could she have said such a thing? Yin Xingyun's words were merely a reflection of his status and should not be taken to heart. This was clearly a provocation from Chu Ran. Xia Jian glared at Chu Ran with gritted teeth. You vile little man, today I shall have you torn apart. What a foolish and laughable woman. How did I ever find you appealing? Chu Ran longed to return to the past and question his own judgment for having once held such a woman in high regard. It was a blatant affront to his intelligence. Chu Ran, if I were you, I would find a corner to hide and preserve my wretched life, lest I be obliterated by the aftermath of our battle. At that moment, Su Ling, who had remained silent, suddenly stepped forward, casting a disdainful glance at Chu Ran. Her eyes filled with contempt. Her disregard for Chu Ran's strength mirrored her disdain for his character. To undermine an opponent's spirit with such baseless accusations. What a disgrace. What are you, to speak so insolently? Chu Ran frowned, casting a sharp look at Su Ling after a moment of silence. He suddenly burst into laughter, saying, I see now. Is it that this discarded shoe was rejected by Yin Xingyun only to be donned by you? No wonder you were so eager to step forward. He had no grudge against Su Ling and did not seek to create one yet. He never anticipated her insult, since she had taken the first shot. He would not hold back. It seemed he had underestimated Xia Jian. The castaway he had discarded was now being fought over. Chu Ran laughed heartily, his mirth causing Xia Jian's complexion to shift between shades of green and purple. Her delicate frame trembling. Yin Xingyun, though infuriated, dared not retort, while Su Ling's body convulsed with rage, even her hand gripping the folding fan turning pale from exertion. Chu Ran, I will kill you. Chu Ran, you seek death. Xia Jian and Su Ling nearly shouted in unison, ready to strike. After a wheel battle, now it seems we are to engage in a group assault. Upon witnessing this, Chu Ran's laughter grew even more unrestrained. Yet, in an instant, his laughter ceased abruptly as he stepped forward, and his gaze toward the two turned as dark as an abyss, radiating a fierce sword intent and murderous aura that erupted with a thunderous force. A chilling declaration sweeping across the entire competition arena. Since you are intent on this, then come at me together. What do I, Chu Ran, have to fear? Arrogance. Utterly unfathomable arrogance. The arena fell into a profound silence. Chu Ran, to challenge two opponents, or rather, two formidable warriors of the 100 Refinements realm? What madness is this? Has he lost his mind? Chapter 65. Extreme. Rain Kill. Hichem. Ji Menglan was equally taken aback. However, a flicker of understanding quickly crossed her eyes, and she shook her head. I initially thought he was a promising talent, but it seems he is merely a grandstander, a fool seeking attention. Chu Ran's words extinguished the last flicker of goodwill Ji Menglan had harbored for him. Qin Xiang'er, standing nearby, furrowed her brows in contemplation. Xiang'er, let us depart. Ji Menglan gently patted Qin Xiang'er before turning to leave. After a moment of silence, Qin Xiang'er sighed and followed suit, lamenting, "It appears I have misjudged him." Talents often bear arrogance. The more exceptional the gift, the greater the pride. Undoubtedly, Su Ling and Xia Yan on the competition stage were both prodigies. They would not resort to overwhelming numbers against a weaker opponent. Chu Ran was confident that they could not possibly attack him simultaneously, which is why he spoke so boldly. Should they refuse, he would promptly withdraw from the challenge under the pretext of their refusal. A clever tactic, albeit misplaced. A calm voice emerged from Ji Menglan's graceful silhouette. Evade battle. Through cunning will never forge a true warrior. Such a person is unworthy of my attention. This mere trash dares to boast. Before Xia Jian could speak, Su Ling coldly snorted. Xia Jian, grant me a moment. I shall deal with him first, then we may battle. No need. Xia Jian glared at Chu Ran, gritting her teeth. His life is mine. Yet, as she prepared to strike, a commanding gaze suddenly fell upon her. None other than the audience's Xia Yunhao. Xia Yan wanted to say something, but ultimately held her tongue, casting a fierce glare at Chu Ran before retreating to the back. Thank you. Su Ling glanced at Xia Jian, then fixed her gaze on Chu Ran. You can perish. With that, she swiftly fanned her folding fan toward Chu Ran, and in an instant, dark clouds gathered above him, with raindrops beginning to fall in a steady patter. Each drop contained a tremendous wave of spiritual power from the 100 Refinements realm, undeniably formidable. Devouring Star Soul. Glancing upward, Chu Ran smirked, lightly touching the massive Xianming sword on his back. Murmuring, for our first collaboration, I hope you will not disappoint me. Buzz, the Xianming sword seemed to comprehend Chu Ran's words, emitting a resonant cry that echoed with a hint of bloodthirst, transforming into a streak of black light that landed in Chu Ran's hand. Subsequently, he stepped forward, fully immersing himself beneath the cascade of raindrops. He was eager to test the capabilities of the 100 Refinements realm. With a low shout, Chu Ran swung the massive sword, cleaving through the menacing raindrops. Buzz, the radiant sword light, imbued with an aura of power, instantly shattered the rain droplets before him. Boom! The terrifying explosions resonated, and the surging energy caused Chu Ran's steps to falter momentarily, looking up at the slowly falling raindrops. He nodded slightly. Indeed, the strength of the 100 Refinements realm is impressive, but it is merely that, far weaker than I anticipated. The day when Gu Han unleashed a bolt of thunder left him profoundly shaken. The might of these raindrops paled in comparison to Gu Han's lightning, not even reaching 1,000th of its power. He did not retreat. The sounds from the competition stage halted Qin Xiang'er, who had not ventured far. Ji Menglan paused, her eyes reflecting surprise. She had not expected the youth to act contrary to her assumptions. Instead of shying away, he boldly faced the challenge. This truly caught her off guard. Could it be that she had misjudged him? Did he possess the confidence to take on two opponents? This time, Ji Menglan remained silent, standing still, her gaze fixed on the competition stage, eager to uncover what made him so assured. Entering the realm of falling rain is a path to death. As she watched Chu Ran beneath the downpour, Su Ling's eyes glinted with a chilling, murderous intent. Extreme rain kill. With a fierce shout, the previously tranquil raindrops erupted into a dazzling display of colors. Each droplet transformed into an indomitable sword, descending with the overwhelming power of the great Ascension Rain intent, enveloping Chu Ran. The power infused with the great Ascension intent, power intertwined with intent. The perfect fusion of intent and power, each existing within the other, complementing one another. This is one of the terrors of the 100 Refinements realm. Mastery over power. The formidable control allows the wielder to harmoniously blend multiple forces, unleashing a terrifying energy that grows exponentially. Su Ling, with a force that could crush, seemed unwilling to waste any time and sought to obliterate Chu Ran directly. Come on, Chu Ran exclaimed, raising his head and brandishing the Xianyuan giant sword. In that moment, he appeared to transform into a colossal beast, charging headlong into the torrential rain. His formidable physique wielded the Xianyuan giant sword, and each swing of the sword emitted a radiant arc capable of shattering raindrops. This sword light was not conjured from spiritual energy, but was solely derived from the power of his physical body. Each strike surged forward like a ferocious beast rampaging through a deluge. Even these unmatched raindrops could not shatter his sword light. This was the sheer might of physical power. Though spiritual energy was potent, it could never rival the raw ferocity of physical strength, which was more direct and imposing. What an astonishing display of physical prowess. The scene on the arena rendered many spectators gasping in awe. They were aware of Chu Ran's formidable physique, yet they had not anticipated it to be potent enough to withstand the strength of the 100 Refinements realm. The power of the Ninefold realm could indeed confront that of the 100 Refinements. Was this the true essence of physical cultivation? The world knew of its might primarily from ancient texts, but few understood its true nature, for genuine physical cultivators were exceedingly rare in the martial world. Yet now, Chu Ran's actions vividly illustrated what true physical cultivation entailed. Was the physical body truly this powerful? Su Ling furrowed his brows. He had initially presumed that this mere Chu Ran would be effortlessly dispatched, yet Chu Ran's performance surprised him. However, that was merely a fleeting impression. The power he was currently unleashing was still less than a third of his full potential. Any further struggle would only prolong his demise by a few seconds. The feeble ant wished to shake the tree. Su Ling shook his head slightly. He then thrust his folding fan towards the void, unfurling a magnificent painting of rain suspended in midair. Chapter 66. A shattering sword strike. The painting spread across the sky, instantly shrouding it in dark clouds, with torrential rain pouring down like a deluge. The rain was imbued with surging spiritual energy, wreaking havoc across the arena, creating a symphony of resonating roars in the tumultuous space. Those positioned at the back of the arena, including Yin Xinyan, Xiajian, and even Elder Chengshang, instinctively took a few steps back, their faces betraying astonishment. They were aware of Su Ling's formidable power, but had not anticipated that even without invoking the Star Soul, his strike could be so overwhelmingly potent. Even if they wished to counter it, it would require considerable effort, let alone a mere Chu Ran. With this strike, Chu Ran was undoubtedly doomed. Treasures, as he gazed at the painting of rain above him. Chu Ran tightened his grip on the Xianyuan giant sword and shouted, "Xianyuan giant sword, go!" The sword instantly transformed into a streak of light, soaring into the air and weaving into a vast net of swords. Intercepting the torrential rain in the void above, the deafening roar of the unleashed energy engulfed the entire arena in a tempest of energy. Chu Ran's figure was soon buried within this energy storm. The ferocious energy storm tore through Chu Ran's clothing, revealing his robust muscles and bronze skin beneath. Yet, it merely shredded his garments. When the attack struck his body, it felt as though it had collided with steel. It could not penetrate even the slightest bit. Gazing at his unscathed physique, Chu Ran finally comprehended why Old He always proclaimed that physical cultivation was the true path. "Shatter for me." In the next moment, Chu Ran bellowed, and the Xianyuan giant sword abruptly changed direction, charging into the rain clouds above, heading straight for Su Ling's rain-laden fan. The torrential raindrops could not impede its advance in the slightest. Upon contact, they disintegrated effortlessly. It was as if what surged into the raindrops was not merely a sword, but a colossal blade capable of rending the heavens. Countless onlookers were left astounded, their eyes bulging in disbelief. What an extraordinary sword! What terrifying sword light! The might of a single strike was such that even the power of the 100 Refinements realm could not withstand it. When did this youth become so powerful? "Linger, be careful!" Su Yuanshan, the head of the Su family, shouted in alarm. Careless. Upon hearing his father's warning, Su Ling dismissed it. Even if he were careless, what could it matter? A mere Chu Ran could hardly turn the tide. Attempting to shatter his rain-laden fan was nothing short of a delusion. Su Ling regarded the giant sword hurtling toward his rain fan with indifference. Too lazy to take further action, a dark, tattered sword dared to test the might of his rain fan. How absurd! The rain fan was a gift from his master, Elder Junimo of the Hengshan sect, and it contained a fragment of the world's power, a genuine low-grade earth artifact. Such treasures were exceedingly rare even within the entirety of the ancient Path City, let alone a worn-out sword. Even the sword wielded by City Lord Xia Yunhao could hardly compare to his rain fan. However, as soon as his words left his lips, boom, a terrifying explosion erupted from within the rain clouds. Causing his expression to shift instantly, a massive energy cloud surged upwards from the rain clouds, with black and ethereal blue forces clashing violently, engulfing the entire arena above. The torrential rain clouds were swept away like leaves in a tempest, and the downpour abruptly ceased. The most shocking revelation for Su Ling was that his rain fan was being assailed by a sword light even more ferocious than the energy cloud. One strike, cracks appeared on the rain fan. 2 strikes. The fan's ribs shattered. 3 strikes. The rain fan exploded in the void, its fragments cascading like raindrops onto the arena. Puffed. As his treasure was annihilated, Su Ling coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood and staggered back a dozen steps. His face as pale as a sheet. Artifacts above the earth grade require a process of recognition from their owner. Once acknowledged, they can resonate with their master's spirit, allowing them to wield greater power. However, there is a drawback. If an acknowledged artifact sustains damage, its owner will suffer a backlash. The more severe the damage, the greater the injury. How could this be possible? Su Ling clutched his trembling chest. His eyes fixed on the void, filled with disbelief. What grade of treasure was this? How could it destroy his rain fan? A mid-grade earth artifact? Or perhaps a high-grade earth artifact? It seemed even a high-grade earth artifact would struggle to achieve such destruction. Could it be that the giant sword in Chu Ran's possession was a supreme-grade earth artifact, or even a heavenly artifact? Not only was Su Ling left dumbfounded, but the crowd was also rendered speechless. At that moment, amidst the tumult, only one person remained calm. Chu Changtian, the one who had passed down the Xianyuan giant sword to Chu Ran. He sat there quietly, his eyes betraying no emotion, as if he had anticipated this outcome long ago. Jian, let us join forces and eliminate Chu Ran first. At that moment, the voice of Xia Yunhao, the city lord, rang out from the observation platform, awakening everyone. Upon hearing this, the eyes of countless spectators flashed with intense disdain. Join forces? Do you have no shame left? Is this something a dignified city lord should say? How utterly disgraceful. This is a blatant attempt to seize a treasure. A sudden murmur of scorn erupted from the crowd. They quickly realized that Xia Yunhao had discerned the exceptional nature of the giant sword in Chu Ran's possession and was urging Xia Jiyan to snatch the treasure. Had he become so brazen as to pursue treasures openly? City Lord Xia, do you believe your words are appropriate? A voice, laced with disdain, echoed from Guhan. Whether it is appropriate or not, you should ask Elder Qingshang. He is the head of admissions. Xia Yunhao scoffed, prioritizing the treasure over his dignity. There was no question about it. This was originally a proposal put forth by Chu Ran, the holder of the special admission token. Since it was a suggestion, there could be no objections. Elder Qingshang nodded slightly. With this statement, it was tantamount to endorsing Xia Jiyan's involvement. However, as Elder Qingshang stated, it was indeed Chu Ran who had proposed the joint effort. Even if Xia Jiyan acted, no one could raise any objections. After all, it was his own request. Should he perish, he must persevere as a martial cultivator if one cannot even stand by their own words. What right do they have to pursue the path of strength? Yes, Father. Xia Jiyan, after a moment of silence, nodded in agreement. In an instant, the ice lotus sword in her hand radiated a haunting blue light. The ice lotus sword's star soul manifested. With a low cry escaping her lips, an ethereal shadow of an immense ice lotus sword enveloped her, transforming her entire being into a colossal blade. The chilling aura emanating from her caused the surrounding space to ripple and tear. The magnificent ice lotus blossomed above her head in the void. As the ice lotus unfurled, the unparalleled sword intent surged forth from Xia Jiyan, radiating outward in all directions. The terrifying presence rendered even those spectators hundreds of meters away on the viewing platform momentarily breathless. She was not foolish enough to hold back like Su Ling. Instead, she unleashed the most formidable technique of the 100 Refinements realm, Star Soul manifestation. This was the true manifestation of 100 refinements expert wielding their full power. Chapter 67. One Palm. Annihilation. Beneath the Star Soul manifestation of the Ice Lotus Sword. Xia Yin's indifferent gaze fell upon Chu Ran as she commanded. Ice Lotus. Flying feathers. Instantly, dazzling ice lotuses coalesced around her, rapidly spinning and releasing waves of spiritual sword energy. Each rotating ice lotus resembled a concealed weapon, capable of unleashing dozens, even hundreds of ice lotus sword waves. After Xia Jian pointed, these sword waves thundered toward Chu Ran. Our enmity ends here. The frigid words echoed amidst the swirling ice lotuses, followed by a thunderous onslaught. Swish, swish, swish! Countless ice lotus flying feathers transformed into a rain of blades, completely enveloping every corner around Chu Ran. Profound tier martial skills. Witnessing the martial technique unleashed by Xia Yan evoked gasps of astonishment. None anticipated that she would resort to such a move. This was the signature technique of Xia Yunhao, the strongest martial skill of the city, Lord's Manor Point 10 years ago. Xia Yunhao had employed this very technique to slay the then city lord of ancient Path City, Duan Tianyun, and obliterated the entire Duan clan, allowing the Xia family to ascend to power in the city lord's manor. Little did they know, a decade later, Xia Jian had similarly mastered this formidable martial skill. Utilizing this technique, the outcome was bound to be devoid of suspense. Chu Ran was indeed a genius. To perish under this move would be a fitting end. Xia Jian. Chu Ran's gaze bore fiercely into Xia Jian. He had awaited this day for far too long. He was growing weary of waiting. It was time to reclaim what was owed to him. His hand slowly rose, dark light gradually coalescing above his palm, radiating ever more brightly until, in mere moments, it formed a pitch-black orb of light, akin to a black hole, instantly swallowing all illumination on the arena. Darkness descended in an instant. On the arena, Chu Ran vanished. Xia Jian disappeared, and Elder Qingshang and Yin Qingyun were equally engulfed by the shadows. Everyone present was left bewildered. What was happening? Just as the crowd was ensnared in confusion, light reappeared, just as swiftly as the darkness had come. The arena returned to its original state. The countless ice lotus flying feathers continued to surge toward Chu Ran. Xia Jian remained cold and composed, and Cheng Shang and Yin Qingyun returned to their prior positions. It was as if nothing had changed. No, something had changed. The only alteration was that the dark orb of light that had summoned the darkness from Chu Ran's hand had vanished, replaced by a massive pitch-black palm that loomed before him. This hand was a meter in size, extraordinarily dark. An aura of desolation and solitude emanated from it, as if it were a remnant of ancient times, causing unease in the hearts of onlookers. One palm. Annihilation. In the next moment, the four words escaped the boy's lips. The dark palm was thrust forward with tremendous force, aiming directly at Xia Jian, and wherever it passed, the ice lotus sword rain disintegrated into nothingness. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosive force reverberated through the air. Annihilation palm. Annihilate all existence, reducing everything to oblivion. Xia Jian's breath hitched, her pupils dilating as the enlarging dark palm instilled a slight tremor in her body. This was a power that seemed capable of rendering everything into nothingness. Even with Xia Jian's mastery of the 100 refinements realm, she felt her internal energy becoming restless in the face of this palm. She could hardly fathom what kind of power this was. Was it the power of a star soul? But what kind of star soul possessed such terrifying strength? What had transpired with Chu Ran in recent days to grant him such might? She did not know, nor did she wish to. All she understood was that today, Chu Ran must die. Break from me, Xia Jian bellowed, her surrounding ice lotus sword soul erupting in a surge of brilliance before bursting forth to collide with the dark palm. In that instant, the clash of blade and palm occurred. There was no anticipated cataclysmic explosion, nor the expected horrifying scene. It was as if time itself had come to a standstill. Buzz! In the next moment, a tremendous wave of energy rippled outward from the point of impact, triggering an endless energy storm that swept across the entire arena. Boom, boom, boom. The energy storm battered against the protective array at the edges of the arena, producing a series of terrifying explosions. The overflowing energy plunged the entire arena into chaos and obscurity, akin to the sudden onset of darkness, rendering the arena once more impossible to behold. And no one knew what was happening on the arena at that moment. Nor could they discern who had triumphed in this clash. The entire competition ground fell into a profound silence, a silence so deep that a falling pin could be heard. Every individual held their breath, their eyes fixed on the arena, as if they all yearned to be the first to witness the outcome of this battle. In this moment, no one believed Chu Ran was destined to lose. His strike had proven to everyone that his previous declaration of facing both opponents was not a provocation, nor an excuse, and certainly not mere folly. Rather, he genuinely possessed the ability to contend with both. With the cultivation of the seventh layer of Star Forging Realm, he could unleash such terrifying power. This ignited the breaths of those present, transforming them into fervor and urgency. What is a genius? This was the true essence of genius. At that moment, a cry of astonishment resonated. The chaotic energy on the arena gradually dissipated, revealing the scene before the spectators. However, they beheld Xia Jin's figure, along with Elder Cheng Shang and Yin Qingyan. They also saw another indistinct silhouette standing where Su Ling had previously stood. Yet, Su Ling was clad in white. This blurred figure bore a striking resemblance to Chu Ran, dressed in a green robe. How could Chu Ran occupy Su Ling's position? As moments passed, the crowd's sight finally cleared, allowing them to see everything on the arena. Yet, the sight that met their eyes left everyone in the arena wide-eyed, filled with disbelief and terror. The figure was indeed Chu, and Su Ling was also present. However, Su Ling was not standing. He lay motionless at Chu Ran's feet. A dark sword was embedded between Su Ling's neck, nearly severing it entirely. Blood had already soaked that small area of the ling. A roar echoed throughout the competition arena as the voice of Su Yuanshan, the patriarch of the Su family, resonated like a sorrowful lion. His tone filled with endless despair and rage. Su Ling was dead. It dawned on the crowd at that moment. The 100 Refinements Realm's Su Ling was dead, just as the arena was engulfed by chaotic energy moments ago. He had perished beneath Chu Ran's sword. Chapter 68. You should not have provoked me. Gazing at Su Ling's lifeless body on the arena, Qin Xianger spoke. Meng Lan, can you sense what kind of power that is? Ji Meng Lan replied slowly. Dual star souls, at least a 9th layer celestial star soul. A glimmer of intrigue flickered in Qin Xiang's eyes as she softly repeated, 9th layer celestial. I shall visit my brother. Ji Meng Lan had no further words, leaving behind a single phrase before turning to depart. This time, Qin Xianger did not follow. She remained rooted in place, watching the young man on the arena. Time and again, he had astonished her, repeatedly validating her discerning eye. She did not know if more surprises awaited her from the boy. Regardless of whether there were or not, she understood that as long as Chu Ran remained alive, her investment would undoubtedly yield returns. The crimson stain beneath the boy's colossal sword was as blinding as the sun, drawing the attention of many to another figure. Xia Jian. They remained eager to discern the outcome of the recent clash of palm and sword, curious as to who emerged victorious and who was vanquished. Yet, Xia Jian stood there, cold and indifferent, as if she had not moved an inch from the beginning. Only she knew the true nature of what had transpired moments ago. However, she chose to remain silent, biding her time for Chu Ran's next move. Chu Ran, return my son's life. A sudden roar erupted from the observation platform. The ferocious Su Yuanshan losing all semblance of rationality as he charged down towards the arena. Consumed by madness, Chu Ran's actions had not merely claimed the life of Su Yuanshan's son. They had obliterated everything Su Yuanshan held dear, the very future of the Su family. The death of Su Ling marked the end of years of Su Yuanshan's meticulous plans, dooming the Su family's legacy to utter ruin. Without these aspirations, Su Yuanshan appeared as though his very soul had been stripped away. What room was there for reason? Within 3 seconds, return to the observation platform. A chilling command reverberated throughout the arena. Though the speaker remained unseen, everyone recognized the voice of Guhan, the master of the Heavenly Martial Hall. Who dared to defy the rules of the Heavenly Martial Hall? 3. Su Yuanshan appeared oblivious to the warning, continuing his furious advance towards the arena, shouting, "Kill! I will kill you!" too. Still, Su Yuanshan remained unyielding. His voice this is evidently an affront to the city lord's manor. In her eyes, the city lord's manor has always been sacred, a creation of her father's own hands, deserving of neither defilement nor slander. The youth merely huffed softly, and in the next moment, a tremendous pressure embodying the essence of thunder descended upon Xiajian. With a cough, a mouthful of fresh blood erupted from her lips, causing her to stagger back several paces, her visage turning pale as she clutched her chest. With eyes wide in horror, she gazed at the youth, laboriously uttering 4 words: harmonious unity of heaven and man. At once, the entire arena erupted in a clamor. This youth possesses the realm of harmonious unity of heaven and man. Even Xiajian, at the peak of her 100 refinements, could not withstand even a fraction of his overwhelming aura. How terrifying and powerful this was. How old could this youth be? No more than 20 at most. This is a realm even the city lord of Gudening, Xia Yunhao, has yet to achieve. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd, who stood dumbstruck, staring at the youth on the arena at such a tender age. He possesses such formidable cultivation. No wonder he could utter such arrogant words. Who on earth is this youth, and why has he come to Gudening? Even Chu Ran furrowed his brow in contemplation. The harmonious unity of heaven and man is a realm he has only seen surpassed by Master Luo. And yet, this is merely a youth. Reflecting on the young man's words, he pondered. Could it be that 10 years ago, this youth was also from Gudening? With such strength, his talent must be extraordinary. Even if he was only 10 years old back then, he should have been renowned. Yet, why had he never heard of him? However, what perplexed Chu Ran the most were Gu Han and Cheng Shang. Someone had brazenly intruded into the arena. Gu Han should have been the first to intervene, yet he showed no reaction, not even a word. Even if he chose silence, as the elder responsible for admissions at Tian's Academy, Cheng Shang should not sit idly by while a non-participant took to the stage. Now, both remained unresponsive, indicating there must be some issue he was unaware of. Indeed, the people of the city lord's manor are utterly contemptible. They would stoop to stealing other star souls to enhance their own talents. Only you, the Xia family, a disgrace in the martial world, could commit such acts. Casting a disdainful glance at Xia Jian, the youth let out a derisive snort. Who exactly are you? Xia Jian fixed her gaze on the youth, gripping the ice lotus sword with a deathly tight hold. Nightmare. The youth merely uttered these 2 words, and in the next instant his back wings flickered, his form transforming into a streak of thunder, vanishing from sight. Crack! A sharp sound rang out as the youth struck Xia Jian's face, sending her hurtling backward, landing on the ground with a crimson handprint emblazoned across her cheek. Not only is it your nightmare, but it is the nightmare of everyone in your city lord's manor. The cold words echoed as the youth reappeared at his original position. Xia Yan was left stunned, covering her face, her demeanor rendered somewhat dazed. Throughout her life, she had only ever dealt slaps to others. Never had anyone dared to slap her. Yet now, she could not muster a single word. She could clearly sense that this youth had no intention of killing her. Otherwise, she would already be a corpse. Boy, you are courting death. Having reached his, the voice was utterly flat, lacking even the slightest ripple of emotion. Yet this very monotony resonated perfectly throughout the arena, reaching the ears of the 100,000 spectators. The sound was neither loud nor soft. It enveloped the listeners in an extremely gentle sensation, akin to the soothing caress of a spring breeze. Amidst this comfort, there lingered a subtle air of authority that invoked an involuntary respect within the hearts of those present. It was as if a seasoned individual of high status had casually uttered a phrase. Even Chu Ran felt a slight shock within his heart. Although the voice was pleasing, achieving a uniform reaction from such a vast audience was no simple feat. At the very least, such mastery over sound could only be accomplished by a powerful figure of the 100 refinement realm or above. His gaze followed the crowd, directing itself towards a special passageway in the arena, where a group of individuals had emerged, approximately a dozen in number. Leading them was a young man adorned in a golden python robe, crowned with a ceremonial headpiece, and possessing an air of regal elegance. With each step, he seemed to glide like a gentle breeze, imparting an almost surreal impression. Notably, his eyes, vast as the starry sky, brushed over Chu Ran, causing an inexplicable acceleration of his heartbeat. This was merely the casual sweep of the young man's gaze as he surveyed his surroundings. How terrifying, the thought flashed through Chu Ran's mind. Even during his initial encounter with Luo Xingmi, he had never felt such a sensation. Hiss! Not only Chu Ran, but countless others in the crowd also gasped in awe at the sight of the young man. The golden python robe was immensely noble, a privilege reserved only for the affluent and extraordinarily esteemed. Royal dragon robes for emperors, python robes for princes. The mere fact that this young man donned such attire indicated that he was at least a minor prince. Xia Yunhao, who had turned to follow the voice, trembled at the sight of this figure, his body shuddering involuntarily. While others perceived the voice as gentle and comforting, to him, it pierced his very soul like a steel needle. In an instant, he rushed forward, kneeling with a thunderous crash. City Lord of Gudao City, Xia Yunhao, pays his respects to the minor prince. Unaware of your arrival in Gudao City, I acknowledge my wrongdoing. You are not my subordinate. The young man merely cast a glance at Xia Yunhao, not even pausing in his stride, as he proceeded towards the arena. A minor prince? Indeed, he was a minor prince. Upon hearing Xia Yunhao's address, the crowd collectively held their breath, swiftly rising to bow in reverence. We honor you, minor prince. We honor you, minor prince. The young man waved his hand slightly, and only then did the crowd return to their previous positions. As Chu Ran watched the young man approach the arena, a chill ran down his spine. This individual was none other than the minor prince, Ji Feibai of the Northern Frontier Prince's Mansion. The Tianyue Kingdom was divided into two major regions, and Gudao City was the sole junction between them. North of Gudao City lay the Northern Frontier, a territory entirely under the dominion of the Northern Frontier King. In fact, the status of the Northern Frontier Prince's Mansion in this region surpassed even that of the royal family. In the Northern Frontier, a minor prince held a position as lofty as that of a royal heir. However, Gudao City had always been directly governed by the royal family. What business did the minor prince have here? Could it be related to Duan Jinglei? Chu Ran instinctively glanced towards Duan Jinglei, who was currently bowing respectfully in the direction of the minor prince. Alongside his respect, there was an unmistakable air of arrogance that radiated from him. This arrogance, though always present, was particularly pronounced at this moment, as if the arrival of the minor prince had transformed him. Duan Jinglei was indeed a man of the minor prince, perhaps even a trusted confidant. Chapter 71. You are not qualified. This revelation startled Chu Ran, as it suddenly reminded him of a previous conversation with Qin Xiang at the Dambao Pavilion. After the martial arts competition, the city lord's mansion would undoubtedly be destroyed. Was it possible that Qin Xiang's words held truth? Was the minor prince here to assist Duan Jinglei in seeking revenge? Yet, he quickly shook his head. Such a scenario seemed utterly implausible. Who was the minor prince? Given his status and position, how could he possibly seek vengeance for someone whose family had already been obliterated? Even if Duan Jinglei possessed remarkable talent, and the minor prince had intentions to recruit him, he would simply instruct his subordinates to handle the matter without needing to intervene personally. Even if there were 10 Duan Jingleis, they would still not be qualified. Yet the minor prince had indeed arrived. He simply could not fathom why. However, the matter had little to do with him, and he was disinclined to ponder it further. Cheng Shang, the elder in charge of admissions from Tianzi Academy, pays his respects to the minor prince. Apprentice mentor Yin Xingyun acknowledges the minor prince. Upon seeing the minor prince seated at the arena, both men hastily bowed in greeting. Would you mind if I had one more person participate in this assessment? The minor prince spoke indifferently, glancing at the two individuals on the arena. Of course. We do not mind. Without waiting for Cheng Shang to respond, Yin Xingyun, with a beaming smile, hastily added, if the minor prince wishes to enroll in the academy, merely express your desire, and there is no need for you to come in person. I will personally ensure that the token is delivered to you. Fool. Hearing Yin Xingyun's words, Chu Ran could not suppress a low snort. He initially thought Yin Xingyun to be a person of some merit, only to discover him to be so foolish. Even Cheng Shang frowned slightly, realizing that while Yin Xingyun sought to impress the minor prince, he had unwittingly uttered such a thoughtless remark. What sort of person was the minor prince? How could he possibly attend the academy? This statement was clearly intended to flatter Duan Jinglei, and how could Qingyun be so oblivious? Be silent. The minor prince let out a soft huff. Though not angry, a formidable aura of authority emanated from him, rendering Qingyun's complexion quite grim. His previously bowed posture sank even lower in trepidation. Cheng Shang quickly stepped forward, clasping his fists in respect. Duan Jinglei is a native of Gudao City. Participating in a martial arts challenge is entirely reasonable. There is no question of whether we mind. That is well. The minor prince nodded slightly. Convey to your dean that henceforth, those devoid of intellect should remain within the academy and refrain from tarnishing its reputation. Yes, minor prince, Cheng Shang affirmed, as for whom the minor prince referred to. Everyone understood perfectly. Qingyun's face turned ashen, yet he dared not make a sound. Others might extend deference to his master, but the minor prince would not care in the slightest. Very well, you may continue your martial arts competition. The minor prince nodded slightly, then turned his gaze towards Guhan. Gujian master, my presence here does not disrupt Tianwu Hall, does it? Tianwu Hall was no ordinary force. Even the northern frontier prince's mansion must show it some respect. Of course not. Guhan nodded in response. What went unnoticed by all was that Xia Yunhao's expression had turned extremely grim. If the minor prince were to support Duan Jinglei, it would spell disaster for him. His city lord's mansion could even face annihilation. However, he soon regained his composure, although the minor prince claimed not to be a subordinate of his. He had once relied on the support of the northern frontier prince's mansion to eliminate Duan Tianyun and seize control of the city lord's mansion. The minor prince would never turn back to aid someone as insignificant as Duan Jinglei in destroying his city lord's mansion. The northern frontier prince's mansion would not engage in such a meaningless endeavor. Yet on the arena, Xiaojian appeared. Xiaojian, I offer you an opportunity. Admit your own worthlessness and declare before all of Gudao City that you and your city are worthless. And I shall spare your life. Duan Jinglei's cold, arrogant gaze shifted towards Xiaojian, his chilling words serving as an ultimatum. Speak, and you shall live. Remain silent, and you shall die. Hearing this, Chu Ran furrowed his brow slightly. He could understand Duan Jinglei's animosity towards the city lord's mansion, but he could not comprehend why he would drag the entire Gudao City into this. The people of Gudao City bore no grudge against him. Did they? Do not say it. We must not fulfill his wishes. If you dare utter such words, all of Gudao City will scorn you. A chorus of voices erupted simultaneously from the spectator stands. Countless gazes fell upon Xiaojian, whose countenance had turned ashen. She struggled multiple times to raise her head and meet Duan Jinglei's eyes, but each attempt ended in a quivering retreat. The pressure of Duan Jinglei's imposing presence was too terrifying. It stripped her of any capacity to resist. I am worthless. All of us in Gudao City are worthless. She gritted her teeth, her voice trembling, inviting an avalanche of invective. To survive, she cast aside all dignity. What meaning was there in living without dignity? Ha ha ha! Duan Jinglei's raucous laughter reverberated throughout the entire arena, provoking the ire of countless citizens of Gudaning, who ground their teeth in frustration. Wishing to slay this arrogant fool and inform him that the people of Gudaning shall not be defamed. Yet, none dared to speak up. Duan Jinglei, with his mastery at the 100 refinement stage and the profound unity of heaven and man, possessed such strength that even the city lord, Xia Yunhao, might not stand a chance against him, let alone they themselves. Although they were reluctant to admit it, they had to concede that Duan Jinglei spoke the truth. In his eyes, they were indeed all trash. Whether the people of Gudaning were truly trash was beyond her qualification to judge at that moment. A calm voice gradually emanated from another corner of the arena. The speaker was none other than Chu Ran, who had remained silent until now. He had come to understand why Duan Jinglei had, since his arrival, displayed an arrogant and disdainful demeanor towards the entirety of Gudaning. It was because he was in search of his Dao heart. The so-called Dao heart refers to the initial aspiration of martial cultivators during their training. Only by preserving this initial intention can one ascend the path of cultivation to greater heights and distances. However, This aspiration can easily be lost during the cultivation process due to various unforeseen circumstances. Once lost, it becomes a shackle, a chain, ultimately transforming into a demonic obstacle that hinders one's progress in cultivation. When Xia Jian uttered those words, Chu Ran had been intently observing Duan Jinglei. He clearly witnessed how, upon hearing Xia Jian's words, Duan Jinglei's aura transformed instantaneously, as if he had shattered his chains, resulting in a profound change in his demeanor. Clearly, Duan Jinglei's original aspiration was that of the once-in-a-century genius of Gyudening. Xia Jian's words allowed him to rediscover that feeling that to his surprise, Gyudening was all trash. As for you, Duan Jinglei, you are no longer one of Gyudening's people and have no right to make such claims. Another phrase slowly escaped Chu Ran's lips. Your quest for your Tao heart is of no concern to him. Chu Ran, but should you attempt to trample upon him and all of Gyudening to aid your search, then it becomes relevant. You have found your Tao heart, but who will assist him in reclaiming the dignity that has been trampled upon? Chu Ran's dignity is not something to be desecrated by anyone. He has already been trampled once and will not allow a second time. Unless he were to perish in his world, dignity is everything. Living without dignity renders existence meaningless. This is Chu Ran. Chapter 72. This is qualification. Allow me to enlighten you on what qualification truly means. In an instant, Duan Jinglei unleashed an invisible, thunderous intent. Crashing down upon the unyielding Chu Ran behind him, as the thunder echoed, he did not even cast a glance back at Chu Ran. A mere trash of the 7th refinement stage was unworthy of his attention. To extinguish a piece of trash, a mere wave of his hand suffices. This is qualification. Having said that, Duan Jinglei strode towards the elevated platform where Victor should stand, not bothering to look back or even regard what lay behind him. This exemplifies confidence, an absolute confidence in his own strength. I cannot fathom why the special recruitment token would be in the hands of such a useless individual, which has diminished my expectations of Tianzi Academy considerably. He spoke softly as he approached Yin Qingyun, who remained unmoved, and gently remarked, "This mentor may now retrieve the special recruitment token." Indifference. Since he made his move, every glance and every word he uttered was imbued with disdain for Chu Ran and everything around him. It seemed that in his eyes, Chu Ran had long since perished beneath the casual strike of his thunderous intent. Indeed, even Xia Jian, a powerful cultivator at the 100 refinement stage, could not withstand the pressure of his intent. What chance did a mere 7th refinement Chu Ran have? Observing the silhouette of Chu Ran gradually vanishing beneath the cascading thunder, the crowd could not help but sigh. Ultimately, the disparity in cultivation levels was too vast. Even if Chu Ran possessed the great ascension sword intent, under the pressure of the unity of heaven and man, the outcome would be difficult to alter. The gap in realms was simply insurmountable. Good. Yin Xinyan nodded, then proceeded directly toward where Chu Ran was enveloped in thunder. However, he had scarcely lifted his foot before halting, a slight frown creasing his brow as he gazed at the thunder-covered area. Even the prince below, who had maintained a calm demeanor, showed a flicker of disturbance in his gaze, though it vanished in an instant. What? Does this mentor dare not retrieve even the remnants of a dead man? Yin Qingyun's pause elicited a glimmer of contemptuous amusement in Duan Jinglei's eyes. Oh, right. I have yet to retract my thunderous intent. This mentor must be afraid I might inadvertently harm you. Correct? The mentors of Tianzi Academy are truly lacking. As he spoke, he finally turned around, casting his gaze upon the location shrouded in thunder for the first time. However, this time he was momentarily taken aback, his brows furrowing in confusion. Not dead. How could a piece of trash still be alive? A thought swiftly entered his mind, merging with the thunderous intent he had unleashed, instantly revealing the scene beneath the thunder to him, causing a flicker of astonishment in his eyes. Dual intent. Great ascension sword intent. He now understood why that trash had not perished. Among the dual intents, one had reached the great ascension stage, allowing for a modicum of resistance, which was comprehensible. Nonetheless, it would only last but a moment. The unexpected extension of your life by a few seconds has come to an end. Now, you may die. He spoke coolly, Subsequently, he pointed a finger, and the invisible power of intent surged into the thunder enveloping Chu Ran, causing the might of the thunder to swell dramatically. Boom! The sound of rolling thunder reverberated, causing the entire arena to tremble with a low hum. Under this overwhelming pressure of thunder, Chu Ran's protective intent was instantly shattered. Bang! A bolt of thunder, as thick as a thumb, struck Chu Ran's body, causing a wisp of white smoke to rise from him. Yet he remained steadfast and unmoving. Bang! The second bolt met the same fate. Bang! The third followed suit that a continuous barrage of over 10 strikes ensued, finally causing Duan Jinglei's gaze to tighten. The onlookers, too, began to realize the undeniable truth that Chu Ran had not perished, which ignited waves of astonished exclamations throughout the arena. The illustrious first genius of Gyudening, Xia Jian, could not withstand even a single bolt of thunder. Yet Chu Ran not only endured but withstood so many, coupled with Su Ling's demise, who truly stood as the first of Gyudening, was now crystal clear. Chu Ran! Chu Ran! A voice rang out, and the multitude in the arena erupted into a chorus of cheers, drowning out the thunderous roars. They were not merely cheering for Chu Ran. They were rallying for the dignity of Gyudening. As long as Chu Ran remained standing, Duan Jinglei's declaration that Gyudening was all trash was nothing more than empty words. Do not stop. Come again. After the barrage of over 10 strikes subsided, a low voice emerged from the depths of the thunder. Duan Jinglei's expression faltered, as if he had received a sharp slap to the face, burning with humiliation. Not only had he not died, but he dared to provoke him. Thunder! Duan Jinglei let out a low growl, raising his hand as dozens of bolts of thunder converged above Chu Ran's head, cascading downwards. Ha ha ha! Splendid! Chu Ran's voice resonated once more. Crack! Crack! A series of bone-crunching sounds erupted from Duan Jinglei's fists, a glimmer of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. The force of the thunderous intent surged, enveloping Chu Ran in a radius of 10 meters. The thunderous strikes battered the sturdy arena, creating deep craters and sending shards flying. No, this is still far too weak. Yet at that moment, enveloped in the thunder, Chu Ran could not help but shake his head. Thunder, one of the most violent forces in existence, has been born from the heavens and the earth, containing the power of the natural Tao, making it an exceptional method for body refinement. Every great cultivator has experienced the process of summoning thunder to refine their bodies. This was something Old He had told him previously, as the thunder unleashed by Duan Jinglei struck him. Chu Ran instinctively recalled this, saying, attempting to see if he could channel the thunder for body refinement. However, it was unsurprisingly a failure, for Duan Jinglei's thunder was merely the power of star souls, far from the requirements of embodying the natural Tao of the heavens and earth. It was even less effective than when the black palm struck him. Without effect, it would naturally cause him no harm. Even if he stood still, relying solely on the pressure of the intent, it could not inflict even the slightest injury upon him. As Chu Ran was on the verge of surrendering and preparing to step out from beneath the thunder, a sudden stir of emotion seized him. He abruptly lifted his gaze towards the stormy skies above. The once flickering lightning transformed into a slow-motion spectacle before his eyes. From the moment Duan Jinglei raised his hand, the entire process of lightning condensing, forming, and finally descending unfolded before Chu Ran in a mesmerizing slow play. The essence of the moment melded within him, and he reached out to grasp the thunder. In his mind, a line of words slowly flickered. This line illuminated Chu Ran's world of understanding, granting him clarity he comprehended. He finally grasped what it meant to attain the unity of heaven and man. In this unity, the man referred to the martial cultivator himself, while the heaven represented the realm of intent. Achieving a perfect fusion of oneself with this realm of intent, leading to an existence where one's intent moves in harmony with the heart, action, and every subtle touch of the body. With a mere gesture, he could unleash his intent that, in the blink of an eye, he could release it as well. This was the pinnacle of the unity of heaven and man. It seemed I had underestimated you, but it is time to end this. Duan Jinglei, having lost his patience, decided that if intent could not obliterate him, he would take matters into his own hands. In the next moment, a long sword appeared in his grasp. The sword was suddenly aimed at Chu Ran, and a roaring thunder erupted from it, coalescing in the void into a colossal thunder serpent. The giant serpent's mouth lunged towards Chu Ran, seemingly intent on devouring him whole. He would not hold back. This strike would end this meaningless battle. Chapter 73. Who is the trash? Whoosh! Just as the thunder serpent descended strike. A long sword let out a piercing cry. Shooting straight into the heavens, a blood-red sword of slaughter pierced through the curtain of thunder, plunging into the gaping maw of the thunder serpent. Boom! The thunder serpent shattered, dissipating into the void, causing even Duan Jinglei to involuntarily take a step back. The sword of slaughter. With a single stroke, the thunder was shattered. The entire arena erupted in astonishment. The sword intent of the unity of heaven and man. Chu Ran had, in that fleeting moment, broken through to the realm of unity of heaven and man. Even the young prince, observing the figure of the youth on the arena, felt a flicker of admiration in his eyes. Turning to Ji Menglan beside him, the young prince spoke slowly. Menglan, is this the youth you mentioned? Indeed, Ji Menglan nodded. This youth possesses commendable character, strength, and methods, making him worthy of cultivation. His comprehension is impressive as well. The young prince nodded slightly, remarking, especially when paired with the Eye of Breath, he may indeed be a promising talent. How could this be possible? Witnessing this scene, Xiaojian stood frozen in place. She never imagined that Chu Ran could achieve a breakthrough at this moment. His talent was becoming increasingly monstrous. Gritting her teeth, a chilling, killing intent surged within her. She could not allow Chu Ran to live any longer. For her own sake, and for the sake of the Lord's mansion, the thunder serpent was shattered, and even Duan Jinglei was taken aback. The intent of unity of heaven and man. He never expected that this insignificant being before him, under the pressure of his intent, not only survived but defied the odds, coincidentally breaking through to the realm of unity of heaven and man. Riding the wave of his own momentum, however, Duan Jinglei quickly regained his composure. Coldly regarding Chu Ran, who emerged from beneath the thunder, he spoke indifferently. Your luck is commendable. Now, you have the qualification to stand alongside me. In this moment, he acknowledged Chu, or T the very least. He sensed that the youth before him was far stronger than Xiaojian. Luck? Chu Ran smiled faintly, then shook his head, saying, But I believe you are no longer qualified to stand beside me. Duan Jinglei was momentarily taken aback. Then, rather than becoming angry, he laughed. Kid, have our brief exchanges inflated your confidence? Not at all. It's just, Chu Ran elongated his tone, and in an instant, his eyes turned sharp, as if countless blades were coalescing within them, fierce and intimidating. In my eyes, you are the true trash. You little brat, you're courting death. Duan Jinglei's anger flared at these words. And without hesitation, he moved his sword through the T the same time. A surging thunder enveloped him, transforming him into a manifestation of the thunder as the thunder raged. It summoned countless bolts from the heavens. The thunder erupted. He spoke 4 words, and in that instant, the thunder of the heavens seemed to heed his command, wildly converging to form a thunder dragon as thick as a barrel and several lengths long. Roar! The thunder dragon roared and surged towards Chu Ran. The overwhelming force made even seasoned martial cultivators feel a slight constriction in their breath. This strike was undoubtedly Duan Jinglei's most powerful blow. To die beneath this attack is no loss for you. A low murmur escaped his lips, and the thunder dragon sliced through the void, descending upon Chu Ran. What a terrifying strike. Chu Ran was in grave danger. The crowd trembled at the sight. This blow was a culmination of Duan Jinglei's Star Soul embodiment, the unity of heaven and man, and the spiritual power of the 100 Forging realm, enhanced by the might of his sword and martial techniques. Given the ferocity of this strike, it was highly unlikely that Chu Ran could withstand it. Chu Ran was undeniably strong, without a doubt, but let us not forget he had already endured a series of battles, even facing 2 opponents simultaneously, and had eliminated Su Ling, a formidable warrior of the 100 Forging realm. At this moment, even if he wasn't completely exhausted, he was already at a disadvantage, Perhaps he could resist with the power of intent. But enduring the full force of 100 Forging Realms' ultimate strike would be nearly impossible. Was this truly the end? Many felt unwilling, yet found themselves powerless, merely watching as it unfolded. Either death or injury. As he beheld the descending Thunder Dragon, Chu Ran suddenly let out a thunderous roar. His body shrank instantaneously, his fists enlarged, and the Xianming greatsword he held also expanded simultaneously. The entire blade transformed into a massive 3-length sword, cleaving towards the Thunder Dragon. Boom! A terrifying explosion and surge of energy erupted, sending ripples of thunderous aftermath cascading outward in all directions. The overwhelming force activated the protective energy shield of the arena, sending terrifying energy waves undulating across the shield, striking fear into the hearts of onlookers. This energy shield only activated when the energy fluctuations exceeded the arena's tolerance, to prevent destruction and protect the crowd in the stands. In the several hundred years of Gudao City, no battle had ever triggered the protective energy shield of the arena. This alone was enough to illustrate the terrifying power generated by the clash of these two combatants. Although the energy waves on the shield protected the arena, they also rendered it completely invisible beneath the shimmering glow, making it impossible for anyone to see the events transpiring within. Almost 10,000 spectators in the arena rose simultaneously, their eyes fixated on the energy shield, as if trying to pierce through it to witness the outcome of this clash. Who would emerge victorious? Chu Ran or Duan Jinglei? Enough, Chu Ran, stop, just as the crowd eagerly awaited the result. The young prince, who had been seated below the arena, suddenly stood up and addressed the stage with a measured tone. His words left countless spectators in stunned silence. What did the young prince mean? Could it be that Chu Ran had won? In an instant, the protective shield around the arena finally receded, revealing the scene within. Chu Ran stood firm, sword in hand, the blade pointed directly at the half-collapsed Duan Jinglei, who clutched his chest, blood at his lips, his eyes wide with disbelief. Chu Ran had truly triumphed. Countless fiery gazes fell upon the sword-wielding youth, and in their minds a singular thought echoed. This is the first genius of Gudao City. Chu Ran, Chu Ran, Chu Ran. The resounding cheers reverberated throughout the entire arena, even echoing across much of Gudao City. Tell me, who is the trash? On the arena, Chu Ran looked coldly at Duan Jinglei. Duan Jinglei's cheeks trembled, gritting his teeth in silence. I command you to tell me, who is the trash? Chu Ran stepped forward, pointing the Xianming greatsword at Duan Jinglei, unleashing a resonant sword cry. This step was not large, nor was the sound particularly loud. Yet in that moment, it struck like a heavy hammer upon Duan Jinglei's very soul, causing his entire body to tremble violently. Still, he remained tight-lipped. Churin took another step forward. An endless killing intent surged from him to the tip of the Xianming giant sword, then directly into Duan Jinglei's mind, rendering his face as pale as death in an instant. He had no doubt that if he remained silent this time, only death awaited him. Yet he found the words stuck in his throat. If he spoke, the Dao heart he had just regained would likely shatter in an instant. Spare others when you can. The voice of the young prince suddenly rang out again, allowing Duan Jinglei to breathe a slight sigh of relief. The young prince's words prompted many to sigh in unison. The crowd on the observation platform nearly all hoped that Churin would thoroughly crush this arrogant fool's pride, ideally by ending his life swiftly. However, Duan Jinglei was a man of the young prince. Who would dare to act against the young prince's people, unless one was tired of living? Spare others when you can. Upon hearing these words, Churin halted his advance, slowly directing his gaze toward the young prince and stating, when he forces others to call him trash, why should he be spared? When he declared that the ancient Path City was all trash, where was his mercy then? Did he ever consider sparing me when he attempted to take my life multiple times? Indeed, did Duan Jinglei ever spare others when he acted in this manner? Now, he expects mercy in return. On what grounds? Is it simply because he is a man of the young prince? Are you questioning me? The young prince gazed at Churin with an expression devoid of discernible emotion. His eyes deep as an abyss. I dare not. Churin shook his head and remarked, I merely feel that by acting this way, the young prince risks losing the hearts of many, at least causing the millions in ancient Path City to feel disheartened. Oh, The young prince expressed mild surprise, not expecting to hear the phrase hearts of the people from Churn. With a faint smile, he inquired, "Then what do you think should be done?" Churn pondered briefly before declaring, "I believe he deserves death." The moment the last word escaped his lips, a cold glint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes, and the sword in his hand swiftly sliced through the arena, directly aiming for Duan Jinglei's throat. If there is to be a kill, let it be immediate, without hesitation. He had said before that whoever wished to kill him would be the first to die, no matter who they were. Witnessing this scene, a chorus of gasps echoed through the observation platform, as none expected Churn to dare to strike at Duan Jinglei. He was openly defying the young prince's orders. Was this not a death wish? Ha! It seems the heavens have not forsaken our city lord's manor. Xia Yunhao could not help but laugh at the sight, fearing that the young prince might take note of Churn's talent. Yet he never anticipated that Churn would be foolish enough to defy the young prince's words. Who else but he would die for this? Buzz, a resonant hum of the sword echoed in front of Duan Jinglei, halting just an inch from his throat. The killing intent emanating from the giant sword enveloped Duan Jinglei, causing him to collapse to the ground, gasping for breath that he realized that his life had been spared. "Thank you, young prince." Duan Jinglei hastily knelt, bowing 3 times toward the young prince's position. "You should not thank me, but rather Churn." The young prince shook his head lightly. Duan Jinglei's body trembled slightly. He had clearly seen that the one who intervened was I am quite curious to know what celestial soul from the 9 heavens it is. A flicker of curiosity passed through Ji Menglan's gently arched brows, for while she had encountered many martial cultivators with celestial souls from the 9 heavens, some strong, some weak, and others utterly useless, she remained oblivious to the nature of this young man's celestial soul. Only the young prince sat there, unperturbed, as if neither the dual celestial soul nor the celestial souls of the 9 heavens could stir his emotions even slightly. "I am eager to see what your second celestial soul is." Xia Yan was not particularly surprised, for she had already speculated about Chu Ran's second celestial soul. However, she believed this would not significantly affect the outcome. Gulp. As she tilted her head back, a crimson elixir was swiftly swallowed, and in an instant, a surging power erupted within her, its potency at least 3-fold stronger than before. Her eyes gradually turned a deep crimson, and her hair danced as if stirred by an unseen wind, transforming Xia Yan into a figure reminiscent of a demon, exuding a terrifying aura that caused the very space around her to tremble with oppressive force. Bloodthirsty pill, born of blood, it was crafted from the essence of thousands of exotic beasts. And upon consumption, it could instantly elevate one's strength 3-fold, an exceedingly fearsome concoction. Yet the side effects were equally pronounced. After taking it, one would require a full year to expel the toxins that invaded their meridians and blood. Within that year, not only would cultivation be impossible, but one would also endure the torment of 1,000 poisons gnawing at their heart. Many had perished from the agonizing effects of the myriad toxins. This was yet another fearsome poison pill from the renowned poison master, Yin Tianhe. The bloodthirsty pill had garnered both love and hatred from countless martial cultivators. How ruthless is Xia Jian? Many who recognized the bloodthirsty pill were taken aback by her audacity. A woman, so resolutely consuming it. Such courage in a woman was admirable. "I truly like this girl." An elderly man stroked his beard, gazing at Xia Jian on the stage with satisfaction. Beside him, a young girl remarked, "She is indeed brave. I certainly would not dare to do the same." The pair were none other than Elder and the young lady from the Royal Academy, who had previously visited the Chu estate. Devour, observing the torrential rain of swords fueled by rising power, Chu Ran uttered but 2 words, and in the next moment, streams of black spiritual energy emanated from the tip of the Xianming greatsword, gradually spreading outward. The instant the black spiritual energy appeared, it caused the surrounding spatial energy to descend into chaos. Threads of heavenly and earthly spiritual energy became uncontrollably devoured by the black spiritual energy. Not only did the black spiritual energy consume these essences, but even the nearby martial cultivators felt their own powers slipping away, gradually becoming uncontrollable and flowing outwards. What is happening? Realizing the situation, many were struck with shock, their eyes wide with disbelief as they gazed at the dancing black spiritual energy atop Chu Ran's sword. Even the young prince, whose eyes had remained calm until now, experienced a sudden surge of intense fluctuation upon witnessing the black spiritual energy, his entire body jolting upright as he stared intently at it. "Brother, this—" Ji Menglan was equally astonished, her shock deepening upon observing the young prince's reaction. Given that she possessed an eightfold celestial soul, her reaction was understandable. Yet, how could the true wielder of a ninefold celestial soul react with such intensity? "Huh." The young prince, sensing his own lapse, quickly inhaled deeply and returned to his seat, stating, "I once read in an ancient tome that there are countless celestial souls in the world, and that the nine heavens are not the highest realm. Beyond the nine heavens, there exist celestial bodies known as chaotic stars, also referred to as sacred stars. It is said that there are 7 sacred stars in total." The young prince's voice trailed off abruptly, leaving the air thick with anticipation. Yet even this brief revelation filled Ji Menglan's beautiful eyes with astonishment. "Brother, do you mean, Buzz?" A piercing sword wail resonated as the black spiritual energy atop Chu Ran's sword surged forth into the void in the abyss. It erupted into a vast black sphere of light. In an instant, an overwhelming force of devouring energy engulfed the entire sky, akin to a black hole voraciously consuming the spiritual energy from all directions above. The icy rain of swords that had enveloped Chu Ran was consumed in an instant, its brilliance extinguished. What? Xiajian was momentarily stunned. What is happening? How did her assault vanish so abruptly? This was the power she had gained after consuming the bloodthirsty pill, significantly stronger than before, yet it had still disappeared in an instant. What kind of power is this? Where does it stem from? Xiajian was utterly bewildered. It is time to conclude this. Chu Ran's gaze shifted from the heavens to the ground, landing upon Xiajian not far away. Darkness descends. Stepping forward decisively, he uttered for words, and the sweeping black sphere descended towards Xiajian with thunderous force. Chapter 76. Is what you are doing appropriate? Xiajian's expression twisted in horror as she channeled her powers into the descending black sphere. Thud, thud, thud. Yet after a series of muffled sounds, her powers ceased to have any effect, being entirely consumed by the black sphere. As she watched the dark mass draw ever closer, panic finally set in for Xiajian. She recalled the death of the third elder, Xia Lungjia's demise. According to Su Qiming, he had been devoured by the black mist released by Chu Ran, leaving nothing but a pile of bones. Could it be that she too was destined to meet such a fate? No. Xiajian roared. Ice Lotus Sword. The Ice Lotus Sword, embodying nearly all of Xiajian's strength, surged into the black sphere. This strike was her strongest, her final strike. Yet still, it fell victim to the same fate of consumption. Bang! Xiajian collapsed onto the ground, her eyes wide with terror as she gazed at the black sphere now looming close. She knew, this time, she was truly finished. What is this bizarre power? Many onlookers were left agape, their eyes wide with shock. Not only did it devour spiritual energy, but it even consumed attacks. This was utterly monstrous. What celestial soul could this possibly be? Could it truly be a devouring celestial soul? Luo Xingmi bit down on her lollipop, her gaze fixed on the arena, suddenly taking on a profound demeanor. Devoid of any youthful innocence, it was as if she had transformed into an entirely different person in that moment. The devouring celestial soul had indeed manifested in Tianyue Kingdom. It seemed that the prophecy was accurate. And perhaps the people from the heavenly demon palace would soon appear. I hope you can survive. Luo Xingmi muttered softly to herself before turning to vanish into the crowd. Chu Ran, should you dare to harm Jiyan, I will annihilate your entire clan. A ferocious roar echoed across much of the arena as Xia Yunhao's eyes widened, fixated on Chu Ran, a torrent of killing intent surging forth. Boom! The moment his voice rang out, the black sphere enveloped Xia Jiyan's arm, which with alarming speed began to wither, blood and flesh draining away, her spiritual energy dissipating, her arm nearing skeletal form. A sharp, piercing scream erupted, filled with hysteria. Xiajian gazed at her arm, eyes wide with horror, her pupils dilating, her body trembling violently. Chu ran. Xia Yunhao bellowed, a frenzied power almost bursting forth, only to be forcefully suppressed by Gu Han. Chu Ran did not even glance at Xia Yunhao. His gaze fixed, so thus, you are still doing this for me. Upon hearing these words, Churin couldn't help but burst into laughter, as if he had just heard the most delightful jest in the world. Are you insinuating that you have falsely accused me of drugging you with the intent to harm, merely to sharpen my resolve? Indeed, indeed, Xiaoyan nodded frantically. However, before the words could escape her lips, another arm was enveloped by a swirling black orb. Once more, a shrill, tearing scream pierced the air, so pitiful that it caused many to instinctively draw in a sharp breath. Yet, not a single soul displayed even the faintest hint of sympathy, for they had all comprehended the truth. The rumors that had circulated throughout Gudao City were nothing but fabrications. Churin had never drugged Xia Jian, nor had he harbored any ulterior motives. All these machinations were the result of Xia Jian's treachery against Churin, concocted with the sole purpose of stripping him of his star soul to elevate herself. Such malice against her childhood companion was truly appalling. It was no wonder that Churin harbored such intense animosity towards Xia Jian. Surely, had it been anyone else, they would have acted with even greater ruthlessness. A wicked woman like her deserved her fate. Kill her! Kill! Countless voices clamored, thrusting Xia Yan into an abyss of certain doom. Churin, too, hesitated no longer, as murderous intent ignited in his gaze. His engulfing spiritual power surged forth, enveloping Xia Jian entirely. Halt! In that instant, a voice slightly aged rang out with authority. The next moment, a radiant glow erupted upon the arena. Churin's devouring energy dissipated almost instantaneously, and as it was shattered, he staggered back several paces. The force was overwhelming, so formidable that, before it, Churin felt as insignificant as an ant. Furrowing his brow, Churin turned his gaze toward the opposite side of the arena. An elderly figure slowly ascended the platform, accompanied by a graceful young woman. The two approached the arena under the watchful eyes of the crowd. "It is you." Upon sighting these two, Churin's fists clenched tightly, a cold glimmer flashing in his eyes. The Royal Academy, elder and... At the sight of the newcomers, Cheng Shang's eyes widened in shock. An elder from the Royal Academy. Many in the crowd gasped, having heard rumors that both the Tianzi Academy and the Royal Academy had sent representatives to Gudao City. Yet they had only seen members of the Tianzi Academy until now. But why had the Royal Academy chosen to intervene on Xia Jian's behalf? Did they perhaps see potential in her? Trembling, Xia Yan struggled to lift her head, her arm reduced to mere bone, hanging limply. She wished to express her gratitude with a clasped fist, but could only stammer, "Thank you for saving my life." The old man regarded her coolly, asking but one question. "Are you willing to join the Royal Academy?" "I am willing." Xia Jian nodded eagerly, fully aware that this was her sole chance at survival. "Good. Then from this moment forth, you shall be a member of the Royal Academy." Shintong, assist her. Elder and instructed the young woman by his side, who promptly stepped forward, administering a pill to Xia Jian before gently helping her to her feet. Observing this scene, the crowd was left in a state of bewilderment. One had anticipated that the Royal Academy would suddenly claim Xia Jian. Wasn't this a martial challenge hosted by the Tianzi Academy? How could the Royal Academy intervene in such a manner? Yet even Elder Cheng Shang of the Tianzi Academy refrained from uttering a word. What could they possibly say? "Do you think this is appropriate?" At that moment, a chilling voice cut through the air. Churin gritted his teeth, gripping his great sword tightly as he fixed a piercing gaze upon Elder and his companions. "Whether it is appropriate or not, we shall decide, and you are of no consequence." Before Eldarin could respond, the young woman stepped forward, confronting Churin directly, her voice laced with disdain. "I merely wish for you to realize how foolish your choice is. Rejecting the Royal Academy's invitation will be an irreparable regret for you. A year from now, I will personally accompany Xia Jian to seek you out, at which point you will understand how short-sighted your decision today truly is. Let us depart." Eldarin murmured, leading the young woman and Xia Yan away from the arena. "Even refuse the scraps. The Royal Academy is indeed only fit to collect the leftovers." Churin's words caused Elder and to furrow his brow slightly, while the young woman stumbled in her steps, retorting angrily, "Humph. Ignorant fools from a backwater place. That refers to you." Eldarin chose not to engage further. He would not lower himself to argue with a junior. The three descended from the arena. Xia Yunhao rushed over, his face a mask of gratitude. Were it not for these two, Xia Yan would likely have perished at Churin's hands. Eldarin, if you can, please ensure that you eliminate this Churin. Otherwise, he will surely become a future adversary of the Royal Academy. Xia Yunhao cautioned that he is not worthy. Eldarin shook his head slightly, then turned to Xia Yunhao, stating, "It would be best for you to remain silent. If it were not for Xia Jian, you would not even be worthy to stand before me." Xia Yunhao's breath caught in his throat, but he dared not speak further. Quickly retreating, that he watched as Elder and the others escorted Xia Jian away from the arena, a voice echoing in his ears. "Father, I am well." Xia Yunhao was momentarily taken aback, but then finally smiled. This was the first genuine smile he had experienced in days. Simultaneously, Churin heard Xia Jian's words. "A year from now, not only will I destroy you, but I will also annihilate your entire Chuan family." Churin clenched his teeth, coldly uttering her name. "Xia Jian, I have yet to kill her." He would remember the Royal Academy. He would not let Xia Jian's life go unpunished. Sooner or later, she would pay the price for her actions. This was the cost of crossing Churin. "City Lord! City Lord!" A commotion suddenly erupted, and Xia Yunhao's expression shifted drastically as he turned and vanished from the arena. I end the challenge selection. Churin successfully retained the special admission token. Congratulations to Churin for becoming a special recruit of the Tianzi Academy. As the crowd dispersed, Cheng Shang's voice slowly rang out. "Churin, Churin." The entire arena reverberated with a single name, a fervent roar echoing throughout. From this day forth, Churin's name would resonate throughout Gudao City, carving a significant mark in the annals of its history. Churin, just then, the young prince seated below the arena stood and spoke softly to the young man on the platform. The crowd fell silent, their gazes shifting back to Churin and the young prince. "Young prince," Churin offered a slight bow. Though he was not particularly enamored with the young prince, he acknowledged the latter's status. "What do you think of the northern border Prince's Manor? Have you ever considered visiting the northern border city?" The young prince inquired with a faint smile. Upon hearing this, countless eyes widened in astonishment, gazing at Churin with envy and desire. The young prince was clearly attempting to court Churin. Should Churin acquiesce, wealth, resources, and connections would be his almost instantaneously. Moreover, these would undoubtedly be the finest. After all, this was an invitation directly from the young prince, far more valuable than any other offer to join a royal household. With such advantages, coupled with Churin's talent, his rise would be swift and inevitable. At that point, even those from the City Lord's Manor would have to show respect to the Chuan family, not daring to utter a single word of dissent. Such is the power of the northern border Prince's Manor, a colossal force dominating half of the Tianyue kingdom. "Agree, quickly agree," seeing Churin hesitate. The crowd nearly shouted in frustration, urging him to accept. "If the opportunity arises, I shall certainly consider it." After a moment of silence, Churin finally replied. This response elicited a collective gasp from many in the crowd, who felt compelled to rush onto the platform and slap Churin in disbelief. What did this mean? It was clearly a rejection of a young prince's invitation. Could it be that Churin misunderstood the young prince's intentions? Yet, evidently, that was not the case. No one would believe that the prominent young master of the Chuan family could fail to grasp such a subtlety. "We shall depart." Upon hearing these words, the young prince waved his hand dismissively and led the crowd out of the arena without so much as a glance at Churan. This prompted a chorus of boos to erupt throughout the venue. "Ha! Churan, you have truly astonished me. To reject even the young prince's invitation. Are you genuinely foolish or merely pretending?" On the competition stage, Yin Qingyun laughed heartily. "Regardless of whether it is genuine folly or feigned, I find it quite amusing. Ha ha!" Amidst the laughter, he and Cheng Shang gradually disappeared into the arena's special passage. "Churan, do you realize what you have missed?" At that moment, the voice of Qin Xianger echoed in Chu Ran's ears. Turning around, he beheld her standing not far away on the spectators' platform, I only know that in this world, what I overlook is of no significance to me. Chu Ran gently shook his head. Perhaps Qin Xianger chose not to say more and departed as well. Ranner. At that moment, Chu Chantian descended from the competition stage. Approaching Chu Ran, he looked at the token at his son's waist with evident satisfaction and patted the young man's shoulder. After a moment of silence, Chu Ran asked, "Father, do you think I should have rejected the young prince's invitation?" Chu Chantian smiled and shook his head. "This is your choice. Just believe that your decision is always the right one. The world is inherently like this. There are no absolute answers." Understanding dawned upon him. His father's words allowed Chu Ran to exhale a deep sigh, feeling a sense of lightness wash over him. "Let us go home. Brother, are we truly going to give up on that?" Chu Ran. Upon exiting the arena, Ji Menglan, who stood beside the young prince, finally mustered the courage to voice her question after a long silence. Chu Ran's talent was evident. So why? Such a self-righteous individual, seeking to inflate his own value. I hold no affection for that. The young prince shook his head, speaking indifferently. I refused to grant him the opportunity to elevate himself in this manner. He had encountered many like him before. The art of feigned submission was something he had seen too often. Such individuals were the ones he found most repugnant. Regardless of their talent, he had no need for them. He desired only obedient dogs, not cunning tricksters. Chapter 78. The strategic layout. Ji Menglan frowned slightly, shaking her head. I do not believe he is that kind of person. Previously, she had thought Chu Ran merely an ostentatious braggart. Yet through one battle after another, he had made it abundantly clear that he was a man of his word. Perhaps this matter was no different. Maybe, the young prince replied non-committally. Regardless, what we need in the northern border prince's residence is not such individuals. We require those who are obedient, those who will follow orders. Loyalty surpasses talent. Indeed. This time, Ji Menglan refrained from further comments. Loyalty can be cultivated. Given time, she could undoubtedly train Chu Ran to be devoted solely to her and the prince's residence. However, it remained to be seen whether Chu Ran possessed the requisite ability and qualifications. His talent was certainly sufficient. Yet, the prince's residence demanded far more than mere talent. Suddenly, the young prince halted, calling out. Since stepping down from the competition stage, Duan Jinglei had remained silent in the background, but upon hearing the call, he quickly approached and bowed. Your Highness, the young prince scrutinized Duan Jinglei, furrowing his brow slightly. At that moment, Duan Jinglei had lost the pride and arrogance he had displayed upon returning to Gouda City. Appearing as wilted as a frostbitten eggplant, his aura diminished, and his eyes hollow and devoid of spirit. The young prince spoke sternly. You should know that I do not tolerate waste around me. Upon hearing this, Duan Jinglei's body trembled slightly, and he knelt before the young prince. Your Highness, I have disappointed you. The young prince's gaze bore into Duan Jinglei's eyes. Tell me, are you worthless? I am not. Duan Jinglei's voice quivered, unable to meet the young prince's gaze. The young prince lifted Duan Jinglei's chin with his hand. Demanding, I will ask you again. Are you worthless? I am not. Not at all. Duan Jinglei gritted his teeth and shouted, as if the act of yelling granted him courage. He met the young prince's eyes directly. I, Duan Jinglei, am not worthless. That is good. The young prince withdrew his hand, his expression reverting to calm as he turned away. Remember, winning or losing is not what matters most, as long as your confidence remains. You will always be yourself. Suddenly turning back, he pointed at Duan Jinglei that I do not wish for you to lose your pride after this incident. Do you understand? I understand. Thank you for your guidance. Your Highness, Duan Jinglei's spirit quivered as he straightened his posture. He had anticipated that his defeat to Chu Ran would disappoint the young prince. But to his surprise, the young prince offered him comfort instead. This left him feeling both honored and astonished. The young prince patted Duan Jinglei's shoulder. You have not fully regained your resolve, but that is of little consequence. The Xia family of the City Lord's Manor will not see the light of another day. How about that? This news should be sufficient to resolve your inner turmoil. Yes. Upon hearing this, Duan Jinglei's entire body quaked with excitement. The blood feud would be avenged. He had awaited this day for far too long to not feel exhilarated. He never anticipated that the young prince would truly assist him in settling the score. Consequently, he knelt before the young prince, bowing thrice in gratitude. "Thank you, your highness. Thank you, your highness. In the future, should you need anything, I vow to repay you." "Enough." The young prince said no more, and the group promptly departed. "Good brother," just as Chu Ran was about to exit the arena with his father and the rest of the Chu family, Gu Yi, wielding a long spear, suddenly appeared before them. "Father, you all return home first. I will follow shortly." After informing his father, Chu Ran approached Gu Yi and inquired, "Old Gu, is there something you need?" Gu Yi slightly cupped his hands. "First and foremost, allow me to congratulate you on successfully obtaining the special recruitment token from Tianzi Academy. This is immensely beneficial for you and the Chu family. A mere special recruitment token cannot be compared to your status. Old Gu, you have never cared about such things, have you? Otherwise, it would surely have been yours." This statement was not flattery. Gu Yi's strength was undeniably profound. Even though Chu Ran now possessed the qualifications to rival the 100 refinement stage. Each time he encountered Gu Yi, he felt an overwhelming sense of strength, leaving him with no confidence whatsoever. Gu Yi shook his head slightly. "If you had chosen to go to the northern border princess city, you would not have cared." Chu Ran replied, "I do not like the feeling of being constrained." Gu Yi wholeheartedly agreed with Chu Ran's sentiment. "Your choice is indeed correct. I do not like it either. However, there is one thing you stated incorrectly. It is not that I do not wish to go to the academy, but rather that I cannot." Gu Yi took hold of his long spear, gently wiping it down, as if speaking to himself or perhaps addressing Chu Ran. "The academy is a gathering place for geniuses. Attending the academy is not solely about acquiring resources for cultivation. It is about the environment. In some cases, the environment is more crucial than resources." Indeed, Chu Ran wholeheartedly concurred with Gu Yi's words. Within the academy, one would find nearly half of the geniuses of the Tianyue kingdom. Attending the academy would reveal countless individuals stronger and more talented than oneself. Even if one were reluctant to cultivate, the drive to improve would be inevitable. The strongest sheep in a flock can never surpass the weakest wolf in a pack. That is the essence of environment. "Remember to come find me for a drink before heading to the academy," Gu Yi said, shouldering his long spear as he prepared to leave. Before departing, he turned back to add, "Just a reminder, having rejected the young prince's overtures, you may find yourself targeted by many upon entering the academy, as there are numerous individuals from the northern border prince's residence among them." Chu Ran nodded in acknowledgement, remaining silent. Just as he was about to exit Tianwu Hall, a young man suddenly approached him, thrusting a piece of paper into his hands with the urgent command to hurry. After delivering the message, the young man departed. Watching the individual leave, Chu Ran felt a twinge of confusion, as he did not seem to recognize him. However, upon unfolding the crumpled paper, a jolt of surprise coursed through him. The paper bore a map. To be precise, it is a layout map of a residence. Although it does not indicate which residence it belongs to, Chu Ran recognized it at a glance. This is undoubtedly the layout of the Lord's Manor. He is exceedingly familiar with the arrangement within the Lord's Manor that on this layout map. There's a location marked with a red circle, and Chu Ran instantly identified it, the back mountain of the Lord's Manor. Moreover, it is not far from where Xia Jian and In Xinyan had severed his star soul. Should he hasten there, recalling the two words left by the young man moments ago? Chu Ran raised his brow, immediately grasping the implication. Without uttering another word, he swiftly exited the Tianwu Hall, heading purposefully towards the Lord's Manor. Chapter 79. Frantic Madness. Upon arriving outside the Lord's Manor, he felt an extraordinarily potent pressure emanating from within. This oppressive force rendered Chu Ran, even outside the Lord's Manor, somewhat breathless. Alongside this terrifying pressure, there was an eerie silence. It was overwhelmingly quiet, the kind of silence that sent shivers down one's spine. In the past, the Lord's Manor would at least have the sounds of iron cavalry patrolling. But today, not only was there no such noise, but even the chirping of insects and birds had ceased entirely. Not a single soul was visible on the streets outside the Lord's Manor. It was hauntingly bizarre. Chu Ran harbored doubts, yet a potent curiosity compelled him to extend. This signifies that the ancient city of Gudao, the sole gateway connecting the northern and southern realms of Tianyue Kingdom, has been entirely seized by the northern frontier prince's palace. In the cultivation chamber of the Chu family, a series of resonant vibrations echoed, as waves of dark spiritual energy filled the entire space. Chu Ran sat cross-legged on the ground, his hands resting upon his legs, while a stone disc the size of a grinding stone floated above his right palm. The stone disc shimmered with a myriad of colors, yet the most radiant hue was black, overshadowing all other lights. Tendrils of devouring power surged forth from the black area of the stone disc, completely enveloping the sevenfold star-attracting stone that Chu Ran had placed upon it. The energy within the star-attracting stone was consumed at an almost visible rate, vanishing entirely within half an hour, reducing the stone to ashes. Finally, a moment of tranquility was achieved as Chu Ran gazed down at the now stabilized black area of the stone disc. A sigh of relief escaped his lips. However, just as he intended to rise, he suddenly felt an overwhelming force erupting from the imprint of the stone disc on his palm, surging into his body like a colossal beast rampaging through his meridians. A terrifying agony enveloped him, as if his veins were being mercilessly sliced open with a knife, contorting his face into a mask of anguish. Chu Ran gritted his teeth, yet the onslaught of pain proved too much to bear. His cries reverberating through the cultivation chamber. Sweat drenched his entire body, and every part, from his forehead to his cheeks and arms, was marred by bulging veins, a ghastly sight. This power coursed through his meridians, ultimately converging in his dantian, where it flowed into the Devouring Star Soul. Under the guidance of the Devouring Star Soul, the tumultuous energy finally stabilized. Chu Ran collapsed onto the ground, but in an instant, he sat up with wide-open eyes. A second wave of power surged into his body, only to be absorbed by the Devouring Star Soul, repeating this cycle endlessly. This torment continued for an indeterminate length of time, until Chu Ran could no longer withstand the excruciating pain and lost consciousness. When he finally opened his eyes again, he found himself within the realm of the dark sacred crystal. Lao He sat before him, eyes closed, enveloped in dark spiritual energy, as if he were one with the very essence of the dark sacred crystal space. Observing Lao He, Chu Ran furrowed his brow. He distinctly sensed that Lao He's aura had become more substantial, exuding an even greater pressure upon him, as though he had suddenly grown stronger. Abruptly, Chu Ran discerned a familiar power amidst the dark spiritual energy surrounding Lao He. He was certain that this power originated from the sevenfold star-attracting stone. Chu Ran frowned. Could it be that the energy devoured by the black area of the stone disc was orchestrated by Lao He? You are not mistaken. It was indeed my essence that consumed your power. Lao He's voice emerged slowly. You. Chu Ran gasped, taken aback to realize it was truly Lao He. He had thought of Lao He as an ally, yet this being harbored intentions to harm him. But that made little sense. With Lao He's immense power, eliminating him would be a trivial task. Why go through such convolutions? With your current capabilities, you are unworthy of my direct intervention. Perhaps when your physical form reaches the realm of sanctity, you may earn the right to entertain such thoughts. Lao He's words silenced Chu Ran. After a moment of hesitation, Chu Ran weakly retorted, "Since you are so capable, why do you need me to fetch the star-attracting stones? Why not seek them yourself?" Lao He paused, seemingly at a loss for words, before responding with a low grunt. "If I desired them, I could summon them with a mere gesture." Upon hearing this, Chu Ran's eyes brightened. Without waiting for Lao He to finish, he exclaimed, "Then you should go find them, and while you're at it, procure some for me as well. I could use the money. For you have no idea how impoverished I am. Do you only think of wealth?" Lao He shot a glare at Chu Ran. What I spoke of was in the past. Upon hearing this, a dismissive smirk crept across Chu Ran's face. "Are you trying to say that you were once immensely powerful, but due to some treachery, you now exist as a mere soul in this dark sacred crystal space, unable to escape?" Lao He replied coldly. "That is indeed the truth." Chu Ran scoffed, disbelief etched on his face. Such a klitsch excuse. Where did you read that? Enough with the nonsense. Remember, if you wish to survive, continue seeking the spiritual crystals. Otherwise, we shall both face annihilation. Seemingly uninterested in further conversation, Lao He vanished into the darkness, leaving only a lingering voice. "Rest assured, I shall allocate half the power contained within the spiritual crystals to you. The stronger you become, the higher quality spiritual crystals you shall find. This sevenfold star crystal can only sustain for half a month. If you fail to obtain more by then, it shall continue to consume your power. Do you still intend to devour me? Lao He, do you possess no sense of humanity? Chu Ran's desperate outcry echoed in the dark, yet no response came from Lao He, with no other recourse. Chu Ran reluctantly withdrew from the realm of the dark sacred crystal. Back in the cultivation chamber, as Chu Ran lay on the ground, he opened his eyes once more. Sitting up, he felt an overwhelming surge of power within him. After a moment of contemplation with closed eyes, an expression of sheer delight spread across his face. His cultivation had stabilized at the 8th level of star forging, and inexplicably, his physical body had reached the 100 refinements realm. This was undoubtedly a tremendous enhancement. With his newfound strength, he felt absolute confidence in easily defeating a 100 refinements realm warrior. Perhaps Lao He was not as unreliable as he had thought. Chu Ran grinned. This thought resonated within the dark sacred crystal, causing the hidden dark god to tremble slightly in the shadows. Chapter 81. The Grand General of Heavenly Might. Emerging from the cultivation chamber, Chu Ran was beset by a persistent thought that refused to dissipate. 0.17-fold star-attracting stone had enabled a dual breakthrough in both his cultivation and physical form. Did this not imply that finding a few more could lead to successive surges in his power? However, such musings were mere fantasies, for sevenfold star-attracting stones were exceedingly rare and valuable. The effects of stones below the sevenfold level would likely be significantly diminished. Nonetheless, if he could find any, it would still be a worthwhile pursuit. After paying his respects to his father, Chu Ran exited the Chu residence and made his way directly to the Tianwu Hall. Along the way, he noted a marked change in the streets of Gudao City. It appeared that there was a surge of individuals clad in ranger attire, bustling about with urgency. Rangers were typically composed of somewhat gifted rogue cultivators, surviving by hunting exotic beasts or engaging in mercenary work. Essentially, a group that danced on the edge of peril. These individuals often operated in gang-like structures. Within Gudao City, there were several ranger factions, but these were primarily supported by various families to hunt exotic beast materials. However, it was evident that the additional rangers populating the streets did not belong to Gudao City. In addition to the rangers, there was a noticeable increase in the patrolling forces, with numerous armored soldiers wielding sharp weapons stationed along the city walls. This lent an air of solemnity to the entire Gudao City, as if a great conflict were imminent. Perplexed, Chu Ran observed that while there had always been guards patrolling the city under the command of the city lord, they had been sparse. Yet today, the numbers had swelled into the thousands. What could be the cause of this? Although Gudao City served as a fortress, it lay within the borders of Tianyu Kingdom, with the northern frontier prince's palace guarding against the northern Man Kingdom, and the royal family overseeing the south. 3 sides bordered by the sea, making external invasion improbable. With no external threats, could there be internal strife? Chu Ran shook his head, dismissing the thoughts. Regardless of the situation, it had little bearing on him, and he was disinclined to ponder it further. Upon entering the Tianwu Hall, Chu Ran proceeded directly to the Dambao Pavilion. Qin Xiang'er seemed to have anticipated his arrival, waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing him, she offered a gentle smile. "Young Master Chu, allow me to extend my congratulations on the threefold joy that has graced you." Chu Ran was taken aback. "Threefold joy? What do you mean?" Qin Xiang'er replied with a radiant smile. "You have been specially recruited by Tianze Academy, acquired a sevenfold star-attracting stone, and even plundered as they conversed." The 2 individuals entered the room on the 3rd floor. Upon crossing the threshold, Chu Ran immediately performed a slight bow and remarked, "Regardless of the circumstances, I must express my gratitude for Miss Qin's message. This favor I shall acknowledge, and should there be any matters in the future where I can be of assistance, do not hesitate to reach out to me. There's no need for such formality." "Young Master Chu, we are already considered friends, are we not?" Qin Xiang'er replied with a gentle smile. "Since we are friends, why must we speak in such a manner? Perhaps I have been too narrow-minded." At this, a flicker of curiosity shone in Chu Ran's eyes as he inquired, "May I be so bold as to ask what connection Miss Qin has with the Northern Frontier's royal residence?" Qin Xiang'er showed no inclination to conceal the truth, stating directly, "I am a close sister to Princess Ji Menglan." Chu Ran was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a connection. To be on sisterly terms with a princess of the Northern Frontier royal family suggested that Qin Xiang'er was no ordinary individual. Indeed, her demeanor and eloquence exuded a certain noble grace, leading him to suspect she might be the daughter of the esteemed head of Dambao Pavilion. He had heard that the main branch of Dambao Pavilion was situated within the royal city of the Northern Frontier, thus rendering this revelation less surprising. "Since you have broached the subject, come along. I shall introduce you to someone," Qin Xiang'er declared. Guiding Chu ran into the inner chamber. The inner room was adorned with an air of serene elegance, its walls entwined with delicate pink blossoms. The subtle fragrance that wafted through the air seemed infused with a rich spiritual energy, creating an exceptionally inviting atmosphere. At the center of the room stood a finely crafted round table, around which sat a young girl veiled in white gauze, draped in white garments. Her figure was exquisite, and her slender, fair fingers held a teacup gracefully. She rose slowly. An ethereal aura surrounded her, captivating all who beheld her. Although her face was obscured, the thin veil allowed glimpses of her enchanting features, so perfect that it rendered one breathless. Chu Ran recognized her. She was the very girl who had stood beside the young prince in the arena. This was none other than Princess Ji Menglan of the Northern Frontier royal family. Yet, from his previous position on the competition stage, he had not had the opportunity to observe her closely. Now, standing before him, he found it difficult to tear his gaze away. She was astonishingly beautiful, so breathtaking that it left one feeling a sense of unease. However, before he could collect his thoughts,